One would feel comfortable if they were stared at so rudely for a long time, and Jiang Yuqing was no exception. He looked at Jing Rushi with a smile and said, "I am. May I know your surname?" Jing Rushi said proudly, "My surname is Jing Rushi, and my grandfather is the Prince of Kang." "Oh, I see. This is the person that Nanny and Ariu had circled in the book yesterday. The one who only has the title of county lady, but does not even have a title, Miss Sundra. This empty county lady, who does not even have a title, likes to act like a royal family member and likes to be in the limelight. She is always present in all kinds of flower parties, poetry parties, and other gatherings in the capital. She is a small but not small eccentric who shows off with her superficial knowledge. And now, this eccentric has found her. It's really not wonderful." She began to recall carefully, and after searching her mind, she could not find any connection between her and this person. "Oh, I see. Sister is Princess Jing, right?" Tuanzi nodded, and suddenly asked with curiosity, "We are both princesses, and sister should call me by my title Linghui." "Sister, what's your title?" As soon as Tuanzi finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the flower hall. The royal family of Daxia has not had many offspring since the founding of the country. The previous generations of emperors were all single line, and when it came to Emperor Jing of Xia, they finally had 2 princes, one of whom was born disabled. There are even folk legends that it was because the royal ancestors killed too many people, so the karma affected their descendants. There are also rumors that the royal family of Daxia was cursed. In short, there are all kinds of rumors. But it is a fact that the royal family of Daxia has few offspring. 3 generations of emperors had no brothers, naturally no princes, and there was no mention of the title of princess. There is only one prince of the county, and he is an old uncle of the royal family who is about to be out of the 5th mourning period. This person's family is prosperous, but it's a pity that there is no one who is successful. The emperor saw that his family was having a hard time, so he took care of them for the sake of being from the same clan, thinking that he could give her an idle official title to keep her, so that she could have something to eat. But after looking around with wide eyes, he didn't see anyone he liked. Finally, he had no choice but to give his granddaughter Jing Rushi the title of County Lord, known as Jing County Lord. Everyone knew that Jing County Lord was a lone commander without even a title, let alone a fiefdom or something like that. Therefore, although she was called a county lord of the imperial clan, her status was very different from that of Jiang Yuqing, a real county lord. Because of this, Jing County Lord was very angry with Jiang Yuqing, who suddenly appeared. She thought that she was just a country bumpkin. Why was she favored by the emperor and more glorious than her, a girl from the imperial clan? The day before yesterday, she heard that Jiang Yuqing was quite favored in the palace, and she also thought about entering the palace. Who would have thought that the sign handed in would be rejected by the pepper room? Naturally, she put the blame on Jiang Yuqing. Therefore, she wanted to make trouble for Jiang Yuqing today, but she was defeated by Jiang Yuqing. Jing Rushi's face immediately fell, and she said angrily, "Huh, isn't it just an extra title? What's so great about it?" Tuanzi smiled and said, "It's really nothing great. It's just that my rank is higher than yours, my salary is higher than yours, and I have a fief." She paused, staring straight at Jing Rushi's livid face, and said word by word, "According to the rules, shouldn't Sister Jing pay her respects to me first?" "You?" Not only County Lady Jing, but all the noble ladies present were stunned. They were busy watching the show, and forgot that although this young lady was indeed a real second-rank county lady, in terms of status, none of the noble ladies present was higher than hers. Not to mention them, even many of their fathers would have to bow to the young county lady. After realizing what was happening, the noble ladies all blushed and stood up to greet Jiang Yuqing. "Your servants greet the Linghui county lady." Jingru's face was not very pretty to begin with, and now it was dark and blue. Seeing that everyone stood up to bow, it was not good to disobey them. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly bowed hurriedly, then stood up and sat in the empty seat inside, saying nothing more. Jiang Yuqing snorted in his heart. "You are not qualified to show off to this county lady." Jiang Yuqing curled the corners of his mouth slightly and picked up the teacup again, looking calm and composed. Bai Zaishi in the spiritual realm said with a toothache, "Oh my, how can these girls be so desperate that they actually rush to provoke a black-hearted and black-lunged person like you? TSK, 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 you've already killed 2 people right away. I wonder if you can get a 3rd kill." Bai Shaoshi, please watch your words. What do you mean by black-hearted and black-lunged? If you say that, this realm master will remember you. I will remember it. You are a black-hearted lowly, and you don't let people say it. The magnanimous realm master decided not to bother with the talkative spirit. The movement here was quickly reported to Princess Ronghua word for word. Princess Ronghua smiled and said, "It's really an interesting one. It's a pity that he is a little young." As for the unfinished meaning at the end, everyone present understood. Princess Ronghua put down her teacup and said, "Almost everyone is here, let's go. In spring, we should enjoy the flowers and look at these girls who are more beautiful than flowers." Yes. Princess Ronghua arrived, and the noble ladies in the room stood up and saluted. The princess raised her hand and asked everyone to stand up. She lowered her head and found the youngest one in the crowd, waved to Jiang Yuqing, and said with a smile, "Little girl, come here." Jiang Yuqing smiled sweetly, walked over happily and bowed, "Hello, princess." Princess Ronghua bent down and looked at Jiang Yuqing carefully. She saw that the child had delicate features and was as delicate as jade, especially the red lotus on her forehead, which was obviously a delicate and beautiful color, but it also showed a bit of holiness. Just like the lotus platform where Guanyin sat, people couldn't help but want to worship. She couldn't help but admire. "You are really a good child with a beautiful mind. The title of Linghui is very suitable for you." "Yeah." Tuanzi nodded vigorously, with a look of agreeing with the hero. "I think it's great too." Princess Ronghua has no daughters or granddaughters, and now she just thinks this little girl is very cute. As expected, children are children. Even if they speak sharply, they are still children. I'm afraid that the previous sharpness was just for self-protection. "Good child, the peonies in my garden are in full bloom. Would you like to go with me to see the peonies?" "I am willing to, I like flowers." "That's good." Princess Ronghua finally couldn't help it. She reached out and touched Jiang Yuqing's little head and personally led her to the peony garden. The daughters and noble ladies behind her hurried to catch up. Princess Ronghua really loves peonies. This peony garden is at least 10 acres. It gathers famous products from all over the world. There is the fragrant and radiant flower King Yao Huang. There is the purple-red flower Queen Wei Zi, with heavy petals. There is the boy-faced Xiaofan with clusters of flowers and pink peach blossoms. There are other flowers such as Dou Er Qiao, Yu Yi Huang, etc. There are all kinds of flowers. It is really in various shapes and colors, with endless fragrance and spring in the world. For a time, everyone was fascinated by the beautiful scenery in front of them and admired it. Jing Rushi suddenly said, "If you don't write a poem for such a beautiful scenery, it will be a waste of this beautiful time. Why don't we take peony as the theme and write a poem for each person?" After that, she glared at Jiang Yuqing provocatively. Her proposal was immediately agreed by most of the noble ladies. When they came today, the elders in the family had said something to them intentionally or unintentionally. They are not stupid, so they naturally know one of the purposes of coming today. Now, there is a good opportunity to show their talents. If they can be favored by Princess Ronghua, it will be good to marry into the princess's mansion from now on. If not, it would leave a good impression on the princess. As long as the reputation of talent spreads, there is no need to worry about not being able to tell good people about it. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Princess Ronghua nodded happily. She immediately ordered people to prepare pens and ink and send them to the flower viewing pavilion beside the peony garden. The noble ladies moved to the flower viewing pavilion one after another, secretly encouraging themselves, rubbing their hands, ready to show their talents and win a good reputation. Jiang Yuqing was not interested in these things. He only apologized to the princess and Madame Yu and continued to watch the flowers along the path in the peony garden with Eriu and Nanny Yen. The small figure turned around a few flowers and soon disappeared in the sea of flowers. Jiang Yuqing walked in the sea of flowers for about half an hour. He was really thirsty, so he returned to the flower viewing pavilion. He took the tea on the table and drank it in big gulps. After drinking it, he began to peel the loquats on the table and eat them. He was completely content. She glanced around and saw that Lord Ronghua and Madame Yu were not there. They must have left for some reason. At this time, the noble ladies had almost finished writing their poems. They were appreciating and reading each other's poems, thinking of asking Princess Ronghua to judge them later. Jing Rushi did not intend to let Jiang Yuqing go. Seeing her so comfortable, she rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. She said loudly, "Sister Linghui, our poems are all finished, except for you." For a moment, everyone in the Guanhua pavilion looked at Jing Rushi. I wonder if this person is stupid. This is too much. The other party is only 3 years old. Even if you win, what can you do? You will not be known as a bully. Finally, one of the noble ladies couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown, "County Lady Jing, that's too much. County Lady Linghui is only 3 years old. When I was 3 years old, I couldn't even read." Jing Rushi glanced at the girl and said with disdain, "You people in the general's mansion, let alone reading at the age of 3, it's good enough if you can read the 3-character classic at the age of 10. This is a way of belittling the general's mansion as a bunch of illiterate and rough people." The girl was so angry that she said angrily, "Of course, you are not as educated as County Lady Jing. You even bully a 3-year-old child. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Jing Rushi was directly accused by the girl of bullying children, and she was immediately furious. "What does it have to do with you how I want to bully others? You are so capable. Why don't you help her write? It seems that, except for her, you haven't completed it either."
You.
The girl was indeed not good at writing, and her sore spot was poked at this moment. Her face turned red instantly, partly because of anger and partly because of shame. Seeing this, Jiang Yuqing stepped forward and pulled the girl behind him. With a slightly raised corner of his lips, he raised his head and stared at Jing Rushi, smiling inexplicably. "Isn't it just that you can write a few sour poems? Is it worth it for you to be so proud? It's not impossible for this county lady to write a poem, but at least there should be some prize to make it interesting." "What prize do you say?" Jing Rushi certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity to humiliate Jiang Yuqing and immediately took the bait. Jiang Yuqing took a look at the jingling and expensive jewels on her body and said, "How about all the jewels on you and me? Then, we will invite the eldest princess and all the sisters present to be judges. If you write better poems than me, I will give you all my jewelry, plus 1,000 taels of silver in cash. If you write worse than me, all your jewelry will belong to me. Do you dare?" "Why not?" Jing Rushi didn't believe that she could write poems and thought she was bluffing. He was determined to make her look bad. It had come to this point, and the noble ladies couldn't persuade her anymore, so they had to send someone to invite Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua frowned when she heard the farce and said, "How can the Kang County Prince's family be so ignorant? How can she have the nerve to bully a 3-year-old child when she is so grown up?" Ronghua's confidant nanny said, "The Kang County Prince's mansion has declined so badly that it is only a name left now. There are many people in the family, and the men have no ability. They live on the little support from the title of the county prince and the income from the farm every day. Their life is not as good as that of a wealthy landlord. Among the younger generations, only this daughter has the title of county lady. She can get some salary every month, but she has to be pampered and coaxed. After a long time, she has become like this." Speaking of this, everyone sighed. Madame Yu said worriedly, "I didn't expect that this little county lady also has a temper. It's just that she is too young after all, and she might suffer a loss when facing Jingru." Princess Ronghua shook her head and said, "That may not be the case. This palace never judges heroes by age. A person who can gather the emperor, empress, crown prince, chief, and other people in the palace to serve as his backers can't be a simple person. Besides, she has the Chingo Marquis Mansion and the entire Bien K Valley as her backers." Thinking about the incident at the Mu and Marquis Mansion, although it was done by themselves, This girl may have contributed to it. Some people are born smart and almost evil. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law talked, they soon arrived at the flower viewing pavilion in the peony garden. The noble lady saluted. Princess Ronghua said with a smile on her face, "I heard that someone among you has made a bet? How about I come to add some spice to it?" After that, someone brought up a set of emerald headdresses. That headdress is obviously valuable at first glance. "Thank you, Princess," the two said in unison. Princess Ronghua waved her hand. "In that case, let us start with one incense stick." As soon as Princess Ronghua finished speaking, Jing Rushi ordered the maid to spread out paper and pen and started writing. After a while, she wrote one poem and then two poems in a row. It seemed that she had planned it for a long time. When her two poems were about to be completed, Jiang Yuqing was still sitting there leisurely eating fruit. She was a little hungry. The loquats here were good, big, and sweet. She didn't know where it was an early maturing variety. She took advantage of no one's attention and threw a few seeds into the spiritual realm and asked Bai Xiaoshi to plant them for her. It is believed that it won't be long before she will have endless sweet loquats. The ladies immediately whispered, "Could it be that Princess Linghui can't write?" Another person said, "She is so old, even if she can't write, it's not shameful. At most, she will lose some property. My father is also a jinsher, but when I was 3 years old, I could only barely recognize a few simple words." That's true. Jing Rushi didn't care about that. She felt that she had already won, and the corners of her mouth curled higher and higher. After finishing, she put down the pen, blew on the ink, and said proudly to Princess Ronghua, "Your Highness, I have finished writing." She held her head high, proud like an old hen that had just laid eggs and was waiting for her master's praise, and she was only a few clucks away. Princess Ronghua was not in a hurry to read her poems. She turned her head and said gently to Jiang Yuqing, "Linghui, are you ready?" Jiang Yuqing nodded. His mouth was full, like a small animal stealing food. So cute. Hearing the words of the princess, he hurriedly swallowed the last bite of fruit pulp, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "Your Highness, my hands are too small, and I can't hold the pen. Can I ask someone to write for me? I'll read to her." The small brushes, specially customized for her by her father, were all placed in the study of Qingbo Pavilion. Of course. The young lady from the general's mansion who had spoken for Jiang Yuqing earlier took the initiative to step forward and offered to write for Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing thanked her gratefully and thought that this young lady was very nice with a positive outlook. She quickly laid out paper and pen and nodded to Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing shamelessly searched for a few famous poems about peonies that he had memorized before and began to recite them. The first one is Appreciating Peonies, the peonies in front of the courtyard. The capital is moved when the flowers bloom. The second one is Peony, Who Doesn't Love? Breaking the Morning Glow. After reading it, Tuanzi scratched his head and said with a tilted face, "Is that enough? If not, I'll think of a few more." For a moment, the waterside pavilion was silent. After a long time, Princess Ronghua took the lead in applauding and could not help but shouting, "Good. It is really a good poem. This is the first time in my life that I have seen what amazing talent is. Linghui, you deserve it." Tuanzi laughed a few times with a guilty conscience. "Lucky luck. This is not written by me. I read it in a book. I can't write poetry yet." Princess Ronghua said, "Even if it is not written by you, it is rare for you to remember so much at your age." Princess Ronghua's words were considered to be the final conclusion of the matter. Jing Rushi's face was pale at this time. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she had lost. Lost completely. But someone was unwilling to let her go and said, "What about the poem of County Master Jing? Take it out for us to see." Someone was quick and took the poem she wrote in his hand and read it aloud. Originally, her talent was average, and the poems she wrote were just so-so. The poems and essays that Jiang Yuqing had read were so good that they were nothing compared to them. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. This was tantamount to putting Jing Rushi on a high platform and shattering her self-confidence. Her face was like a chameleon, blue, white, and red, and she said in a trembling voice, "Don't bully others too much." The lady from the general's mansion who wrote for Jiang Yuqing said, "Who bullied others first? Everyone has been watching from beginning to end. You need us to help the county lady recall it. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it." Some young ladies also followed suit and said, "I think you just can't afford to lose. It was obviously you who started it first, and now that you have lost, you say that others have bullied others too much. The county lady only allows the state officials to set fires, but not the people to light lamps." That's right. That's right. Many of these noble ladies were dissatisfied with Jing Rushi. She always put on the stinking airs of a royal princess who cares about anyone. The father of Linghui County Lady, Lord Jiang, was a real scholar who won the imperial examination. His knowledge was beyond doubt. But the people in Kang County Prince's mansion were all idiots who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. She still had the nerve to look down on others. Now, she was showing off her skills in front of Guangong, which was really embarrassing. To be honest, their fathers and brothers were also doing well in the court. They gave in to her before, not because they couldn't afford to offend her, but because they didn't want to provoke such a fool and cause trouble. This time, seeing that someone could deal with her, they naturally took advantage of her. Jing Rushi finally couldn't help crying and was about to leave with her maids and old women. But Jiang Yuqing stopped her. "Wait a minute, County Lady Jing, have you forgotten our previous bet?" "You?" Jing Rushi hesitated and looked at the jewels on her body. These were already her best and most valuable headgear. If she gave them to this little, she might not be able to afford them again in the future. But if she didn't give them to her, she would not be able to raise her head in the capital in the future. She was in a dilemma for a while. Seeing that she looked unmoved, Jiang Yuqing sneered, "Doesn't County Master Jing want to give it to me? People say that County Master Jing is generous, but now it seems that she is just like a 3-year-old child like me. Never mind, I don't need such a small thing anyway." After saying that, she shook her head in disappointment. Jing Rushi was provoked by her and immediately became hot-blooded. She wiped away her tears and said, "Who said I won't give it to you?" After that, she ripped off all the jewelry on her head and body as if to vent her anger and threw them to the ground. "Here you go. Let's go." Jiang Yuqing looked at the broken gems and jade with cold eyes, and the broken jade fragments were splattered all over the ground. He said loudly to Aryu, "Pick up the jade beads and jade chimes, find someone to repair them and sell them. All the money raised will be donated to the charity church in the west of the city." Jing Rushi, who had walked not far away, was stunned at first, then covered her face and ran away crying. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. This little fight was not even a drizzle in the eyes of Princess Ronghua. She asked someone to bring the prize over and said with great appreciation, "Your performance today really opened my eyes. Tell me, what did you eat to grow up, and how come you are so smart?" Jiang Yuqing smiled awkwardly. Of course, he couldn't say that it was because he had lived 2 lives. He said half-truthfully, "I grew up by eating. Maybe it's because I have a pair of smart parents? I heard from my mother that when I was still in her belly, my father often talked to me through my mother's belly and read to me. After I was born, my father would hold me in his arms whenever he was at home and read. Maybe this is how I became smart?" As soon as she said this, all the noble ladies in the pavilion were in an uproar, and even Princess Ronghua and Madame Yu showed some envy. Which woman doesn't want to have a gentle, considerate, and family-oriented husband? The wife of the Marquis of Chingo is really blessed. The noble ladies were even more yearning, hoping that they could meet such a talented, gentle, and considerate husband in the future. Princess Ronghua seemed to be thinking about something, and then touched Jiang Yuqing's little head and said with a complicated tone, "Good boy, you are a blessed one." On the other hand, she made the excuse that she was tired and left the Guanhua pavilion with the palace maids and nannies. After she left, Madame Yu also left because she had to prepare for lunch. Without the smoky people causing trouble, the air in the Guanhua pavilion was much fresher. The atmosphere became lively again. Talented people are liked everywhere. If everyone was just watching and protecting themselves before, Now there are really many noble ladies who want to make friends with her sincerely. With the idea that more friends mean fewer enemies, Jiang Yuqing accepted everyone who came. Because she dealt with Jing Rushi quickly and accurately, Tong Xiuzhen, who had caused trouble before, was now huddled aside and quiet like a quail. She was very glad that her cousin stopped her in time, otherwise she would be the one who lost face today. The first girl who stood up to speak for Jiang Yuqing and took the initiative to write for her was named Wei Lingyun, who was only 14 years old. She was the daughter of General Wei Qing. Influenced by her family's education, her talent was average. However, there were few rivals in martial arts, and she was proficient in all kinds of martial arts such as swords, spears, swords, and halberds. In modern terms, this is a very cool young lady. Because of this, she was quite excluded by the circle of noble ladies in Beijing, who disliked her vulgarity. The only high-class playmate she got along well with was Yuan Wuyang, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jingguo Mansion, who was also from a military family. But Yuan Wuyang was already engaged and would be married at this time next year, so it was inconvenient for her to come to such occasions again. Wei Lingyun worriedly said, "You have offended Jing Rushi this time. With her narrow-mindedness, she will definitely make trouble for you in the future." Jiang Yuqing shrugged meaninglessly. "Before today, I didn't know her at all, but she still made trouble for me. Besides, do you think my Qingzhou Marquis mansion would be afraid of him, a declining county prince's mansion?" Wei Lingyun was speechless. That's right. Jiang Yuqing was a military doctor in his previous life. Military doctor, first of all, he is a soldier, and then a doctor. Therefore, he has a good impression of Wei Lingyun, who was born in a military family. For some topics, the two also have a common language, so they soon became friends. After lunch at the manhwa princess's mansion, before parting, she and Wei Lingyun left each other their addresses so that they could meet up when they were free. Jiang Yuqing became famous at the flower show at the manhwa princess's mansion. Her poems about peonies spread throughout the capital at the fastest speed and were even placed on the emperor's desk. Students from major academies in the capital and even the Imperial College were talking about this poem. Jiang Yuqing, who could write such a wonderful poem, was also highly praised. Along with these poems, there was also a poem that spread from the manhwa princess's mansion, which was said to be the parenting method of Qingzhou Marquis Jiang Wenyuan, which was said to be said by Linghui County Lord herself. So, for a while, many people secretly imitated it. I don't know if it was useful or not, but it unexpectedly added a lot of benefits to pregnant wives, which can be regarded as indirectly promoting family harmony. So one day not long after, Jiang Yuqing unexpectedly discovered that the scale of the merit monument in the spiritual realm had miraculously risen a lot. After asking curiously, Fong learned that there was such a thing, and he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Of course, that is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. On the morning of the 19th of the next day, Jiang Yuqing took Dr. Chiu to Hyantong. Considering that this operating room will definitely not be used only once in the future, and the medical clinic in front is in short supply, after receiving Dr. Chiu's instructions, Hyantong bought the vacant house in the back at a high price and opened it up overnight. In the future, this will be used as an operating room and the inpatient department. The term inpatient department was learned from Jiang Yuqing. On the afternoon of the 20th, Dr. Chiu, Jiang Yuqing, Tian Guang and his son, and 3 doctors specializing in ulcers, gathered in a temporary meeting room at Hyantong. They discussed the surgical plan for the operation that was about to begin tomorrow. Dr. Chiu was still the main surgeon, Tian Guang and his son were assistants, and Jiang Yuqing was the part-time anesthesiologist. As for the other 3, they were purely here to observe and learn, and they served as part-time nurses. Jiang Yuqing has already drawn qi into his body, and his physical strength is fully capable of this operation. The reason why Qiushini was asked to perform the operation was, firstly, to cultivate his clinical operation experience. Secondly, the flexibility of her small fleshy hands needs further training. At least not now. Last time, the master and apprentices performed surgery to cure Yan Jijio, who was almost dying, which shocked the medical community. All the famous doctors in Beijing wanted to see this extraordinary heavenly medical skill. Even Emperor Jing specially called Tianguang over and asked him carefully. He also granted him that as long as Qiushini was in the capital, he could leave the palace at any time to learn the heavenly medical skill from Qiushini. No one could stop him. It can be seen that the emperor was more afraid of death than ordinary people. This time, when it was heard that Qiushini was going to perform surgery to remove the teratoma from a child with a teratoma in his stomach, all the doctors in the capital who were a little famous rushed to Heian Hall. Bian K Valley is well known, and Jiang Yuqing even suggested that his master set up a medical school, but the time is not yet ripe. Therefore, Jiang Yuqing would not refuse these doctors who want to learn Tianyi. After careful consideration, 3 doctors who have made great achievements in the field of ulcers and are brave enough were selected. They were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement and go into the operating room together to observe. Otherwise, if he fainted halfway through the laparotomy, it would be hard to say whether to save the patient first or the fainted one. After discussion, the operation was finally scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After leaving the meeting room, the group went to the ward where the 3 members of the Qin family lived. They told them that the child would fast from now on and not drink water after dawn tomorrow. The operation needs to be performed on an empty stomach. In order to prevent the Qin family from being nervous, the master and apprentices carefully comforted the family of 3. The gentle attitude made the Qin family, who had been discriminated against for a long time, feel like being in a hot spring. April 21st. 2/4 of an hour before the operation, the child of the Qin family was fed with Ma Fei San. Soon, Ma Fei San took effect, and the acupuncture was no longer painful. The Ma Fei San of this era was no worse than the anesthetics in her hospital, so when she performed surgery, she chose Ma Fei San first. Only when this thing was truly used would it not be lost like the era in her previous life. She wanted to pass down these treasures of Chinese civilization from generation to generation. At the beginning of the morning hour, the child of the Qin family was pushed into the operating room. With a steady cut of the first knife by Dr. Chiu, the operation officially began. From the moment the door of the operating room was closed, the hearts of the Qin couple were lifted. At the same time, outside the Heian Hall, it was also surrounded by famous doctors from various medical clinics and the people who were watching. Among the onlookers, there were also many imperial doctors who were not on duty in the imperial hospital. At the end of the hour of noon, Tianguang sewed the last stitch neatly, and the operation was declared over. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they looked at Jiang Yuqing with more admiration. Just as she expected, the teratoma was connected to a large artery. When it was cut off, a large amount of blood gushed out, and everyone panicked for a while. Only she calmly told Tianguang to press it with gauze first, and then immediately suture it with non-invasive sutures. It was not until then that the 3 members of the observation group realized that this little girl was the real core figure of the group. There are too many mysterious rumors about Bian K Valley in the world, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Among them, the most widely known one is that Bian K Valley has a magical heavenly medical skill. It can open any part of the human body, cut off the lesion, and the person will not die. But the rumor is just a rumor, no one has ever seen it, and even the formal disciples of the inner sect of Bian K Valley are very secretive about it. It was not until more than half a month ago that the divine Dr. Chiu suddenly came to Beijing and performed an open abdomen operation on Yan Jijiu, saving Yan Jijiu, who was dying. Everyone was amazed that the heavenly medical skill was indeed true. The little girl was on the scene during the operation. At that time, everyone thought that Dr. Chiu loved his last disciple so much that he would help him even in such a big event. But it turned out that this little girl was the real inheritor of the medical skills of Bian K Valley. No wonder they had to sign a confidentiality agreement before the operation. At that time, I only thought that it was to protect the medical skills of Bian K Valley from being spread casually, but it turned out that the people of Bian K Valley really wanted to protect this little disciple. How old is she? 3 or 4 years old. She really has unlimited prospects. Bandaged the patient, covered him with a quilt, and collected all the surgical instruments. The three doctors of Jinyang bowed to Jiang Yuqing individually, with the etiquette of a disciple to a teacher. Jiang Yuqing accepted their greetings and smiled sweetly and said, "Uncles, remember to keep it a secret for me." The three nodded like pounding garlic and said, "I will never forget it. A tree stands out in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. The little girl is still so young, but she has such a supernatural ability. Before she grows up, she must be protected. She is the treasure of BNK Valley, not only the treasure of the entire Xinglin world, but also the treasure of the entire Daxia. In time, she will carry forward the art of heavenly medicine, and the people of this world will benefit from it." The door of the operating room was finally opened, and the doctor with a mask and a hat came out. Chen Yuanwei and his wife immediately went forward and asked anxiously, "How is the child?" After getting a positive answer, the couple hugged each other and cried with joy. The nightmare-like days of suffering from the cold eyes and the hardships on the road to seeking medical treatment for several years are finally over. The couple cried for a while, and both knelt down and kowtowed to the master and apprentice. Hearing that the child has not passed the critical period and needs to stay in the operating room for 2 days, the couple's heart was lifted again. Tianguang comforted them, not to worry too much. The child is in good condition. There should be no big problem. After confirming that he is indeed out of the critical period, he will be transferred to another ward for recuperation. People outside were relieved when they heard that the teratoma removal operation was successful. They all applauded loudly. Because there were too many people around, the clinic was grateful for everyone's attention, but also tried to persuade everyone not to watch anymore, so as not to affect those who really needed medical treatment. 2 days later, the Chen family's child was completely out of danger and was transferred to a temporary ward for recuperation. 2 days later, the Chen family couple was told to help the child walk slowly on the ground to prevent the intestines from sticking. 10 days later, the Chen family's child was discharged from the hospital. On the day he was discharged from the hospital, countless people came to watch the excitement and applauded him. Perhaps he knew that he had gotten rid of his monster identity and became a normal person. Although the child was a little nervous and shy, he was no longer afraid and even showed a shy smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the child's heartfelt smile, Jiang Yuqing's eyes were also a little wet. She thought this might be the meaning of her choice to study medicine in both lives. After the vigorous publicity of several doctors who had the honor of observing the operation that day, this miraculous medical skill attracted countless people. BNK Gu and Entang became famous again. Every day, many famous doctors came to visit BNK Gu and wanted to learn the art of medicine. However, it was not so easy. Simple operations were fine, but if it was a complex major operation, in addition to the doctor's experience, some high-end instruments were needed. For example, the teratoma was removed from Chen Yuanwei's son. If it had not been for the CT image that showed that the teratoma was connected to a large artery in advance and sufficient preparation, the child might not have been able to walk off the operating table alive with only Dr. Chiu. In short, without the necessary instrument assistance, the risk of surgery would be greatly increased. The drugs in her hospital's pharmacy can be copied infinitely, but the instruments cannot. After the master and apprentice met, they felt that it might not be possible to open a medical school, but it was still feasible to take a few students who already had a good foundation and teach some simple sutures or some minor operations. Moreover, relying solely on what she brought from another world was not a long-term solution. What if one day she got old, died, or left this world forever? Then would everything built on these foundations fall back to the starting point? It's like a loft built in the air. Without a foundation, it may be beautiful for a while, but it will soon fall down. It's better to teach them some basic systematic medical knowledge and let them study and develop it themselves. In the world, the rise of anything is from nothing to something, from something to something new. This is an indispensable process. Today, she planted a new medical seed in the world. She believes that one day, this seed will grow into a towering tree. After discussing with the master and his apprentice, they decided to start with a small class. There are only 10 vacancies for clinical surgeons and they cannot take on too many people. In addition, A nursing class of 30 people will be open to train professional surgical nurses. The class will be held in Hyeontong. First, there are many cases here and there are enough opportunities for students to practice. Second, when there are no classes, they can always support the front, killing two birds with one stone. But in this way, the space needed will be large. Although the house in the back has just been bought, it is still tight after calculation. The master and his apprentice are planning to buy the 3-story house with 6 storefronts next door. The land in the capital is already very expensive, and the storefronts on Juke Street are especially expensive, and the owners will not easily sell it. Especially such a large house, which is close to Hyeontong, the golden hen that attracts traffic, people may not be willing to sell it. But whether they are willing or not, you have to try to know. Jiang Yuqing secretly asked the old man, "Master, if we want to mobilize such a large amount of money, do we really not need to ask the second senior brother?" Dr. Chiu glared at him. "Ask A. I have kept this kid since he was still wearing open crotch pants. I have raised him to this age, so what's wrong with using the money to buy a house? If he has any objections, I will directly expel him from the sect. Is he so single?" However, thinking of the token that the second senior brother sent to him, which can mobilize unlimited amounts of medicinal materials and funds from any Hyeontong, he seemed to think that buying a house is really nothing. Just when they were thinking about finding out the owner of this house by all means, Chun Yuanwei and his wife brought their recovered son and led a team of people to come with plaques and drums. The plaque with gold foil reads, "Bien K is alive, and he brings back the dead." Not only that, in order to thank the master and apprentice for saving the only child of the Chin family, they also gave them a 3-story, 3-entry mansion with 6 doors next to the clinic. Coincidentally, it was the one they were planning to buy. What's this called? Someone gives you a pillow when you are sleepy. But this house is worth a lot of money, and the master and apprentice unanimously decided not to accept it for free. After several rounds of negotiations, they finally bought the house at cost price. The buyer wanted to give more, and the seller wanted less. This is probably the most harmonious business transaction. After the house was bought, it was connected with the original Hien Hall and the newly bought house behind Hien Hall, forming an L shape overall. The master and apprentice walked back and forth in the house several times and replanned the entire area according to the existing pattern and actual needs. Hien Hall will be renamed Hien Hospital. The original 4 fronts were connected to the mansion on the right, forming a long row, which is the outpatient area of the hospital. Like the hospital in the previous life, there is a registration and guidance desk at the entrance. A corridor runs through it with 3 departments on both sides: emergency department, surgery, and internal medicine. There is also a nurse station, a large pharmacy, an observation room, and a price settlement room. The second floor was converted into a doctor's office, a large conference room, the dean's office, as well as the finance department, administration department, and security department. The third floor is the dormitory for medical staff. This 3-story building is the first courtyard of this mansion, and the second courtyard was converted into several operating rooms and intensive care units. The third courtyard is the largest courtyard with the most rooms. There are nearly 50 rooms of various sizes. This is the inpatient department. The inpatient department has luxurious suites with excellent privacy for the rich, as well as small single rooms for ordinary people. In this era, people are conservative, and it is absolutely unimaginable to have a 3-bed ward like the modern one where men and women live together. As for the houses behind the original Hien Hall, including the newly purchased house with 3 entrances, they were all planned to be used as medical schools. There are several classrooms of different sizes, acupuncture teaching and research rooms, libraries, teachers' offices, lounges, dissection rooms, activity rooms, etc. There is even a large basement to store cadavers. For such a large place, even if 2 construction teams are found to start construction at the same time, it will take time to renovate. During this period, the master and his apprentices were not idle. They officially announced that they would recruit 10 clinical surgeons and 30 nursing medical students, which is equivalent to nurses in later generations. In addition, for the 2 disciplines, the corresponding recruitment conditions are listed, regardless of gender. In particular, it is noted that women can even be admitted first in the nursing department. Anyone who meets the requirements can apply, and the deadline is May 20th. On May 22nd, a unified examination will be held, and the best will be admitted. For a time, the whole capital was in an uproar. Famous doctors from all walks of life flocked to Heian Hall, and the number of applicants almost blew up. The 3 doctors who had watched the operation earlier were the first to sign up. One of them ran so fast that one of his shoes was stepped on and fell off. He was really trying hard. Of course, these little things didn't bother Jiang Yuqing. She had her senior brother and master to take care of her. She recently started to learn acupuncture and moxibustion. She wanted to try her hand at giving acupuncture to people whenever she saw them. There were many people from top to bottom in Heian Hospital who had the fortune of being treated by her. Even Bai Xiaoshi, a non-human creature, could not escape her clutches. This guy was so scared that he kept a distance from her every time he talked to her recently. He said that if you dare to it with a needle again, he would cut off all ties with her for 100 days. The consequences were a bit serious, and the lord of the territory felt that he could not bear it, so he had to regretfully give up this free internship. However, she has always been a diligent and studious child. She decided to go to the farm in the suburbs of Beijing these days to practice acupuncture and moxibustion with concentration, and by the way, see how her rice is growing. However, just as she was packing her bags and preparing to go out, the housekeeper came to report that the Queen Mother invited her to the palace. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and realized that she had not been to the palace for a while. The beautiful queen. Did she start to miss her again? As expected, as soon as she entered the gate of the pepper room, Queen Qin came out like the wind, pinched her beautiful and cute little face with both hands, pulled it to both sides, and rubbed it. Just like in her previous life, she stroked the cat of her colleague. You little conscienceless person, how long have you not come to see me? If I don't ask you to come to the palace, do you not plan to come? Jiang Yuqing laughed dryly and denied it quickly. No. I'm really busy during this period of time. Queen Qin finally let go of her cute and pitiful little face and instead stroked her little head. I know, you master and apprentice have done a big thing. I heard about it in the palace. While leading her in, Jiang Yuqing saw clearly that there was also a middle-aged lady and a heroic beauty standing in the hall. If you look closely, you will find that there is some similarity between their eyebrows. Jiang Yuqing is a die-hard beauty lover, and his eyes immediately lit up. Wow, what a beautiful beauty, sister. Queen Qin smiled and said, You have good taste. Come, greet me. She spread her palms and introduced Jiang Yuqing. This is the wife of the Duke of Jinghua. As for this beautiful beauty, she is her daughter, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, Yuan Wuyang. You can call her Sister Yuan. She pointed at Jiang Yuqing and said to the 2 people, This is Ling Hui from the Marquis of Qingzhou. She is the most eccentric. Jiang Yuqing bowed to Madame Qin. Hello, Madame Yuan. Hello, Sister Yuan. Madame Yuan only accepted her half-bow and said with a smile, Linghui County lady, there is no need to be polite. Yuan Wuyang also bowed to Jiang Yuqing. Yuan Wuyang greets Linghui County lady. Jiang Yuqing hurriedly stepped aside and said, Sister Yuan, there is no need to be polite. I heard Sister Wei talk about you, saying that you are a very good person. But Linghui has never had the chance to meet you. Today, I saw that you are indeed a very beautiful woman. Yuan Wuyang's face turned red because of her praise. Ling Yun also told me about you, and you are indeed a sweet talker. Tuanzi nodded. Thank you. Her impoliteness made everyone in the room laugh. I thought that this little county lady was really interesting. After a few people talked for a while, Queen Qin dismissed the people around her and only left 2 confidants in the palace. Jiang Yuqing knew that she was called into the palace today not only because she missed her, but also because of other things. As expected, Madame Yuan deliberately spoke in an embarrassed tone. Actually, I was the one who asked Her Majesty to invite the county lady to the palace today. Jiang Yuqing looked at Yuan Wuyang, who had an embarrassed expression on his face, and understood immediately. Are you here to see this sister? Madame Yuan didn't expect that the little county lady was so smart that she guessed her purpose at a glance, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But he still told the cause of the matter. It's my daughter Wuyang. About half a year ago, a small lump grew on her back. At first it was just a little bit, and she didn't care because of her rough personality. Later it grew bigger and bigger until the maid was taking her a bath and found it and told me it was too late. Because it grew in the wrong place, it was not easy for us to find a doctor, so we only found a few female doctors. The female doctors couldn't explain it, and it has grown to the size of a grape now. Although we have some old friends in our 2 houses, the master in your house is not here, so we can't visit rashly. As a last resort, I asked the queen to ask the county lady to come to the palace. Please don't blame the county lady. In those days, people were conservative and feudal, and a woman's reputation was more important than anything else. Jiang Yuqing could understand that he would only find her when he had no other choice. Jiang Yuqing nodded. Okay, we have to find a place and ask my sister to take off her clothes for me to see. Queen Qin asked someone to take them to the side hall. Jiang Yuqing motioned Yuan Wuyang to take off her top and squat down. She was tall, and she couldn't reach Tuanzi at all unless she squatted down. Yuan Wuyang's skin was as white as snow. After she took off her clothes, Jiang Yuqing easily found the lump, which was just below her left shoulder blade. She reached out and pressed it, and it was soft, as if there was water inside, and it would slide. Yuan Wuyang said it didn't hurt or itch. Jiang Yuqing withdrew his hand, motioning her to put on her clothes, and said, "This is a lipoma, a benign tumor. It's not a big deal, just do a small operation to remove it." Yuan Wuyang was stunned for a moment. "Do you need to use a knife?" Jiang Yuqing thought she was afraid, and hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, it will be healed in a quarter of an hour. The wound is only this small." Jiang Yuqing pinched his thumb on his finger and compared it. Yuan Wuyang said, "I'm not afraid of pain. Can I ask you to help me cut it?" Jiang Yuqing understood immediately that she was shy. "Of course, if you believe in me and can convince your mother. Although she is small, it is still no problem to cut the superficial fat." "Of course. You are the disciple of Dr. Chiu," Yuan Wuyang said excitedly. "When do we start the operation?" Jiang Yuqing said, "Yours is simple. If you are willing, you can do it today. But this is the Queen's palace after all, and it is not appropriate to see blood here. Heian Hospital is still under construction, and there are many people and gossips. So, you can leave the palace and go to my house now? Go to your house. Is it appropriate?" "It's okay," said Jiang Yuqing. "There's a small operating room in the courtyard where my master lives. He's in Heian Hospital today and won't be back." "Okay, let's go and say goodbye to the Queen right now." The 2 of them left the side hall and told Queen Qin about the situation. Queen Qin readily let them go. At the end, she did not forget to ask Jiang Yuqing to come to the palace to see her when he was free. After leaving the palace, the carriage of the Duke of Jingguo's mansion drove directly to the Marquis of Qingzhou's mansion. Jiang Yuqing took the mother and daughter to Huchunyuan, asked someone to guard the gate, and quickly removed the tumor for Yuan Wuyang and sewed 3 stitches. After that, he applied medicine and bandaged it, and told them to come back to remove the stitches in 5 days. The wife of the Duke of Jingguo looked at the centipede-like stitches and asked worriedly whether it would leave scars. Because Yuan Wuyang was going to get married next year. She was worried that her husband would dislike her daughter if she had scars on her body. Jiang Yuqing's rejuvenation secret had been practiced to the initial stage, and it was completely possible to leave no scars. But she was still too young, and before she had the ability to absolutely protect herself, she did not intend to expose herself in front of outsiders. After thinking for a while, she said, "I am not very good at this. I will ask my master for you. He has a lot of useful ointments, and this kind of scar removal should also be available. When you come back to remove the stitches, come and get them together." She also explained some dietary taboos and other precautions. "Thank you, little county lady." The wife of the Duke of Jingguo was very grateful. She only knew that she was the last disciple of the divine Dr. Chiu. Although she was smart and had been in the operating room, she was too young after all. If there was no other way, she would not have come to her with the mentality of trying her best. It was not until she diagnosed her daughter's illness at a glance and cured the lump in just a quarter of an hour that she believed it. This little girl is really capable. She remembered what Princess Ronghua once said, "Those who judge heroes by their age are really fools." Madame Yuan took a box from the maid and handed it to Jiang Yuqing with both hands. "I'm sorry to bother you today. Please accept my little gift." Jiang Yuqing took it and opened it, and saw a pair of Hetian jade twisted wire bracelets inside. Hetian jade is already valuable, and this twisted wire craft is especially rare. It is hollowed out and carved from a whole piece of jade bit by bit. If you are not careful, the whole piece of jade will be ruined. It is a great test of the craftsman's skills, so it must be a master jade carver. This thing is just right to give it to my mother after returning home. She was very happy and said, "Thank you, madam. I like it very much." Madame Yuan said, "As long as the county lady likes it, it's getting late. We should leave." Jiang Yuqing looked up at the door and saw that it was almost noon. She didn't want to keep them around anymore. She personally sent them out of the door before returning. She was thinking about her rice. After lunch, she went to the farm outside the city. When she got there, she didn't care about resting. She walked around the farm and made sure that the rice was growing well before returning to the yard. At this time, the golden crow fell to the west. Large patches of fire clouds lit up the entire western sky, like the sky gauze woven by the weaver girl, gorgeous and extraordinary. Yuju brought the food, which were all seasonal vegetables grown on the farm, very fresh. The farm lady's cooking skills were good. Jiang Yuqing liked it very much, so he asked someone to reward her with 2 taels of silver. After dinner, Jiang Yuqing was walking around in the yard to digest the food. Suddenly, a red figure fell from the sky, which scared her. Not only her, but also Yuju and others were startled. They rushed forward to block her behind them and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the manor of Linghui County Lord?" The man was tall and slender, wearing a red Taoist robe, not tied at the waist. He had a handsome face, and his hair was not with a jade hairpin or a crown like the nobles of today. Instead, the upper part was separated and tied loosely with a white hairband, and the lower part was naturally draped over his shoulders. He held a green jade fan in his hand and shook it from time to time. The whole person exuded a lazy and romantic, unruly, street urchin flavor. Quite like someone her master once described to her as looking like he was lost when he went out, and looking like he was found when he came home. "Hey, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are one of us, we are one of us." The man hurriedly stopped Arya, who was about to call for help. Jiang Yuqing poked his head out from the gap between them and asked, "Are you my 3rd senior brother, Lu Yi?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Hey, little girl, you actually know me." Jiang Yuqing signaled Arya to move aside. He strode forward, held his head high, and said loudly in a baby voice, "I don't know you, I guessed. Master once said that if I see a guy one day who wears a flashy red dress, looks like a human, has disheveled hair, and likes to wave a broken fan to show off, that guy is you, the 3rd senior brother." When Jiang Yuqing said this, everyone in the yard couldn't help but burst out laughing. Louis never thought that the evaluation of himself from the little junior sister he met for the first time would be like this. He was stunned for a while, and then he immediately exploded with anger after he reacted, "You old man, you actually slandered me like this in front of my junior sister. My image as a young master. It's all ruined. No, I have to poison him to silence him. It's over, his wise and brave image is gone." Jiang Yuqing asked curiously, "Master, do you know that you are so deceiving your master and ancestors?" Lu Yi looked hurt. "Junior sister, you are still very cute when you don't speak." Jiang Yuqing shrugged, "Okay. It's the first time they met, so I teased him and scared him to get rid of my anger. I can't really make him angry, it's not good." So she changed the subject. "3rd senior brother, have you eaten now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a thunderous sound coming from Lu Yi's stomach. Looking at this noise, I don't know how long he hasn't eaten, so I hurriedly asked Yuju to tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes and more meat. Although Lu Yi felt sorry that his image in front of his junior sister was completely ruined, he didn't care about it because he was hungry. The alarm was lifted. Jiang Yuqing led him into the house and ordered people to prepare a room and hot water for him. This series of actions really touched him. He thought that his junior sister was really a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. Unlike his two stinky senior brothers, they only lectured him and told him not to do this or that, which was annoying. While waiting for the meal, Louis took out a cloth bag with a jingling sound from his bag and gave it to her, saying it was a gift. Jiang Yuqing curiously opened it and saw that it was full of all kinds of strange things. It was dark and she couldn't see clearly in the bag, so she poured them all on the table. Among this pile of things, there were command arrows, fist-sized miniature bullheads carved from unknown animal bones. The most of them were various token-like things. In terms of the items themselves, they might not be valuable. She guessed that these should be tokens of certain forces, just like the token of Peony Valley. Seeing that the little dumpling was looking at him with hope, Lu Yi's self-confidence, which had been hit to pieces before, suddenly exploded. "Come, little sister, let me tell you what these things are used for. Look at this command arrow. It is the token of Shun's business, the richest man in Daxia. With it, you can mobilize at least 500,000 taels of silver and materials." He picked up another sign. "Look here." Jiang Yuqing looked in the direction of his hand and saw that the black iron token he was holding was engraved with the word Xiao. This is the token of Bai Xiaomen. As long as they want, there is no secret in the world that Bai Xiaomen doesn't know. Therefore, as long as you hold this token, you can unconditionally ask them to provide you with 3 pieces of information. He put down the token of Bai Xiaomen, picked up a gilded token with unsheathed swords engraved on both sides and said, "Do you see the sword on it? This is the token of Wanjian Villa. The people in their family are not only good at making weapons, but also good at fighting. If you fight with someone and can't win, take this sign to ask for help. I can't say how many there are, but I can still get 100 or 80. Tuanzi." He picked up another sign with a hideous skull and continued, "And this is the soul-chasing order of the Yama Palace. If some blind guy makes you unhappy one day, take this to Hongziozo and Honglu Hadong in the east of the city and ask them to help you kill him. And this is a human bone ox head. This is something from the Miao area in the southwest. People there are used to raising some strange things. Some of the insects are very interesting. If you want, you can also ask for a few to raise. If you don't like someone, just release one to him, and he will be in trouble." Jiang Yuqing became more and more scared as she listened, and her little body shrank back involuntarily. Is this person sure to be her third senior brother? It can't be some weird pervert pretending to be him. The master only said that the third brother was a little off-key, but he didn't say that his thoughts were so sinister. In modern times, this person is definitely a potential extreme terrorist and a key focus of the police. Lu Yi was still talking happily and didn't notice that the little sister's face had turned pale. He didn't even notice that the second brother was so angry that he was smoking outside the gate. Guojie had been patrolling the Heian Hall in the northwest and had just returned. Because of some delays on the road, he couldn't get to the capital before the city gates were closed. He knew that the little sister's family had a manor in the suburbs of Beijing, and she lived in the manor, so he wanted to stay overnight. After revealing his identity and showing the token of Peony Valley, he led his men into the manor smoothly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the door of the house, he heard his good and unruly junior brother talking nonsense, teaching his little sister, who is only 3 years old, how to fight, kill, and release poison. Is this something a human would do? Guojie's face was dark, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He looked around for something to teach this a lesson. I don't know which guy who couldn't stand it anymore handed him a 2-finger-wide green bamboo stick. Guojie grabbed it and rushed into the house, hitting Lu Yi's handsome face. Lu Yi screamed and dodged while saying, "Guo, stop it now. Don't think that I dare not do anything to you, because you are my senior brother. If you make me angry, I will poison you to death with a handful of poison powder." Ao. You're still hitting. Guojie waved the bamboo stick in his hand, beating and scolding. It's okay that you're not in tune, but how old is your junior sister and you teach her these things? How can you be a senior brother like you? Lu Yi said, unconvinced. What's wrong with learning from me, being unrestrained and free, coming and going freely? I wish they were all like you two old sour scholars. Guojie wanted to tear this into pieces. You still dare to say that? Believe it or not, I will tell these words to Master and let Master punish you. Lu Yi stiffened his neck and said, Sue me if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Even if the old man is here, I will still say this. For a while, the two brothers were in a mess, kicking over the stools and tripping over the flower stands, and the room was in a mess. Seeing this, Jiang Yuqing's forehead was throbbing. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped onto the stool, put his hands on his waist and shouted, Stop quarreling. His little voice was broken. With this roar, the two people who were chasing and fighting in the room calmed down. Seeing the mess in the room, they were a little embarrassed. The two brothers hurriedly picked up the fallen things, and one of them took one side of the table and sat down, and they were very well behaved. Guojie is nearly 30 years old. When he is not angry, he is a very elegant uncle. Compared with the eldest brother Tianguang, he is more shrewd as a businessman. Just now, he was so hot-blooded that he wanted to teach this brat a lesson. He completely forgot that the youngest sister was still there. If he labeled the youngest sister as fierce at the first meeting, he would cry to death. Thinking of this, Guojie said cautiously, Well, youngest sister, actually senior brother is not fierce at all. Just now, I was just angry and fainted. Really? Jiang Yuqing nodded. Yeah, I know. I am not afraid of the second senior brother at all. At least the second senior brother has a positive outlook on life. Jiang Yuqing put the messy things on the table into a cloth bag and pushed it back to Lu Yi, saying with a wry smile, Third senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. These things are all earned by you with great difficulty. You have been traveling around the world for many years, so they are more useful than me. Lu Yi picked up the things and put them back in front of her, saying proudly, No need, your senior brother's face is more useful than any brand. Here, you can take it and you can throw it away if you don't need it. Jiang Yuqing. Thank you, third senior brother. You have said so much. What else can I do? I can't throw it away. Guojie and his subordinates also didn't have dinner. Jiang Yuqing asked Yuzhu to go to the kitchen again and ask the kitchen to speed up the time to prepare the food for 20 people. No matter what, the quantity must be large. Yuzhu came back with a tray soon after she left, followed by a little maid, who also carried food. 4 hot dishes and a soup were placed on the table. Jiang Yuqing said apologetically, It's too late. There's nothing delicious at home. You two brothers should just eat something. Guojie said, It's already very good. When we were on the road, we ate dry food every day. Needless to say, Lu Yi ate voraciously without even raising his head. This fellow roamed the world and did not follow the ordinary path. Sometimes he offended someone and was hunted by them, and sometimes he went to pick some rare poisonous grasses and insects. He often traveled through the primitive jungle and could not even get a dry biscuit. He often ate whatever he could catch. Generally, he would just roast it and eat it, and he would not care about the taste as long as it was not poisonous. Not to mention such a proper meal. For him, this was already heaven. After the meal, the 3 brothers and sisters talked for a while, and Jiang Yuqing arranged for the two to wash and rest. They had been traveling all day and were very tired. If there was anything to say, they would talk tomorrow. After lunch the next day, Guojie took his people back to Beijing. He had a lot of things to do, so it was not easy for him to stay in the farm for a long time.
Louis stayed.
Although his ideas were a little sinister, he had a good temper and was very patient with Jiang Yuqing. He even allowed Jiang Yuqing to practice acupuncture on him, and he did not run away even when he was screaming. If she encountered something wrong, he would teach her how to insert the needle, where to insert the needle, how deep to insert the needle, whether to twist the needle or lift the needle. In short, he used his practical actions to successfully change Jiang Yuqing's impression of him by 180 degrees. Senior brother is a good senior brother, but perhaps his ideological awareness is a little weird. The brother and sister stayed in the manor for 4 days and finally returned to the capital on May 11th. because tomorrow is the day when Yuan Wuyang will remove the stitches. Jiang Yuqing's days in the capital were extremely wonderful. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, thousands of miles away, Jiang Wenyuan, who was working, received a commendation from the emperor and a letter from the capital. The content of the commendation was that the emperor praised him for educating his daughter well, and the child he taught was smart and intelligent and could be a role model for women in the world. The other letter. As soon as you look at the ant-sized words, you know it was written by his precious daughter. The letter first greeted the elders at home and then talked about what he had done in the capital these days and what interesting things he encountered. Finally, it said that the little brother in the family of County Magistrate Qin turned out to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It said that the emperor and the queen liked her very much, and the emperor even made her the princess of Linghui County, and her fiefdom was increased. She is very happy. After reading the letter, the couple were surprised and delighted. This little rascal has only been in the capital for more than half a month, and she has earned herself the title of County Princess, which is amazing. For some reasons, there are no princesses in the Great Xia dynasty. Among unmarried women, except for the 2 princesses in the palace, only the county princess has the highest status. Now her precious daughter is almost on par with herself in terms of rank. However, there is no proper adult around, and Jiang Wenyuan is afraid that his precious daughter will be bullied. Lu smiled and said that he was worrying too much. Your precious daughter is smarter than anyone else. Now she has caught the eyes of the emperor, empress, and prince in the palace. It's good enough if she doesn't bully others. Jiang Wenyuan thought so too. The couple returned to Zijindu after leaving the government office that day and told their family the good news, and the family was bustling with joy again. Beijing, May 12th, the agreed day. Madame Yuan really brought Yuan Wuyang to the house. She took good care of herself, and the wound healed well. Jiang Yuqing removed the stitches for her neatly and told her that as long as she was careful not to make any big movements recently, she would be completely fine after a few more days of rest. At the same time, he took out a small porcelain jar and handed it to her. This is the ice muscle jade dew cream developed by my master, which is specially used to remove scars. It is very effective. Because the medicinal materials are rare, it is very hard to find. Take it home and apply it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, and there should be no scars. Hearing that it was ice skin jade dew cream, Yuan Wuyang hurriedly put it in her arms like a treasure. Just as Jiang Yuqing said, because the raw materials are rare, a small bottle of this thing has been hyped up to 1,000 gold, and it is still out of stock. With their status in the Jingwa mansion, they only heard that the queen had a small box, which was collected by her like a treasure. Now she actually got a whole box. How could she not be ecstatic? Therefore, the mother and daughter thanked them profusely, and before leaving, they presented 2,000 taels of silver notes and a whole box of dongju. In this regard, Jiang Yuqing only wanted to say, these old-fashioned nobles are really rich, and they are definitely rich. Think about it, her grandfather only got 180 taels for selling such a big Ganoderma lucidum. If it were in the capital, it would be at least 10 times more. The next day, Jiang Yuqing went to the palace again and had lunch with Queen Qin. When she came back in the afternoon, housekeeper Xiao sent another gold-plated invitation. It said that she was invited to attend a Lotus discussion meeting. As a country bumpkin who had just arrived in Beijing, Jiang Yuqing had no idea what the discussion was. The name sounded like the flower meeting last time, so she was not interested. She asked Ryu, who was serving beside her, "Do you know what this Lotus discussion is about?" Yuqing said, "I know. I've been there once before. I followed the Majesty into the palace." It turned out that there was an annual 3-day talent and skills competition for students at the Baoyue Tower by the Baoyue Lake in the south of the city. The competition items included the 6 arts of a gentleman, as well as the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and kuju. And because the annual conference was held when the lotus in the Baoyue Lake was in bloom, this debate was also called the Lotus Debate. At that time, several prestigious Confucian scholars in the capital would serve as judges, and all the major academies in the capital, and even the Imperial College would send people to participate. In addition, the young men and women with talent in the major mansions in the capital would also be invited to watch. It was considered a grand event in the capital. Jiang Yuqing understood that this thing was quite similar to the college student debate and sports meeting in his previous life, and he immediately became interested. In that case, let us go and join in the fun. But I'm just a little girl who has just left the capital. Why would the organizing committee send me an invitation? This is also what she couldn't figure out. Yuzhu said helplessly, County Princess, have you forgotten the poems you wrote at the Peony Flower Festival in Princess Ronghua's mansion? They have already spread throughout the capital. It is said that you have inherited the true teachings of your father, Lord Chingo, and your talent is extraordinary. I guess they invited you for this reason. The Lotus Forum is much more grand than the flower show in Princess Ronghua's mansion. At that time, people from all over the capital will go to watch it, and it will be very lively. Yes, I see. After Jing Yan knew that she had also received an invitation, he made a special trip out of the palace. He told her in detail some matters that needed attention at the Lotus Forum. He would also go that day, and when he went, he would come directly to the Marquis mansion to pick her up. Jiang Yuqing nodded in agreement. Since returning to Beijing, Lu Yi had asked his master, Divine Dr. Qiu, and 2 senior brothers to conscript him into the army, and he was busy all day long. Jiang Yuqing originally wanted to arrange a courtyard for him next to the Huchunyuan, but his master, Divine Dr. Qiu, blocked it. He directly dragged him into his own Huchunyuan, which made Lu Yi scream with anger. Divine Dr. Qiu was worthy of being the one who raised him. He knew the weaknesses of this unreliable third apprentice very well, and he could predict them with every pinch. Every time Lu Yi jumped up to resist, it was of no use. How does the saying go? Your master will always be your master. Therefore, Huchunyuan is bustling with activity every day. As a result, the Qingzhou Marquis mansion unexpectedly became less deserted and more popular. On May 15th, the Dragon Boat Festival, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Early in the morning, an extremely low-key and simple carriage with a green curtain stopped at the gate of the Qingzhou Marquis mansion. A man who looked like a servant came forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a cute little girl and an unruly and handsome young man in a bright red robe ran out. They were Jiang Yuqing and Lu Yi. As for why Lu Yi was so free today and could go out with Jiang Yuqing, it was all because he said to his master, in a few days, my junior sister is going to that stupid meeting with the guy named Jing, and I have to go with her to look after her. So as to avoid being taken away by the big-tailed wolf at any time. Miraculously, his master and his 2 senior brothers all agreed that it made a lot of sense, so they let him out. Louis shamelessly squeezed onto the green curtain carriage. Jing Yan looked at him expressionlessly and ignored him. He was also speechless about this weird third senior brother of the little guy. Because of Fuchio's discussion, there were carriages and people all the way to South City. Among them, there were many luxurious carriages engraved with the emblem of the mansion. The green curtain carriage that the 3 of them were riding in was mixed in the traffic and was not conspicuous at all. When they arrived at Baoe Lake, as soon as the 3 of them got off the carriage, they suddenly heard an angry female voice shouting, Louis. Lu Yi subconsciously turned his head, just in time to see a soft whip with blazing anger coming towards him. Snap accompanied by the sound of whistling through the air. Lu Yi's face changed drastically, and he jumped up from the ground, turned 720 degrees in the air like a kite, and avoided it. Crazy woman, why is it you again? The person who came was a pretty girl in blue with an angry face. Seeing that he dodged, she whipped him again, without saying a word. Lu Yi hurriedly blocked it with a folding fan. The 2 of them fought back and forth, and soon they were fighting fiercely. It also attracted a lot of people to watch the fun. Jiang Yuqing's pair of grape eyes were wide open, filled with stars. This was the first time she saw the martial arts of the ancients. It turned out that they really had light skills and could really ignore gravity and fly in the air. It was so cool, so cool. Especially the young lady in blue was so beautiful and cool. The whip danced vigorously, and the force it brought seemed to have the power to split mountains and rocks, as if it had eyes, and it would hit wherever it pointed. For a while, Lu Yi was chased by her and was in a mess. Lu Yi dodged the whip again and shouted, I said, I didn't mean to peek at you taking a bath, and I also apologized. Why are you still chasing me? As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of sighs all around. He looked like a decent man, but turned out to be a lecher. No wonder he was chased and beaten by girls. He really deserved it. Jiang Yuqing was excited, thrilled. My God, is it so exciting? The gossip genes in his body were so excited that he couldn't suppress it. There was a saying on the internet in the past. Oh, by the way, red and blue have always been a perfect couple. This girl in blue might become her third sister-in-law. She has already begun to fantasize about what to give as a wedding gift when they get married. But the girl in blue became even more embarrassed and annoyed. Shut up, you keep talking, keep talking. He also increased the strength of his hands. In order to avoid accidentally hurting others, especially his lovely little sister, Lu Yi hurriedly used his qinggong to fly to a place with fewer people. The woman in blue was chasing him closely, performing a live version of the "you run away and I chase, you can't fly away" drama, which made the spectators watch the excitement. Jiang Yuqing didn't retract his gaze until they could no longer see their figures. It's too exciting. I must gossip with my master and two brothers when I go back. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the crowd of spectators quickly dispersed and did what they had to do. Jing Yan asked Jiang Yuqing, "Do you want to learn Kung Fu?" Jiang Yuqing shook his head. "I like it, but I may not be able to learn it. Because I have to learn medical skills from my master, and I have to help my father farm, so I don't have that much time." Tuanzi has a clear plan for the future. Besides, she is a cultivator herself, so she can protect herself enough. It doesn't matter whether she learns martial arts or not. Baoyue Tower is a 3-story brick concrete wood structure. In the middle of the first floor is a large round platform, surrounded by step seats. It was built 20 years ago by major academies in Beijing specifically for the Lotus Discussion Conference. But the Lotus Discussion Conference only lasts 3 days a year, and the rest of the time it is empty. It caused a huge waste of resources. Later, a smart guy took a fancy to the popularity, venue, and feng shui here. He bought it from the academy and turned it into an auction venue, doing a unique business in Beijing and making a lot of money. Because when it was bought, Baoyue Tower signed a contract with major academies in Beijing. Every year from May 15th to May 18th, Baoyue Tower will be vacant for the academies to hold the Lotus Discussion Conference. It has been like this for decades. It can be regarded as a win-win situation. The first day is the literary competition. The host is the Imperial Academy Banquet Jijio. There are 5 big guys sitting on the stage, all of whom are famous scholars or masters in various fields in daxia. The participating academy teams sat around the round high platform, competing in piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. The top 3 will be decided in each small event in the academy, and the prizes are generous. Of course, if there are guests who are not convinced, regardless of their status, they can challenge any of the top 3, and the challenged cannot refuse. If the challenge is successful, the challenger will immediately have the rank and prize of the challenged. If the challenged is not as good as others, they can only give up their positions. This is also one of the biggest highlights of the discussion conference. The talented scholars from various academies on the stage fought with blood flowing like a river, while Jiang Yuqing in the audience watched with great interest and could not take his eyes off. When it came to the poetry category, the host hung a masked calligraphy on the display stand and then tore off the thick gauze. There was only a big grain character on the white paper. The chief winemaker said, "As everyone knows, in the past 2 years, the Chingo Marquis first planted sweet potatoes, a high-yield grain variety with a yield of thousands of kilograms per mu, and last year planted rice with a yield of 700 or 800 kilograms per mu. It has made a huge contribution to the increase in grain income in daxia. Today, we will take grain as the theme and require you to write a poem within 1 stick of incense. Start now." The ancient talented scholars were indeed talented in poetry. After a while, anonymous 5-character, 7-character, or long poems were written on rice paper and sent to the judging table. After the judges whispered and evaluated, they quickly decided the top 3. However, as in the previous categories, challengers soon appeared. It's just that the level of these two challengers was not very good, and they were quickly defeated, which caused a round of good-natured ridicule. At this time, a sharp female voice suddenly came from a box. I remember that Linghui County Lord of Chingo Marquis Mansion is very talented. Why don't you let her come to challenge? Jiang Yuqing recognized this voice. It was Jing Rushi, that scumbag. She was quite happy to hear her father being publicly praised. Hearing this voice, Tuanzi's smile immediately froze on her face. Then it became colder little by little. In such an occasion, saying such words, even a fool would know what she is planning. And Jing Yan's face on the side also darkened. Jiang Yuqing knocked on the table with his curved fingers, and a frost quickly condensed in his eyes. Jing Rushi didn't lose enough face last time, and wants to die again? Since you are looking for death, then this girl will fulfill your wish. Thinking of this, she calmly stood up and walked to the terrace, lifted the beaded curtain and said loudly to the box of Kang County Prince's mansion, "Of course I have no problem. But Princess Jing, why don't you challenge the older brothers in the academy yourself? But let me do it instead?" "Oh, I see. Is it because you lost to me last time in Princess Ronghua's mansion, and you are not convinced, so you deliberately want me to compete with these talented brothers in the academy, and want me to embarrass myself in public? But it was obviously you who provoked me first last time, but ended up losing all your valuable jewelry and finally ran away crying, but you can't blame me for this." Ha 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 ha. As soon as Jiang Yuqing finished speaking, the whole building burst into laughter. They were just attending a poetry meeting, but they never thought that they would eat such a big melon from a certain noble lady. It was really a pleasant surprise. This little princess of Qingzhou Marquis' mansion is really straightforward and cute. Jiang Linghui, shut up. Stop talking nonsense, and just ask if you dare to compete. Jing Rushi was angry. Jiang Yuqing said, "I just said that I can do it. But I want to compete with you more. I just don't know if you are wearing so many valuable jewelry today." There was another burst of laughter at the scene, and the noble ladies present that day laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their waists. They secretly thought that Jing Rushi was a fool. Now he was really stripped of his belly band. "Linghui County Lord, you should leave a way out when you do things." This was the voice of an angry old man. Jiang Yuqing guessed that it was probably Jing Rushi's grandfather. Before Jiang Yuqing could speak, Jing Yan took the lead and said, "If the Kang County King has time to threaten others, why not spend more time to manage the younger generation at home? What kind of occasion is this? Let her make trouble." His tone was not high, and his voice was a little childish, but full of oppression. The Kang County King may have heard his voice and dared not to act rashly again. Jiang Yuqing stepped forward, bowed sincerely, and said, "Dear scholars, teachers, Lord Tian, students of the academy, and audiences present. Linghui did not mean to disrupt the venue. I'm sorry, I apologize to everyone." She was young, and was deliberately provoked. She apologized sincerely afterwards, which really won the hearts of the people. While everyone expressed their understanding, they also expressed contempt for the culprit. The reputation of the Kang County Prince's mansion in Beijing was already average, and after this incident, its reputation fell to the bottom. The younger generation did something wrong, not to mention not thinking about reflection, and the head of the family even openly threatened the victim. It was really a mean act, and was looked down upon by others. Although there was a little problem in the middle, which made everyone laugh for a while, the game had to continue. The chief winemaker at the banquet said, "Linghui County lady, what you just said about joining the challenge, does it still count?" Tuanzi said, "A gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses. Of course it counts. Who do you plan to challenge?" "Then the first place," she said loudly to the challenged person. "The first place, brother, I'm sorry, I want to challenge you." The challenged person was also a gentleman, and he bowed to her and said, "Please teach me, county lady." Seeing this, the chief winemaker at the banquet said to Jiang Yuqing, "If so, then please ask the county lady to write a poem on the theme of grain." Jiang Yuqing said, "Okay. But I just learned to write, and my handwriting is very ugly. Can I just read it directly?" The chief winemaker at the banquet said, "Of course, this one is a poem, not calligraphy." Jiang Yuqing searched his stomach for a while, and began to pretend to be thick-skinned again. The first poem is called Mercy for the Peasants, Hoeing the Fields at Noon. The second poem is called Let's Call It Farmer's Home, Calling My Son in the Middle of the Night. The valley grows naturally. After she finished reading, the whole venue was silent. Several great scholars were breathing rapidly. The most powerful great scholar among them was Yen Jiju's father, Yen La Dishi. The old imperial teacher, Yen, stood up first, walked tremblingly to the middle of the stage, and asked Jiang Yuqing loudly, "Child, can you tell me how you came up with these two poems?" Tuanzi said, "It was not me who came up with them. I read them in a torn copy. Because my family is a farmer and lives in the village. My grandfather gets up before dawn, every day. After he gets up, he will call the uncles to get up and go to the fields to work together. If my father is at home, he will also go to the fields with them. In the past, when my father had not yet passed the imperial examination, the family was very poor and had only one cow. The cow had been raised for many years and was so old that it could hardly walk. Grandpa felt sorry for the cow, so he asked the uncles and father to pull the plow and plow the fields. When planting rice and other crops, a lot of weeds would grow in the fields. When weeding, sweat would fall to the ground in strings. After hearing this, the imperial teacher, Yen, said 3 good words after a long time. He originally thought that Jiang Yuqing just had a good memory, but he never thought that it was because the poem was realistic enough. Although it was not written by her, it was really rare for such a young child to remember the poem and her own farming so clearly. There was also a lot of discussion around, saying that it was no wonder that the Marquis of Chingo was not in the capital, but he was still in the emperor's heart. Look, he was a marquis and the old man of the marquis's mansion, but he still went to the fields to farm, so he could grow thousands of kilograms of sweet potatoes per moo and nearly 800 kilograms of rice per moo. Linghui County Master was so young, but she would go to the fields with him and remember everything she experienced in her mind. Even after going to the capital, it was said that she had planted a 3,000-acre high-yield rice field outside the capital. What is farming and reading to pass on the family? This is farming and reading to pass on the family. Before Tianjijio could say anything, the student who was originally ranked first took the initiative to stand up and bowed to admit defeat, saying, "The county master is talented, and the student is convinced of his defeat." His gentlemanly demeanor also won him many praises. Jiang Yuqing scratched his head, a little unsure, and asked Jing Yan, "Little brother, should I say thank you?" "Thank you." Jing Yan nodded while suppressing his laughter. Because she was standing at the outermost edge of the terrace, her voice was quite loud when she asked the question, and it sounded so cute and adorable that it really amused a large group of people. Tianjijio also heard it clearly and said with a smile, "County Lady Linghui, don't be so humble. Come up and claim your prize." Okay, I'll be right there." Jiang Yuqing was naturally happy to have a prize. Under the protection of a dressed as a servant, she opened the door and ran downstairs. The high platform in the middle had more than a dozen steps from the ground, and each step was very high. It was not friendly to a short-legged person like Jiang Yuqing. Seeing that she was struggling to climb, a student couldn't bear it, so he stood up and carried her up. Tuanzi thought that this little brother was simply an angel. So she thanked him politely, but the student was caught off guard by the sudden thanks and went down with a red face. The prize for poetry is 3 rare ancient books. In the eyes of scholars, such things cannot be measured by money, and they are definitely priceless treasures. After receiving the prize, she put one of the books in front of the previous student. She said very seriously, "Big brother, this book is for you. They are yours. I was the one who stole your love." The first place that other people earned by their own ability was ruined by her. Although it was not her intention, it was wrong and she felt guilty. If she didn't do something, she would always feel guilty. The scholar thought he had missed the 3 ancient books and felt regretful, but he never expected that there would be such an unexpected surprise. He hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude, took one of the books with both hands, carefully put it into the book box next to him, and said, "The little county lady is better than me. The other 2 books are yours." Tuanzi thought about it and happily accepted it. He thanked him and said, "You are the best." Maybe you will be admitted to the university next year." The scholar bowed to her and said, "Thank you, young county lady, for your kind words." Jiang Yuqing happily returned to the second-floor box with the remaining 2 rare books. She gave one of them to Jing Yan. Jing Yan didn't need this little thing. After all, it was a token of her love, so he happily accepted it. There was an hour at noon for everyone to rest and eat. In the afternoon, they continued with the literary competitions for other projects. It was a pretty happy day. The next morning, the competition was riding. Daxia's riding was divided into riding and driving a horse carriage. Riding was somewhat similar to the equestrian competitions of later generations. But there were not so many tricks, and it was more practical. Driving a horse carriage was somewhat similar to the driving test of later generations. Jiang Yuqing had only ridden Bai Xiaoshi before. When Bai Xiaoshi carried her, he was afraid of falling, so he did not run very fast. Seeing the players galloping on the racecourse, Jiang Yuqing automatically regarded herself as a cheerleader, clapping loudly for them and cheering them on. She only wished that she could not run 2 laps on the field herself. Seeing that she liked horses so much, Jing Yan touched her little head and said, "When you are older, can I teach you how to ride a horse?" "Yeah, okay." Tuanzi responded, her eyes still fixed on the field. In the afternoon, there was archery, which was equally exciting, but in the eyes of the veterans in the court, these were all children playing house. The last day was the Kuju competition. The game was held at the Kuju field west of Baiwa Tower. This is a very popular sport. The people in the capital all have their own Kuju teams. Jiang Yuqing had just arrived and didn't know any of the teams, so she just watched casually. On the way, Chingo came over and whispered a few words to Jing Yan. Jing Yan frowned, then lowered his head and said to Jiang Yuqing, "Qing, you watch here for a while, I'll be back soon." Jiang Yuqing nodded. "Well, go and do what you have to do. I can take care of myself." These days, Jiang Yuqing followed him out without a maid. Jing Yan had to tell his personal to take good care of her. After Jing Yan left, Jiang Yuqing continued to watch the game. During the halftime break, she felt a little hungry, so she got up and went to the stall outside the field to buy some snacks, and then sat on the stone bench under the shade of the tree outside the Kuju field to eat. After eating too much snacks, she felt a little thirsty. They volunteered to buy her sour plum soup, and Jiang Yuqing agreed. There were still 2 small pieces of oil paper wrapped in her hand, and Jiang Yuqing decided to finish them all at once to avoid waste. At this moment, she felt that something seemed wrong with the clothes behind her. She turned her head alertly and met a pair of cunning frog eyes, who turned out to be a boy of 7 or 8 years old. One of his fat hands grabbed her skirt and lifted it up, and the other hand pulled her pants, smiling maliciously. Jiang Yuqing was instantly angry. Where did this naughty child come from? He could lift up a little girl's skirt at such a young age. It was simply lawless. "Let go." "No." The frog eyes even grabbed her skirt and shook it up and down as if in protest. It was already summer, and the skirts she wore were very light. With this shake, Jiang Yuqing's entire trousers were exposed. Jiang Yuqing said coldly, "I'll say it again, let go." Toad-Eye made a face and said with a playful smile, No, I won't let go. What can you do to me?" Jiang Yuqing stopped talking nonsense with him. To deal with such a naughty child, he needed to give him some direct love education. She immediately threw away the snack in her hand, clenched her fist tightly, jumped up and punched him hard in the eye, and then punched the other eye, which was called even. The boy was caught off guard by her sudden attack and was hit directly. He screamed in pain. Covering his eyes, he took 2 steps back and fell on the grass. Jiang Yuqing walked around the stone bench, pounced on Toad-Eye, and rode on him. His fists rained down like raindrops, hitting the painful places, making him scream and beg for mercy, without the slightest resistance. Jiang Yuqing was not willing to let him go easily, and beat Toad-Eye over and over like a pancake. While beating him, he cursed, "I told you to lift my skirt and pull my pants. You little hooligan, if I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat." She is now at the 8th level of Qi training, and her strength is greater than that of an average adult. If she wasn't afraid of being sued for beating this naughty kid to death, she wouldn't give up so easily. Even so, after Jiang Yuqing got up, her little meaty feet couldn't help but kick Toad Eyes twice before she stopped. Jiang Yuqing was furious, with his hands on his waist, and said to Toad Eyes, who was curled up on the ground and crying loudly, "If you dare to lift the little girl's skirt again, I will beat you every time I see you. Smelly hooligan." At this time, a cry came from far away. A noble lady and a group of maids and women swarmed over like bees, picked up Toad Eyes on the ground, and howled like a child. "My son, who the beat you up like this? This is killing me." Seeing that he had a backer, Toad immediately pointed at Jiang Yuqing and complained, "Mother, it was that little who beat me. It hurts so much, my whole body hurts, it hurts so much." When the noble lady heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised. You actually beat my son like this. Today, I must kill you. Nanny Lin, tie up this little and throw her into the lake." Jiang Yuqing stood there motionless and said coldly in a baby voice, "How dare you? I am the Princess Ling Hui of the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. Besides, your son was at fault in the first place. You want to tie me up and drown me in the lake without asking any questions. How can this make sense?" The woman was so angry that the pearl cross on her head shook. "Bah, if you were the princess, I would still be the queen. Nanny Lin, why are you still standing there? Tie her up and drown her in the lake." When Jiang Yuqing saw that the other party really dared to make a move, he began to pinch his fingers hidden under his sleeves and decided to teach this shrew a lesson. At this time, a cold and trembling voice said, "How come I don't know when the Queen of Daxia was replaced? Or does your Tong family want to change the dynasty? This is not to be underestimated. If you are involved in it, it is definitely a serious crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations." The person who came was Jing Yan. When he came back from his work, he didn't find anyone in the stands of the Kuju field, so he thought she wouldn't go far. He glanced around and saw Deng Sanshui, a little who was buying sour plum soup at a stall. After looking for Deng Sanshui, he went to the direction of Jiang Yuqing. He saw her arguing with someone from a distance. Fearing that she would suffer a loss, he hurried over here. Just then, he heard the woman's nonsense and asked people to tie up the little guy and sink him into the lake. How vicious it is. Deng Sanshui knew this woman. She was the wife of Tong Fuqiu, the Minister of Rights. She was a sister of the exiled wife of Mu Enbo. Zhong knew Jing Yan. After realizing what he had just said, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. When Jiang Yuqing saw him coming back, he immediately pulled his hand and pointed at Toad Eyes and complained angrily. "Brother Yan, I was eating peacefully here, but it was this guy with Toad Eyes, a lecher, and a little hooligan who was crying so loudly. He lifted my skirt from behind and pulled my pants. I asked him to let go, but he refused. He even made faces at me, saying, 'What can you do to me if I don't let go?' I couldn't help it, so I beat him. Besides, he was so big, but he couldn't even beat me. He just cried, which was so embarrassing. Then his mother came. His mother is also a bad person. She wanted to have me and drowned in the lake without asking any questions. After saying that, she squeezed out a few tears. Brother Yan, I don't want to be drowned in the lake. I will drown. After I die, I will never see my father, mother, and you again. Qingqing is scared." While in view of her textbook tea art performance, Bai Xiaosher gave her a thumbs up in the spiritual realm and said, "The Oscars owe you a little golden man." The Lord of the Realm accepted the compliment from the spirit of the artifact without any burden and deeply agreed. Jing Yan did not want to say anything more to this stupid woman. He waved his hand and several secret guards immediately surrounded him. "This man intends to murder Linghui County Lady. Take him back and hand him over to the Dali Temple for investigation." He pointed at Toad Eyes, who was so scared that he could not speak, and said, "Those hands are too dirty. There is no use keeping them. Just destroy them." Zhong suddenly came to her senses and cried loudly, "Your Highness, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Your Highness, please Please spare my life. Please spare my child. He is still young." With a scream, the young master of the Tong family fainted from the pain. His hands were twisted in a strange posture from the wrist, and it was most likely that they were disabled. Seeing this, Zhong rolled her eyes and fainted. It was unknown whether she was frightened by her son's miserable condition or by the impending prison disaster. Even so, he still could not escape the fate of being sent to prison. Madame Tong was taken away, and the servants of the Tong family also carried the half-dead Toad Eyes and ran away quickly. Jiang Yuqing had no sympathy for this. Behind every naughty child is a naughty parent, such as Toad Eyes and her mother. When her son made a mistake, she didn't ask the reason, didn't discipline her own child, but wanted to drown the victim. With such a mother with a negative outlook on life, Toad Eyes will not have any good results even when he grows up. Most likely, he will follow in the footsteps of his cousin, the son of Mu Enbo. Madame Tong and her son were punished. The two of them didn't want to watch anymore, so they turned around and went back home. Jing Yan took her directly to the queen's pepper room on the grounds that she was frightened. She couldn't figure out what the matter of whether she was frightened or not had to do with whether she returned home or not. Is there any special medicine in the palace that can cure fright? It happened that the emperor was there too. Seeing the two kids coming back, he asked calmly, "I heard that you brought someone to the Dali temple?" Jing Yan said dissatisfiedly, "You already know it. Why are you asking again?" The emperor glared at him. "Can't I ask now that I know? I'm your father." Jiang Yuqing was afraid that the emperor would blame Jing Yan, so he quickly admitted his mistake. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't blame me, little brother. I was the one who fought with others first. Oh, you are small, but you are very brave and dare to fight with others." The emperor paused and said, "Did you win?" There was actually a hint of smile in that tone. Tuanzi was no longer afraid and raised her head like a proud little rooster. "We won." The emperor waved at her, and Tuanzi ran up to him. The emperor reached out and touched her little head and praised, "Well done. If you meet a little like this, you have to beat him back hard. If you can't beat him, call for help. If you hurt him, I'll cover you." "Okay." Tuanzi nodded with a smile. The queen, Jing Yan. The emperor left with satisfaction and rescued his son by the way. Tong Fuqiu was still kneeling outside the imperial study. The emperor gritted his teeth. He had not yet settled the score with that fellow Jinshi last time, and this time he had made a big mess again. He wondered if he was too good to the people below him so that a minister's wife could casually drown someone in the lake. She was really bold. Minister Tong's family couldn't even argue about this matter, and no one dared to rescue him. Who would dare to rescue the person sent in by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself? Are they courting death? Besides, the woman surnamed Zhong was really cruel. She dared to drown the titled county lord in the lake in public. She was really stupid. It is all his own fault that he has ended up like this. In the end, Mrs. Zhong, was sentenced to death by hanging for disrespect and attempted murder. Minister Tong was demoted to a commoner for lax family management and abuse of power for personal gain. Tong Fuqiu was thankful that the emperor was merciful and spared his life. Otherwise, the characterization of Mrs. Zhong's words and deeds would not be disrespect but treason. Those who plot treason will be executed with all their clans. If that were the case, dozens of people in the Tong family would have to gather in the underworld. The affairs of the Tong family were handled vigorously. Some people complained privately, saying that Jiang Yuqing was a source of trouble. In the past, there was Mu Enbo's mansion, and now there is Minister Tong's mansion. Anyone who offended her would have a bad end. There were also people who spoke fairly. "Look at how biased your words are. How long has the little girl been in the capital? Who did she offend? You are rushing to make trouble for me. Aren't you just taking advantage of the fact that the adults are not here to bully the young? You are blind and hit a brick wall. Who can you blame for this? Could it be that you can't teach your son well, so you blame the girl? You are a typical victim-blaming theory. I am ashamed to associate with people like you." After saying this, he angrily threw his sleeves and walked away. Of course, Jiang Yuqing didn't know about this. She didn't have the time to care about these things. As of May 20th, more than 300 people have signed up to learn Tianyi, and more than 500 people have signed up to learn nursing. Among them, there are many famous doctors who have been famous for a long time, even from the Imperial Hospital. On May 22nd, after a day of examinations, the list of the first batch of students in Heian Medical School was finally determined. Wu Yu, Qi Ming, and Cheng Feng, 3 doctors who had observed the operation last time, were on the list. On May 25th, the school officially opened. There are 10 formal students in the Department of Clinical Medicine and 5 non-staff members. These 5 people are the 5 disciples of Dr. Chiu. They are both students and teachers. However, one of them has not returned since he ran away after being chased by the girl that day. There must be a teacher among 3 people, and the master and apprentices have their own strengths. Whenever one of them gives a lecture, the others will sit below and listen carefully. Students in the classroom can also raise their hands to ask questions if they don't understand, and the teacher will answer them wholeheartedly. It is precisely because of their selfless spirit of not hiding anything, not sticking to rules and regulations, and focusing on spreading medicine that deeply touched the students in the audience. They also took out their own unique skills or secrets to share and exchange with everyone, which greatly promoted the development of medicine in Daxia. The missing person Liu Yi finally came back late at night 3 days after the start of school. Not only were his clothes dirty and smelly, but they were even torn into rags. Fortunately, his face was fine. As soon as he came back, he asked if there was anything to eat. Jiang Yuqing saw that his face was gray and blue, and he was obviously starving. Jiang Yuqing had to wake up the cook and make him a bowl of egg noodles. This guy ate voraciously without raising his head. Jiang Yuqing was very curious. What on earth had this guy experienced in the past few days to become like this? But he didn't dare to ask. He just asked someone to prepare water and clothes for him and went back to sleep. The next day, when Jiang Yuqing went to Huchunyuan for breakfast, Liu Yi was practicing in the yard. Seeing that she was watching with great interest, he put away his fan and said, "Junior sister, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I will teach you." Jiang Yuqing shook his head. Learning martial arts requires perseverance. Now she has to study medicine, teach as a teacher, and take time to go to the manor. Even at night, she has to practice in the spiritual realm. There is no way to learn martial arts in the United States. Forget it. Besides, she has made some progress in her practice now, and ordinary martial arts masters may not be her opponents. After breakfast, the master and his disciples went to Heian Hospital. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they heard a commotion in the emergency department and someone was crying. It turned out that a dying woman in labor had just been sent there. The child was miscarried, feet first, and the amniotic fluid had dried up. Blood dripped down, and in just a short while, it had formed a small pool on the floor. The midwife was really helpless, so the family members sent her to Heian Hospital. In this case, a cesarean section was the only option, and it had to be quick. Jiang Yuqing asked the man to prepare the technique, and stayed behind to tell the husband of the praetorian. The man disagreed at the time and yelled, "No, no, how can I let other men see my wife, no matter what I say?" It is said that the delivery room is a magic mirror, which can tell whether a woman has married the right person. Obviously, this praetorian was unlucky and married a pig with shady ideas. In this ancient time of blind marriage, she had no right to choose her husband, so she just said that she was unlucky. At this time, this man still has the mood to care about this. But for the praetorian, Jiang Yuqing still held back her anger. In order to make her words more convincing and more imposing, she even climbed onto a high stool and stood there to argue with the man. "We are doctors, doctors. In the eyes of doctors, they are just patients, regardless of gender. Do you want to watch your wife and children die in front of you?" Of course the man was reluctant. His family was poor, and it was not easy to marry a wife. But the operation means that his wife will be seen by other men, which is equivalent to being cuckolded, and he absolutely cannot tolerate it. The man covered his head with his hands and said, "Is there no other way?" Jiang Yuqing wanted to beat this pedantic dog to death, and roared, "We are doctors. We are human beings, not gods. Your wife is risking her life to give birth to your child and continue your family's incense. You disregard the lives of your wife and children for your pitiful male chauvinism. Are you still a man? The man's sister had been taking care of the Praetorian before, and she cried and persuaded her after hearing this. Brother, just sign. My sister-in-law is about to die. Do you really want to watch her die? The man was unmoved, and his face was cold, and he refused to give in. The Praetorian still had some weak consciousness, and tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. It can be seen that she heard everything her husband said. When the two sides were in a stalemate, a middle-aged woman rushed in from outside. As soon as they met, the woman slapped the man hard and cursed, "I will beat you to death, you beast. If I had known you were so cold-blooded and heartless, I should have drowned you in the bucket when I gave birth to you." It turned out that this middle-aged woman was the mother-in-law of the Praetorian, the man's mother. She had gone to borrow money before, so she came late. After beating her son, the woman anxiously said to Jiang Yuqing, "Little doctor, please save my daughter-in-law. We will treat her no matter how much it costs. If there is any chance, please save my daughter-in-law first. She is still young. Children. If you lose a child, you can have another one," the woman said, choking with sobs. Jiang Yuqing finally smiled when she heard this. "Mother-in-law, we will do our best. Besides, only the belly will be exposed during the operation, and the rest of the Praetorian's body will be covered." Jiang Yuqing handed over the consent form for the operation again. The woman wiped her tears and pressed her handprint swiftly, and even pressed her son's head to force him to press his handprints. Jiang Yuqing put the things at the front desk and told them to send them to the dean's office. Then he hurried to the dressing room to change clothes. Jiang Yuqing personally performed spinal anesthesia on the Praetorian, also known as hemisection. This method is safe for the fetus and is a common cesarean section method. After that, a blood bag was put in. The Praetorian lost too much blood. Without a blood transfusion, she would not survive to get off the operating table. Before going to the operating table, in order to encourage the Praetorian, Jiang Yuqing leaned over to the Praetorian's ear and said, "You have a good mother-in-law, so even for your child and your mother-in-law, you must live well. Believe us, you and your child will be safe." The Praetorian nodded with tears in her eyes. Senior brother Tian Guang didn't come today, because of something. The main surgeon today was Master Qiushini, and his assistants were Tian Shanlu and two other students from the medical school, Qi Ming and Cheng Feng. They were also two of the three Jinyang doctors who watched the operation last time. Jiang Yuqing was an anesthesiologist and a part-time commander. As for Lu Yi, he was just a bystander. This guy came back late and didn't catch up with anything. Jiang Yuqing decided to give him special training after returning and never let him lose the reputation of Bien K Valley. This was the first time that the master and his apprentices performed a cesarean section on a living person. Although there were several cases before, they were all corpses that died of dystocia, and there was nothing they could do. Cesarean section is too harmful to the mother, otherwise who would be willing to undergo a natural birth if they could. Modern doctors all advocate natural births as much as possible, not to mention this feudal ancient times. The operation requires cutting 7 layers from the outside to the inside, in order the skin, subcutaneous fat layer, anterior sheath, myometrium, peritoneum, uterine serosa layer, and finally the uterine myometrium. Although it was the first time to perform a cesarean section on a living person, Dr. Chiu, who had experienced countless similar operations before, was very steady in his hands. When the skin and flesh were peeled off layer by layer and the living fetus was seen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they carefully took the child out. Cheng Feng took it over, cleaned the amniotic membrane and vernix caseosa wrapped around the child neatly, and cut the umbilical cord. Afterwards, he patted the child's buttocks gently, and the child immediately burst into tears. The cry was very powerful, and the legs kicked wildly. He was a very healthy and strong boy. He took the swaddle and wrapped the child carefully, and placed him on a small rocking bed with a thick blanket. The mother had already started to suture, first the uterine muscle layer, and finally the skin. All the sutures used were catgut, which can be absorbed by the human body, and the patient no longer had to suffer the pain of removing the stitches. Nearly an hour later, the door of the operating room opened. Chung Feng, holding the child whose umbilical cord he had cut after kissing, followed Jiang Yuqing out with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the family members quickly surrounded him. Jiang Yuqing took off his mask and smiled with relief. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Mother and child are safe. Upon hearing this, the crowd watching outside the operating room suddenly burst into thunderous applause. God doctor. It's really a god doctor. The mother-in-law of the Praetorian took the child, looked at the child's rosy little face, and was full of joy. She quickly raised her head and asked, "Where's my daughter-in-law?" Jiang Yuqing admired this bold and open-minded woman very much, and said, "She is fine and will be sent to the intensive care unit soon. She just had an operation and is very weak. She needs extra careful care. Come with me, and I will teach you what to do." Okay, thank you, little doctor. After a while, Dr. Chiu also came out. Tian Shanglu, Chung Feng, Qi Mingming, and others pushed the Praetorian out of the operating room. The Praetorian's husband seemed to have finally found his conscience and came forward to help push the bed. Seeing his wife's pale face without a trace of blood, the man's face finally flashed a little guilty, and he gently called the Praetorian's name. However, the Praetorian had fallen asleep and did not hear it. Jiang Yuqing believed that even if she was awake, she would probably not pay attention. Once a woman's heart is cold, the man is not far from being cold. This Praetorian is unfortunate, but lucky. Unfortunately, she married a husband who can be called cold-blooded. Fortunately, she met a mother-in-law who treated her as her own daughter. 2 days later, when changing the dressing, the mother-in-law saw with her own eyes the hideous wound on her daughter-in-law's belly. Thinking of the suffering her daughter-in-law had suffered because of giving birth, and then thinking of her own son's cold-bloodedness, the angry mother-in-law pressed her son's head and asked him to see with his own eyes the harm his daughter-in-law had suffered. Looking at the miserable state of his wife's abdomen, the man finally lowered his head with red eyes. After hearing this, Jiang Yuqing was also very sighing and only hoped that this man could change his past and treat his wife better. The medicine given to patients during surgery was all taken out of the spiritual realm. Jiang Yuqing felt that this was not a long-term solution. Dasha's medicine must always be based on the local area and cannot rely too much on plugins. She thought that she had to get the most commonly used and basic anti-inflammatory drugs first. One is medical alcohol for disinfection, and the other is penicillin for sterilization and anti-inflammation. Jiang Yuqing told this idea to her master and several senior brothers. They all agreed with her. In fact, they had long been curious about the magic medicines she had brought out. However, since it was related to the Heavenly Doctor inheritance, they did not ask too much. They heard that some of the medicines could be developed by themselves, and they were all eager to try and were very excited. Among them, Lu Yi was the best. This guy was good at poisons, and the more bizarre the poisons were, the more interested he was. In fact, in some ways, these poisons were similar to the bacteriology of the previous life, or, in other words, they themselves were a kind of bacteria. It would be great to let this guy get involved. Alcohol purification is relatively simple. It is to further distill and purify the strong liquor to make it meet the prescribed standards for medical alcohol. The wine of this era was all made from grain. Fortunately, the weather in the summer of the past few years was good, and the grain output was considerable, so strong liquor was not uncommon. Among these strong liquors, Shaodaozi was the most powerful, and it was said that it was also the favorite of the soldiers guarding the border. It is said to be the strongest wine. Jiang Yuqing measured it and found that the alcohol content was only a little over 40%, which was far from the standard of medical alcohol. Fortunately, when she was studying and working in her previous life, she worked in a winery and saw this kind of distillation equipment. After the drawing was drawn, Jiang Yuqing found Jing Yan. After Jing Yan saw it, he took her to the Ministry of Industry without saying a word. Hearing that this thing was used to purify strong liquor, a group of wine lovers in the Ministry of Industry immediately became interested. Put down the work in hand and study around the drawings. Finally, they gave her a date and sent it to her in 3 days. On the way back, Jing asked if the alcohol could be supplied to the army of Daxiao first after being purified in large quantities. They have been stationed at the border for many years, where the conditions are poor and there are 1 or 2 wars from time to time, and injuries are commonplace. As early as when he saw alcohol in Heian Hospital, he knew that it was a good thing, but it was a pity that this thing was the unique secret medicine of Peony Valley, and there was too little. It is wishful thinking to supply the army in large quantities. If it can be mass-produced in the future, Jing naturally wants to seek more life protection for the soldiers at the border. Jiang Yuqing was a soldier in his previous life and knew how difficult it was for soldiers. Especially in this era, when people can't even get enough food, it is normal for the army to lack clothes and medicine. They fight with cold weapons, many of which have rust. Once they are cut into people, even if the bleeding is stopped in time, a considerable number of wounded will die from wound infection. Therefore, throughout the history of ancient wars, the number of deaths caused by wound infection accounts for a large proportion of the total number of casualties. Therefore, she not only wants to purify alcohol, but also wants to cultivate penicillin. The latter, in ancient times, was definitely a life-saving magic medicine. Once it is born, the benefits it can bring will inevitably attract countless people to envy and flock to it. In short, Peony Valley has money, people, medicine, and reputation, but it does not have enough ability to protect itself. So much so that the Mu Enbo mansion alone could force her world-famous divine doctor to hide in Zhuangzi. Although it was temporarily solved, it also gave a warning to other dignitaries. But with the word profit in mind, who can guarantee that the same thing will not happen again in the future? She urgently needs to find a strong backer for Peony Valley. However, if we talk about which backer is the most powerful, who else can it be except the royal family? Therefore, when she entered the palace today, in addition to looking for Jingyan to help her solve the distiller problem, she also came to discuss cooperation with the emperor. She needs to use these Peony Valley's inherited secret prescriptions as bargaining chips to exchange from the emperor for a guarantee that Peony Valley will not be disturbed by dignitaries and big forces. There is a saying in the previous life that there are no eternal friends between countries, only eternal interests. This sentence also applies to Peony Valley and the royal family. Imperial study. After listening to Jiang Yuqing's plan, the emperor was silent for a long time. After a long time, he said, "Young people are formidable." Then he decisively asked her about the conditions of Peony Valley. This is a disguised agreement. Peony Valley's conditions are also simple, that is, to cooperate with the royal family to establish a national pharmacy. The emperor will provide manpower, raw materials, and space for the national pharmacy, and Peony Valley will invest in the prescriptions of medical alcohol and penicillin as technology. In addition, it is guaranteed that if a new prescription is developed in the future, it will be handed over to the national pharmacy for production as soon as possible. The drugs produced by the national pharmacy, except for supplying military supplies at cost price, the profits from the sale of drugs are divided into 70% and 30%. The royal family will get 70% and Peony Valley will get 30%. However, there is a prerequisite. That is, the director of the national pharmacy must be concurrently served by the masters of Peony Valley in all dynasties. Jiang Yuqing is not interested in these 3 points of profit, but the royal partner. In other words, once Peony Valley becomes the emperor's money bag, in the future, anyone who wants to move Peony Valley will have to think twice. After all, Peony Valley is easy to move, but the emperor's money bag is not easy to move. After listening to it, the emperor nodded in agreement without saying a word. On the one hand, he immediately ordered someone to draft a detailed contract, and on the other hand, he asked Jiang Yuqing to go back and bring the seal of Peony Valley to sign. This kind of good thing is no less than a pie in the sky. Only a fool would disagree. Not only must he agree, but he must also do it quickly. What if the people of Peony Valley regret it after a night? Back at Heian Hospital, Jiang Yuqing quickly called his master and several brothers and nephews together for a brief meeting. The discussion was about opening a medical bureau in partnership with the emperor. The brothers and sisters then realized that their little sister had thought about things ahead of time in a place they didn't know. Not only did she find a big backer for BNK Valley that no one dared to mess with, but she also solved all the hidden dangers in the future. Dr. Chio wanted to pick up his little apprentice and kiss him. He still had a good eye. When he was on the mountain in Chingo, he took a fancy to this little girl with a medicine shovel at first sight and accepted her as his last disciple. Facts have proved that the little girl is not only talented and has a high status, but also has a very good brain. Earned money, earned a lot of money. Divine Dr. Chio happily followed her back to the mansion to get the token and entered the palace. At last, he returned home with a letter of agreement with the seal of the Master of BNK Valley and the Imperial Seal. After hiding the things, he hummed a little tune and went shopping in the front door. We ordinary people are so happy today. In order to celebrate the successful cooperation with the royal family, Jiang Yuqing specially ordered people to prepare a big meal in the evening. Except for Tuanzi, the master and the apprentice were all drunk. After Jiang Yuqing had them sent back to their rooms, he also returned to his own yard. She was in a good mood today and couldn't sleep for the time being. She didn't want to go to the spiritual realm to practice, so she simply spread out the letter paper and wrote a letter to her family. I really miss them. The next day, the emperor announced the matter of the national pharmacy in the court. The ministers were overjoyed when they heard it. There is such a good thing, so of course they will do it. As for the director or not, it's just an empty title, and it's given. Among them, the happiest person was Zhang Xiao, the Minister of Revenue. He always loved to collect taxes and money. He knew that the people in BNK Valley were rich, and he had been jealous countless times, especially when the national treasury was cleaner than his face. However, whether they opened a clinic or a pharmacy, they paid all the taxes they should pay. He couldn't find an excuse to make a plan. He never thought that this time people would send money to his door voluntarily, which must have made the old man very happy. It must be said that the minister was very thoughtful. The matter was unanimously approved and settled. No one knew that it was this national pharmacy that laid the foundation for the later establishment of a separate medical and health department in Daxia. 7 days after the cesarean section, the woman who had a cesarean section was discharged from the hospital. I don't know what her husband had experienced in the past few days. Before leaving, he kowtowed to several doctors, including Jiang Yuqing, who saved his wife that day, and thanked them for saving his wife and children. When leaving, the man carried his wife to the cart outside the clinic in a princess hug, carefully gathered the quilt, and carefully pulled the cart away. Jiang Yuqing really hoped that this man could change his male chauvinism and shoulder the responsibilities that a man should have. Because of the success of several operations before and after, Heian Hospital has become famous. The number of difficult patients sent to Heian Hospital has increased significantly in the past 2 days, including 2 cases of difficult labor. After Heian Hospital convened medical staff for a meeting, it was unanimously decided to open 2 more operating rooms as backup, one of which was specifically used to receive pregnant women. At the same time, the Ministry of Industry also sent the distiller over, which was generally very successful. Dr. Chio and his eldest and second apprentices were too busy to get away. Jiang Yuqing took his third brother Liu Yi to start purifying medical alcohol. It was not ideal at the beginning. Perhaps it was because the temperature was not well controlled, or for some other reason, the purified alcohol could not always reach the degree she wanted. The 2 of them were not discouraged. They tried again and again, improved again, and finally, after 7 days, they successfully extracted qualified medical alcohol with a purity of 75%. The moment the test passed, Liu Yi happily poured a cup, took a gulp, and then choked and coughed violently. Jiang Yuqing was so scared that she hurriedly poured him a whole pot of water before he recovered. She said unhappily, "If you drink that much more, I can only wash your stomach." Liu Yi waved his hand indifferently. "It's not that serious. At most you just drink 2 more pots of water and go to the toilet a few more times." Jiang Yuqing told Jing Yan as soon as the medical alcohol extraction was successful. It's a pity that the National Pharmacy has just started construction. It will take some time to complete. Next, it is the extraction of penicillin. This thing is very easy to extract in the laboratory of the Lingjing General Hospital. It is really difficult to get it outside without the assistance of relevant instruments. The first 2 batches of experiments failed. The 2 brothers and sisters summed up their experience and lessons and started the 3rd batch of experiments. When waiting for the fruit to grow mold, Jiang Yuqing suddenly thought that she might be able to extract allicin first. Although this thing is not as widely used as penicillin, it is also good at killing bacteria and reducing inflammation. Moreover, it can be extracted by steam distillation, the materials are easy to obtain, and it is simple and easy to use. Thinking and doing, Jiang Yuqing went to the vegetable market to buy 2 baskets of garlic and started the experiment with Lu Yi again. With the experience of extracting medical alcohol before, the extraction of allicin was very smooth this time, and it was successfully extracted in the 2nd time. The 2 brothers and sisters conducted several improvement experiments and finally came to an end after ensuring that they could extract a large amount and quickly. At this time, the time has come to mid-July. The weather is so hot that it seems to be roasted. Dr. Chiu was old and couldn't stand the heat. Jiang Yuqing found saltpeter and made ice cubes, put them in an ice jar in his master's room to cool him down. When Lu Yi saw it, he also clamored to put one in his room. When Jing Yan came to see her, he thought the method of making ice with saltpeter was magical, simple, and practical, and soon asked people from the Ministry of Works to learn it. So far, the nobles of Daxia finally ended the history of needing to store ice in winter. At the same time, the watermelons at home were also sent from Chingo to the capital. Jiang Wenyuan was afraid that his daughter would be cheated, so he sent her 5 carts at a time. As a result, after the emperor ate his own share and robbed his son's East Palace, he set his sights on the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. The reason was that the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion had few masters in the capital and could not eat so much. Jiang Yuqing was speechless by the emperor's coquettish operation. There was no way, so she was very sensible and only kept 2 carts, and the other 3 carts were sent to the palace to honor the emperor and empress. Of course, these 2 did not cheat her, and rewarded them with a lot of good things. In fact, there are many watermelons in the spiritual realm, and her father knew it. The reason why so many were sent was to let her cover up. Therefore, she gave 2 baskets of watermelons to her eldest brother and second brother respectively, and she only ate half of it herself and let Dr. Chiu and third brother Lu Yi take the rest. It was the first time for the 3 brothers to eat watermelon. They had no resistance to this lovely and beautiful fruit that was cool, sweet, and thirst-quenching. They really loved it. In the heat wave, the mold of the 3rd batch of oranges also grew well. The brothers and sisters started 3 experiments in a hurry, followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hard work pays off. Finally, on the 7th time, the 2 successfully extracted penicillin. After that, they made improvements again and again. Finally, when the site of the National Pharmacy was built and put into production in early August, they delivered all the prescriptions and mature extraction technologies for medical alcohol, allicin, and penicillin. When Jiang Yuqing came out of the National Pharmacy, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was so tired. For more than 2 months, Jiang Yuqing only traveled between home and the hospital every day. Sometimes he worked too late and was too tired, so he just spent the night in the simple lounge next to the laboratory. Open your eyes and it's penicillin, close your eyes and it's still penicillin. Jiang Yuqing even felt that she was almost pickled with penicillin. Then behind was her home, Heian Hospital and Beijing National Pharmacy. She was so busy that she had no time to go to the farm to see her rice, let alone go to the palace. Jing Yan had come to see her several times. He was also busy during this period, and he had to leave every time he could not say a few words, and he came and went in a hurry. But every time he came, he never forgot to bring her delicious, fun, and useful things. Now that the technology has been delivered, she can finally have a good sleep without worrying about her sudden death on duty one day. She thought with some sadness that she was probably the busiest and most diligent noblewoman in the whole of Daxia. She was busy in her last life and busy in this life. If only one day, she could be a salted fish without having to worry about anything. Of course, sadness about spring and autumn will only last for a while. After a long time, it will seem hypocritical. The independent and autonomous lord of the territory got up the next day, asked Eryu and Nanny Yen to pack up some things, and then ran to the farm with his bag. Nothing else to do. Her 3,000 acres of rice are ripe. Under the bright autumn sun, the golden rice waves rise and fall one after another, like a golden ocean, and also attract farmers around to come and watch. An old farmer looked at the rice inside with envy across the fence. So this is high-yield rice. My God, it's really good. Look at this ear, it's at least 3 or 4 as long as the rice ears in my family, and the millet is dense and strong. This Chingo Marquis is really capable. He can grow such good millet. Another man said, if we can also grow such rice, we will definitely have a lot of food left after paying taxes, and we don't have to worry about starving anymore. Or let's go to the farm and ask if they sell rice seeds. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all thought it was a good idea. One of them said, I heard that this piece of land belongs to the daughter of the Marquis of Qingzhou and is managed by Linghui County Lady. She is also the last disciple of Dr. Chiu. She is a very good person and may be willing to sell it to us. What are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go, let's go. As soon as Jiang Yuqing arrived outside the manor, he saw a group of old farmers with their trousers rolled up and hose on their backs surrounding his manor. The village head was talking to them. Seeing Jiang Yuqing's carriage, the village head's eyes immediately lit up. Our county lady is here. Fellow villagers, please be patient. I will ask for everyone. The people also saw Jiang Yuqing's carriage and made way for him. Jiang Yuqing got off the carriage and asked what was going on. The village head said, these are all nearby villagers. They saw that the rice in our manor is growing well, so they wanted to ask if we would sell seeds after the harvest. Jiang Yuqing saw the simple and earnest faces around him, as if he saw his relatives and fellow villagers who were still in Qingzhou, and he felt a little bit of intimacy in his heart. She told everyone with certainty for sale.
Tirti wen per Jin.
My family's farm will start harvesting in the next 2 days. After entering the warehouse, all grandfathers and uncles can take their own land deeds to the village head and register with the village head. At that time, the government will issue a notice that each acre of land needs 6-8 gene of seeds according to the degree of fatness and thinness. There are still limited high-yield seeds now. I hope you can buy them as needed and don't buy too much. In this way, the seeds saved can be distributed to more families. The old farmers smiled and nodded when they heard it. After getting the answer they wanted, they quickly dispersed and prepared to go home to tell their families the good news. The people like high-yield rice, and the emperor likes the scene of a good harvest more. Jiang Yuqing thought that she might try to invite the emperor. Thinking of this, she immediately asked Yuzhu to deliver a letter to the palace, inviting the emperor to come to her farm to watch the harvest. It is said that Emperor Jing of Xia was very happy after receiving her invitation. Not only that, he simply stopped court for 1 day the next day and brought the prince and all the civil and military officials to come. Her courtyard, which was not very big to begin with, was packed with people. Adding the outer protection of the Yulin guards and the imperial guards, there were at least 1,000 guards. This operation really shocked Jiang Yuqing. Wow, is it so exaggerated? With so many people, she has to provide food, right? Oh my God, are you sure she won't go bankrupt? Miscalculated. Miscalculated. She quietly asked Yuzhu to go to the warehouse to see if they had enough rice. Yuzhu chuckled and said, except for His Majesty and His Royal Highness, don't worry about the rest of the people. They all brought food with them.
Oh.
Jiang Yuqing was relieved now. Very good, the rice jar was saved. It would be a waste to keep so many people pounding the rice. Jiang Yuqing asked people to take out all the sickles stored in the warehouse and gave each person one. If there were not enough, they would ask the surrounding villagers to borrow. Including the emperor, Jiang Yuqing got most of the court officials to go to the fields to help her harvest rice. Lu Yi, who came to watch the fun after hearing the news, secretly gave her a thumbs up. Little sister, you are still awesome. Jiang Yuqing looked at the emperor and ministers who were working hard in the fields with their butts sticking out and tried to press the corners of her mouth down, and then pressed it down again. That's right. Look how considerate I am. I know that Your Majesty and the adults are busy with national affairs every day. I am afraid that they will neglect physical exercise, so I found them a team-building activity that combines sightseeing and leisure exercise. The most important thing is that it is free of charge. Lu Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. He was the only one who could say shameless, so fresh and refined. The emperor and the ministers had never done such hard work. Not only were they slow in cutting, but some of them were so stupid that they cut their hands. Jiang Yuqing simply asked Yuzhu to bring her first aid kit. After applying medicine to them, he placed the box directly on the edge of the field. To prevent anyone from cutting their hands again, it would be troublesome to go back and forth to get medicine. This group of people were busy for less than half an hour, and they were all panting and sweating. So Jiang Yuqing was very considerate and asked them to come up to rest and drink a cup of tea. By the way, another group of free laborers went to the fields. Oh, no, it was another group of adults who urgently needed physical exercise who took over. Emperor Jing of Xia came ashore with a handful of rice in his hand, sweating profusely. He said to Jiang Yuqing with great joy, "Your father is really good at farming. I have been in power for so long, and I have seen a lot of rice planted in the imperial farm, but this is the first time I have seen such good rice. Look at these ears of rice, long, numerous, and full. If the people of Daxia can grow such grains, there will be no more starving people in the world. I thank your father on behalf of all the people in the world." Jiang Yuqing replied in a milky voice, "Your Majesty, there is no need to thank me, because my father said that his wish is to let everyone have enough food." The emperor nodded and said nothing more. A pair of bright dragon eyes looked at the golden rice fields, which were particularly bright. This was also Jiang Yuqing's purpose. The numbers on the memorial were not as impressive as those seen in person. She wanted the emperor to always remember her father and the contributions made by the Jiang family to the country. I hope there will never be a day when the rabbit dies and the bow hides. With more people, even if they're stupid and slow, 2 hours is enough to harvest 5 or 6 acres of rice. The men in the village had no sickles, so they set up more than 10 rice threshers and started threshing rice. When these rice threshers were delivered, the people from the Ministry of Industry taught them how to use them. Now, one by one, the threshers were stomping loudly, and the rice was disappearing one by one, quickly performing the art of disappearing grains. According to them, this thing is fast and light, not to mention how useful it is. When there is too much rice in the rice barrel, one person is assigned to clean the rice barrel, rake off the excess straw, and after cleaning it roughly, put it in a basket and transport it to a special threshing ground to dry. The emperor was also attracted by this thing and was very curious. Jiang Yuqing looked at the workers behind the rice barrel who were tidying the straw against the wind and suddenly thought of a good thing in his mind. Windmill. A windmill specially used to remove chaff. This thing is not complicated. There is a big funnel on the top and a windmill impeller on the left, which also serves as an air inlet. In the middle is a crank and a device that can adjust the wind speed, and on the right is the air outlet. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and suddenly ran to the stalks of the field. Because she ran too fast and her legs were short, she tripped over the straw. Fortunately, she fell on the newly beaten straw and was fine. Jing Yan, who had been paying attention to her, ran over, helped her up, patted the straw on her body, and said worriedly, "Qing, slow down. Are you okay?" Jiang Yuqing shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. I suddenly thought of a good thing to cart rice." Then she turned around and ran again. Jing Yan was afraid that she would fall again, so he had to follow her closely. Tuanzi ran all the way home and ran into the study, panting. Jing Yan also ran along. Jiang Yuqing spread out the paper, took out a bamboo tube charcoal pencil from the pen holder, and began to write and draw on the paper. Jing Yan sat beside her to accompany her. After 3/4 of an hour, she looked up with satisfaction and said to Jing Yan, "Little brother, can you help me invite an official from the Ministry of Industry? I want to make a windmill to turn rice." Jing Yan immediately waved to Deng Sanshui beside him. Deng Sanshui immediately took the order and left. After a while, there was a flurry of footsteps outside the study. The emperor had not arrived yet, but his voice came first. "Girl, I heard that you have made another good thing?" The door opened, and it was the emperor, followed by the Minister of Works and a minor official who was in charge of the rice thresher project. Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "Well, I want to make a windmill to pick up chaff. This will save a lot of effort." Emperor Jing of Xia took the blueprint and looked at it. It was still ugly, but it was much better than the one of the rice thresher a year ago. The emperor comforted himself that the child was still too young, and he couldn't ask too much. It was good to see progress. He didn't understand much about this either. Professional matters should be looked at by professionals. So he took a rough look and handed it to the Minister of Works. The Minister of Works had been in charge of the Ministry of Works for many years. He had seen many strange and bizarre farm tools on weekdays. He understood it after taking a rough look. Needless to say, if this thing was made, it might really save a lot of trouble. He gave the blueprint to the minor official who followed him from the Ministry of Works. This guy is much more professional. He can see the exquisiteness of it at a glance and exclaimed, "Great stuff." But he still doesn't quite understand the details and size. This guy is also a fool. He directly left his boss and his boss's boss there and turned to discuss the details with Jiang Yuqing. After the discussion, he found that His Majesty the Emperor and his superiors were still watching him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and was frightened to confess his crime. His Majesty the Emperor is a pragmatic person. Compared with those officials who are just sitting there doing nothing and can only flatter others, he appreciates people who don't talk much and can only focus on doing practical things. For example, this little official from the Ministry of Works and Tuanzi's father. These people are the real pillars of the country. Therefore, when this little official confessed his crime to him, His Majesty the Emperor generously said, "What crime have you committed? I think you have done a very good job. Do a good job." At the same time, he ordered to reward him with 10 taels of silver. The little official was flattered and thanked him quickly. He took the drawings with detailed dimensions and followed the Minister of Works. They had to hurry back to the Ministry of Works to make it. After they left, only Jiang Yuqing, Jing Yan, the Emperor, and Li were left in the room. The Emperor touched Jiang Yuqing's head and said happily, "I don't know how your little head grew. How can you be so smart?" Tuanzi said proudly, "Of course. Otherwise, what my father said, the feng shui of our family for 200 years has fallen on me alone." The Emperor laughed and cried, "You are fat and you are panting, so immodest." Tuanzi said, "I call it confidence." She took the kiwi fruit peeled by Jing Yan and took a bite, her mouth bulging like a small animal stealing food. After eating a kiwi fruit, Tuanzi wiped her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, you and your little brother sit here for a while. I will go to the kitchen to arrange lunch." The Emperor waved his hand. "Go, go." Tuanzi ran out and ran back again after a while. Leaning against the door frame, the little head poked in half. "Oh, I forgot to ask you what you like to eat," the Emperor said. "Anything is fine, you decide." Tuanzi said happily, "Okay then. I'll watch and do it." After that, he ran away happily again. The Emperor looked at the plate next to his son, which had already peeled a mihu peach and 2 oranges. The oranges were picked without a single string, and you don't need to think to know who they were peeled for. And his side was clean, without any hair. The old father felt sour in his heart, and immediately curled his lips as if he had eaten a lemon fruit, and said, "You really forgot your father after you got a wife." Hearing this, Jing Yan's ears instantly blushed, and his face, which was always expressionless, also showed some discomfort. He had to pretend that "I don't understand what you are saying" on his face, and reluctantly reached out and put the plate of peeled fruits in front of the Emperor. The Emperor sneered and pushed it back. "No, you should take it back to coax your little wife." Sure enough, Jing Yan's ears became even redder, and even his face was stained with a touch of rosy clouds. The Emperor rarely saw this strange sight, and he was very surprised for a while. Then he said seriously, "The little girl is really good, smart, and sensible, and her family background is also acceptable. If you really like her, you can keep her first. Don't tell her family first. I'm afraid if her father knows, he will list you as the first person to refuse to have contact with." Well, son knows. "Thank you, father, for your help." The Emperor started to show off again. The little girl is really capable. Such a person should belong to our royal family by nature. Jing, thank you too early. While waiting for the meal, Jiang Yuqing talked to the emperor about the way to sell rice seeds, and she needed the intervention of officials. This method was originally explored by Jiang Wenyuan, which can maximize the number of people to obtain high-yield grain seeds. The emperor agreed, without hesitation, to something that would benefit both the country and the people. He called in the Minister of Revenue Zhang Xiu and asked him to implement the matter. After Zhang Xiu left, the village head's wife brought lunch. There was a plate of stir-fried frogs, a plate of braised rabbit meat, a plate of stir-fried pork with beans, a plate of steamed eggplant with garlic, a plate of pan-fried tofu, and a Crucian carp soup. The frogs were freshly caught in the fields, and the rabbits were hunted by Lu Yi when he went up the mountain to collect herbs. The rest were home-cooked dishes. There were few dishes, but the portions were sufficient. There were fewer rules and rigidity of imperial meals, and more spicy and fresh countryside. The emperor and his son were very satisfied with the meal. Jing was better. When he followed his uncle in Chingo, he ate a lot of country food. But it was the first time the emperor ate it, and he said it was delicious. He especially liked the plate of stir-fried frogs, saying that the meat was fat and tender, spicy and fresh, and asked if there was any more. Jiang Yuqing said, "There are plenty in the fields. If you want to eat, you can pick the fat ones when you come across them during the rice harvest." The emperor was satisfied. Jiang Yuqing was so happy that he ate an extra bowl of lunch. After lunch, Jiang Yuqing personally arranged a room for the emperor and his son to rest. After the emperor fell asleep, Li Deshun could finally take a breath. Jiang Yuqing quietly tugged at his sleeves and whispered, "Li, I left you a portion of the food just now. It's heated in the pot in the kitchen. I'll bring someone to watch over here for you. You go and eat something quickly." Li touched her little head with emotion and almost cried. "My dear, you are still the best. You always think of our family when doing anything. Go. Go quickly, go quickly." Under her urging, Li Deshun did not refuse her kindness after all, and went to the kitchen to get the food and had a delicious meal. Because the emperor wanted to eat frogs, Jiang Yuqing specifically told the village head to catch another bunch of fat ones. She didn't say that the emperor was going to take them back to the palace, for fear that the village head would faint from happiness. After the lunch break, the ministers had to continue working whether they were willing or not. Didn't you see that the emperor was watching by the field stalks? If they were called out by the emperor for being lazy, it would be a lot of fun. It was not until 2 p.m. that the emperor ordered to return to the palace. These pampered gentlemen, who were used to a life of luxury, just pinched their arms and pounded their legs, and went back with a hum and a hoarse voice. Jiang Yuqing thought maliciously that many people would have to ask for leave for the morning court tomorrow. After sending away these soy sauce workers, the next day, the rice harvesting army officially went online. In addition to the original laborers in the village, Jiang Yuqing also recruited more than 100 people from the villages outside. Nearly 200 people and more than 20 rice threshers were lined up in the fields, making a deafening sound and a spectacular scene. Jiang Yuqing nodded with satisfaction. This is what autumn harvest should look like. Except for a few who were pleasing to the eye, the rest of the pampered gentlemen yesterday were just putting on a show. She wore a small straw hat, carried a small basket, and took by Xiaosher to slowly follow the autumn harvest army to pick up the fallen rice ears. In the distance, a group of children were lying by the fence, watching all this with envy. Jiang Yuqing walked over and saw that they were a group of children aged 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, both boys and girls. Their clothes were all patched. They all held baskets or buckets in their hands, filled with scattered ears of grain or frogs. Seeing her coming, they all took a few steps back, looking a little overwhelmed. Jiang Yuqing asked, "Are you all children from the surrounding villages?" The children seemed to have not expected that this little girl who looked very noble would talk to them, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the older children plucked up the courage to say, "Our father works in this farm. They say that the rice grown here is the best in Daxia. We are not here to make trouble. We just want to come and take a look. Please don't chase us away, okay?" What a simple and lovely child. Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, I am the owner of this farm. If you are willing, you can come in and help me pick up the rice ears. Of course, I can pay you for your work. The children did not expect such a good thing to happen, and immediately nodded and said, We are willing to do it. There was no opening in the fence here, so Jiang Yuqing asked them to take a detour and enter from the main gate. After they ran towards the main gate, Jiang Yuqing asked Yuzhu to pick up the children and find some baskets for them. After a while, the group of children came in with baskets. Once they arrived in the field, they scattered everywhere and spontaneously searched for the lost rice ears, which was very skillful. The men who were working were surprised to see the children come in. Hearing that the boss hired them to pick up the rice ears, they all grinned and asked them to do a good job. Jiang Yuqing carried her small basket and walked to a little girl who was older than her and spoke to her. Sister, have you harvested all the rice at home? All of it has been harvested. My family has a small field, so it will be harvested in a few days. The little girl said, and deftly turned out an ear of rice from the straw, cut it off at the root, and threw it into the basket. How was the harvest? The little girl thought for a while and said, Daddy said that the weather is good today and the grain harvest is more than in previous years. But it is far inferior to the rice in your family. Jiang Yuqing comforted her. It's okay. After the new year, your family will be able to grow such rice. After hearing this, the little girl's face, which was tanned by the sun, showed a brilliant smile. My father said that your family is kind and willing to sell us high-yield grain seeds at a fair price. Dad also said that as long as we grow such grain next year, we will no longer be afraid of going hungry. After opening the conversation, the little girl became less reserved and more lively. She chattered with her about interesting things in the village. Although she also grew up in the village, there was no girl of this age who talked to her so happily. Perhaps, in her body's consciousness, she still needs friends of the same age. Arya was also very happy to see that she had a little girl she could talk to. It is said that when she was in Zijindu in the past, due to some special reasons, her own county lady did not have any good sisters. The young masters in the family are willing to play with their sister, but they are mostly busy with their studies on weekdays and have little time to accompany her. She is also precocious, so she spends most of her time studying. Occasionally, she goes out just to go up the mountain with Dr. Chiu to collect herbs. It was so lonely. The morning passed quickly. Jiang Yuqing asked the children to eat with the adults who were working. She was a very generous employer. In addition to the 51 wages per person per day, the laborers who came to help with the work also had 3 meals a day. Not only were there enough white steamed buns and brown rice, but there were also 3 dishes for every meal, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, plus an egg drop soup. Autumn harvest is a pure physical work. How can you have the strength to work without a full meal? The men were grateful for the generosity of the hostess and worked extra hard. It was a win-win situation. After dinner, the men each found a cool place to rest. Jiang Yuqing asked them to wait until 2 p.m. before they could start working. The autumn heat was at its hottest, and it was easy to get a heat if they were exposed to the sun at noon. Not only that, she also asked the kitchen to boil a large bucket of mung bean soup for the workers to use at any time. After the meal, Jiang Yuqing took a nap. After getting up, she went to the study. She wanted to sort out the work notes and experiences during this period and bind them into a book. Then she would ask someone to copy a few copies and put them in the library of the medical school for students to check at any time. They had been asking her for it many times, but she had never had the time before. Now that she had time, she could do it. After dinner, when they were off work, Jiang Yuqing stood at the gate with a purse in his hand to pay the workers. The children were also given 10 copper coins each. At the end, he gave them 2 of the remaining steamed buns. This was the reward for their hard work today. At the same time, he told them that if they wanted, they could continue to come tomorrow until the autumn harvest was over. The children happily agreed and followed their elders out of the village. The autumn harvest lasted for more than 10 days. During this time, the Ministry of Industry made the windmill that Jiang Yuqing wanted. These people are really smart and have great hands-on skills. The things they made are very useful. Pour the dried rice into the windmill bucket, adjust the wind speed to the second gear, and gently shake the handle. and the chaff will be blown out from the air outlet. Compared with the previous winnowing with a dustpan, it saves a lot of effort. Such good things, naturally, made the laborers jealous. It was heard that the court would soon distribute the drawings to all prefectures, counties, towns, and villages, and if they wanted them, they could find a carpenter to do it for them. The laborers were immediately happy. During the half-month of autumn harvest, God was very kind and no rain fell. Every day was sunny, and the rice was soon dried up, and the chaff was removed by car, packed and weighed. At last count, a total of 2,316,000 caddies were harvested, with an average yield of 772 caddies per moo. When the news reached the palace, the emperor smiled so hard that wrinkles almost appeared on his face. If these more than 2 million caddies of grain seeds were released, plus the harvest in Chingo and several neighboring counties, by next year, almost half of the summer would be able to plant this good seed. He seemed to have seen countless grains flying to his treasury. The emperor immediately waved his hand and rewarded Jiang Yuqing with a bunch of things on the grounds that she had invented new agricultural tools. It was still Li Deshun who went to announce the decree. The whole court was full of envy. Everything went smoothly. These days, the emperor walked with the wind, and his steps were brisk, as if he was a young man, just short of humming a little song. If the big boss is happy, the ministers will have an easier life, and they will naturally be in a good mood when they return home. Indirectly, the whole family atmosphere has become more harmonious. It is cold in the north, and winter will come in October. Crops only have one season a year. After the rice is harvested, all the remaining straw will be burned into ashes to fertilize the fields. In this era, don't talk about environmental protection or not. Being able to fill your stomach is the most important thing. After burning the ashes, Jiang Yuqing asked the village head to purchase a batch of large leaf radish seeds. This thing only grows leaves but no roots, so it's not worth eating. It's healthy when it's raw, and it can survive if you just sprinkle it on the field, and it grows fast. It's usually planted by farmers as feed. Let them grow for 2 months, and when the heavy snow comes, cover them with a thick layer. When the next year, they will be frozen and rotten. Then they can be plowed into the fields and become excellent fertilizer. Jiang Yuqing was relieved of another important matter in the fields. However, she had just returned to the mansion for a few days when she heard the report from the manor that there were always some sneaky people around the manor in the past 2 days, and they were afraid that they were coming for the grain seeds. Although this grain seed is rare, there are many grain seeds in the capital besides her family, such as the Jinghua Mansion and Pingyongho Mansion. Logically, it is not an eye-catching thing. Even so, the emperor still specially sent a team of Yulin guards to guard day and night in shifts. But the old saying goes, you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Jiang Yuqing's eyes darkened immediately. In the evening of the same day, he and Lu Yi disguised themselves and left the city. After arriving at the manor, he quietly summoned the head of the manor and the leader of the Yulin guards who was responsible for guarding the granary together, and so on. A plan to lure the snake out of the hole was formulated. 2 days later, late at night, a huge fire suddenly broke out in the gatehouse at the entrance of the manor. Then someone shouted fire. After being awakened, the people in the manor ran to the fire with buckets of water. At this time, a short man suddenly turned out from the back of the grain warehouse. He first quickly carried a lot of firewood and piled it along the wall, and then poured kerosene on it. Just as he took out a tinder with a grim smile and was about to light it, a man suddenly jumped down from the roof and kicked him a few feet away. He hit the bluestone wall and fainted. This man was Lu Yi. Lu Yi picked up the fallen tinder and waved his hand behind him. Tie him up. The Yulin guards who had been waiting for a long time rushed up and tied the man up and took him away. The open space at the entrance of the manor was now brightly lit with torches. Jiang Yuqing sat in the main seat with a big horse and a golden sword. His little face was tense. However, she was small but the chair was big, so although she didn't look very imposing, she still had to put on a show. After a while, 2 tightly tied bandits were thrown in front of her one after the other. Tell me, who sent you here? The 2 kidnappers snorted, with a look of contempt, not taking her seriously at all. Jiang Yuqing was not annoyed and said calmly, "Since you dare to come to my manor to commit crimes, you must have inquired about my background. I am a doctor, and doctors can save people, but they can also kill people. What's more, they are capable of making people living is worse than death." As she said that, she bent her fingers and knocked on the armrest of the chair. The knock sound was obviously not very powerful, but it seemed that each knock hit the bandits' hearts. In this slightly cool night, it seemed particularly cold. Seeing that the bandits were still unmoved, Jiang Yuqing knew that if she didn't do something fierce, she would not be able to scare them. With a turn of her eyes, she came up with a plan and said, "How about I think of a few ways for you to experience it? There is a kind of poisonous insect in the Miao area in the southwest called the heart-eating goo. As the name suggests, this kind of poisonous insect feeds on human hearts. It has a pair of sharp mouth parts and a pair of powerful forelimbs with serrations. Once it touches the skin of a person with blood stains, it will immediately bite through the skin, drill into his blood vessels, and run to the heart with the blood. It will not kill people immediately, but will only bite through the host's heart bit by bit, and then eat it bit by bit until the last piece of flesh and blood is eaten, and then the host will die. Before that, he will be in great pain." As she said, she took out an object from her sleeve and placed it in her palm. The object was only 1 knuckle long, black in color, with a pair of large serrated pincers on the front, and it was obviously sinister under the firelight. The people around him gasped and took a step back. I thought to myself, my God, there really is such a thing. Don't offend the doctor in the future. This is too scary. Even Liu Yi was shocked. If he didn't know that the junior sister didn't have this thing, he almost took action. Seeing this, the 2 bandits also turned pale and subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, the people were like pigs before being slaughtered, and they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Not only that, Jiang Yuqing also winked at Liu Yi, and Liu Yi understood. He pulled out the knife of the Yulin guard beside him and gently waved it, and a cut immediately appeared on the face of one of the bandits with a broken eyebrow. Blood flowed down instantly. Jiang Yuqing held the little bug in his hand, walked over slowly, gestured on his face, and his voice was like a devil. "Look, my little baby, it's excited. What do you say if I put it on your face? What do you say?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yuqing smelled a foul smell, and this guy was actually scared too. Jiang Yuqing frowned and avoided it. Broken Eyebrow said with a trembling voice, Don't release the worm. I'll tell you everything." The other one was obviously tougher than Broken Eyebrow. Although he was also afraid, he still shouted to stop Broken Eyebrow. "Old 4, you can't be so spineless. Don't say it." Jiang Yuqing glared coldly. "Go, get the kerosene and light it for him. He wants to burn the grain seeds. Let him taste the taste of being burned to death by fire." As he said, he licked his lips evilly. "This girl has roasted chickens and pigs, but I have never roasted people. It's just right to listen to this kerosene burning on the human body. Is it like roasting meat and emitting oil?" At this moment, not only the 2 bandits, but also the people around were shocked. I thought to myself, this little county lady is too scary. I have to talk to my family after returning, and I must not offend her. Sure enough, the knife still hurts only when it is cut on myself. The bandit who had shouted at his companions to be more courageous watched the kerosene pour on him. He was frightened by the pungent smell and peed himself. He cried and begged for mercy. I confess. Don't light the fire. Don't light it." The next thing was easy to handle. The 2 bandits confessed everything decisively. The mastermind behind this was Tong Fuchio's daughter, Tong Xiuzhen. After her mother was executed, the Tong family moved from the former luxurious mansion to a small house in the south of the city. After her father was demoted, he was even more depressed and drank every day to drown his sorrows. Seeing this, several concubines took the family's money and ran away, and the servants were sold out. She suddenly went from being a rich and noble lady to a commoner whom she once looked down on, and she had to take care of a stupid brother who was like a pig. If she didn't have some jewelry on hand, she would not even have enough food. She blamed all the misfortunes on Jiang Yuqing. But Jiang Yuqing was of noble status, and there were maids and old women following him wherever he went. In addition, her master also protected her in many ways, so she could not find an opportunity to attack. Until a while ago, she heard that Jiang Yuqing's rice harvest was great, and all these grains were to be used as grain seeds, and she had a crazy idea in her mind. The Jiang family got started with high-yield grain seeds, and Jiang Yuqing also received a reward from the emperor for this batch of grain seeds. If these grain seeds were destroyed, even if Jiang Yuqing was not imprisoned, she would probably lose the emperor's heart and see what she would do in the future. New hatreds and old grudges added up, so they found these two gangsters. These two gangsters also took on this life-threatening job because the Tong family had done them some small favors in the past, and after Tong Xiuzhen cried and sold her misery. After hearing the cause and effect, everyone present was stunned. Just to vent their anger, they had to burn so many grain seeds, burn the hopes of so many people, and even their lives. How dare she do something that could shake the foundation of the country? This woman, is she crazy? First, there is a mother who drowns people in the lake. Then there is a brother who lifts up the skirts of little girls at a young age. And now there is a daughter who sets fire to grain. How can this Tong family always produce such extreme people? It's really scary. For a moment, everyone felt sympathetic. After the two bandits were taken away and detained, Louis came over and asked Jiang Yuqing, "Why didn't I know there was such a gu in Miaojiang?" Jiang Yuqing threw the insect in his hand to the ground and stomped it to death. He clapped his hands and said calmly, "Because I gave it the name?" Jiang Yuqing pointed to the foot of the village head uncle. "Look, there is another one there." Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, and sure enough, they found an insect exactly the same as the one just now at the feet of the village head, and this one was obviously bigger. The village head was also startled, and hurriedly stepped back 2 steps. After observing carefully with a torch, he asked suspiciously, "Why does this thing look so much like a local dog?" Jiang Yuqing said with a smile, "It is a local dog. The scientific name is luagu. It bites the roots of fruits and vegetables and is a pest. You can still see it in this season, but it will burrow into mud holes when it gets cold later." The village head suddenly realized, "So you were trying to scare them just now?" He said, "How could the young master, who is so cute and gentle, be so vicious? It turns out that it was all a bluff." Jiang Yuqing shrugged and said with a bachelor's face, "The facts prove that it works well." "What about the kerosene?" "We don't have kerosene in our village?" asked another Yulin guard. Louis said, "It's all water." The man obviously didn't believe it. How can water have such a strong smell? The head of the Imperial Guard rolled his eyes at his subordinates. How can the water in the barrels they brought be tasteless? "Don't say you are my soldier when you go out. You are so stupid." The truth of the matter came to light, and there was a burst of relaxed laughter at the scene. Although the criminals were caught, Jiang Yuqing still did not dare to take it lightly. He told everyone to be vigilant and guard the warehouse, and then went back to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yuqing took a small team of Yulin guards and personally escorted the 2 criminals to Beijing. It is said that someone broke into the village at midnight yesterday and tried to burn grain. The mastermind behind the scenes was Tong Xiuzhen, the daughter of Tong Fuqiu, the former Minister of Rights who had been demoted. The emperor was furious. He immediately ordered Tong Xiuzhen to be arrested. At first, Tong Xiuzhen shouted loudly that she was wronged, but with all the evidence, she couldn't deny it. Because what she did was too vicious, she was eventually ordered to be executed by the emperor. On the day of the execution, Jiang Yuqing did not go. I heard from the housekeeper. The people who came to watch the execution filled the entire execution ground, and most of them were people from the surrounding areas of the capital. Everyone was so excited that they wanted to eat their flesh alive. There were actually people who picked up her meat and said they would take it back to feed the dogs. Tong Xiuzhen was a talent for provoking the anger of the people of the entire capital city with her own strength. Lingqi lasted for 3 days in total, until the last piece of meat on her body was sliced off and the executioner stabbed her heart with a knife, ending her short and absurd life. Her father Tong Fuqiu and her brother were implicated by her and could not even be commoners. They were all exiled for 3,000 miles and soon died on the road of exile. So far, The once glorious Tong family has completely collapsed and perished in just a few months and disappeared in the world. The rapid decline of the Tong mansion has once again sounded the alarm for the nobles in the capital. A real man should cultivate himself, manage his family, govern the country, and pacify the world. The second is to manage his family. If you can't even discipline your own wife and son, how can you talk about governing the world and becoming a pillar of the country? This is because the mistresses of the two families married daughters of the Zhong family. Everyone began to question the character and upbringing of the Zhong family. Who would dare to marry a daughter-in-law who could ruin the family? As a result, some families that were originally interested in discussing marriage with the Zhong family lost contact. Even the girls who had been engaged were divorced by their husbands' families. Some married daughters were divorced and sent home. Compared with Tong Xiuzhen, who was cursed by thousands of people and left a bad reputation for thousands of years, Jiang Yuqing was the dream girl of all families. There is even a saying among the people that a daughter should be like Jiang Linghui. In response, Jiang Yuqing just smiled and did not comment. After the grain seed storm, Jiang Yuqing put her mind on the medical school with peace of mind. Occasionally, she would go to the palace to visit the queen. She taught in the medical school during the day and learned Chinese medicine knowledge by the way. After returning at night, she gave special training to the master and apprentices. She focused on training Lu Yi. She found that Lu Yi was really an excellent medical seedling. He has a solid foundation in Chinese medicine and is not inferior to his master, Dr. Chiao. He is young, smart, steady, and fast. This kind of person is born for medicine, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius. If you ask yourself, he is not inferior to me. Before he met Jiang Yuqing, Lu Yi had studied enough of those Chinese medicine cases and only turned to the more challenging poison technique when he felt bored. Now, with the heavenly medical skills brought by Jiang Yuqing, this guy wants to stick to her for 12 hours a day and ask her for medical skills. He is thirsty for knowledge. Therefore, although he is the last one to come, he has made the fastest progress. I believe that it will not be long before his surgical skills can be on par with those of Dr. Chiao. And he in hospital and medical school are now on the right track. There are a huge number of professional medical books provided by Jiang Yuqing as theoretical support and a large number of surgical cases in Heian Hospital as practical operations. Not only the professional skills of Dr. Chiao and his apprentices have improved by leaps and bounds, but even the clinical chief surgeon and 30 surgical assistants in the medical school have also made rapid progress. These students already have a high level of medical attainments, so their understanding and comprehension abilities are not what ordinary people can achieve. It's just that they lack surgery due to the general environment. After this period of intensive training, they have made rapid progress. Now, they can complete some simple suture operations independently, and the quality of their completion is quite high. It is also because of this that Heian Hospital is not only famous in the capital, but also has a good reputation in other places. Many patients with difficult diseases come from thousands of miles away to seek medical treatment. As a result, not only are the beds in Heian Hospital always full, but even the nearby inns are full of people. Recently, Jiang Yuqing saw that there are several inns under construction and the layout seems to be inns. Jiang Yuqing went home from Heian Hall that day. On the way, Yuzhu reminded her, "Tomorrow is the birthday of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Don't forget it, County Lady." Oh, really? She really forgot. Jing Yan told her about this when he went out of the palace to see her 2 days ago. At that time, she was busy correcting homework for her students, so she just responded casually. Now thinking about it carefully, Jing Yan knew her birthday and gave her a gift every year. But she never seemed to care about Jing Yan's birthday. Thinking about it this way, it seemed a bit excessive. How old is he? 10 years old. It seems so, she said with a guilty conscience. I didn't forget. I prepared a gift. As soon as she got home, Jiang Yuqing dismissed the people around her and entered the spiritual realm. After searching for a while, she really couldn't find any suitable gift. She suddenly remembered that before the accident in her previous life, she bought a solar LED desk lamp on Taobao. Originally, She was going to give it as a birthday gift to a child who was hospitalized for being brave. Unfortunately, she died before she could give it to him. Thinking of it, she immediately ran back to her office, dragged out a cardboard box from under the table, opened it, and it was indeed the desk lamp. According to the instructions, she operated it, turning off the light, turning on the light, and changing the color. It worked very well. The most important thing is that it is solar-powered. If it runs out of power, just take it outside to dry it in the sun. She asked Yuju to find a few gift boxes and picked the most beautiful one to pack it up. As a gift for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of a country, the packaging can't be too shabby. Aryu asked curiously what this was. Jiang Yuqing smiled and said that this was a special lamp that came from far away overseas and was one of the treasures passed down by his master. He didn't explain anything else. Aryu stopped asking after hearing that. They were trained in the palace to know what they should know and not to ask anything they should know. For example, if it involves the master's inheritance, they must not ask. At dinner, Jiang Yuqing told his master and senior brother that he would go to the palace to celebrate Jing Yan's birthday tomorrow. They both said they knew. Jiang Yuqing said again, "Master, the Chinese New Year is in 3 months. Can we go back for the New Year this year?" Dr. Chiu was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect her to ask this question. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm afraid not. The medical school and the hospital are just starting. It takes too much time to go back and forth." Jiang Yuqing also knew this truth, but she still felt a little disappointed. Dr. Chiu thought that it had been more than half a year since he left Qingzhou. Although the little apprentice was sensible, he was still young after all, so it was understandable that he missed home. He couldn't bear to see his little disciple sad, so he said, "Master definitely can't leave. If you miss home, how about asking your third brother to accompany you back?" Jiang Yuqing thought about it and shook her head. "If my third brother and I leave, you will be alone in this big mansion. It will be too lonely. No, I can't abandon you." Dr. Chiu touched her little head and said cheerfully, "Silly disciple, have you forgotten that you still have 2 senior brothers in the capital? Can you let Master be alone during the New Year?"
Yes.
Tuanzi's eyes lit up immediately. "Master, then I will go back to celebrate the New Year, and then I will come to the capital to see you after the New Year." "Okay. It's mid-September now, and the weather will be cold in a month at most. If you want to go back to Qingzhou, you must make plans early. Otherwise the road will be difficult to travel when it snows." Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Master. I will wait until the 27th or 28th of the 12th lunar month to leave, and then come back before the Lantern Festival to spend the Lantern Festival with you." Dr. Chiu glared at her. "Silly apprentice, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten how long we walked on the road when we went to the capital? If we go back on the 27th or 28th of the 12th lunar month, I'm afraid you'll have to celebrate the New Year on the road as soon as you leave the capital." Tuanzi said, "No. My brother and I will ride Bai Xiaoshi home. Bai Xiaoshi can fly, and we can get home in 1 day." After a lot of and clattering, after breaking 2 bowls and 2 plates, at least most of the table of food was saved. Jiang Yuqing called someone in to clean up, set up new dishes, and continued eating. Dr. Chiu said, "My dear, is it true that Bai Xiaoshi can fly?" Yes. Bai Xiaoshi said so himself. "But it's so small. It can carry you, but can it carry your senior brother?" Dr. Chiu looked at his third disciple, the resentful one, who was not fat, but he was the tallest among his brothers. He was a full head taller than the old man, and I don't know what he ate to grow taller. Jiang Yuqing said, "Don't look at its small size. It's the result of shrinking. Bai Xiaoshi's body is at least 10 feet long, as high as the gate of Huqinyuan. It will definitely be no problem for him to carry a senior brother." Dr. Chiu said, "Why don't you ask it again?" Jiang Yuqing then asked Bai Xiaoshi, who was eating an apple in the spiritual realm. Bai Xiaoshi said, "Yes, but the premise is that he can't try to take my horns like old man Chiu did." Jiang Yuqing laughed dryly and assured him, "Definitely not, really, I promise." "No way. All those who study Chinese medicine have the same problem. They can't move when they see good medicinal materials." Jiang Yuqing said, "It agreed." But the premise is that you can't try to take its antlers. The master and apprentice nodded in agreement. They were just greedy for a moment, not to mention whether they could beat Bai Shaoshi. If he really touched the antlers, the little apprentice would be heartbroken. They didn't want to hurt the little apprentice's heart for an antler. The next day, Jiang Yuqing packed up and brought her things to the palace. Today is Jing Yan's birthday. As a crown prince, the birthday must be very grand. But the emperor and empress are not extravagant, and Jing Yan himself has no special requirements. Therefore, the East Palace only held a small luncheon and only invited his brothers and sisters, as well as some good companions and friends. Jiang Yuqing is the only girl Jing Yan personally invited. When she arrived, the East Palace was already very lively. The royal family has few children. There are only 2 sons and 3 daughters alive today. Except for the eldest princess who has married far away, all of them came today. Among them, the 7-year-old second prince Jing Si was the first time to see him. Because he was born with a disability, he was quite inferior. Moreover, his biological mother, concubine Li, was not favored, and his family was not prominent. Therefore, except for going to the study room for classes on weekdays, most of the time, he just stayed in his own palace and rarely went out. The third princess brought 2 companions, or perhaps playmates. She has reached the age of marriage and is the oldest among the princes and princesses present. After the new year, the selection of the prince consort will begin. The 7th princess is also 14 years old. Her study companions are also girls from aristocratic families. Jiang Yuqing had met them a few times when she entered the palace. It was just because of her age that they subconsciously treated Jiang Yuqing as a child and excluded her from their small group. They were polite but distant. Jiang Yuqing had experienced this kind of thing a long time ago, and she didn't care much. There was a saying in the previous life that if you are not in a circle, don't force yourself to fit in. Even if you force yourself to squeeze in, the result you get may not be what you want. Anyway, she is busy and doesn't have much time to make friends for the time being. There was a person who she occasionally talked to, Wei Lingyun, but she hasn't seen him for a long time. During this period, Wei Lingyun also came to the Marquis's mansion to find her, but at that time she was busy with Qingmei Su's affairs, either in the laboratory or on the way to the laboratory. Wei Lingyun came twice but couldn't find anyone, so she had to give up. After Jiang Yuqing knew about it, she only sent people to deliver gifts twice, as an apology. Fortunately, Wei Lingyun also knew that what she was doing was very important, so she didn't take it to heart. She just asked someone to tell her that they could go out and play together when she was not busy. In addition to several princes and princesses, the people who came included Jing Yan's 2 companions, Yuan Ji, the eldest grandson of the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, and Cheng Dingyao, the eldest grandson of the Duke of Anggua's mansion. The 2 companions of the second prince, Lu Jiuan, the eldest grandson of the Marquis of Pingshi's mansion, and the eldest grandson of the Song family, the mother's family of the second prince. Most of them were young men between 8 and 10 years old. The gifts given by everyone were all in very expensive small boxes. Only Jiang Yuqing, who came over with a big guy that blocked half of her small body, attracted everyone's attention as soon as she came. Everyone was curious about what kind of gift this little guy had prepared and why it was so big. Jing Yan hurriedly came out to take the big gift box from her hand and said gently, "Such a heavy box. Why don't you let the servants hold it? What if they fall?" Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "Birthday gifts, of course, must be delivered personally to make it meaningful. Brother Yan, happy birthday." "Thank you." Jing Yan held the box in one hand and touched her little head. "Little county lady, what did you take, so big?" a young man asked curiously. Jiang Yuqing said, "The gift has been sent out. You have to ask its current owner." Jing Yan was also curious about what strange things the little guy gave him this time. So he said, "Do and guess, I'll open it for you to see." As he said that, he put the box on the table, and everyone gathered around curiously. He opened the exquisitely carved wooden box and took out a silver-white thing with a very strange shape from it. A round base with a large cover on top. The top of the cover is flat and has a strange dark blue grid on it. The hole looks like a strange big mushroom, and it also looks like the canopy that the emperor held up when he traveled, except that it has an extra base. No one has ever seen it before, and they don't know what it is used for. Even Jing Yan could only look at her and shook his head. Jiang Yuqing smiled and gave everyone a shot of prevention. This is given to me by my master. It is a treasure passed down by my master called a desk lamp. It is a special lighting lamp, which is best used for reading and writing. The light is bright and soft and does not hurt the eyes. It is said that it comes from far away overseas. There is only one. Later, a certain ancestor in the valley invited a master of machinery from the previous dynasty to transform it and install a special mechanism in its body so that it can change color. Everyone became more curious after hearing her words, especially the two companions who were close to Jing Yan. They knew that the several special little objects in the prince's hand were all given by this Linghui County lord, and it turned out that they all came from far away overseas. What they coveted the most was a toy called car. It would run very fast as soon as the spring next to it was turned. Unfortunately, the crown prince would not let anyone see it easily and hid it very tightly. Today, seeing her holding such a big thing again, I asked out of curiosity. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Jiang Yuqing stretched out his finger and pressed the sensor switch, and the table lamp immediately lit up. The soft, bright, and comfortable light enveloped the area of 1 meter in radius. Seeing this, there was an immediate exclamation from the surroundings. Jiang Yuqing then pressed it again, and the table lamp immediately brightened by 1 degree. Everyone exclaimed again, "Wow!" Jiang Yuqing pressed it again, and the table lamp became brighter and brighter, then changed color, and then changed color again, and then became colorful and colorful. Finally, turn off the light. Everyone in the hall, including the palace maids and eunuchs, never closed their mouths. The exclamation almost overturned the roof, attracting the curious and puzzled eyes of the patrolling imperial guards outside. What kind of rare treasure did His Royal Highness get today that made these arrogant princes and princesses shout so loudly? After Jiang Yuqing finished the demonstration, she said, "This desk lamp can't always be this bright. It needs a certain amount of energy to drive it." Then she pointed to the solar panel on the top of the desk lamp and said, "This place is called a solar panel. It collects sunlight and converts it into driving energy for the desk lamp. If the energy of the lamp is not enough and it can't light up, you need to put it in the sun for 2 hours so that you can continue to use it." My God, this treasure is really amazing. It can actually absorb sunlight for its own use. I have learned a lot today. And it is much brighter than candlelight. The light is soft and stable, and it will not shake. The most important thing is that it can be made bright or dim. It works very well. Jiang Yuqing said, "When we go out in a sedan chair, we use human power. If we take a horse-drawn carriage, we use animal power. If we take a boat, we use the power of water and wind. When we dry clothes and quilts on weekdays, we use the power of sunlight. There are many kinds of power in nature, and we also use them in many ways in our lives, but you have never noticed it before." After she said this, everyone suddenly realized that it seemed to be true. In the past, everyone had little contact with her and only heard that she was very smart. Today, when I saw her, she was really very smart. What were they doing when they were her age? Digging mud secretly to play, or acting coquettishly with the elders in the family because they wanted a puppy. But they could already see these things clearly. This is the gap, and I have to admit it. After everyone saw it, Jing Yan carefully put away the table lamp. The group moved to the small garden of the East Palace to play the game of throwing pots. It happened that the Queen of Heaven came with her, followed by several palace concubines. The emperor was in high spirits and offered several ancient objects from the previous dynasty as prizes. He asked them to compete in pot throwing. The rules were to compete in 4 rounds, with 5 arrows in each round. The results of the 4 rounds were added up, and the corresponding prizes were taken according to the ranking. For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized. No one present lacked 1 or 2 things, but the meaning of the imperial gift was different. Everyone tried their best to win the game. After the final competition, Jing Yan won the first place with 20 full arrows. The second prince, Jing Hong, ranked second with 18 arrows, and Cheng Dingzhao, the grandson of the duke's mansion. The third princess ranked third with 15 arrows. Jiang Yuqing ranked last with 0 arrows. Although she played it at home, she almost never hit the target because she was young and lacked arm strength. Now, she is a cultivator, and her physical condition is different from before. She can easily throw it in even without magic. For a cultivator to be against a mortal, it is equivalent to cheating. It's just a game. Doing so will lose the fun of the game itself. Therefore, everyone got something, but she was the only one who got nothing. The emperor asked her, "Girl, do you have anything to say?" Tuanzi raised her head and said shamelessly, "Friendship comes first, competition comes second, and participation is the most important thing." This answer made everyone present laugh. Queen Qin gently touched her little head and comforted her. "You are right. Participation is the most important thing. Our Linghui is still young. We will compete again next year, and one day we will surpass them and take the first place." Tuanzi put her hands on her waist and said loudly, "Yeah, that's it. Don't be in a hurry to laugh at me. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. When I grow up a little bit, one day I will beat you all on the beach." So everyone laughed even harder, and at the same time thought that this child was really fun. In the future, if there are any activities, you can bring her along. After that, there was a lively lunch. The emperor and empress sat at one table with their concubines. Jing Yan and his 2 brothers sat at one table with their study partners, and the 2 princesses sat at one table with their study partners. Jiang Yuqing originally wanted to join the princesses, but before she could do anything, Jing Yan pulled her to his side, so she sat down. The 2 of them were very attentive in serving each other food and pouring water, but Jing Yan served her more. She didn't think there was anything wrong at first because this was how she and Jing Yan got along on weekdays. It wasn't until she saw the guys at the same table winking at each other that she felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw that everyone was looking at her, and then she realized that she seemed to have made a huge mistake. Her brain exploded with a. Tuanzi held a bag of rice in her mouth, and it was not right to chew or not chew. Her cheeks were puffy, like a fat rabbit caught stealing food, silly and cute. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned. After a brief moment of confusion, she reacted immediately and chewed and swallowed the food in her mouth. She pretended to be stupid and said, "Why are you all looking at me? The food is delicious. Why don't you eat it?" Queen Qin smiled meaningfully. "It's really delicious. If you like it, eat more, don't worry about them." She winked at her son. Jing Yan turned his eyes away and didn't dare to look at his mother. His ears were red. But this guy was stubborn and would not give up his feeding behavior just because his behavior would attract other people's strange looks. Whatever happened, it would be the same. Everyone present was not stupid, and they understood something in an instant. Therefore, the dinner table soon returned to its previous liveliness. After dinner, when they were resting, the emperor and queen heard that their son had a very rare treasure and forced their son to take it out in the name of mutual appreciation. After seeing the magic of the lamp, they were also very surprised for a while. However, he also knew that such magical overseas treasures were hard to come by, so it was fine after seeing them. BNK Valley has been passed down for nearly 600 years, so it is not surprising that there are several treasures. There are also many treasures in his private treasury, and 1 or 2 are not a big deal. After the emperor and empress left with the concubines, the young people were left to continue playing in the East Palace. Tuanzi was full and a little sleepy. She leaned on the chair and yawned, and tears came out. She wanted to go home and sleep, but everyone was playing here and was so excited, so she was embarrassed to leave first. She fell asleep while leaning on it. Jing Yan played crossword puzzles with them. Seeing that the little guy hadn't moved for a long time, he was a little worried and looked around. Fong turned around and saw the little girl curled up in the chair and sleeping like a pig. He raised a finger and made a gesture to keep quiet. Then, he walked over gently, picked her up, walked back to his bedroom, put her on his bed, and covered her with a quilt. He whispered to the eunuchs and palace maids to take good care of her, then turned and left. Jiang Yuqing slept for more than an hour. When she woke up, she found herself sleeping on Jing Yan's bed, and Jing Yan was sitting on the table opposite her reading a book. The desk lamp she gave her was placed next to him, and it was emitting a warm and cozy light. Seeing her wake up, Jing Yan put down the book in his hand and came over to help her put on her shoes. Jiang Yuqing rubbed her eyes, trying to wake herself up. Where are they?
They're all gone.
After putting on her shoes, brought hot water, and Jing Yan washed her face himself. The next to him was so upset. He thought to himself that this little county lady was so lucky. She could have the crown prince serve her personally. After washing her face, Jiang Yuqing finally woke up. She looked at the hourglass on the table and saw that it was already the afternoon, and it was time to go home. Although Jing Yan was reluctant, he couldn't keep her any longer, for fear that it would be unsafe on the way back if it was too late. So, he personally sent her to the palace gate. After leaving the palace, Jiang Yuqing saw that it was still early. She thought that she had been in the capital for so long but had never been out for a walk, so she asked the coachman to stop the carriage at the entrance of a busy street. She got off the carriage with Eryu and Nanny Yen, planning to go for a walk before going back. This market is the West Market, which belongs to the wealthy area. Therefore, the goods sold in the shops here are not cheap. She didn't need anything. She just wanted to go shopping. So she went into several shops and didn't buy anything. When she passed by a shop selling roast chicken, she saw many people queuing. A special and rich aroma of roast chicken filled half of the street. Jiang Yuqing did not deny that he was a foodie. When he smelled the aroma, his mouth was watering. He immediately said, "Let's go and queue up too." This idea was immediately unanimously agreed by everyone. Yuqing slurped her saliva and said, "This Li's chicken is a time-honored brand in the capital, and the craftsmanship has been passed down for several generations. There are many people lining up every day. I was lucky enough to have eaten it once, and I still can't forget the taste." Nanny Yen laughed and scolded, "Look at you, you useless guy. You act as if your master is starving you. Hurry up and line up. How many do you want to buy?" Jiang Yuqing thought for a while and asked, "How many people are there in our house now?" Nanny Yen said, "About 50 or 60 people." "So many?" Jiang Yuqing was shocked. Because there was the capable housekeeper Zhao in the house, she was too lazy to take care of these things and rarely asked about them. She just thought that 34 people were the limit. Nanny Yen said, "This is just the beginning. In other families' mansions, there are more than this number of masters. Our mansion is already deserted enough. In the future, when the master, the mistress, the old master, and the old mistress come to Beijing, it will be lively." Jiang Yuqing thought about her own large garden-like house. Cleaning every day is a big project, and there are guards and so on. It would be too much to handle it without so many people. Moreover, since she came to Beijing, she seems to have never expressed anything to the servants in the mansion. I don't know if they will complain about her stinginess behind her back. Thinking of this, her face warmed up and said, "Then buy 60. One for each person, just as a welfare." 60? I'm afraid it won't work.
Why?
Their family stipulates that each person can only buy a maximum of 5 per day, unless they make an appointment in advance.
Ah?
There is still a purchase limit. Jiang Yuqing bit her lip, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? The 4 of us go to the queue together so that we can buy 20 chickens. After taking them home, at least we can guarantee that everyone can taste them. How about it? In fact, this can be regarded as taking advantage of the loophole. Miss, you make the decision. We have no objection." After making up their minds, the 4 of them hurried to queue up. The team slowly moved forward, and after a quarter of an hour, it was finally Jiang Yuqing's turn. The waiter inside was busy sweating, chopping chickens while asking the customer, "How many do you want?" 5. I want 5. The waiter looked up. Where's the person?" "No, it seems to be a little baby voice." Jiang Yuqing shouted helplessly, "Look down a little." The waiter stuck his head out and looked down.
Oh.
It was a little girl, not even half the height of his window. Then he smiled and said, "Little guy, where are your parents? These 5 chickens are not light. Can you carry them?" Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "No problem, just sell them to me." "Okay. Wait a moment, I'll chop the chicken for you." The waiter chopped the chicken, wrapped it with lotus leaves and oil paper, and tied it up. Fearing that it would be difficult for her to carry it, he specially found a light basket to put it in and leaned forward to hand it to Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing stood on tiptoe and reached out to take it, but the basket was intercepted by someone in midair. The man threw down a piece of silver, took the things and left, without even a glance. The waiter got anxious and yelled, "Hey, big brother, this chicken belongs to this girl. You can't steal it." The man turned around with a fierce look in his eyes. "Robbed? Is it considered robbing if you pay money? You are blind." "Hey, sir, how can you talk like that?" The waiter was unhappy and stopped his work to argue with him. Jiang Yuqing took a closer look at the man who stole the chicken. He was huge, with a face full of flesh. His strong muscles could be felt through his clothes, like a brown bear covered with hair. He spoke in a buzzing voice with a strange accent, just like a foreigner speaking Chinese, which was indescribably awkward. On his left belt was a curved knife inlaid with gorgeous gems. The big guy rolled up his sleeves, slapped his chest with his big fists, and said provocatively, "That's how I talk." "What? You want to hit me? Come on, you weakling." Jiang Yuqing noticed that half of his rolled-up arm was tattooed with a wolf's head, and his ears were pierced. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. "This is clearly a... What do you want to do by appearing in disguise in the capital of Daxia?" She stepped back and whispered a few words to Yuju. Yuju nodded and ran away quickly. Mao Xiong is an extremely insulting word. It not only angered the waiter, but also the people in the queue. Everyone condemned Mao Xiong. "How can you be so arrogant? This is too much." "That's right. You think you are justified in robbing things. You are such a big guy, but you bully the weak. You are so shameless." Mao Xiong was accused by so many people, his face darkened, and he drew out the sharp curved knife from his waist and chopped at the open door leaf of the roast chicken shop. With a loud, the door leaf was chopped in half. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that this unreasonable big guy would actually take action in public. Mao Xiong looked at the people who were frightened by him with contempt, and his face showed disdain. A group of weak, two-legged sheep of Daxia. Then he snorted with pride, put away the knife, and turned to walk away. He tripped unexpectedly, and his heavy body, like a bear, fell out like a stone launched by a catapult, face down. His short chin hit the bluestone floor, and the sound was so crisp that it hurt to hear it. The basket in his hand also fell far away, and 2 oil paper bags rolled out of the basket. Luckily, they were not dirty. Jiang Yuqing ran over with a da-da-da sound, picked up the oil paper bags happily, and put them back into the basket. Everyone thought it was funny, but also thought that this child was really bold. However, this was not the end. What happened next was even more shocking to everyone. The little girl walked to Mao Xiong with a basket, stretched out her hand, and pulled a purse from his waist. She ran back to the roast chicken shop with a da-da-da and handed the purse to the waiter inside on tiptoe. He said very seriously, "He chopped down your door, so he has to pay for it."
"Keep it."
The waiter was completely stunned and stammered, "Little girl, run quickly. He seems to be getting up." As he said that, he ran out of the store quickly with a shiny knife for chopping chicken and tremblingly protected Jiang Yuqing behind him. Jiang Yuqing was moved and found it a little funny. At this time, Yuqing and Nanny Yan also came back to their senses and rushed forward to protect her. Jiang Yuqing waved his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, he can't get up." Sure enough, just after he finished speaking, the big guy tilted his head and fainted. As for a doctor, he could do it without anyone noticing, so it was no big deal to knock out a few people. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving a corpse in the street was detrimental to the city's appearance. Everyone wanted to get rid of this annoying thing as soon as possible. There was an old man selling night incense in the crowd. He said that there was a public toilet in the back alley of this street, and they should throw it there to teach this rude guy a lesson. Everyone laughed and thought it was a great idea. As they were talking, Yuju came running over with a team of soldiers. Judging from their attire, they were from the Wuqing Bingmasi. For the first time, Jiang Yuqing felt that it was not a good thing for the people in the government office to be too diligent. She wanted to see some fun, but it was ruined. Nanny Yan's eyes lit up and she immediately went forward to complain. When the soldiers patrolling the streets heard this, they thought, how dare this man openly rob Princess Linghui? Everyone knows that Princess Linghui is one of the top 5 toughest to mess with people in the capital. He looked at the half-chopped door of the roast chicken shop. He dared to draw his sword. Was he afraid that he would not die fast enough? Okay, no problem. No matter if he fainted from the fall, or if he was really fainted or pretending to be fainted. The prison in the yamen of the Wuqing Bingmasi provides meals. The soldier's the man, and the leader bowed to Jiang Yuqing and dragged him away. Jiang Yuqing stuffed the roast chicken basket into the hands of the little leader and winked at him. Thank you for your hard work. These roast chickens are for you to drink. The little leader understood immediately. After walking a distance, he lowered his head and flipped through the basket. Sure enough, he found a snow-white silk handkerchief inside. On the handkerchief, the big word Xiongnu was written crookedly in thick black pen. The little leader was shocked and turned around to tear open the big guy's sleeve. Sure enough, he saw the wolf head tattoo on it, and his face changed drastically. He hurriedly asked his brothers to speed up and take this man back to the prison and keep him under strict supervision, while reporting it as soon as possible. The Xiongnu and Daxia are old enemies. Now these bandits have disguised themselves and appeared in Daxia's capital. In other words, the enemy has drilled into their noses, but they don't know it yet. If something goes wrong, the entire Wuqing Bingmasi will have to suffer. If this guy is really a vicious, Linghui County lady has helped them a lot today. After the people from the Wuqing military department left, everyone came to their senses. This girl's identity is not simple. A man who had been to Heian Hospital for treatment recognized Jiang Yuqing. He was about to shout out in joy, but was immediately stopped by Jiang Yuqing with a look. He nodded excitedly and stood back in the line. After what happened just now, everyone knew that Ryu and Nanny Yan were with her. So she was embarrassed to ask them to line up again. She simply ordered another 60 with the waiter and came to pick them up tomorrow. Out of apology and gratitude, the waiter gave her a 10% discount, the highest discount allowed, for the first time in history. Everyone was happy. On the way, Yuju asked Jiang Yuqing, "County Princess, who was that man just now? I always feel that he seems different from us." Jiang Yuqing sneered. How can the Huns be the same? Hearing this, the 3 women in the carriage were stunned. Yuqing stammered, Xiongnu Tartars. Oh my god, how did they get to the capital? Jiang Yuqing shook his head. I don't know, but it's not a good thing at all. Yuju swallowed, then, County lady, how did you recognize him? Jiang Yuqing said. When he rolled up his sleeves, he revealed a wolf head tattoo, and based on his appearance and weapons. The totem of the Xiongnu is the wolf, and most of them like to use scimitars. Yuju admired. No wonder you asked me to find someone from the 5 cities army and horses division as soon as possible, so that's why. But, County lady, how do you know so much? Jiang Yuqing stretched out his hand and knocked on her forehead. It's very simple. Spend your free time less gossiping and more reading. County lady. Yuju felt a little guilty. She was disliked by the county lady. Yuqing said cheerfully, Aren't the Huns said to be very cruel? How could this guy just now be so useless? We haven't even tried to beat him yet, but he actually knocked himself out, and this is still flat ground. What? You said that the Huns bandit just now knocked himself out. Yuju seemed to have heard a big joke. That's right, you didn't see it just now, I tell you. The 2 yes were discussing heatedly, and Jiang Yuqing only lowered his head and gently touched the green jade bracelet on his right wrist. As if sensing the master's good mood, the leaves of the small thorn gently rubbed the master's palm, hiding his merits and fame. In the capital was quickly reported to the emperor. The emperor ordered an immediate and thorough investigation. At the same time, in an inconspicuous residential building in the South City, a tall man asked his subordinates, Have you made an appointment at the Heian Hospital? The subordinate said, My lord, I have made an appointment for 3 days later. The man rubbed his temples, which were throbbing with pain. Can it be earlier? My eyes are getting less and less useful. The subordinate shook his head. No. Dr. Chiu is too famous, and there are too many people who come to see him. The appointment has been scheduled for 2 months. This is the result of my trickery. Forget it, go down. You have endured it for so long, and these few days are not a big deal. He seemed to think of something again. Where is Abalu? The subordinate said, I don't know, but I have to send someone to look for him. The man looked at the sky getting darker and said, Go. Be secretive. Don't let anyone find out. Yes. An hour later, the subordinate came back. He said in a panic, Master, it's not good. The 7th prince. The man's wolf-like eyes were stern. What happened to him? Tell me quickly. The 7th prince was arrested and taken to the Wuching Bingma division.
What?
The man was furious. How was he arrested? The subordinate looked strange and said speechlessly, He was arrested when he was fighting for roast chicken with others on the street.
Idiot.
Finally, he couldn't help it. With a pop, he smashed the cup in his hand, and the broken porcelain pieces were splashed everywhere. The man tried to calm down the anger in his chest and said, Pack up, we have to move. Where to move? What do you think? The man glared at him with an expression of Are you a pig too? Subordinate. What can he say? It's either the prison cell of Daxia or the post house of Daxia. The master and servant had just packed up. The officers and soldiers of Daxia came and knocked on the door. The flickering light of the fire shone on the faces of the people coming. The man saw clearly that the leader was the head of the Great Xia Ministry of Rights, Shangshu Zhou Yifu. Behind him followed a large group of elite soldiers. Zhou Yifu bowed to the man with a fake smile. Prince, long time no see. I hope you are well. Huyen Shiri pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed insincerely. Long time no see, Lord Zhou. Your Highness has come from afar, but lives in such a small place. It is really unfair. It makes our country of Great Xia seem impolite. Please move to the state guest inn. It is convenient for food and accommodation there, and there are many Yilin guards to provide strict protection 12 hours a day. The 2 princes will be safe. Huyen Shiri smiled dryly. Then thank you for the kindness of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Xia. He paused and said, Whether you believe it or not, I came to your country's capital this time only for private matters. After I am done, I will leave without offending you in the slightest. Hearing this, Zhou Yifu forced a smile. I thought to myself, even the weasel has entered the chicken coop. I don't believe you at all. He just made a gesture of invitation. Please come in, eldest prince. Huyen Zurigan didn't move, staring at him and asked, When will Abalu come back? Zhou Yifu cried out, You are talking about the 7th prince of your country, right? He said with a toothache expression, This is really a misunderstanding. Today, the brothers of the Wuching Bingmasi of our country caught a robber while patrolling the streets. The robber robbed a child's roast chicken and drew a knife to hurt people. As a result, he fainted while running away. According to the laws of our Great Xia, robbers shall be severely beaten with 50 sticks, fined 100 taels of silver, and exiled 3,000 miles. Later, we found out the identity of the 7th prince, and naturally there was no fine or exile. Now, the 7th prince of your country has been sent to the Guobin, and the doctor is probably applying medicine to him now. Huyen Zurigan heard this. His face turned dark blue. The blue veins on his forehead and even his eyelids were twitching. He had heard of the punishment of beating with a stick in the Great Xia. It was to the person's buttocks and press them on a stool to beat them. The pain was secondary, and the emphasis was on humiliation. Although Abalu was a complete idiot, he always looked down on him. But he was also a warrior of their Xiongnu. Their Xiongnu warriors could die, but they could not bear such humiliation. When he thought of his Xiongnu warriors being humiliated by this group of 2-legged sheep of the Great Xia, he almost exploded with anger. Fortunately, he still had some reason and knew that he had to bow his head because he was under the eaves. He had to swallow his anger and swallow this loss for the time being. He swore to the snow wolf god that sooner or later he would take revenge for all this. After Huyen Zurigan was invited to the post house, he really saw Huyen Abalu, who was recovering from his injuries. He was so angry that he pulled out the whip and whipped Abalu's bloody buttocks hard, causing Abalu to violently and scream in pain. He shouted angrily, "Shiri, are you crazy? Can't you see that I'm injured?" Huyen Shiri sneered, "You are crazy. Before coming to Daxia, I repeatedly told you to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. But you dared to draw your knife while openly robbing things on the street. Do you think that the people of Daxia are as stupid as you? Now, all the efforts we have made in Daxia for several years have been destroyed. You are the shame of us, Xiongnu people." Huyen Abalu looked at his angry brother, opened his mouth, and said nothing in the end. He didn't expect that things would be so serious. Huyen Shiri lost his temper and left angrily. If he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but kill this idiot. At the same time, everything that happened here was reported to the emperor. The emperor sneered and ordered people to continue to monitor closely. The next day before lunch, Li's roast chicken shop delivered the 60 young chickens ordered by Jiang Yuqing. Everyone in the mansion had one. There were still 3 left and no one claimed them, so Jiang Yuqing put them in the spiritual realm and took them out whenever she wanted to eat them. She didn't have to go to Heian Hospital for the next 2 days. After telling Eryu that she wanted to go into seclusion, she went into the spiritual realm to practice. She had just broken through the 8th level of qi refining last night. Now she can stimulate the growth of plants within a radius of at least 8 miles and can save a seriously ill and dying person in a few times. She has also mastered various small spells. She has also practiced the formation to the 2nd level and can make soundproof formations, shielding formations, protective formations, etc., and some simple trapping formations and illusion formations are no problem. She found a formation flag and a formation plate in the back hall, but she didn't want to use them. She is not a refiner, so she can't refine such high-end things. If they're broken, there is no place to buy them. Adhering to the principle that everything can be a formation, Jiang Yuqing will use all the objects within reach as formation flags for practice. Sometimes it is stone and soil, sometimes it is flowers and trees. There is nothing she can't use, only what you can't think of. At the beginning, she failed 10 times after 10 rehearsals. She was not discouraged. She calmed down and explored little by little, summarizing the lessons learned from failures over and over again. Slowly, the success rate increased from 10% to 20%, 50%, 70%, and 10 layers. She finally stopped when she could arrange them with her eyes closed. She began to study the killing array again. There are many kinds of killing arrays. The killing array stored in the jade slit that Jiang Yuqing found is called Tiangang Lu Xian Array. As the name suggests, it is a formation that gathers the power of 36 Tiangangs. It is driven by spiritual power and has great lethality. It was once the royal formation of a large sect in ancient times. Jiang Yuqing would certainly not let go of such a powerful formation. After comprehending for a period of time, she tried it with 36 small stones as array flags, and she really arranged it. She felt that she was quite talented in the art of array. However, since it is a killing array, it is not enough to just look good when it is arranged, but also to see its final power. In order to verify the Tiangang Immortal Slaughter formation, Jiang Yuqing took Bai Xiaoshi to the mountains on the other side of the Inheritance Hall and used the trapping formation to capture a group of 3rd-level monsters, Blade Blackrock Bulls. Blade Blackrock Bulls are equivalent to the strength of the middle stage of foundation building. If the formation is not used, Jiang Yuqing will definitely be a delivery man in a single fight. Her with spirit breath is attractive to ordinary animals, and it is also useful for these monsters with a certain degree of intelligence. The only difference is that in the eyes of ordinary animals, she is a treasure, a mother of the earth who can be trusted. In the eyes of these monsters, she is just a chicken and delicious tonic. After trapping them, Jiang Yuqing immediately changed the trapping formation to a killing formation. In order to stimulate the bloodiness of the cattle, he also threw a string of firecrackers into the herd with evil intentions. The Blade Blackrock cattle were indeed enraged and ferocious, with 2 sharp horns like sharp knives on their heads, and they were crazy. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang Yuqing made a gesture with both hands and quickly injected spiritual power into the eye of the Tiangang Lu Xian formation to activate the formation. Then, a bloody scene appeared. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up in the formation, and all kinds of grass, sand, and stones covered the sky and the sun, blowing the cattle so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Countless invisible wind blades, like a slow slicing, ruthlessly harvested the lives of the black rock cattle and burst into a cloud of blood mist. However, in just a few breaths, there were only corpses and broken meat on the ground in the formation, and the blood dyed the whole land red. This is a massacre. After a while, Jiang Yuqing retracted the formation. Even though he had seen countless bloody scenes in his previous life, he couldn't help but turn pale when he saw this situation. This Tiangang Lu Xian formation is really terrifying. Jiang Yuqing hoped that she would never have to use it in her lifetime. She took an empty jade bottle to collect some fresh cow blood, then used magic to dig a big pit, and used vines to roll up the remains of the cattle and the blood-stained soil, and buried them in the pit. After doing all this, she took the cow blood and rode by Xiaoshu back to the Heritage Hall. Taoist priests in the outside world use cinnabar and yellow paper to draw talismans, while those in the cultivation world use monster blood as pigments and talisman paper made from monster skin plus certain spiritual herbs plus certain minerals. She didn't find any inheritance in the refining of talisman paper, so she thought she could try to explore and combine monster blood with the mundane yellow talisman paper to see if she could draw it. She didn't have yellow talisman paper in her hand, so she planned to go to the bookstore to look for it after she finished her retreat. If it didn't work, she could only go to the Xianmen Taoist temple, which was very popular. After leaving the Heritage Hall, Jiang Yuqing went to the medicine field to dig up a lot of good medicinal materials. She was going to share them with her master and several senior brothers. The dug areas were re-sown with seeds and watered with spiritual spring water. Before long, the medicinal herbs would grow again. Is the 6th or 8th crop of rice in the field ripe this year? I can't remember. It's ripe, and it's harvested. The harvested rice has been piled up into a mountain. Fortunately, the warehouse has unlimited capacity. Otherwise, there would be no place to pile it. The fruit forest originally only had fruit trees commonly seen in the south. After arriving in the capital, Jiang Yuqing ate a lot of offerings from all over the country in the palace, and she planted the fruit cores in the spiritual realm. For example, the super sweet loquat, longan, lychee, and mango from tropical areas, and grapes from the western regions. Now they have each developed a large fruit forest. In addition to eating these fruits at home, she has never even sent them to the palace. If they can't be eaten, let Bai Xiaoshu make them into dried fruits or dried preserved fruits, or squeeze them into juice and store them. Anyway, they won't go bad. As for those grapes, Jiang Yuqing had dried them several times before. Now she thinks that she might try to make wine or something. When I go back to my hometown in Chingo this year, I will get a few more seedlings and plant them in the yard at home. If the grapes are good, it is not impossible to buy a mountain to plant them. Next to the orchard is a watermelon field. It is full of big round watermelons. Because Bai Xiaojiu is not there, Bai Xiaoshu felt lonely, so he caught a first-level white-haired little demon beast from the mountains over the inheritance hall as a pet. The little demon beast is not very intelligent, but it likes to cause trouble here the most. He even rolled them around like toys and broke countless watermelons, so he was beaten by Bai Xiaoshu. But this guy refused to change his ways, and Bai Xiaoshu couldn't help it, so he drove it to the mountains east of the medicine field. There were ordinary animals in that mountain range, and soon after the little demon beast arrived there, it crushed all the animals and became the mountain king of that mountain range. It's also ridiculous. After leaving the spiritual realm, Jiang Yuqing wanted to set up a protective array for her mansion. After walking around the wall, she selected some big trees and rocks as the nodes of the array flags. It took nearly an hour to set it up. After activating the array eye, she found that, well, no response? What's the situation? She thought she had made a mistake and checked it carefully twice, and there was nothing wrong. What was the problem? In the end, Bai Xiaoshu couldn't stand it and reminded her, "Stupid, How can there be a response without putting in the spirit stone to drive it? Jiang Yuqing remembered it. The protective array is a long-term consumption array. For example, the mountain protection array of the ancient cultivation sects, because of the extremely huge consumption, the array is generally built on the sect's spiritual veins and is supported by the spiritual veins to operate. Even so, it is not something that can be consumed every day. Generally, the mountain protection array of the sect will not be activated unless it is absolutely necessary. The reason why she set up the array in the spiritual realm with a 100% success rate is that the spiritual realm has enough spiritual energy to support its operation. Although there was spiritual energy in the outside world, it was too insignificant to support the activation of the formation. Unless she used her own spiritual power as support and output it continuously for 12 hours a day, she could ensure that the formation would keep running. But that was almost impossible. Have you ever seen a large protective formation run by manpower? Wouldn't that be a joke? In order to find spiritual stones, she searched the inheritance hall inside and out, but didn't see anything. She did find a lot of miscellaneous things. She complained to Bai Shaoshi, who was lying on the lawn and wagging his tail leisurely, in disappointment. Our ancestor is too poor. He doesn't even have a spiritual stone. I can't even find a cornerstone for the protective formation. Bai Shaoshi looked at her with disdain. Poor? Can't you go down the mountain to have a look? Tuanzi's eyes lit up instantly. From what you said, there are treasures under this mountain? I thought there were only those junks in the temple. Bai Shaoshi complained about her mercilessly. Maybe her ancestor didn't expect that there would be such naive and lazy people among his disciples. Tuanzi, don't make such personal attacks. When I first saw this guy, he looked like a divine deer with a fairy-like appearance, a fairy-like aura, and compassion for the world. Bah, it's all pretending. Poisonous tongue and arrogance are its nature. Moreover, the skill of rolling eyes is 3 points better than that of concubine Hua. However, now is not the time to argue with it. Finding treasures is important. For this purpose, she even went to the warehouse of the General Hospital's Administration Department to carry a legendary and most powerful multifunctional engineer shovel. This thing was twice as tall as her. It looked like a rocket launcher when she carried it on her shoulder. It was quite impressive. Bai Shaoshi took a look at the engineer's shovel and praised it. This thing is not bad. One person and one spirit of the weapon went down to the bottom of the mountain, turned around and stopped in front of a huge and extremely hidden cave. Go in. This is it. Hearing this, Jiang Yuqing ran into the cave with a shovel in his hand. As soon as he entered the cave, Jiang Yuqing was stunned. But in the dim and deep cave, the cave wall was inlaid with gems that sparkled with various colors, dazzling and gorgeous. The brilliant gem light band extended along the cave into the endless darkness, like the Milky Way in the vast universe, shocking and mysterious, and beautiful beyond measure. Bai Shaoshi reminded her, "Your tears are flowing from the corners of your mouth." Jiang Yuqing subconsciously raised her hand to wipe it, and then realized that she had been fooled. He glared at it in a very ungentle way and asked, "Are these spiritual stones?" Bai Shaoshi said, "No, they are spiritual crystals. The best spiritual stones are nothing in front of them. This is a whole vein of spiritual crystals. It's enough for you to practice for 10,000 years. Do you still think your ancestor is poor?" Jiang Yuqing decisively took back what she said before. In front of spiritual crystals, face and other things are nothing. She is so realistic. She put spiritual power into her hands and picked up the shovel without saying a word to start working. After a series of clanging sounds, Jiang Yuqing was silent when she looked at the 3 spiritual crystals in her hands and her hands that were numb from the shock. This thing is actually not that easy to dig. After working in the mine for a whole morning, she was exhausted and panting, but fortunately, the gains were quite good. She threw away the shovel, meditated on the spot, and after running the skills for 3 weeks, she finally revived with full blood. After leaving the spiritual realm, Shiran buried the spiritual crystal he got under the eye of the formation, and then successfully activated the formation. Bai Shaoshi said in a mean way that this piece of spiritual crystal was enough for 200 years. Maybe it would still be there even if her house collapsed. Jiang Yuqing now really hopes that this bear deer can shut up. Don't expect this formation to be able to prevent thousands of troops, just be able to prevent a small thief. There are too many people in this world who can fly, and one day someone might want to lie on her roof to watch the moon. Privacy and security must be very important. After finishing all this, Jiang Yuqing clapped her hands and went back with satisfaction. After lunch, she took another nap. Yuzhu took out a post, which was sent by Wei Lingyun from the general's mansion. September 20th is her 14th birthday, and this is an invitation for her to come to the mansion to attend the birthday banquet. Calculating the time is the day after tomorrow. She thought there was nothing important that day, so she replied to the post and said she would go. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Yuqing took the carriage of his master and senior brother to Heian Hospital. Today was the day when Dr. Chiu was in the clinic. Jiang Yuqing had no classes, so he followed him to learn. The first patient was a young woman who was infertile. After seeing her, Dr. Chiu prescribed a prescription and asked her to go get the medicine. He told her to take the medicine according to this prescription for 2 consecutive months and take a medicinal bath. There should be good news in about half a year. The woman took the prescription and went out with joy and gratitude. Seeing this, Jiang Yuqing was deeply moved. Some people say that traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience and even slander it as witchcraft. Jiang Yuqing would never admit it. Western medicine has its advantages, and traditional Chinese medicine has its own exquisiteness. The cultural treasures passed down by our ancestors after countless experiments and thousands of years of accumulation are definitely not something that some keyboard warriors can slander. They are like 2 exotic flowers of different colors. You can only say that you like the color of one of them, but you can never say that the other one is ugly. After sending the woman away, Divine Dr. Chiu called the next number. Seeing that his master's teacup was empty, Jiang Yuqing volunteered to get some tea. When passing by the corridor, he inadvertently saw a familiar big guy. Isn't this the Xiongnu bear who stole her chicken that day? He should be in the prison of Wuqing Bingmasi now? How did he appear here? This guy was half leaning against the wall, with one hand on his waist, and mumbling something impatiently to the tall man next to him. The man didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. He folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes, and dozed off on the bench. He also had pierced ears, and he looked like a Xiongnu, definitely in the same group. In his hand was a half-broken ebony sign with the word 3 faintly written on it. Oh my God! It turned out to be the 3rd patient who made an appointment with the divine doctor today. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Tuanzi knew what was going on, and after returning to the clinic, he whispered something in Dr. Chiu's ear, and then quickly left. Huyen Zurigan waited in the corridor for a long time, and finally, it was his turn. He entered the clinic full of hope, and just sat down and had no time to say anything. Dr. Chiu glanced at him and blurted out incurable. Huyen Zurigan's face froze immediately. Why not? Dr. Chiu said coldly, I don't like you. Indeed, Huyen Zurigan had heard that this famous and willful doctor had 3 incurables. He never thought that he would also be classified in the 3 incurables category. Huyen Zurigan tried to soften his expression and said, I don't think I know the doctor, nor have I offended him. Why does he dislike me? Huyen Abalu, who limped in, didn't care about that. He raised his fist as big as a bowl and slammed it heavily on the examination table of Chiu, causing the things on the table to bounce up. He said angrily, Old man, I don't care about your broken rules. You have to be treated today, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I will let you taste the power of my fist. Chiu had seen all kinds of scenes. If it was a woman who was throwing a tantrum, he might not be able to do anything. He was not afraid of such a woman. The old man sat there steadily, looked at Huyen Abalu with contempt, and said to Huyen Zurigan with a smile, This is the reason why I won't treat you. Is that enough? Huyen Zurigan looked at his bear-like brother next to him expressionlessly. He secretly hated why he was born in the same with such a fool. He endured, and finally clenched his fists and closed his eyes in despair. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and nodded to Dr. Chiu, saying, Excuse me. After that, he dragged Abalu out of the clinic without saying anything. After Jiang Yuqing left the clinic, she felt more and more that something was wrong. How could this be released so easily and appear in Heian Hospital openly? No, she had to find out about this. So she summoned a bird, and as soon as these guys left the hospital, she immediately followed them to see who they were. As a result, the bird came back and told her that those guys went back to the state guest and angrily. Jiang Yuqing was very surprised. Generally speaking, those who can live in the state guest in are foreign envoys. Since these Huns can live there, I think their status will not be too low. The contradiction lies in the fact that Daxia and the Huns are enemies for generations, and there is no talk of establishing diplomatic relations. There has been no news of Xiongnu envoys entering Beijing recently. Moreover, judging from the reaction of the little leader of the Wuqing that day, they didn't know about this either, so it is very likely that these people sneaked into the capital of Daxia. It is worth pondering that the high-level personnel of the enemy country appeared in the capital of Daxia in disguise and under a pseudonym. But now they actually appeared in the Guobin post house. What's the situation? Jiang Yuqing asked someone to check the list of patients scheduled for today at the front desk and found that the third person should be an old woman with eye disease, not this Xiongnu. Jiang Yuqing sent someone to find the old woman who had made the original appointment according to the address left on the appointment list. The old woman said that a man came a few days ago and said that his master was seriously ill and couldn't hold on for much longer, and offered a high price of 100 taels of silver to buy her number plate. Seeing that the other party gave a lot of silver, she agreed without thinking much. Jiang Yuqing asked the hospital front desk to directly put the old woman on the blacklist. She is not a saint, and she is not used to scalpers. Connecting the events before and after, Jiang Yuqing roughly guessed. That is, the who came to see the doctor today did have some incurable disease. That's why she traveled thousands of miles to sneak into the capital of Daxia to find her master for treatment. It's a pity that a dog can't change its eating habits. They changed their clothes, but they couldn't change their robbery nature. It was probably not long after they arrived in the capital that the hairy bear who was traveling with them was sent to the Wuqing Bingmasi by mistake because of his old habit of robbing. After that, things went smoothly. The people of the Wuqing Bingmasi found out the identity of the hairy bear and caught a bunch of rats. Although such a big rat is disgusting, the other party's identity should still be taken into consideration, so they were taken back to the Guobin. I'm afraid it's just a reception, but it's actually a guard. No wonder the hairy bear limped when he walked. I'm afraid the brothers of the Wuqing Bingmasi didn't greet him a lot. In this regard, Jiang Yuqing only wanted to say well done. She always felt that this matter would not be so easy to end. Thinking that when she returned home later, she would tell housekeeper Zhao that if any strangers came, they should all say that she was not there. Tomorrow is Wei Lingyun's birthday. On the way back home, Jiang Yuqing made a special detour to the silver shop to choose a piece of jewelry as a gift. She didn't know much about the preferences of girls aged 14 or 15 in this era. Finally, under the recommendation of the shopkeeper, she chose a set of 12 pearl headdresses as a gift. The next day, September 20th, Wei Lingyun's birthday. This is Jiang Yuqing's first time to the general of the cavalry mansion. It is different from the graceful and exquisite gardens in the south of the Yangtze River in the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion, and it is also different from the extravagant and luxurious Princess Ronghua's mansion. There are no precious flowers and plants, no rockery and flowing water in the garden of the general of the cavalry mansion, only a very wide martial arts field, and evergreen pines and cypresses on the side of the field. It is simple and unpretentious, but generous. Wei Lingyun's father, general of the cavalry Wei Qing, has been stationed at the northwest border with his eldest son for many years. Therefore, there are only Wei Lingyun's elderly grandmother, mother, and a pair of young twin brothers and sisters in the general of the cavalry mansion, and the population is extremely simple. The general's mansion usually keeps a low profile and is not conspicuous in the capital, where the powerful and the wealthy gather. For this birthday, Wei Lingyun only invited his cousins and some daughters of the 5th and 6th rank military officers he is familiar with. In addition, there are Yuan Wuyang and Jiang Yuqing from the Jingwa mansion. After greeting each other, everyone sat together to drink tea and chat. When talking about the happy part, Wei Lingyun even improvised a set of swordsmanship in the martial arts arena. Yuan Weiyang was so excited that he picked up a sword from the weapon rack and joined in. The two of them staged an extremely exciting duel that could only be seen in TV dramas in the past. During this period, several girls from the military officers' families joined in, and the field suddenly became a 3-on-3 confrontation. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. 10 kinds of martial arts took turns to fight, which was extremely exciting. Seeing this, the girls applauded and cheered for them, and Jiang Yuqing was so excited that his palms turned red. These girls are so handsome and so cool. She thought that the chivalrous woman and heroine in her mind should be like this, full of heroic spirit and heroic appearance. The girls were sweating after the fight and went to their rooms to change their clothes. When they came out, they saw Jiang Yuqing looking at them with sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at some great person. He even took the teapot and poured tea for them, which really made the girls flattered. Because of Wei Lingyun, the girls were not unfamiliar with Yuan Weiyang. But it was the first time for Jiang Yuqing to see him. After a conversation, they were surprised to find that this legendary little county lady was not as difficult to approach as they imagined. On the contrary, she was very lively, cute, and approachable. For example, when eating, she would refuse the service of the servants and eat the food in the bowl cleanly, without leaving a grain of rice, and she was not picky about food. For example, she would say thank you to the servant who served her tea. That kind of respect was not a deliberate expression, but a natural engraving in the bones, as if it was born that way. I heard that when she came to Beijing, she didn't even bring a maid with her, and she did everything herself. The two now were given to her by the Empress. The status and position that the world cares about seemed to be nothing in her eyes. While the girls breathed a sigh of relief, they also felt that it was a great honor to be friends with such a young county lady. Regardless of status, they are just friends who can have fun with each other without any grudges. This is very good. Jiang Yuqing also likes them very much. They are delicate and unpretentious, and they are both civil and martial. It is so comfortable to get along with them. As for the young lady who looks weak, throws her handkerchief and cries at every turn, but is more cruel than anyone else when calculating people behind their backs, forget it. I respectfully decline. Before parting, Jiang Yuqing made an appointment with the girls to go to the suburbs to race horses together, if they were free one day. Everyone agreed. When he returned home, Butler Zhao said that 3 people with strange accents came to the door to find her today, and left when they heard that she was not there. Jiang Yuqing immediately guessed that they were probably the 3 Huns. I heard that her master loved her, so he was going to find a way out from her. What a pipe dream. However, I'm afraid these Huns won't give up so easily. Sure enough, the next morning, Jiang Yuqing was teaching students at the Heian Medical School when the in the palace came to invite her, saying that His Majesty had summoned her to the palace for an audience. Jiang Yuqing recognized this Lin, who was Li Deshun's godson. Last year, he went to Qingzhou as an angel to announce the imperial edict to her family. She remembered that she had rewarded him with a small purse full of copper coins. Later, she met him several times in the palace and greeted him, and they were quite familiar with each other. So she asked Lin, "Do you know what His Majesty wants to see me for?" Lin looked around, bent down and whispered in her ear, "It seems to be related to the Huns." I heard a few words outside the door, as if it was about curing a disease or something. Jiang Yuqing immediately knew what was going on. It seemed that her previous speculation was correct. Using the cover of her sleeve, she stuffed a bulging purse into her hand and said, "Thank you very much. Take this and have a cup of tea." She guessed that those Huns had been rejected by her master, so she had no choice but to find His Majesty the Emperor, hoping to use the situation to pressure him. And Emperor Jing was not a weak emperor himself. Naturally, he would not side with the Huns. The reason for this was probably that these Huns had exchanged some kind of interests with Emperor Jing in order to force her master to take action. How despicable! Emperor Jing was also hindered by his previous imperial decree, so he could not openly find Dr. Qiu, so he had to find his disciples to find out the reason and then prescribe the right medicine. The eldest brother on duty in the palace should be the first to bear the brunt, and he estimated that he did not get any useful information, so he set his sights on her. Jiang Yuqing gritted his teeth. He planned to teach these Huns a lesson. Jiang Yuqing followed Lin all the way to Ziguang Pavilion instead of Qingjing Hall. It can be seen that it was indeed an informal meeting. That is to say, these Xiongnu people were seeking to see Emperor Xia Jing in their private capacity, rather than in the name of the state. When Jiang Yuqing arrived, the main hall of Ziguang Pavilion was already full of people. Except for Emperor Xia Jing, Crown Prince Jingyan, Li, Qinju, and Tianguang, whom she was familiar with, she didn't recognize any of the others. Judging from the colors of the patches on their clothes, there were red and purple, and there were both civil officials and military generals. In addition, there were those 3 people. At this moment, they changed back into their original Xiongnu clothes, and judging from their attire, there was also an attendant among the 3 people. Mao Xiong and the guy next to him, who looked somewhat similar to him, turned out to be the masters. It seemed that they were brothers. Jiang Yuqing saluted. Emperor Xia Jing said to the Mao Xiong brothers, "This is the Linghui County Lord of my great Xia, and also the last disciple of the miracle doctor." The 2 brothers perfunctorily put their right hands on their chests and bowed. The emperor said to Jiang Yuqing again, "These 2 are the eldest Prince Huyen Zurgan of the Xiongnu royal court, and that one is the 7th Prince Huyen Abalu." The 2 thought that Jiang Yuqing would greet them, but what they got was a heavy snort from Jiang Yuqing. The little girl tilted her head to one side, holding her arms high, with a look of disdain on her face. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Isn't it said that this little county lady is the most talented and polite? How come? It seems to be different from the rumors. The emperor also felt strange. What happened to the little girl today? So he frowned and said, "Linghui, don't be rude." Jiang Yuqing still tilted her head and didn't speak. The emperor couldn't argue with a child, so he had to soften his tone and said, "Linghui, these 2 princes went to your master Qiushini for treatment yesterday, but your master refused. Do you know why?" Jiang Yuqing then put down his arm and said, "I know. I told my master not to treat them." As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall was stunned. Abala glared with his bare eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to take action, but was stopped by Su Rigan. The emperor was also surprised. "Why? They offended you."
Jiang.
Oscar-winning actress. Yuqing instantly came online, her little mouth flattened, her big eyes red. Tears fell like beads, pointing at Abalu and said, "It was him who robbed my roast chicken on the street. I had to queue up for a long time to buy it at Li Ji." The big brother in the roast chicken shop went to argue with him, and he pulled out a knife to chop the door of the person. Big bad guy. Wu Tuanzi was wronged and complained while crying. If he didn't complain now, when would he complain? Everyone was stunned and looked at Abalu. Everyone present knew that the 7th prince of the Xiongnu, Huyen Abalu, was arrested and beaten by the Wuqing Bingmasi a few days ago for robbing on the street. But no one asked in detail what he had robbed. It turned out that the victim was Linghui County lady. This big guy like a bear bullied a 3 or 4-year-old child and robbed something as worthless as a roast chicken. Is this something a normal person can do? Jing Yan immediately stepped forward, pulled Tuanzi into his arms, and patted her little back gently. The sight shot at Abalu seemed to want to skin him alive. Emperor Xia Jing also knew about Abalu's robbery. He didn't know that there was such a lawsuit between him and the little girl. He said that Ling Hui's attitude was wrong today, and it turned out that the root cause was here. It's deserved. The little girl cried bitterly, pitifully. Her parents and relatives were not around, and Emperor Xia Jing looked at her and felt really distressed. Moreover, this little girl might be his future daughter-in-law, and since she is a family member, he should protect her. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia Jing put the paperweight in his hand heavily on the table and said to Abalu expressionlessly, "7th Prince, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Abalu couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Jiang Yuqing, "You are talking nonsense. I clearly gave you the money." He said that he seemed to have seen this little 2-legged sheep somewhere, and it turned out to be the kid he had intercepted that day. Qin Ju sneered. "Do they have to give it to you if you pay them?" According to the seventh prince's nonsense, this prince still wants your Xiongnu royal court. Don't you have to give it up too? My dear brother, please be careful with your words. Shirigan said with a gloomy face. You are too much. Chinju crossed his arms and said, I am only speaking the truth. Is this too much? You Xiongnu people call yourselves the people of the Snow Wolf God and the heroic warriors of the grassland. Huh. A warrior who robs a 3-year-old child of a roast chicken. I have seen it today. As he said this, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Zurigan, showing that he was willing to admit defeat. Zurigan's face turned green. His chest rose and fell, and his head began to explode with pain. He clenched and unclenched his fists and clenched and unclenched them again, with veins bulging. He hated Daxia's aggressiveness and his own stupid brother, who had offended the most precious apprentice of the genius doctor. He was also a man who could bend and stretch. He immediately bowed to Jiang Yuqing and said, Abalu is reckless. If he has offended me, I will ask him to apologize to the county lady. I came to Daxia this time just to seek medical treatment. I hope the county lady will consider that I have come from afar and ask your master to help me once. I will be grateful. Jiang Yuqing stopped crying, and his misty eyes looked at Emperor Xiajing ignorantly. The meaning was obvious. Seeing that Emperor Xiajing nodded, Jiang Yuqing went down and said to Shirigan, Okay, I'll talk to the master. You are the elder brother, so you have to take good care of him in the future. Beat him if he doesn't listen. My grandfather said that if a naughty child is disobedient, he must be beaten. If 1 meal doesn't work, he will be beaten for 3 meals. Beat him a few more times, and he will be fine. Pucci, I don't know, who couldn't help laughing, and the whole hall was full of snickers. Some people with low sense of humor laughed so hard that their shoulders were shaking. Even Emperor Xiajing was trying to hold back. He put his hand on his lips and coughed twice. Luckily, he didn't fail. This little girl really has the ability to people off to death. Fortunately, she wasn't angry with her own people. Zurigan's face was dark blue, and the muscles on his face were twitching. He almost bit his back teeth and said, The county lady is right. He really deserves a beating. I will discipline him after I go back. He grabbed Abalu, who was still unconvinced, and said, Apologize to County Lady Linghui. I won't. Abalu didn't want to bow his head to a little 2-legged sheep. Apologize. Under the pressure of Zurigan's murderous eyes, Abalu had to lower his self-proclaimed noble head. He apologized to Jiang Yuqing in a muffled voice. I'm sorry. Jiang Yuqing looked at him for a long time before saying him and scolded him in a baby voice. Next time you want to eat roast chicken, line up yourself. If you rush, people will think your family is so poor that they have never eaten chicken. The king and ministers of Daxia. Hold it in, you must hold it in. Abalu. He is now 1,010,000 sure. This little 2-legged sheep must have done it on purpose. Jiang Yuqing asked Su Rigan to come to the director's office of Heian Hospital tomorrow morning, and she and Dr. Chiu will wait for him in the office at that time. After the matter was resolved, Su Rigan immediately said goodbye and left. He lost so much face in front of the people of Daxia today, and he couldn't stay for a moment. It was all because of that idiot Abalu. If it weren't for him, he would have finished his medical treatment by now, and he wouldn't have been laughed at for so long here like a monkey, and he would have given away so many benefits. Thinking of the 500 horses, Su Rigan's heart was bleeding. All of these needed to be taken out by him personally. That brat was right in one thing. Abalu really deserved a lesson. After the Huns left, the emperor and his ministers in the hall couldn't help laughing. They all laughed so hard that they fell forward and backward, and some even laughed until tears came out. They really lost their image. Even Jing Yan, who was usually indifferent, couldn't help but curl his lips, stretched out his hand to scratch her cute little nose, and said lovingly, Naughty. Emperor Xiajing gave her a thumbs up. Girl, you are great. Jiang Yuqing proudly crossed her arms, held her little head high, and looked proud. That's what he deserves. After returning, the little dumpling apologized to Dr. Chiu as soon as possible. Master, I'm sorry. I promised His Majesty the Emperor to ask you to help. Tuanzi felt guilty. This violated the 3 principles of Dr. Chiu not to save. Dr. Chiu touched his apprentice's head and said earnestly, "It doesn't matter. People live in the world whether they like it or not. There are always some things that need to be compromised. If we don't agree, the Huns may use this as an excuse to send troops to Daxia. At that time, the people will suffer." Tuanzi rubbed her head in the palm of her master's hand. It was because she knew this truth that she cooperated with the emperor to play that scene. The next day, only Su Rigan and his entourage came to the office. As for Abru, she didn't see him again. It's easy to imagine that he must have been taught a lesson by Su Rigan after returning. But she heard that Su Rigan promised 500 horses to His Majesty the Emperor for this matter and asked him to mediate. His Majesty the Emperor agreed to let her pick the 2 best horses first when Su Rigan's horses were delivered. According to Su Rigan's description, he began to have symptoms of headaches and blurred vision at the beginning of this year. After seeing the witch doctor in the royal court, it not only did not get better, but became more and more serious. Later, they had no other choice but to go to the border of Daxia and ask a Chinese doctor to see them. They took a lot of medicine, but there was still no improvement. Later, the headache became more and more severe, and the eyes would see lumps when looking at people or things, and even intermittent blindness. Jiang Yuqing had a rough idea in his mind. After a series of examinations, the results came out, and it was indeed a pituitary adenoma. This tumor is benign and often occurs in young and middle-aged people. The cause of the disease is still unclear. In the early stage, there are no other symptoms except endocrine problems. As the tumor grows, it will slowly compress the surrounding nerves or tissues. At this time, the patient will have symptoms such as headaches, decreased vision, or loss of visual field. At this time, surgical resection is required. Although Su Rigan's symptoms are serious, they are still within the controllable range. Transnasal surgery can be used for resection. Transnasal surgery has the advantages of less trauma and faster recovery. Dr. Chiu explained the cause of the disease and the results of the examination, as well as the treatment methods to be taken and the risks of the operation to Su Rigan. Su Rigan agreed to do it immediately and sign a consent form for the operation. The reason why he was so straightforward was because divine Dr. Chiu was his last hope. If he didn't have the operation, he would go blind. The Xiongnu royal court didn't need a blind wolf leader, nor did it need an eagle with broken wings. If that happened, he would be skinned and torn apart by other brothers who were eyeing him covetously and would be eaten up. The operation was scheduled for the morning of the 3rd day. Jiang Yuqing planned to perform the operation herself. Her cultivation had improved, and after more than half a year of training, she could hold the scalpel steadily. The most important thing was that this operation usually required the use of a neuroendoscope. Divine Dr. Chiu and his team didn't know how to use it, and the most important thing was that there was no electricity outside. So Jiang Yuqing planned to use divine consciousness as an endoscope and, by the way, use some good medicine in his brain during the operation. How does the old saying go? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. It's better to be on guard against bad things like the Xiongnu. The operation was performed under general anesthesia. After a bowl of ma fei san was poured down and Su Rigan was completely unconscious, the operation began. This was her specialty, and with the help of her spiritual consciousness, the operation went very smoothly. At the end, Jiang Yuqing planted a tiny iron thorn seed from Shaojing in a hidden place in his brain. Unnoticed. Don't mention any doctor's rules to her. That was a matter of the last life. This is the era of cold weapons. The prince lying here is a prince of an enemy country. It is very likely that one day in the future, he will lead his Xiongnu cavalry and point his sword at his own country. Mercy is only suitable for one's own people. Besides, she didn't want to kill him, but just in case. If he is law-abiding, it's fine. Then there is no need to keep him alive. After the operation, Huyen's Su Rigan recovered quickly. As soon as he was sure that he was fine, he took his stupid brother and left the capital under the kind and friendly of Daxia until he was sent out of the border. The day after Su Rigan was discharged from the hospital, the hospital sent a man who had his intestines broken by wild boar tusks while hunting in the mountains. Because he was sent too late, he lost too much blood. As soon as the ox cart arrived at the hospital gate, the patient stopped breathing and his heartbeat stopped. Zhu Zi's father is dead. Someone shouted sadly, and the family members who sent him in burst into tears. Jiang Yuqing happened to come out for a breath, and when he saw this, he hurried forward to check and felt that the injured person still had a very weak life. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly grabbed his hand and gave him a ray of life. Then he shouted to the door, "Quick, bring a stretcher. There is still hope." The medical staff inside heard it and rushed out with a stretcher. The family members also reacted and helped to lift the injured onto the stretcher. Jiang Yuqing jumped onto the stretcher, added spiritual power to his hands, clasped his hands together, and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the injured. While doing it, he injected life into the injured. Soon, the stretcher was pushed into the operating room. With Jiang Yuqing's unremitting efforts, the injured person's heart finally resumed beating after half a quarter of an hour. Jiang Yuqing also broke out in sweat, and his small white coat was stained with blood. After that, a series of rescue operations began, including blood tests, blood transfusions, surgery, cleaning, and suturing the broken intestines, and then suturing the abdominal cavity. Jiang Yuqing was the main surgeon. Tiansheng Liu and the third senior brother Liu Yi assisted her, and 2 other surgical nurses handed over instruments and wiped sweat. The operation lasted for a full hour and a half, and was quite smooth. At the end of the operation, Jiang Yuqing was carried down from her exclusive operating bench by Liu Yi. "Little junior sister, you are great." Liu Yi pecked her little face twice excitedly. The little girl was small, but her hands moved steadily and quickly, like running water, and it could even be called a pleasure to watch. His little junior sister was simply a genius among geniuses, and it was not an exaggeration to say that God was chasing her to feed her. Jiang Yuqing wiped his face in disdain and protested dissatisfiedly. "Third senior brother, I'm grown up now. You are not allowed to kiss me anymore." It's really annoying. It's not good for senior brothers to be too enthusiastic. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. The actions of the senior brothers and sisters caused a lot of good-natured smiles in the operating room. After successfully saving a life from the hands of the king of, everyone was in a relaxed mood. After sorting out the follow-up matters, they pushed the patient out of the operating room. When the family members heard that the injured person was rescued, they all cried with joy. They kowtowed to the doctors to express their gratitude. This is the highest respect they can express. Their smiling faces also dispelled the doctor's fatigue. There was a little girl among the kneeling crowd. Jiang Yuqing recognized the young lady who had picked up rice ears for her and her farm during the autumn harvest. She still remembered the little girl's hopeful words that if the family planted high-yield seeds next year, they would be able to have enough food. The injured person was his father, who had also been employed to work in her farm. She was very glad that she had saved the child and the family. She personally helped the little girl up, and the little girl recognized her and happily called her Honorable Lady. Jiang Yuqing smiled and nodded at her. "Don't worry, we used the best medicine for your father. He will be fine." Thank you, noble lady." The little girl was so excited that she shed tears. The injured person's physique was not bad, and he had a strong desire to survive. The surgeon woke up the next afternoon. He was completely out of danger. During this period, Jiang Yuqing secretly performed a rejuvenation technique on him to speed up the healing of his wounds. This is the backbone of a large family. If the backbone collapses, the whole family will suffer a devastating disaster. 2 days later, when Jiang Yuqing was doing routine ward rounds in the morning, the little girl shyly handed over a pair of small shoes. She looked at Jiang Yuqing with sincerity and trepidation, saying that she had spent 2 nights making them and was giving them to her. Although the uppers were not embroidered, they were made of cotton cloth and felt very soft, and there was cotton stuffed inside. Looking at the thin outer coat with patches on the little girl, Jiang Yuqing's eyes misted instantly. She immediately took off her gorgeous embroidered shoes with pearls and put on the shoes given by the little girl. They were simple and unpretentious, but they fit her feet very well. thick and soft. She thought that this was probably one of the best gifts she had ever received. Jiang Yuqing smiled and said to the little girl, "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much." The little girl immediately smiled like a flower in March, bright and beautiful. 10 days later, the little girl's father was discharged from the hospital. When her mother went to check out with trepidation, she was told that the medical expenses were zero. The reason was that the hospital had recently introduced a special fund to support serious illnesses. For some serious diseases, medical expenses are reduced or exempted according to the circumstances. She was the first patient since the special fund was introduced, so the dean took special care of her and exempted all the expenses. The family members were so happy that they cried and thanked her repeatedly. Seeing this, Tuanzi walked away in her comfortable cotton shoes with her hands behind her back. In order to find blank yellow talisman paper, Jiang Yuqing hypnotized Ryu and Nanny Yen. In the following few days, he used magic to disguise himself as a middle-aged man and ran around all the large and small bookstores in Beijing, but found nothing. She was not a member of the mysterious sect in the secular world, so naturally she had no relevant connections. As a last resort, they had to find an auspicious day and go to the Sanqing Temple on the outskirts of Beijing. Sanqing Temple is the largest Taoist temple in Daxia, dedicated to the three pure ones, and is very popular. Under the guidance of the little Taoist boy, Jiang Yuqing entered the main hall, respectfully paid homage to the three pure ones, and burned incense. He also offered incense offerings worth 100 taels of silver. After going out, she walked to the place where people asked for talismans and asked the Taoist priest who placed the talismans, "I've been learning to draw talismans recently, and I want to buy some blank yellow talisman paper. I wonder if your temple can sell me some." The Taoist priest had seen many people asking for peace talismans, peach blossom talismans, and various other talismans, but this was the first time he had seen someone asking for blank talisman paper. His first reaction was, maybe this benefactor wanted to do something bad with the money? But looking at his clear eyes and peaceful aura, he doesn't seem to be about to do anything bad. Besides, those who do bad things always do it in secret and will never ask for help in an open and honest manner. Perhaps this benefactor really only studies for interest. Then he said, I don't know. I have to ask my master." Jiang Yuqing bowed to the Taoist priest again and said, "Please help me to ask this question." The Taoist priest saw that there were not many people coming to burn incense today, so he agreed after a little hesitation. "Okay, please wait here for a moment. I will be back soon." After that, he bowed and went around the corridor next to the main hall to the back. Jiang Yuqing waited for about a quarter of an hour before the Taoist priest came back and said that his master was not there, but that Uncle Master Huayang wanted to see her. Jiang Yuqing went there happily. Following the Taoist priest through twists and turns, we walked up and down the mountain for a long time and climbed up a long and steep stone staircase, and finally arrived at an unnamed temple built on a cliff. The palace is not big. At best it is an exquisite courtyard. The mottled bluestone fence outside is covered with moss. Even though it is late autumn, it is still green and looks particularly ancient and heavy. The Taoist pointed at the temple and said, "The great grandmaster is in the courtyard. You can go in by yourself." Jiang Yuqing bowed to him, and the Taoist returned the bow, turned around and left. Jiang Yuqing knocked on the gate, and a little Taoist boy opened the door for her. When he saw her, he bowed and said, "Master is waiting for you in the side room. Please come this way." Jiang Yuqing was invited into the side room by the little Taoist boy. There was a solemn middle-aged Taoist sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the room. I guess it was Huayangzi. Judging from his appearance, his age is about the same as the Taoist priest who led her earlier, but his status and seniority are both very high. I guess he has some secret to maintaining his youthful appearance. Jiang Yuqing greeted him respectfully and explained his purpose. Huayangzi looked her up and down, said nothing, just nodded. He asked the little Taoist boy to fetch a stack of blank talisman papers. Judging from the thickness, there are at least 200 or 300 sheets. Jiang Yuqing took it with both hands and thanked him. Huayangzi just said, "If it is not enough, you can come and get it at any time." Jiang Yuqing was delighted. She was just wondering how to start. The Taoist priest solved her worries as soon as he opened his mouth. He was really a good man. Hua Yangzi didn't mention the money, and she also felt that giving money was a bit too. After thinking for a while, he took out a cloth bag from his bag and presented it to him. Hua Yangzi didn't even look at it and just let the boy take it. Jiang Yuqing thanked him sincerely again, then backed out of the door of the wing room and turned away. There is plenty of ginseng in her spiritual realm, just like big white radishes. The way of courtesy is paved now, and it will be easier in the future. After she left, Hua Yangzi opened the cloth bag in the child's hand and saw what was inside. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he understood. The little boy was surprised and said, "Master, this." He paused and said with concern, "Master gave him so many talisman papers. What if he uses them to do bad things?" Hua Yangzi smiled slightly and said unfathomably, "How can a person covered with golden light of merit bring harm to the people?" The little boy suddenly realized, turns out he is a noble man. Hua Yangzi stroked the beard on his chin, but smiled without saying a word. Jiang Yuqing got the talisman paper and immediately began to study it. The talisman jade slip records many interesting talismans. Amulets, protective charms, etc. are all basic operations. For example, there are invisibility talismans used when doing bad things and light body talismans and underground escape talismans that are essential for escaping after doing bad things. If you are unfortunately caught up, you can use explosive talismans, thunder talismans, etc. in a fight. In addition, there are some other strange and prank talismans. Jiang Yuqing plans to learn the simplest amulet first. According to the instructions on the jade slip, she first practiced drawing amulets on ordinary white paper with a brush dipped in ink. After becoming proficient in it, add spiritual power to your hands. Calmly use the talisman pen dipped in the blood of the blade Blackrock Ox to draw on the yellow talisman paper. The brush had just gone halfway when the talisman paper suddenly flashed with light, and a flame shot up, burning the talisman paper to ashes in a few breaths. It nearly burned her hand. She thought that the yellow talisman paper was, after all, a mortal object and might not be able to withstand the blood of a third-level monster. She then ran and caught a first-class long-eared rabbit and took its blood. I tried it, but it didn't work. She then tried to add spiritual spring water to dilute the long-eared rabbit's blood, but it still didn't work. Finally, as she had no other choice, she tried adding a certain amount of cinnabar. After 3 or 4 days of hard work, she finally succeeded in drawing a lucky charm. Holding this hard-earned amulet, Jiang Yuqing almost cried for joy. Her efforts were finally worthwhile. What comes next requires hard practice. After a few more days, Jiang Yuqing was finally able to draw amulets skillfully. She suddenly had another idea and found some spiritual jade from the rear hall of the inheritance hall. She carved them into jade talismans of peace one by one, and at the same time added protective formations. She gave one of the jade amulets she had carved to protect her master and 3 of her senior brothers. I heard that if you wear this thing, not only will you be immune to evil spirits, but even the top masters in the martial arts world won't be able to get close to you easily. Several people hurriedly kept it close to their bodies like a treasure. Jiang Yuqing also took the time to give one to each of the emperor and empress, Jing Yan and Li Deshun. They only knew that this was a protective treasure passed down by their master, and there were very few of them. It could save people's lives when necessary, so they were asked to wear it close to their bodies. These people were very nice to her, so she naturally considered them her own people. If there are good things, we will naturally not forget them. The weather was getting colder day by day, and underground dragons started to appear in the mansion. At the end of November, the first snow of this winter fell in Beijing. Correspondingly, the number of people infected with colds has also increased significantly, and Heian Hospital is overcrowded every day. Jiang Yuqing's life seemed to have returned to the time when penicillin was first produced, and he was busy every day. In the busy days, it came to the end of November. Jiang Yuqing is preparing to return to Qingzhou. It's been almost a year since I came out, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss home. In this era, where communication relies on shouting and transportation relies on walking, the feeling of missing family becomes even stronger when I only receive one letter from home every month. In fact, she would actually return to her hometown in Chingo around the 27th or 28th of the 12th lunar month, and Bai Xiaoshi could arrive there in one day by flying. If everything goes smoothly, it will take more than 20 days to travel from Beijing to Qingzhou. However, if it rains or snows and the road is difficult to travel on, it may take a month. So now it's just right to go. Before leaving, Zhang Yuqing made a special trip to the palace to say goodbye to the emperor, empress, Jing Yan and Li Deshun, and naturally received a lot of rewards and gifts. This year, the grain output of all prefectures across the country has been reported to the Ministry of Revenue. The grain output of Lingzhou Prefecture is more than 3 times the average of other prefectures. It is more than twice as many as the most prosperous areas of Suzhou and Hangzhou and Daxia. The grain collected in Qingzhou County alone was equivalent to that of an entire prefecture, and the emperor was so happy that his beard almost reached his eyebrows. The ministers had no doubt that if Lord Zheng were here, their emperor would probably hug him and kiss him. Although the idea is a bit disgusting, but it is undeniable that His Majesty the Emperor is really happy. After coming out of the palace, Zhang Yuqing asked someone to send the things back to the mansion first, and he went straight to Heian Hospital. I just happened to see Lu Yi carrying a girl in blue clothes with a splinted leg out of the clinic. When he looked closely, he saw that it was the beauty who whipped him by the Baoa Lake. Tuanzi's eyes sparkled, and his gossip spirit burned. She immediately ran to the locker room, grabbed her little white coat, put it on as she walked, and followed them to the inpatient department openly. Lu Yi carried the girl into the only vacant VIP ward, and Tuanzi trotted a few steps to catch up. Just as she was about to enter the room, the door suddenly slammed in front of her, just touching her nose. Zhang Yuqing looked at the closed door in disbelief, and reached out to touch his nose with fear. Fortunately, it was not flat but straight. Tuanzi didn't give up. He rolled his eyes around and turned around and ran away. If the front door doesn't work, can I climb through the window? After a while, he disappeared and went to a remote and deserted window at the back. Unfortunately, my legs are too short to reach the window. Seeing that there was no one around, he simply let Bai Xiaoshi out to serve as a stepping stone. Although Bai Xiaoshi was disgusted by her shameless and despicable behavior of peeping as a qualified spirit weapon, he still couldn't refuse the unreasonable request of the lord of the territory and obediently served as a cushion. With Bai Xiaoshi's help, Zhang Yuqing was able to reach the window. He looked inside quietly through the 3-finger-wide gap, but he couldn't bear to look away after just one glance. The people in the room were unaware that they were being spied on and continued talking.
Why do you want to help me?
Asked the beauty in blue. Lu Yi inserted the medical record card on the bedside and said, I am not helping you. This is my duty as a doctor. Nonsense. The blue-dressed beauty was excited. Then will you hug them like you hugged me today? Lu Yi had a look on his face that said, Are you sick? How is that possible? The beauty in blue suddenly smiled, as bright and beautiful as the peach blossoms in early March. I know, you like me,
she said.
How is that possible? Are you crazy? Lu Yi jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the voice became smaller and smaller, indicating his lack of confidence and guilt. The beauty in blue suddenly giggled, her voice as clear as a silver bell. She hooked her finger at Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at her suspiciously. What's wrong? Is your leg hurting? While nervously bending down and trying to check her injured leg. Unexpectedly, the blue-dressed beauty grabbed her collar and pulled her down, and then covered her with her sweet lips. Zhang Yuqing outside the window didn't expect to see such an exciting scene, and was so excited that all the blood in his body rushed to his head. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he wished he could stick his head in through the window and watch closely. Unexpectedly, the joy turned into sorrow, and his head hit the window frame heavily, with a sound. Tuanzi only felt a shadow flash in front of his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he was already held in the hand by the collar, like a chick. Tuanzi raised his head and faced a dark and handsome face. It's over. Have you seen enough? Lu Yi was so angry that he wanted to pinch this little thing to death. He was so bold that he could peek. When he thought that the situation just now was seen by this little stinky baby, Lu Yi was so embarrassed that he could dig out a Heian hospital with his toes. Tuanzi chuckled twice with guilt, trying to get away with it. I didn't see anything really, I just took Bai Xiaosher to eat grass, pass by here, pass by.
Hee hee.
Lu Yi watched her acting, and one corner of his mouth was pulled high. Bai Xiaosher needed her to lead? Others don't know how naughty this little thing is, but he doesn't know it. Seeing Lu Yi's expression of "Do you think I'm stupid?", Zhang Yuqing knew that he couldn't get away with it, so he had to lower his head and admit his mistake. Sorry, third brother, I was wrong. Lu Yi sneered. From now on, I don't want to see you again for at least one day. As he said that, he moved his hand slightly outward and threw her out with a light wave. Throw out. Falling from this height would not kill anyone, but it would still be very uncomfortable. Tuanzi climbed up and touched her sore little. She did not dare to argue with him, because she felt guilty. But Bai Xiaosher was still gloating in her mind, laughing and saying that she deserved it. She was so angry that she wanted to kick Bai Xiaosher out like a ball. In the end, she just stuffed him back into the spirit realm. Humph, it is better not to have such a weapon spirit that takes advantage of others' misfortune. Tuanzi felt depressed and walked out a little depressed. But when she thought that she would soon have a cool and beautiful third sister-in-law, she was happy again. While walking, she hummed a tuneless little song. Today is a good day. Everything I want can come true. We ordinary people are so happy today. In the evening, Lu Yi did not come back. Zhang Yuqing was in trouble. Well, it seems that she can only go back to her hometown in Chingo alone to celebrate the new year. Breaking up a couple will be struck by lightning. At dawn the next day, a team of carriages with the emblem of Heian set out from the Chingo Marquis Mansion, went out of the gate of the capital, and headed straight to the south. So everyone knew that the young county lady of the Chingo Marquis Mansion was escorted by his second brother's people to go back to his hometown in Chingo to celebrate the new year. In fact, Zhang Yuqing was still in the capital. The team was indeed sent to the south by the second brother, but they were deliberately asked to go around the gate of the Chingo Marquis Mansion to get some things, which created a perfect illusion that Zhang Yuqing had returned to Chingo. Who would be willing to bump around in a carriage for a month when they can get home in one day? It's not like they have a hole in their brains. Therefore, when Dr. Chiu went out during the day, she would practice in seclusion in the spiritual realm. She would come out to talk to her master at night. She set up an isolation formation for Huchunyuan. Unless she allowed it, no one could hear any sound, let alone force their way in. As for the third brother Lu Yi, how many days has he not been back? I don't know. Let's not talk about those who have no humanity when they have the opposite, and forget their master sister, after getting a wife. The little new year in the north is on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, one day earlier than in the south. After the little new year, the big new year is getting closer. Zhang Yuqing used magic to transform herself into a middle-aged woman. She started to go shopping on the street, preparing things for her family. No matter whether it was clothes, jewelry, rouge and powder, or a toy, as long as she thought it was good and suitable for her family, she would buy it all, because the baby had plenty of money. On the 27th of the 12th lunar month, just after dawn, Zhang Yuqing said goodbye to her master, divine Dr. Chiu, riding on Bai Xiaosher. She set off on the way home. She and Bai Xiaosher both had high-level invisibility talismans on their bodies, so there was no need to worry about scaring others. With her current ability to make talismans, she could draw one that would last for 12 hours. It was enough for her to fly back to her hometown in Qingzhou. She also used her spiritual power to cast a protective shield for herself so that she could not be afraid of the strong wind and freely enjoy the beautiful scenery below. At noon, one person and one spirit found an uninhabited hilltop to stop, eat something, and replenish their spiritual power. Then they set off again, until it was dark, and finally saw the outline of Qingzhou city vaguely appearing in front of them. Zhang Yuqing was instantly excited. She was almost home. After flying for a while, the beautiful village shrouded in the night appeared below her.
Zijindu arrived.
Jiang Yuqing let Bai Xiaoshu land directly in front of his own door and took off the invisibility talisman on his body. By the way, he took out 2 huge bundles and tied them into a saddlebag and hung them on Bai Xiaoshu. At that time, it was already dark. As the saying goes, one feels timid when one is close to home. Seeing this familiar house shrouded in the night again, which had never appeared in dreams but had never been forgotten, Jiang Yuqing felt both anxious and happy, with mixed feelings. I don't know if they have eaten dinner yet. At this point, they should have eaten. She didn't tell her parents that she was going home for the new year, just to give them a surprise. They should be very surprised. In the hall, the Jiang family had finished their meal, and the maids were cleaning the table. The men drank tea around the charcoal fire and talked about their plans for the fields next year, while the women discussed what kind of spring clothes they should make for their children after the new year. The boys either listened quietly to their parents' conversations or played small games in groups of 3 or 2. After eating and drinking, Bai Xiaoju, who had been lying comfortably beside his exclusive brazier, suddenly stood up, twitched his nose twice, and swept his tail like a steel whip quickly. After that, a light of excitement suddenly burst out from the tiger's eyes, and he let out a long roar to the sky, shaking the floor. It also scared everyone in the room. Then it jumped high, and after a few jumps, it quickly rushed out and headed straight for the door. Everyone in the room was stunned, and then they all thought of a possibility at the same time. After reacting, they all rushed to the door like crazy. Jiang Yuqing was about to reach out and knock on the door when she heard a flurry of footsteps inside. Then there was the sound of the wooden bolt of the door being pulled open. As soon as the door opened, a big guy rushed out from inside. Bai Xiaoju, this hottie, held her down with his 2 big paws, and his big head desperately moved forward to rub against her mission. If it weren't for Jiang Yuqing's quick eyes and hands, her pretty little face might have been washed by it several times. This thing nudged her and made a wronged howl. "Master, you are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Jiang Yuqing was moved and hugged its big head. How could it be? Our Bai Xiaoju is so cute. No matter how long I am away from home, I will never forget you. Master, next time you leave, can you take me with you? Xiaojiu doesn't want to be separated from you again. Jiang Yuqing decisively agreed to this request. Yes. Bai Xiaoju was finally satisfied. Jiang Yuqing pushed Bai Xiaoju away and stood up with its strength. He saw that the door was full of people. With the dim light of the lanterns under the eaves, Jiang Yuqing clearly saw her mother, her father, grandparents, her uncles, aunts, and brothers. They all looked at her excitedly. Tuanzi then put her hands on her fat waist and announced loudly, "I'm back." With this shout, Lu was the first to rush over and hugged her beloved daughter, who she missed day and night, into her arms, and tears of excitement and joy rolled down. Jiang Yuqing felt the heat on her neck, and her eyes turned red. She hugged Lu's neck tightly and expressed her longing in a soft voice. "Mom, I miss you so much." "Mom misses you too." Lu raised her head and kissed her daughter on the face. Jiang Wenyuan suppressed his excitement, walked over and hugged his wife and daughter, and said, "Let's go back to the house to talk, it's cold outside." So, a large group of people returned to the brightly lit hall again. Tuanzi kissed her mother, then her father, then her grandparents, uncles and aunts, and finally her brothers. Hearing that Tuanzi hadn't eaten yet, Lu asked her what she wanted to eat. Jiang Yuqing said she wanted to eat rice noodles. Her second aunt Zhu happily went to make her delicious food herself. Everyone asked Jiang Yuqing why she was standing outside the door alone, and where were the people who sent her back. Jiang Yuqing said vaguely, "It was too late. They were in a hurry to go home. I asked them to leave me at the door and let them go. I decided to tell my parents about the inside story later." Jiang Wenyuan looked at his baby daughter carefully and saw that she was taller and more mature than when she left home. Her hair was also thicker and grew below her shoulders. Her skin was whiter and rosier than when she was a baby, and she was full of energy. From these, it can be seen that the baby daughter has been taken care of very well in the past 6 months in the capital. Tuanzi began to tell them about her life in the capital. She talked about the beautiful mansion like a garden in the Chingo marquee mansion in the capital and the huge lake in the mansion, and how beautiful the lotus flowers were when they bloomed in summer. She talked about how beautiful the peonies were when she went to the flower show at the Princess Ronghua mansion. She talked about how good the Emperor and Empress, Prince Jingyan and Li Deshun in the palace were to her. She talked about how she and her master changed the Heian Hall in the capital into the Heian Hospital.
And so on.
Everyone listened with relish. Only Jiang Wenyuan sat in the shadows, his eyes red, and said nothing. Only he knew, behind these seemingly wonderful and interesting things, how much his precious daughter has paid for him and how much grievance she has endured. The letters she wrote to her family always reported good news but not bad news, and she never mentioned anything about the things she suffered, was wronged, or even injured. If Qin hadn't written to tell him, he wouldn't have known that his daughter had done so many thrilling things in Beijing. She should have been at the age of being spoiled and naughty in his arms, but she had to bear the wind and rain that he should have borne with her small shoulders. He was sorry for his daughter. How could his daughter be so cute and so distressing? Lu, who was standing next to her, saw that something was wrong with her husband and asked him what was wrong with her eyes. Jiang Wenyuan shook his head gently and said nothing. Just then, Zhu came out with a big bowl of fragrant rice noodles. It immediately attracted Jiang Yuqing's attention. The stew of big bones and soybeans, plus the crispy pickled sour beans, minced meat, coriander, and fried crispy soybeans. Don't mention how fragrant it is to sip the smooth rice noodles. She wanted this when she was in Beijing, but it was a pity that she couldn't eat it. When she goes to Beijing next year, she can bring more rice noodles and pickled sour beans. When she wants to eat, she can ask the cook in the mansion to make them for her. After dinner, Tuanzi unpacked her bag and began to distribute gifts to her family. For Lu, she got a set of emerald head ornaments, a set of ruby pomegranate flower multi-seed head ornaments, a pair of Hetian jade twisted wire bracelets, a set of rouge and powder, and 2 spiral links. The emerald head ornaments were won from the Ronghua princess's mansion. The ruby pomegranate flower head ornaments were awarded by the queen before she came back, and the Hetian jade twisted wire bracelets were a thank you gift from the wife of the Duke of Xinghua for curing Yuan Wuyang. For Jiang Wenyuan, she got a white jade hair crown, a rare ancient book, a top-quality Duaning stone, and a box of pine smoke ink. She bought the white jade hair crown at the silver shop, and the rare book was obtained at the Lotus Forum. The top-quality Duaning stone and pine smoke ink were given by Jing Yan before she came back. It is said that it was copied from Mu Enbo's house. Jing Yan kept it after seeing it in the book, and then gave it to her. The gift for old man Jiang was a fox fur coat, a pair of deerskin boots, and an exquisite hand warmer. The old man was old and a little afraid of the cold. After receiving the gift from his granddaughter, he smiled from ear to ear and put it on the spot. The gift for old Mrs., who was also a fox fur coat, but the color was different, and a set of gold inlaid gemstones and a pair of mutton fat white jade bracelets. Old Mrs., who was very happy to get the things, and even said that my granddaughter is still filial. The 2 uncles were given a different style of jade hairpin and a set of agricultural books. The latter was collected by her from major bookstores in Beijing, and later she found some from the Royal Library, Wenyuan Pavilion. The empress saw that she liked it and gave it to her. The 2 aunts were given a set of 24 gold inlaid gemstones, a pair of jasper bracelets, a set of rouge and powder, and 2 shaped black. Rouge and powder came from the most famous Shufang Pavilion in the capital, and Luozadai was awarded by the queen. This thing is precious, and there are only a few sticks in a box. Jiang Yuqing gave each of them 2 sticks. The things given to the brothers were also varied according to their preferences. The eldest brother Jiang Yujiang likes reading and has passed the examination for Tongxing this year. Jiang Yuqing gave a complete set of Hu brushes and 2 travel notes that she found very interesting, which were also found in Wenyuan Pavilion in the palace. The one for Jiang Yuhe was a sword. The kid was so happy when he received the gift that he drew out the sword and gestured, and almost chopped the flower stand. Fortunately, his father stopped him. The one for the third brother Jiang Yuhu was a golden abacus. The ones for the fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers were all things they liked brought back from Kyoto. The one for the biological brother Jiang Yuchuan was also a complete set of Hu brushes and a set of hardcover history books. The young boy has a great talent for reading. I heard from my father that after the new year, he will take the Tongxing exam in February. Finally, he gave each of them a piece of the jade amulet he carved and told them to wear it well. Even the servants in the house received gifts. For the maids like Li Chuan and Guyu, each of them received a box of the most fashionable silk flowers in Beijing, 6 flowers in a box, and 2 pairs of silver earrings. The patterns were different. The maids received a silver hairpin each, and the male servants and the brother servants received something more substantial, 2 tails of silver each. For a moment, the whole room was filled with laughter, and everyone was happy. At night, Tuanzi was forcibly taken back to her room by her parents. At this time, Zhang Wenyuan just said, "My dear, tell Daddy the truth. Were you really sent back by second senior brother's convoy?" Jiang Yuqing smiled and shook his head. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Daddy. I was not sent back by second senior brother's convoy. I came back by myself." Lu was stunned when she heard this. "Oh my God! How dare you, little girl?" Jiang Wenyuan stopped his wife, who was about to get angry. He knew that his daughter must have some unknown ability. "Tell me." Tuanzi smiled and said, "It was by Shaosher. It can fly. It carried me back. We just set out from the Marquis Mansion in the capital this morning, and it only took 1 day to get home." At this point, Tuanzi pouted in dissatisfaction. "Originally, I wanted to come back with Master and third senior brother, but Master couldn't let go of Heian Hospital, and third senior brother went after third senior sister-in-law, so I came back alone." Jiang Wenyuan laughed softly when he heard this, lowered his head and kissed his daughter's hair. "So, in order to confuse others, you said that your second brother's people sent you back?"
Yeah.
"Baby, aren't you smart?" "Smart. There is no smarter child in the world than my daughter." Tuanzi was satisfied and rubbed happily in her father's solid arms. She sighed in her heart that a child with parents is like a treasure. Jiang Yuqing flew in the sky for a day and was really tired. After Lu made the bed, she picked up her yawning baby daughter and put her in the middle of the bed. Tuanzi held her father with one hand and her mother with the other, looked here and there, and finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep happily. The corners of her mouth were hooked upwards. Probably there was honey in her dream. The next day, Jiang Yuqing slept until she woke up naturally. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu sitting by the bed with a smile, and her eyes were blank. She seemed to see her mother wait. She remembered that she had gone home. The confused Tuanzi finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes and threw herself into Lu's arms and acted like a spoiled child. "Mother." Her soft and tender voice made Lu's heart melt. She pinched her daughter's cute little nose and said lovingly, "Get up quickly, little lazy bug. The sun is shining on your—"
Yeah. Good.
Tuanzi was used to finding clothes to wear, but her mother held her down and did it for her. To be honest, it felt really good. After washing up, she went to the front hall to eat. Today, the family is going to kill several pigs for the new year. In addition to distributing them to the clan members and steaming rice noodles and meat, the rest will be rubbed with salt to make bacon. After dinner, the rest of the Jiang family went to kill pigs. Father Jiang was afraid that his nephews would occupy his sister, so he drove all the boys to the clan school to write couplets for the villagers with the old man. Jiang Yuqing took the daughter's father by the hand, and the father and daughter went to the kitchen to fill the water tank with spiritual spring water. Then they went to the warehouse and filled the half-empty rice tank with spiritual rice. Then they ran to the backyard. Because she was not at home, there were only a few cold-resistant vegetables in the backyard this winter, such as cabbage, radish, lettuce, celery, onions, garlic, leeks, and coriander. Many other places were empty. Jiang Yuqing said, "Dad, let's plant some summer vegetables, shall we?" Jiang Wenyuan's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. "Can it be done? What if someone sees us?" Jiang Yuqing said proudly, "Don't be afraid. I am the apprentice of a genius doctor, and I have all the good stuff. My master can even save dying people, so it's not impossible for him to make some magic potion to accelerate the growth of vegetables. Besides, it's not like our family hasn't done this before. At worst, we can take it easy and let them grow a little bit a day. Jiang Wenyuan thought his daughter made sense. The father and daughter thought of doing it. As soon as he arrived, he took out his tools and started to till the fields. After that, Jiang Yuqing took out the seeds of summer vegetables such as beans, peppers, cucumbers, etc. from the spiritual realm and planted them. After that, he poured spiritual spring water on them. Jiang Yuqing opened his hands and released a little vitality, watching these lovely seeds sprout. Tomorrow morning they will grow out of the ground. After thinking about it, he took out a few grape and sweet loquat seedlings from the spiritual realm and planted them in a corner of the vegetable plot that would not be in the way, hoping that they would produce good fruits. After that, he condensed a piece of spiritual rain and watered the other vegetable plots. Jiang Wenyuan was stunned and amazed. Jiang Yuqing's heart moved, and he asked Bai Xiaoshi in the spiritual realm, "Can my father and others practice cultivation?" Bai Xiaoshi rolled his eyes at her and said, "Do you think spiritual roots are like cabbage? Anyone can have them. I've seen it a long time ago, and no one in your family has spiritual roots. Among all the people you've met, only 2 have spiritual roots. One is the old Taoist Huayangzi from Sanqing Temple, and that's just a mixed spiritual root. The other is the little prince Jingyan." Jiang Yuqing was very surprised. "You said Jingyan has spiritual roots?" Bai Xiaoshi said, "Yes, and it's a chaotic spiritual root with all 5 elements, and his talent is not much worse than yours. Maybe you can consider letting him practice with you, and you 2 can have a companion." Jiang Yuqing thought about it and finally shook her head. "Let's talk about it later. He is not Divine Dr. Qiu. Divine Dr. Qiu is her master, and once a teacher, always a father. His master treats her with the same heart as her father. Although Jingyan treats her very well now, he is the prince of a country after all, and it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Let's wait and see." Bai Xiaojiu in the front yard felt the familiar and very comfortable breath and ran over with a whine, surrounding her to ask for spiritual spring water to drink. Jiang Yuqing filled a basin for it and threw a bunch of rabbits to it. It was satisfied and lay aside to enjoy. There were a lot of rabbits on the grassland over there in the medicinal field, and they were almost flooded. Bai Xiaoshi's pets were bitten to death by many, and Jiang Yuqing picked up some and saved them, and took out 2 from time to time for a snack. Her third brother Lu Yi's barbecue skills were not bad. The rabbits he carefully roasted were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and then brushed with honey water. The taste was really delicious. She took out 2 more, put them in a broken sack, and handed them to his father to prepare to send them to the kitchen for a dish. Pigs were being slaughtered in the old yard, and the screams were heard here. Bai Xiaojiu just pricked up his ears to listen, and then lowered his head to eat again. It planned to finish this pile, and then go to the next one just in time. After not going home for nearly a year, Jiang Yuqing walked out of the backyard holding her old father's hand and walked around the village. Everyone was very happy to see her back. They came up to greet her, asked her when she came back, and warmly invited her to play at home. Jiang Yuqing called people obediently, answered whatever was asked, and had a very good attitude with a smile throughout the whole process. For lunch, we had pig-killing dishes. Celery fried pork belly, fried pork liver, sour radish fried pork belly, and pig blood and small intestine soup, all served in large bowls. Maybe it's not as exquisite as the dishes eaten in Beijing, but the taste is excellent. Relatives, friends, and the elders and villagers who came to help gathered around the table, one chopstick after another, one word after another, happily chatting about various topics, lively and happy. This is the most real life, the most beautiful fireworks in the world. In the afternoon, Jiang Yuqing followed her mother, her grandmother, and her aunts at home to learn how to make rice noodles and meat. She was not a good cook in her previous life, and she was just as clumsy in the kitchen in this life. Not only did she get rice noodles all over her body, but she also ruined a lot of good meat. Her grandmother couldn't stand it anymore, so she kicked her out. It can be seen that cooking also requires a certain talent. Jiang Yuqing shrugged and decided not to embarrass himself. He threw a cleaning spell on himself, and it was clean and tidy again. Tuanzi then went to play with Bai Xiaojie with his hands behind his back. At that time, Bai Xiaojie was full and sleeping in the nest. Hearing her footsteps, he raised his huge head and rubbed her. Tuanzi simply leaned against Bai Xiaojie and took out a medical notebook to read. This was passed down by the ancestors of a disciple of the medical school. He voluntarily donated it. Jiang Yuqing copied a copy and put it in the spiritual realm. He would look through it when he was free. These are the valuable experiences summarized by the predecessors in their lifetime of practicing medicine, which are very valuable. Jiang Yuqing learned a lot from it, and even wanted to take out a silver needle and let Bai Xiaojie give it 2 injections to try the feel. However, before she could do anything, a hurried shout suddenly came from outside. My dear, where are you?" This was the voice of her second uncle Jiang Wenxi. "Second uncle, I'm here." Jiang Yuqing ran out of the house. "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Wenxi ran out of breath. Quick, follow me. Your uncle Liuji's little daughter is drowning." Jiang Yuqing was also shocked when he heard it. He immediately grabbed Bai Xiaojie as a mount and ran after Jiang Wenxi. Uncle Liuji, also known as Zhao Liuji, and her father were childhood friends, and they had a good relationship. Jiang Yuqing had seen his little daughter Xiqiu a few times. She was 2 years older than her and a very shy girl. Jiang Wenxi said that her family was also making rice noodles with meat today. Her mother had no time to take care of the children, so she asked her brother to take her. A group of children ran to the old house field in the north of the village to play. There was an old well there, which was originally covered with a well cover. There was an old pomelo tree by the well. The children saw that there was still a pomelo left on the tree. Xiqiu's brother volunteered to pick it. Who would have thought that the branch broke and Xiqiu's brother fell from the tree and happened to hit the rotten well cover, smashing a big hole in the well cover. Fortunately, he quickly grabbed the edge of the well and did not fall in. Several children were startled and hurried to pull him. Xiqiu also tried to pull her brother up, but somehow pulled Xiqiu down. When the adults heard the news and rushed to pull Xiqiu out, Xiqiu was already dead. Jiang Wenxi also thought of taking Jiang Yuqing to see if he could save her. When the 2 men and the tiger arrived at the old house, Xiqiu's parents were crying bitterly while holding their daughter's corpse. Their miserable cries could be heard half a mile away. Jiang Wenxi stepped forward and pulled everyone aside. Make way, let my sweet baby see. Come on, Xiqiu's mother, stop crying, let Qingbao take a look, maybe she can still be saved." Zhao Liuji finally woke up as if from a dream, pulled his wife away, hugged the child and begged, "Qingbao, please save her, save Xiqiu, she is still so young." Jiang Yuqing said, "I can't guarantee it. Put her on the ground first." Zhao Liuji hurriedly put her daughter on the ground as she said. Jiang Yuqing checked and found that the little girl had no pulse or breathing. She did not give up and put her finger on her carotid artery, which was still a little warm. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. She quickly gave her a ray of life, and after checking that her airway was not blocked, she knelt on one knee, folded her hands, and quickly performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the little girl. Chest compressions were performed 30 times, and 2 artificial respirations were 1 cycle. After 5 cycles in a row, the little girl did not respond, and the people around her did not dare to breathe. Jiang Yuqing did not give up, and continued to perform chest compressions and continued to give her life through artificial respiration. Another half a quarter of an hour passed, and when Jiang Yuqing was tired and sweating, the little girl finally coughed, spit out 2 mouthfuls of water, and woke up. The crowd of onlookers cheered immediately. "She's alive! She's alive!" Zhao Liuji and his wife cried with joy as they held their daughter, who had been lost and found. Jiang Yuqing reminded them, "Don't cry yet. Quickly take Sister Xiqiu back, take a hot bath, and change clothes. Then send someone to my house to get medicine." "Okay. Qingbao, thank you for saving my Xiqiu. Uncle kowtows to you." As he said this, he was about to bow, and Jiang Yuqing hurriedly helped him up. After Zhao Yoji and his family left with Shichio, everyone gave Jiang Yuqing a thumbs up. You are really worthy of being the disciple of the divine Dr. Chiao. You can even bring the dead back to life. It's amazing. That's right, it's amazing. It's okay to have a noble status, but you also have a lot of great skills. It's incredible, incredible. Her second uncle saw that she was embarrassed, laughed and greeted everyone, and carried her to Bai Xiaozhou's back and sat her down, urging her to go home and change clothes. Just now, she was close to Shichio, and her clothes were a little wet. It was cold and Jiang Wenxi was afraid that his niece would get sick from the cold. After returning home, Jiang Yuqing was urged to change clothes immediately. With Uncle Zhang's vivid description, everyone in the family knew that Jiang Yuqing had saved someone again. Old man Zhang touched her head with satisfaction. My granddaughter is great. After a while, Zhao Yoji came in person and knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Yuqing when he saw her. Frightened, Father Jiang hurriedly pulled him up and said, How can you, as an elder, give her such a big gift? It will shorten her life. Zhao Yoji wiped his tears and said, Xiao Sanner, thank you for giving birth to a good daughter. If it weren't for Qingbao, my Shichio would be gone today. Jiang Wenyuan especially understood this feeling of regaining something and patted his brother on the back. It's okay. She is a doctor. This is her duty. Jiang Yuqing prescribed medicine for fever and cold treatment and explained the usage and dosage in detail. In addition, he prescribed Chinese medicine for calming the mind and conditioning. A girl who had been soaked in ice water for so long in the middle of winter, if she was not treated in time, she would not only feel uncomfortable for a few days every month, but also have problems with her offspring in the future. Zhao Yoji paid the money, held the medicine bag, and left with many thanks. The news that Jiang Yuqing had revived the dead man quickly spread throughout the village and spread to other villages like the wind. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Jiang Yuqing took her by to Zhao Yoji's house. Although Zhao Shichio had not woken up yet, her pulse was steady and strong, and she was fine. Zhao Yoji's eyes were bloodshot, but she said with relief that thanks to her medicine, the fever that had risen twice last night had gone down. At dawn, the child began to cry for hunger, and the couple fed her a small bowl of white porridge, and she fell asleep after eating it. Before leaving, Jiang Yuqing specifically reminded her to start boiling the conditioning medicine from today. Even if tomorrow was the first day of the new year, she had to take it, and not to delay her health because of the custom of not taking medicine on the first day of the new year. Zhao Yoji and his wife were convinced by her, so how could they refuse? The New Year's Eve dinner began with the sound of lively firecrackers. 3 tables were set up in the hall of the Jiang family, 2 for the masters and 1 for the servants. The same dishes were served without screens. Everyone had worked hard for a year, and they should sit down and have a good meal. The men drank maodai, and the women couldn't stand the strong liquor, so they switched to wine and juice. The wine was brewed by Jiang Yuqing with grapes from the spiritual realm, and it tasted particularly good. The juice was also freshly squeezed from fresh fruits in the spiritual realm. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted from the beginning of the evening to the end of the evening. After clearing the table, they set out fresh fruits, melon seeds, and snacks, and started chatting. At night, the children ran to the yard together to set off fireworks. In the flickering light of the fire, the laughter of the brothers echoed in the night sky. Jiang Yuqing looked back at the brightly lit house, where the elders drank tea and smiled lovingly at everything. She thought, this is the meaning of going home for the new year. On the first day of the new year, the elders and villagers greeted each other. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at her showed a kind of respect from the bottom of their hearts in addition to their love. Some even called her the little miracle doctor. Zhao Yoji's family all came. This honest couple pressed Jiang Yuqing on the chair and asked their daughter Shichio to kowtow to her 3 times. Jiang Yuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she had to accept it. Others said that she deserved this gift. Jiang Yuqing really deserved it, but she just told her and Bai to take the medicine on time, don't be afraid of the bitterness, and take it for a month, and nothing will happen in the future. On the second day of the new year, Jiang Yuqing followed her parents and brother to her grandparents' home in Xiushui Bay and was warmly welcomed by her grandparents' family again. Her grandmother praised her ability to everyone she met. She went to Beijing and got herself a county lady. During this time, Lu Xiuer and her husband Gao Chong came over, greeted the new year, and said some auspicious words, sat for a while, and left. Mrs. Lu was surprised and said, "Why do I feel that she is much thinner than last year, and she looks limp? Now she dares not even raise her head when she sees me." Her mother, Mrs. Gua, curled her eyes and said, "How can she not be thinner? Mr. Gao is not a good person either. He took a concubine at the beginning of this year and gave birth to a son, and he doted on her very much. That concubine is not easy to deal with either. She always makes trouble in front of her husband, so Gao Chong is just being polite to her now." Mrs. Lu recalled that when her husband was not yet successful, Lu Xiuo was arrogant in front of her, but now she has ended up like this, and she sighed. "Every day at home is very happy. I get up early and go to the backyard to help my baby vegetables grow. Every day, the family can eat fresh and delicious off-season vegetables, all of which she brought from the spiritual realm. The adults all know what's going on, and the children either don't ask, or, if they ask, they are from outside and grown in the hot spring manner. Because of the bumper harvest of grain in Lingzhou Prefecture, the scale on the merit tablet in the spiritual realm is rising rapidly. 4 drops of spiritual milk condensed in the jade bowl. Just 1 drop of this stuff can increase lifespan by 10 years. Jiang Yuqing took out all 4 drops at once, secretly mixed them in tea, and gave 1 drop each to her grandparents and grandparents-in-law. After drinking this spiritual milk, their gray hair will slowly turn black within 2 months, and their bodies will become younger. Others only think that they are getting younger and younger because they have a good mentality and take good care of themselves, and they will never think of her. As for parents and other relatives, they can only postpone it." On the 7th day, 2 unexpected guests came to the house. The wife of Lingzhou Tongji, Mrs. Yu, and her daughter Yu Yener. Mrs. Yu's surname is Chu, and she is the daughter of the Chu family, a partner of Zhang's food workshop. She is Yu Wen's second wife. This time she returned to Qingzhou to visit her relatives. She had to come to Qingzhou Hofu. Although Jiang Wenyuan is only a county magistrate now, with his unparalleled achievements in Qingzhou, he will definitely be promoted when he returns to Beijing to report his work after his term expires in half a year. Besides, he still has a hereditary title. Of course, they had to establish a good relationship. When they came, Tuanzi was picking vegetables in the backyard with her brothers. Hearing that there was a female guest visiting, and it was the family of his father Shangguan, he had to go and meet her out of courtesy. Jiang Yuqing was a county lady of the 2nd rank, and even if the other party was the wife of the Tongji, she had to greet her. When they stood up, Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but twitching his mouth when he saw Miss Yu. The moment Yu Yener saw her, she seemed to be stunned and blurted out, "Have I seen you somewhere?" Jiang Yuqing smiled and didn't say anything, and sat down next to his mother. At first, their conversation was normal, but later it was a little bit off. In and out of the words, it involved her big brother Jiang Yujiang. Jiang Yuqing finally understood that this Mrs. Yu actually wanted to marry this Miss Yu to her big brother Jiang Yujiang. Dreaming! Jiang Yuqing immediately pulled her mother's sleeve. Mrs. Lu originally thought that the girl looked pretty good and seemed quite dignified and polite. She was about the same age as her nephew. Although the children said that they would not consider marriage before the age of 18, if they really met a good one, it would not be impossible to settle down first. She was just about to call her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. Lin, to take a look. But when she turned her head, she saw her daughter shaking her head slightly at her. Mrs. Lu understood immediately. She quickly found a different topic. After seeing off the mother and daughter of the Yu family, Mrs. Lu asked her daughter, "Is there something wrong with this Miss Yu?" Tuanzi pouted and said, "It's a big problem. When I went to Beijing with my master, we made a short stop when we passed by Lingzhou Prefecture. During that time, we went to Qinghua Temple near our residence for a visit. There is a long corridor of calligraphy and inscriptions in the temple. I was there viewing the inscriptions, and Miss Yu came up and mocked me for being illiterate and pretending. I ignored her, so she came up and grabbed my collar. If it weren't for the master who came in time, she would have even wanted to fight with me. Today, I recognized her at a glance, but she didn't recognize me. I don't know if she can remember this matter after she goes back. No wonder she said she seemed to have seen you somewhere. Mrs. Lu snorted coldly and said angrily, "The little girl pretends well, but I didn't expect that she is such a person behind the scenes. When our family marries a daughter-in-law, regardless of family background and status, the first requirement is that the character must be upright. Such a person who is two-faced must never enter the family." Mother was almost deceived by her. Lu went back and forth twice. No, I have to find someone to find out what the situation is with this mother and daughter. How dare they set their sights on our family? Jiang Yuqing agreed with this very much. Jiang Wenyuan personally asked someone to ask, and the news came back within 2 days. It turned out that this Miss Yu is not the biological daughter of Madame Yu at all, but the daughter of a concubine of Yu Tongji. This concubine happened to be a lowly concubine born in a brothel, and she learned a whole set of foxy skills to serve men. Lord Yu was so coaxed that he ignored his dignity and registered Yu Yenu under Madame Yu's name as a legitimate daughter. On weekdays, this concubine often provoked the relationship between Yu Yenu and her legitimate mother. What good can a girl who was brought up in such an environment do? She has no other skills, but she has learned the skills of flattering the powerful and bullying the weak and pretending to be good. Indeed, Mrs. Yu knew the nature of this nominal daughter. Knowing this, she still dared to bring her here, which might not be the instruction of Yu Tongji. Jiang Wenyuan sneered. He thought he was very respectful to his superiors, but he never thought that he had nurtured the appetite of this Yu. Even if his elder brother did not hold a prominent position, Zhang Yujiang was the real eldest son of the Marquis's mansion. A concubine's daughter, who came from a brothel, also wanted to marry into the Marquis's mansion, which was simply a dream. At the same time, Mrs. Yu also sent someone to sound out the situation, and Lu refused on the grounds that Jiang Yujiang was busy with his studies. When Mrs. Yu heard the news, she only said, "I know," and said nothing else. It seemed that she had expected the result. Mrs. Yu's sister-in-law, Mrs. Chu, asked her younger sister-in-law, "Did you know that the Jiang family would not agree?" Mrs. Yu sneered. If the Jiang family were really that stupid, they would not have come this far. I believe they have found out everything about the Yu family's backyard in the past 2 days. The little naively thought that she was a legitimate daughter because she was registered under my name. Bah! She didn't know that even if a S name was inlaid with gold, it couldn't change her lowly origin. The Yu family still wanted to marry her into the Marquis's mansion, which was simply a daydream. Mrs. Chu sighed and patted her hands. "Sister, you have suffered all these years. Let's say that Yu Yena returned to the Chu mansion and remembered the appearance of Jiang Yuqing and the lotus on her forehead. The more she thought about it, the more familiar she felt. She always felt that she had seen it somewhere, but she just couldn't remember it. Until she saw the young lady of the Chu mansion copying the stone tablets and calligraphy this day, a light suddenly flashed in her mind, and she remembered that she seemed to have embarrassed a little girl in the Forest of Stones in Qinghua Temple in Lingzhou Prefecture last February. Yu Yener's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Yuqing promised his master that he would go to the capital to spend the Lantern Festival with him. Although his family was reluctant to let him go, they also knew that Dr. Chiu would be very lonely in the Marquis mansion in Beijing. Moreover, in another half-year, Jiang Wenyuan's 3-year term would be over and he would have to report to the capital. By then, the family could be together again. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, Jiang Yuqing spent the Lantern Festival with his family in advance. On the morning of the 14th day, he took a few large baskets of delicious food and Bai Xiaojiu and flew to the capital on Bai Xiaoshi with the reluctance of his family. Seeing his daughter riding a deer into the air and then disappearing in the air in a flash, Jiang Wenyuan felt very complicated. At noon, Jiang Yuqing stopped to rest by a waterfall in a mountain range and lit a fire to prepare to bake a glutinous rice cake for lunch. When it was almost done, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him, as if something was running towards here. He paused, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully, as if there was someone shouting. It's not even the 15th of the month yet, and it's freezing cold, How could there be anyone in this mountain? Jiang Yuqing immediately slapped an invisibility charm on himself and asked Bai Xiaoshi to fly in the direction of the sound. He just happened to see two gray-clothed men chasing a fleeing man. One of them drew his bow and shot an arrow, and with a whoosh, the fleeing man fell to the ground in the snow. Jiang Yuqing was startled. Who on earth were these two people who dared to kill people so brazenly? The two men ran up and kicked the man who fell to the ground hard, then bent down to check and found an arrow pierced his heart. They were sure that the man was dead before they smiled and felt relieved. The big man among them cursed. Can't you just dig minerals in the cave honestly? You insisted on running away, causing me to bleed on New Year's Day. How unlucky. The other short man put his hands to his mouth and blew a breath, impatiently said, "Can you stop talking nonsense and dig the hole quickly?" The big man said while digging the hole, "In this broken place, I can't eat or sleep well, and I kill people and bury corpses every day. If it weren't for the gold, I wouldn't come here to suffer this bird's punishment." The short man sniffed his frozen snot and said, "I'm glad to know. Finish it earlier and go back earlier. I'm freezing to death. Mine, gold, skinny and ragged escapees, killing people and burying corpses." These words, no matter how you look at them, these two people don't look like good people. Jiang Yuqing patted Xiao Jing on the wrist. "Tie him up for me." Xiao Jing immediately flew out of her hand, and his body suddenly grew in size, growing countless thick vines. Two of them swished twice, and in a moment, they wrapped the two thugs like dumplings and hung them in the air. The two thugs thought they had encountered a monster, and they struggled in fear and shouted for help, but it was a pity that they could do nothing except swing faster. Jiang Yuqing had already set up a soundproof array around them, so no one would hear them even if they shouted at the top of their lungs. Jiang Yuqing did not take off the invisibility charm on his body, but changed his voice into a deep and hoarse male voice and threatened, "Who are you and why are you committing crimes here? If you don't tell the truth, I will turn you into nutrients for this forest." The two men were already scared to death by the vines that suddenly appeared, and now they heard the sound but didn't see anyone. They were almost scared to death, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed down the tip of their shoes. They were actually scared too. Xiao Jing carried them away with disgust and shook them by the way. He stretched out two branches in front of the two guys, waved them, and then suddenly grew a foot-long cold thorns, which directly pressed against the noses of the two men. The dwarf was shaking all over, trembling, and said, "Great, great, 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 great immortal, spare us. We are the watchmen of the mine. This man is a miner. He ran out when we were not expecting him. We came to catch him." "What mine? Where is it?" "It's in the next valley."
Can you lead the way?"
No, great immortal. If the manager knows that we bring strangers back, we will die." Jiang Yuqing snorted coldly. "If you don't lead the way, you will become my food now. Lead. Please don't kill us." Obviously, the big guy was more afraid of death than the dwarf. Jiang Yuqing asked Xiao Jing to put the two men down, cut off the bows and weapons, tied his hands, and drove them to lead the way in front. After walking up and down the mountain for about half an hour, they saw a cave half hidden in the weeds and bushes under the cliff. Jiang Yuqing glanced at the two of them, waved her hand, and gave them a handful of drugs, which made them faint immediately. "Don't think about waking up for 2 days." Then she found a very hidden crevice in the rocks and stuffed them in, and covered them with a pile of hay.
Done.
She didn't want to throw these two guys into the spiritual realm. It was dirty. Then she walked along the path to the entrance of the cave. There were not many people guarding the entrance of the cave. Only 5. But there were as many as dozens of people hiding in the dark. If it weren't for her spiritual consciousness being able to be released, she might not have found it. It can be seen from this that the miner who was just killed would never run away from here. He might have dug a place similar to an escape passage and ran away. Moreover, he was discovered by the guards so quickly and was caught up so quickly, so this escape passage must be not far from here. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuqing searched around, but even if she used her spiritual sense, she still found nothing. So, she decided to go in through this cave. She didn't know the situation in the mine cave. Just when she was about to catch another tongue, a man wearing green silk clothes and looking like a manager suddenly came out of the mine cave. The guard at the cave entrance saluted him, and Jiang Yuqing heard the man in green clothes say, "We must guard this place well. If anyone escapes, we will all die." The gray-clothed man guarding the cave entrance responded with a yes, and the green-clothed manager went in. Jiang Yuqing hurried over and followed him unnoticed. The mine cave was cold and dark, with many forks. There were niches carved out on the cave wall at intervals, and torches were lit. In addition, there were gray-clothed thugs with knives guarding at intervals. Jiang Yuqing and the green-clothed manager walked around for about 3/4 of an hour and came to a large mine cave with an extremely empty mine. No, it should be called an underground cave, which is clearly formed naturally. In the cave, many skinny and ragged miners were smelting minerals around crucibles. The toxic gas from the burning coal filled the entire space. It choked people and made them cough. Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but use his spiritual energy to support a filter mask. The blazing firelight reflected the miners' empty and numbskull-like faces. Jiang Yuqing felt as if he was in. Some gray-clothed people were stacking the formed gold bricks in red lacquer boxes. The green-clothed manager covered his nose and went over, picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. When a box was full, the gray-clothed people closed the box, sealed it, and carried it away. Jiang Yuqing hurriedly followed. After another 1/4 of an hour, 2 groups of people had been replaced to carry the box, and finally arrived at a small cave. At the entrance of the cave was a stone door that weighed thousands of gold. The steward in green took an iron key from his waist, inserted it into the small hole, and twisted it. With a click, a secret compartment opened on the wall next to it. There was a statue of an unknown god in the secret compartment. The steward in green reached in and turned it. The heavy stone door lifted up, and they walked in. Jiang Yuqing took a look and saw that it was full of red lacquer boxes with seals like this. It can be imagined that they were all filled with gold bricks. After coming out of the treasure cave, Jiang Yuqing followed the steward in green to many places, including the mines where the workers were mining, the karst caves where they lived, and even the mass graves where the bodies of the miners were thrown after being tortured to death. This lasted for a whole day. The miners working here were all kidnapped, deceived, or forcibly abducted in various ways. They had to work here for more than 7 hours every day. If they were a little slower, they would be beaten by the guards. However, they only had 2 pitiful meals a day, each of which was only a fist-sized black steamed bread made of mixed grains and wild vegetables, and a bowl of water. Many people could not hold on, and were exhausted or beaten to death. After death, they were dragged away and thrown into a deep pit. These people are simply inhumane. After Jiang Yuqing found out the situation of the entire mine, he drew a detailed map. After that, he sneaked into the residence of the manager in green clothes, sealed his 5 senses with spiritual power, and made him fall into a deep sleep. After taking the key from him, he began to search the house. She searched through the pillows, bedding, bed bottoms, and suitcases, and found a lot of gold and silver treasures. Jiang Yuqing was not polite at all, and put them all into the spiritual realm. She also searched out a box full of letters from a very hidden niche. Jiang Yuqing roughly flipped through it, and found that there were 2 people who wrote to the man in green clothes. One was called Bajili, and the other signed a twisted abstract pattern that looked like crystal orchid. This thing is a herbaceous saprophyte, and the whole plant can be used as medicine. It tastes sweet and has a neutral nature. It has the effect of replenishing deficiency and relieving cough, and is mainly used to treat lung deficiency cough. But it has many nicknames, such as Flower of the Underworld, Flower of Death, and Flower of Ghosts, none of which is auspicious. Those who can use it as a totem are really not good people. Otherwise, the miners in this cave would not be so miserable. They are probably asking about the gold smelting situation and urging for gold. Looking at the date, Jiang Yuqing guessed that they shipped gold out about once every 2 months. The last time they shipped gold was before the Chinese New Year. Jiang Yuqing collected all the letters, put a stack of white paper into the box, cast a sleight of hand, and put it back to its original place. After making sure that there was nothing missing in the house, Jiang Yuqing took the key and used the same method to knock out the guard outside the treasure house, then used the key to open the door, looted all the gold inside, and replaced it with stones of the same weight. After quickly moving the 2 treasure caves, Jiang Yuqing woke up the guard immediately. The guard thought he was just too tired and fell asleep accidentally. Because he was afraid of being scolded by his superiors, he didn't dare to mention it and pretended that it had never happened. After making a fortune, Jiang Yuqing sneaked back to the residence of the manager in blue clothes, hung the key back to him, and released his 5 senses. But this guy didn't wake up and even snored.
He was really asleep.
There was no distinction between day and night in the cave. Jiang Yuqing found that the moon was already high in the sky when he came out of the mine. As for the 2 gray-clothed men who were knocked unconscious by her and stuffed into the cracks of the rocks, there was no need to keep them because they had committed so many evil deeds. After taking them to the nearby forest, she tore off a piece of clothing and asked Xiao Jing to drag them underground to serve as nutrients for the plants. After that, she cleaned up the traces carefully. The 2 guards disappeared inexplicably. When the steward in the cave found out that they were missing, he would definitely send someone out to check. In order not to alert the enemy, she also went to the spiritual realm to pull up by Xiaojiu, who was sleeping. She let it walk around the nearby mountains and forests for a few circles, successfully broke the gray clothes that were stripped off, and sprinkled some rabbit blood on it to create the illusion that they were eaten by the tiger. After doing all this, Jiang Yuqing returned to the spiritual realm to rest. At dawn the next day, she flew to high altitude again and drew a detailed map of the nearby mountains and rivers. She found that this place was not far from Daizhou City, just about 50 kilometers northwest of Daizhou City in the Shanling Mountains. Jiang Yuqing would never believe that the gold mine was mined privately so close to Daizhou City without the protection of local officials behind the mine owner. She decided to go to Daizhou to explore the situation. She used the illusion technique to transform herself into a middle-aged wealthy businessman and entered Daizhou City and found a tea house with very good decoration. While drinking, she pretended to be casual and asked the waiter about the name of beet jelly. The waiter stopped her immediately and said, "This is the name of our prefect. You must not call him by his name. If others hear it, they will be punished by the government." Jiang Yuqing quickly stuffed a silver ingot into her hand, saying that she didn't mean it, and asked him to forgive her. Point in the investigation, the matter was no longer under her control. Mining gold privately was a heinous crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the family, especially since it involved an official appointed by the imperial court. The water was too deep, and one could drown in it if one was not careful. This matter needed to be done by professionals. After Jiang Yuqing left Daizhou City, he flew directly to the capital. While the emperor was away for dinner, Jiang Yuqing used her spiritual power to temporarily seal the 5 senses of the secret guards guarding the palace. She quietly placed a piece of gold, the map she had drawn, and the letter she had searched from the steward in blue clothes on the emperor's desk without anyone noticing. When the emperor came back, he was shocked to find the things on the case, and after carefully reading the contents, he was furious. He called the minister of the Ministry of Justice, the minister of the Dali Temple, and several trusted ministers, including the Duke of Xinghua, who were eating glutinous rice at home, to the palace to discuss the matter that night. The conversation lasted until late at night. After the ministers left, the emperor called out the secret guards and asked them carefully whether anyone had entered the imperial study during the time he was having dinner. The secret guard said that no one had entered, and there was nothing unusual. These things seemed to appear out of thin air. Seeing that he could not ask anything, the emperor had to wave his hand and let the secret guards go. He was quite depressed. The only thing to be thankful for now is that this top master did not seem to have any ill will towards him. After Jiang Yuqing left the palace, she did not stay on the crowded streets, but flew directly back to Huchunyuan. She promised to come back to spend the Lantern Festival with her master, but she was delayed for so long because of the gold mine. Fortunately, she still has time to eat a bowl of glutinous rice with the old man. Huchunyuan. As soon as Dr. Chiu sent away the servant who delivered the glutinous rice and closed the gate, He turned around and saw his beloved apprentice and her deer appear in the yard, and he was immediately overjoyed. "Silly girl, I thought the glutinous rice tonight were cooked in vain?" Jiang Yuqing jumped onto the old man with a smile, hugged Dr. Chio's neck, and acted coquettishly. "No, I promised to spend the holiday with you. Of course I can't break my promise." Dr. Chio tapped her forehead in dissatisfaction. "Then why are you back so late?" Tuanzi said, "I originally set out early yesterday morning, but something happened on the way, so I was delayed until now." Dr. Chio didn't ask in detail, just said, "Are you not injured? Have you solved it?" Tuanzi said proudly, "Of course, your precious disciple is so smart. How could he not solve it?" "Well, it's good that it's solved. Are you hungry?" Dr. Chio touched his disciple's little head, his eyes full of love.
Hungry.
Tuanzi touched his flat stomach. He was in a hurry to leave the mountain in the morning and only had 2 small snacks in Daijo City at noon. Now his stomach was growling with hunger. She thought that when she had time, she would study alchemy, such as making a pill to prevent hunger. When she was busy, she could just eat one directly, which would save her a lot of trouble. Dr. Chio pushed a bowl of glutinous rice to her. "Eat them while they are hot." So Tuanzi picked up the spoon and started to eat them. There are 2 kinds of fillings in glutinous rice. One is peanut and sesame filling, and the other is red bean paste filling, both of which taste very good. Tuanzi asked her master while eating, "Where is the 3rd senior brother?" The old man snorted coldly and said, "He went to watch the lanterns with his wife." He really forgot his master after getting a wife. What an unfilial disciple. Jiang Yuqing's eyes immediately lit up. "So, I will have a 3rd senior sister-in-law soon?" "It's too early," Dr. Chio said. "He is willing, but the old stubborn people in his family will not be willing for him to marry a woman from the underworld." "What do you mean?" Dr. Chio said. "I'm afraid your senior brother hasn't told you about his origins?" Jiang Yuqing shook her head, her eyes sparkling, waiting for you to tell her. Dr. Chio then told her story. It turned out that his 3rd senior brother Liu Yi, who was carefree, was actually born into the famous Liu family in Yunzhou and was a direct descendant. Yunzhou Academy, one of the 4 major academies in Daxia, was opened by his family. There are many talents in the family. It was such a scholarly family that gave birth to a strange and rebellious person like Liu Yi. She doesn't like to study, but she likes medicine and some strange things. At the age of 11, she successfully ran thousands of miles away from her family and became the 3rd apprentice of Dr. Chio in Bian Ke Valley. Her prospective 3rd sister-in-law is called Gongsun Zishu, and she is also the eldest daughter of the famous Wanjian Villa in the Jianghu. That is the Wanjian Villa where Liu Yi told her to take a sign to shake people if she couldn't win the fight when they first met. Dr. Chio meant that Wanjian Villa is also a well-known family. If the Liu family disagrees because of their status, the Gongsun family will not force their daughter to marry. In short, these 2 people still have time to deal with each other. Jiang Yuqing thought it was not necessarily the case. Her 3rd brother looked careless, but he was actually ambitious. When he was 11 years old, the Liu family could no longer control him. Now, he has been an adult for many years, and his name in the Jianghu is also well known, and there is no reason to let the Liu family control him. That night, Liu Yi knew that Jiang Yuqing was back. But because of Jiang Yuqing's special identity, both the master and the apprentice subconsciously concealed the fact that Jiang Yuqing had returned to Beijing. Therefore, although Gongsun Zishu temporarily lived in the guest house of the Marquis Mansion, she did not know that the real young master of the Marquis Mansion had returned. Jiang Yuqing practiced in the spiritual realm during the day. As the level of cultivation increased, more spiritual energy was needed. She is now at the 8th level of Qi training. At this age, such a level of cultivation is considered a genius among geniuses in the world of cultivation. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to improve her cultivation, but calmed down to learn how to make talismans. During this period, because there was not enough talisman paper, she went to Sanqing Temple to ask Hua Yangzi for a stack. She can now make light body talismans and earth escape talismans very skillfully. The explosive talisman was also drawn after several failures. Looking at a light piece of paper, it would explode into a big pit, when thrown out. It is better than the grenade used in the previous life and more environmentally friendly. So a certain ball with overflowing self-confidence, after preparing a large pile of talisman paper and array plates, went to the monster mountain to train without knowing the immensity of the world. As a result, he ran into a group of 4th-level mad wolves in Estrus. Mad wolves were originally called wind wolves. They like to lick a poisonous mineral. As time goes by, this mineral toxin will slowly accumulate in their bodies and then damage their brains, making their behavior uncontrollable, just like having rabies. Especially in estrus, the brain of the female wolf is not very smart, and under the stimulation of hormones in the body, it is very crazy. It will eat the male wolf when he is weak after mating. If it feels that it is not enough, it will even eat its own immature cubs, so it is also called wolf that does not recognize relatives or mad wolf. The character is extremely vicious and cruel. Jiang Yuqing's wood spirit breath, which is invincible in the animal world, is really useless against this group of mad wolves who don't recognize their relatives. Moreover, they are extremely fast, strong in combat, not afraid of death, selfish and vengeful, so they can only run for their lives. Therefore, Jiang Yuqing fought with them for only a quarter of an hour, and she smashed all the explosive talismans in her hand and exhausted all her spiritual power. If it weren't for Xiao Jing's strength and Bai Xiaoshi's fast running, she would have almost died here with these dozens of kilograms of tender meat. Jiang Yuqing fled back to the Lingquan pool in shock, lying on the side of the pool and breathing heavily. She looked at the transparent barrier on this side and the inheritance hall and felt particularly familiar. This thing is really too safe. She thought that before building the foundation, she should not go to the monster mountain range to suffer.
She was scared to death.
Jiang Yuqing stayed in the spiritual realm until the 2nd day of the 2nd month and finally returned to Beijing. As soon as he returned to Beijing, he heard about a big event. Bai Jili, the prefect of Daizhou, was executed for colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty to privately mine gold and intend to rebel. His wife's Fong family, the Pingdong Bo mansion, and his eldest sister-in-law, the mother of the 3rd princess, concubine Fong Shu, were also implicated. The former was demoted to a commoner, his family was confiscated and exiled. The latter was demoted to a noble by the emperor. It is said that the 3rd princess cried all day long, and the matter of choosing a son-in-law was also left unfinished. It is said that the gold searched from Bai Jili's mansion alone was as high as more than 700,000 taels, plus other jewelry and antique calligraphy and paintings, and the double-drawn carriage alone was loaded with a full 38 carriages. More than the national treasury of Daxia. There was also a lot of gold, silver, pearls, and jades seized from the Fong family. It can be imagined that Bai Jili often paid tribute to his wife-in-law. The bigger melon is still to come. Mrs. Bai Fong was not Bai Lijia's original wife, but a successor. It turns out that Bai Jili was born in poverty and relied on his wife's dowry to support him and pass the imperial examination. He despised his wife's family background as a merchant. In order to get close to the powerful in Beijing and pave the way for his official career, he tried every means to hook up with the second lady of the Fong mansion at that time, who was later Mrs.
Bifen.
He lied to her that he was unmarried. In order to make room for Fong, Bai Jili even hired a killer to kill his wife and son on the way to the capital, making it look like his wife and children died accidentally. This operation can be called the Daxia version of Chen Shimi. Afterwards, he married Fong as he wished, and with the support of his wife's family, he rose to prominence. Unfortunately, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. These dirty things he did were still known to someone with ulterior motives, and that person used this as a threat to protect them from privately mining gold. Bai Jili had no choice but to agree. At first, he was still worried every day, but when he saw so much gold being moved into his house, he gradually lost himself in the brilliant golden light, became willing, and even took the initiative to open the door for that person. Until Jiang Yuqing accidentally ran into the guards of the mine-chasing miners that day, the secret was finally revealed to the world. The emperor was furious, and Bai Jili got what he deserved. After the court took over the gold mine, the original miners were also rescued. The court came forward and treated them uniformly, and each of them was given 30 taels of silver as compensation. As for those who have died, the court also gave their families pensions if they knew where to find their families. As for those who can't find their families, the court has no choice but to disappear forever in the world. As for the mass grave, it was permanently sealed and a stone tablet was erected. In the future, worship 1 or 2 on the 1st and 15th day of the month, which can be regarded as an explanation for these tragic deaths. As for the remnants of the previous dynasty that caused this tragedy, it is said that they are still being investigated. These have nothing to do with Jiang Yuqing. The owner of the Marquis' mansion returned to Beijing, so Gongsun Zishu naturally came to pay her respects. Jiang Yuqing also liked this bright and generous girl. Perhaps because of her origin in the underworld, she had a unique, free, and easy temperament, not to mention that she was quite compatible with her third senior brother. Her martial arts were very good, especially her swordsmanship, which was superb. Even Jiang Yuqing, who originally did not intend to learn kung fu, was moved and asked her for some pointers. Her third senior brother was so angry that he scolded her. "Little bad girl, you value beauty over senior brother. I took the initiative to teach you before, but you didn't learn. Now you actually ask her to learn swordsmanship. Isn't it too much?" Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "This is a different time. Besides, who made you not as good as Sister Gongsun in swordsmanship? Okay, little stinky treasure. You still dare to despise me? I'll tickle you." As he said, he took Tuanzi into his arms and started tickling. Tuanzi, who was being tickled, giggled and begged for mercy. The two brothers and sisters played for a long time before they stopped. Gongsun Zishu watched the two brothers and sisters playing and laughed, thinking that the relationship between the two brothers and sisters was really good. On the second day after Jiang Yuqing returned to Beijing, officials from the Ministry of Revenue came to her. It was about the sale of grain seeds. Calculating the time, there were still 2 months before planting, and the matter of grain seeds had to be implemented. Jiang Yuqing entrusted them with full authority. With someone worrying about it, she was happy to be a hands-off boss and only be responsible for collecting money. And they didn't dare to embezzle it because His Majesty the Emperor was watching them covetously. Whoever dared to make a small move, the fate of the Tong family would be a lesson for them. The days passed in laughter and joy, and soon it was Tuanzi's 4th birthday. Her birthday was simple, and only her family had a meal together. For example, Dr. Chiu and his 3 brothers, Tian Shanglu, Gongsun Zishu, and Jing Yan. Jing Yan came with gifts from the Emperor, Empress, and Li Deshun. This year is the year of the imperial examination. A few days after his 4th birthday, the top 3 of this year's new imperial examinations were announced. On the day when the top 3 were paraded through the streets, the whole capital was bustling with excitement. Jiang Yuqing also went to watch with divine Dr. Chiu. The top 3 were already quite old, and the third was at least 30 years old. Although he was not old and looked pretty good, Tuanzi felt that he was much worse than her father. It must be said that Tuanzi's filter was really thick. The announcement of the new imperial examinations meant that her father's 3-year term would be over in 2 months. By then, he would bring his family to the capital, and it was exciting just to think about it. Days passed by, and it was April. The seeds of grain in her farm had already been planted in the rice fields. April 18th was divine Dr. Chiu's 70th birthday. It was actually not accurate to say that this day was his birthday. The old man was picked up from the dead by his master, the previous generation of Bien K Valley Master, when he was about 2 months old. The day he was picked up was June 17th, and the old Valley Master calculated 2 months forward based on the child's approximate age and decided on April 17th. In ancient times, it was said that it is rare for a person to live to be 70 years old. Several disciples wanted to hold a lively birthday party for the old man, but the old man was too lazy to do it. He likes beef, but cattle are the most important production materials in this era, and it is illegal to kill cattle at will. Only when the cattle die of old age or have an accident and can no longer work can the owner register with the government and obtain permission before slaughtering. Therefore, beef is very rare. In her spiritual realm, there are no ordinary cattle in the mountains on the side of the medicine field. There are wild cattle in the Monster Mountain Range on the side of the Inheritance Hall. Let's not talk about whether it is easy to catch that thing, just the violent spiritual power rich in the monster meat will kill Dr. Chiu with just one bite. She had no choice but to spend money to ask the butcher shop and the slaughterhouse to keep an eye out for beef, and if there was any, send it to her as soon as possible, regardless of the price. Fortunately, 3 days before Dr. Chiu's birthday, the butcher shop really delivered 30 kilograms of beef. On the old man's birthday, the kitchen prepared a beef feast in various ways, such as braised beef, boiled beef, and beef stewed with wine. Jiang Yuqing always felt that it was not good enough, and it would be better if there were tomatoes or potatoes. Tomato stewed beef brisket, potato stewed beef, the taste, just thinking about it makes her drool. Especially potatoes, no matter how they are fried, stir-fried, or deep-fried, they are delicious. It's a pity that she searched the kitchen of the main hospital and didn't find any potatoes, which is a pity. At noon that day, Jiang Yuqing came back from outside. Before entering the hospital gate, she saw a middle-aged man pulling a donkey on a wooden cart, coming here in a panic. Others couldn't help laughing when they saw it, and some even joked with him. "Brother, other people use donkeys to pull people, but why is it the other way around in your case?" The man ignored the ridicule from others and drove the donkey straight to Heian Hospital. When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, he parked the cart and shouted at the top of his voice, "Doctor, doctor, someone come and save it." A male doctor heard it, thought there was an emergency patient, and ran out and said, "What's wrong with who?" The man pointed at the donkey on the cart and said, It's sick. Please take a look." The doctor got angry when he saw it and scolded. "You are kidding me. We are a human hospital, not a veterinary hospital. Why did you bring the donkey here?" The man was anxious. "Isn't it the same to treat humans and animals? Just take a look." Another woman who came to see the doctor couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Why are you talking so nonsense? According to what you said, you might as well marry an animal. Anyway, humans and animals are the same." When the others heard what the woman said, they burst into laughter. The man said anxiously, "Doctor, I am not good at speaking. Please don't mind. Please save it. My family only has such a big animal. The whole family depends on it to pull goods for food. If it gets hurt, how can my whole family live?" These days, it is not easy for ordinary people to have a big animal at home. It can be said that big animals are the most valuable thing in the family besides the house. She has an old cow at home. This old cow has been pulling the plow for the Jiang family for more than 10 years, which can be said to be hard work and great contributions. Even though it was old and could not pull the plow, her grandfather Jiang Lotus still carefully raised this old fellow and occasionally took it out to eat grass. Therefore, she especially understood the man's feelings. So she went forward to take a look and found that there was white foam around the donkey's mouth and its body was twitching constantly. She put on gloves and was about to turn over the donkey's mouth, but the donkey suddenly pulled its 4 hooves violently, bounced and froze. Jiang Yuqing took a look and found that it was dead. When the man saw the donkey was dead, he sat down on the ground and burst into tears. "My Baihuer, you are gone just like that. How can we, the old and the young, live? Baihuer, you can't leave me and go just like that. Look at how he is crying. It's really..."
"What?"
Those who know that he has a dead donkey, those who don't know would think that his wife has died. This is a sad thing. It would be better if the man didn't cry. But as soon as the man started crying, the people around him couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuqing was also quite speechless. Jiang Yuqing turned his eyes to the dead donkey's mouth, looking at the circles of white foam. He always felt that the donkey didn't die of illness, but rather of poisoning. So he asked the man, "Has your donkey been sick for a long time, or did it suddenly get an acute disease?" The man cried so hard that he didn't want to pay attention to her little kid. But the doctor he had spoken to earlier said, "This is my junior uncle, the close disciple of the master of our BNK Valley." The man was stunned for a moment, then continued crying and saying, "Today, I got a job delivering goods to a seed shop." Seeing that he was hiccuping from crying, Jiang Yuqing quickly asked someone to bring him a cup of honey water for him to drink slowly, while having someone pat his back. After he calmed down, he continued, after unloading the goods from the seed shop, I drove Baihuer home. Before we got home, it foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Its body was twitching. I was scared, so I quickly unloaded the car and pulled it here. But it still died. Woo 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 my Baihuer. Jiang Yuqing twitched his mouth and asked again, did Baihuer have anything to eat before it fell ill? The man said, just some ordinary grass fodder. Only grass fodder? Jiang Yuqing shook his head and said, it shouldn't be like that. It seems like it died of poisoning from eating something it shouldn't have eaten. Think about it again, did it eat something else? Anything else? The man suddenly slapped his head and said, I remember that when I was unloading goods at the door of the seed shop, I saw Baihuer eating an oval root of something unknown. That thing had a green skin, and the big one weighed about half a pound, while the small one weighed 2 or 3 tails. There were many white buds as long as 2 people's knuckles growing on it. Baihuer ate more than half a bag. I was scared at the time and thought I would have to pay a lot of money. The owner of the seed shop said it didn't matter, because he didn't know what that thing was anyway and no one wanted it. Did my Baihuer die because he ate that thing? The man's description was too general, and Jiang Yuqing didn't know what he was talking about for a while. So she discussed with him whether he could ask him to wait for a while, and she would find out the cause of Baihuer's death. The man said yes, since it had come to this point. He also wanted to find out the cause of the donkey's death. Jiang Yuqing then collected some blood, returned to his office, locked the door, and entered the spiritual realm. It didn't take long for the test to show the result. The donkey's blood contained a large amount of solanine, and it really died of poisoning. Thinking of the unknown green and sprouting tubers described by the man, an answer came to mind. Potatoes. The donkey died of poisoning after eating a large amount of sprouted potatoes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuqing was instantly excited and hurried out of the hospital and said to the man, the cause of Baihuer's death has been found out. She died of poisoning after eating the sprouting thing you mentioned before. The man cried again after hearing this. Jiang Yuqing took out a silver ingot weighing 10 taels from his arms and said to him, don't cry. As long as you tell me where the seed shop where you unloaded the goods before is, this ingot of silver will be yours. You can use it to buy a new donkey. The man didn't expect such a good thing to happen, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, it's the Fengshuo seed shop on Willow Street in the east of the city. The boss's surname is Chong. Jiang Yuqing stuffed the silver ingot into his hand. Okay, take Baihuer and bury it. Then go buy a donkey. The man scratched his head. Do you have to bury it? Why, you can't bear to do it. The man wiped away his tears and smiled. Such a big donkey, at least 100 pounds of meat. It's a pity to bury it. It's so good to eat it. So you were crying to God just now? Jiang Yuqing ground his back teeth and said very seriously, you can eat it. After eating, it's your turn to lie on the bed. Can I stew it a little longer? Tuanzi couldn't bear it anymore and shouted with his hands on his waist. No, no, you are not allowed to eat it. Did you hear me clearly? You can't sell the meat to others secretly. If I hear that anyone has died of poison from eating poisoned donkey meat, I will put the blame on you and let the emperor punish all your clans. Do you understand me clearly? The man was startled and stammered, I understand, I understand. It's good that you understand me clearly. Now, immediately, take your silver and go to a place outside the city to dig a deep pit and bury the donkey. I will find someone to keep an eye on you. Yes, yes, let's go, let's go. After the man left, Jiang Yuqing let out a long breath and rubbed her throbbing temples. She was having a hard time. However, she had more important things to do at this time. She hurried back to the clinic to tell her master, and then rode by Shaosher to the east of the city in a hurry. They were almost there. Jiang Yuqing found an empty alley, took Bai Shaosher into the spiritual realm, and used a magic to transform himself into a middle-aged man. Jiang Yuqing found the seed shop according to the man's instructions, and sure enough, he saw a sack at the corner of the door. When he opened it, he found that it was potatoes that had sprouted, and there were only a few left. The owner of the seed shop saw him staring at the torn sack for a long time, and came out curiously to ask, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with this thing? Jiang Yuqing glanced at him quietly. Did a man driving a donkey deliver goods to your house this morning? Boss Chong was stunned for a moment and said, Yes, what's wrong? Jiang Yuqing said, His donkey ate this thing and was poisoned to death. Boss Chong was shocked. This is not allowed to be nonsense. Jiang Yuqing said, I'm not talking nonsense. The man took the poisoned donkey to Heian Hospital, but it was too late and the donkey died. I heard that it died because of eating this thing, so I came to see it out of curiosity. Boss Chong said, This is none of my business. The donkey wanted to eat it. I won't pay for it. Jiang Yuqing said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. Heian Hospital felt sorry for him and had already given him money. She paused and said, Are you selling this thing? Boss Chong said, Didn't you say this thing is poisonous? Why did you buy it? Jiang Yuqing said as a matter of course it is useful. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. Boss Chong breathed a sigh of relief and said, No need. I'll give it to you. He was afraid that if he threw it out, it would poison someone else and he would have to pay for it with his underwear. Now that someone wants it, he will give it away as soon as possible. Jiang Yuqing walked into the store and took a look. He saw that they were all ordinary vegetable seeds. Thinking that there were still a lot of empty spaces in the spiritual realm, he bought some of each and prepared to let Bai Xiaoshi plant them. He asked the boss, Besides these, are there any other rare seeds?
Rare.
Boss Chong thought for a while. There is really a bag. He said to the clerk, There is a small cloth bag in the small compartment under the stairs in the backyard. You go and get it. The clerk responded and went, and soon dragged out a gray sack. Boss Chong untied the rope and said, This bag of seeds came from the south last year, mixed in with a bunch of seeds. No one knows what it is, but the color is pretty. When he opened it, he saw that it was bright yellow. Jiang Yuqing was immediately happy. Isn't this corn? It's really a case of searching for something in vain, but it comes to her without any effort. She immediately said she wanted all of them. After weighing them, the total weight was 18 pounds and 7 ounces. Boss Chong was also happy to sell this bottom-of-the-box good and gave a price so cheap that Jiang Yuqing dropped her jaw. After paying the bill, Jiang Yuqing looked at the corn and potato seeds in her hand as if she were dreaming. When she returned home at night, Jiang Yuqing planted these treasures in the spiritual realm with her own hands. Watering them with spiritual spring water, just hope that they can reproduce more. In this way, Daxia will have 2 more high-yield food crops. For example, in some places in the northwest that are not suitable for growing rice and sweet potatoes, corn and potatoes can grow very well. After April, it is May. In early May, Gongsun Zishu came to say goodbye to Dr. Chiu and Jiang Yuqing. Because the young master of Wanjian Villa, Gongsun Zishu's brother, is getting married. After thinking again and again, Louis decided to go back with her. Although it was not his first time to Wanjian Villa, it was the first time he went to meet the girl's parents as a prospective son-in-law, so the gift could not be shabby. Gongsun Zishu didn't care, or even if she cared, she was embarrassed to say it. Lu Yi didn't think of this at all. As a master, Dr. Chiu was also confused. In order to prevent this guy from being a bachelor for life, the eldest brother Tianguang, the second brother Guijie, and the younger sister Jiang Yuqing, the 3 of them were worried. Before the 2 of them set off, she managed to get him a carriage, which was a decent gift for meeting them. Lu Yi was deeply moved. After seeing them off, Jiang Yuqing began to count the days. Her father's 3-year term was over and it was time for him to report to the capital, Chingo. On May 18th, the new Qingzhou County Magistrate arrived. The new county magistrate was a newly appointed Jinshi this year. He was a few years older than Jiang Wenyuan, nearly 30 years old. He was also quite sensible and was very polite to Jiang Wenyuan. Jiang Wenyuan also asked him to take the people of Qingzhou into consideration. The new county magistrate responded without hesitation. To cause trouble on the territory of the Marquis of Qingzhou is to seek death. On May 21st, early in the morning, Jiang Wenyuan and his wife took their son Jiang Yuchuan, old man Jiang Tu, and old Hu and his wife, and got on the carriage to the capital. As for the 2 brothers Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi, They were not able to leave at will because of their official positions, so they did not go with them. As soon as the convoy arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw that the surrounding area was full of villagers who came to see them off. Everyone chased the carriage, and some shouted, "My lord, take care on the road and have a safe journey." Some elderly people shouted, "Sanwar, remember to come back when you are free." More villagers carried baskets and stuffed all kinds of food into the carriage, such as boiled eggs, cakes, steamed bacon and sausages, etc. At that moment, Jiang Wenyuan burst into tears and kept bowing to the villagers. When the convoy arrived at the fork in the road to Xiaoshuan, his father-in-law, Mr. Liu, brought his whole family and all the students in the school to see him off. The Jiang family hurriedly got off the carriage and greeted them one by one. Mother Liu touched her daughter's face and said with tears in her eyes, "You are a lucky person. You must live a good life after arriving in the capital. When you encounter something, discuss it with your son-in-law more, and don't be so petty." Mrs. Liu nodded with tears in her eyes. "Okay, Mother, I will remember it." After a pause, she said goodbye to everyone, and the carriage was on the road again. The students waved to the carriage. "Goodbye, senior brothers and sisters.
Have a safe journey."
I thought it was over, but I didn't expect it was just the beginning. The carriage left the village road and went to the official road. The places it passed by were full of people. The people waved to them and shouted, "Have a safe journey, Mr. Jiang." Many more shouted, "Mr. Jiang, we can't bear to leave you." Some shouted, "Mr. Jiang, please stay." When they arrived at the gate of the county, the new county magistrate and all the prominent families in the county came, as well as the people of the whole city. They all came spontaneously, holding an umbrella for all the people. Jiang Wenyuan took the umbrella with both hands and bowed deeply to everyone. Wenyuan has no virtue and ability to be loved by all the elders and villagers. Wenyuan is going to a long journey, and I hope all the elders and villagers will take care of themselves. An elderly woman said, "Mr. Jiang, can you not leave? We can't bear to leave you. You have been in Chingo for 3 years, and you have given us enough food and helped us to be upright." The woman couldn't help crying before she finished speaking. No matter how reluctant the people were, Jiang Wenyuan had to leave. The people followed the motorcade all the way to Woolly Pavilion outside the North City Gate. As they watched the motorcade gradually go away, they knelt down and said, "The mountains are high and the waters are long. May you have a safe journey. Take care." Jiang Wenyuan sat in the carriage, listening to the affectionate calls of the people behind him, covering his face with his hands, tears falling from his chin into his clothes. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Liu hugged her husband's head in her arms, patted his back, and comforted him silently. He just did what a county magistrate should do. How could he be so loved by the elders and villagers? It was not until the convoy had gone more than 10 miles that Jiang Wenyuan calmed down. He said with a hoarse voice and some embarrassment, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Old man Jiang said cheerfully, "My son is loved by people, and I am happy for you from the bottom of my heart. You take the people to heart and think about them everywhere, and the people will naturally take you to heart. We, the peasants, never care about who is the emperor. We only care about who can make us have enough food and not go hungry." True words from the heart. After more than 20 days of smooth sailing, they finally entered the capital in the evening of June 15th. At the south gate of the capital, after receiving the news, Zhang Yuqing had been waiting here with people for a day. At this time, she saw a team of carriages coming here from a distance. The carriage of this family had no emblem, but she recognized the driver in the lead, who was her family. Tuanzi jumped up with joy and pulled Dr. Chiu, saying, "Master, it's our carriage. My father and mother are here. They are here." Dr. Chiu happily touched his little apprentice's head. It was really hard for her to be separated from her parents at such a young age. When the team came closer, the driver saw her from a distance and shouted in surprise, "I saw our little county lady and Dr. Chiu." Jiang Wenyuan, who was sitting in the second carriage, also heard the driver shout and immediately lifted the curtain to look at the city gate. Sure enough, he saw his beloved daughter in the crowd. At this time, Tuanzi also saw him, jumped up and waved to him, and shouted loudly in her baby voice, "Daddy." The carriage rushed over, and before the carriage stopped, Jiang Wenyuan jumped up first, ran forward, and picked up his daughter, who was flying towards him. Tuanzi hugged her father's neck and rubbed her little face against his face, rubbing it again and again. She really liked it. After a while, her mother and her brother also got off the car, and Tuanzi rubbed against them one by one. Then came Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Hu. Jiang Wenyuan stepped forward and bowed deeply to Dr. Chiu. "Thank you for your hard work over the past year, Doctor, and you have taken such good care of our baby." Dr. Chiu waved his hand and said, "Haha, I am her master, and it is my job to take care of her. Besides, our baby is sensible. With her accompanying the old man, I am taking advantage of your family." Over there, Tuanzi had kissed everyone enough. The Jiang family also came forward to greet Dr. Chiu. Jiang Yuqing introduced his family to Nanny Yen and Ariu, and the three of them hurried forward to greet them. After a round of greetings, everyone got on the carriage again and returned to the Marquis Mansion. Jiang Wenyuan and Lu had seen the drawings of a Qingzhou Marquis Mansion in the capital earlier and knew that the Marquis Mansion covered a very large area and had more than 20 courtyards. But it looked shallow on paper, and they were still surprised when they actually saw it. Not to mention Old Man Jiang, Old Mrs. Hu, and Jiang Yuchuan. These three people were like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, and they kept exclaiming along the way. Fortunately, the servants of the Marquis Mansion were well trained by people sent by the East Palace, so no one looked down on them. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife lived in the main courtyard, Yinan Courtyard. Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Hu lived in Jella Hall behind Yinan Courtyard. Jiang Yuchuan was arranged to live in Honghu Residence to the east of Yinan Courtyard. In the evening, Jiang Yuqing had someone prepare a sumptuous banquet to welcome his parents and relatives who had come from afar. Everyone ate and chatted, talking about what had happened in the capital recently. Because Jiang Wenyuan had to go to the palace to express his gratitude tomorrow, Tuanzi was worried about her father, so she carefully told his father and her brother a lot. As for her mother and grandmother, she also asked Nanny Yen to teach them some simple etiquette. You could say she was cramming at the last minute, but it was better than doing nothing. After learning for a while, Tuanzi decisively urged everyone to wash up and rest. After traveling for so many days, they must be exhausted. Especially the old couple. They began to doze off after dinner. The next day, the Jiang family got up early. Because they were going to the palace to thank the emperor today, except for the white-collar old man Jiang, the rest of the family dressed up according to their ranks. Jiang Yuqing was afraid that her mother and her grandmother would not dress up, so she sent Ariu and Nanny Yen to help. After breakfast and packing up, the family took 2 carriages to the direction of the palace. When they arrived at the palace gate, they got off the carriage and found that eunuchs were waiting there. Lin led the father and son of the Jiang family to the imperial study, and another led the women of the Jiang family to the pepper house. It was the time to leave the court. Along the way, many officials looked at Jiang Wenyuan and his son and saw that their clothes were obviously of high rank, but their faces were very unfamiliar. They were all guessing where this noble person came from. Some of the smart ones had already guessed that it was probably the Qingzhou Marquis and the prince who had just entered the capital yesterday. Sure enough, their guess was confirmed not long after. Jiang Wenyuan and his son ran into Qingzhou, the prince of Pingyang Marquis. This guy is an old acquaintance, so when they meet, they have to bow and say hello. Qingzhou said, "You're finally in Beijing. Yuan Yun and I have an appointment to set up a table for you in Shengping Tower tomorrow night to welcome you. I will definitely be there tomorrow." At the same time, he asked Jiang Yuchuan to greet him. Because this was not the place to reminisce about the past, the two of them just exchanged a few simple greetings and then parted. Qingzhou left the palace, and the Jiang family father and son continued on their way. At this time, the emperor and his son had just returned to the imperial study after finishing the court. He took a sip of the tea served by Li Deshun and asked, "Is Jiang Wenyuan here?" Li Deshun said, "He has entered the palace. I estimate he will be here soon." Before he finished his tea, he heard a message from outside. "Marquis of Qingzhou Jiang Wenyuan and the prince are here to see your majesty." The emperor was immediately cheered up. "Please come in." The father and son came in and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, your humble servant Jiang Wenyuan, Jiang Yuchuan, pays homage to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. To His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, may you live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years to His Majesty." The emperor and his son personally helped the two men up. "My dear ministers, please get up." At the same time, he gave him a seat and asked him to sit down and talk. This treatment is not available to ordinary people. The emperor looked at Jiang Wenyuan in front of him. His handsome and slightly dark face showed the simplicity and perseverance that ordinary civil officials did not have. It was such a simple person who made the grain growth of a county exceed the output of another state in 3 years. The tax revenue of the whole county tripled, and 3 new commercial streets were added to the county. The people of the county don't say that every family has a blue brick and tile house, but at least every family has surplus grain. Not only that, it also promoted the entire Lingzhou prefecture, and the high-yield grain varieties grown benefited the people of the world. The emperor thought of the news he received from the south a few days ago. Yuan has left Qingzhou, and the people spontaneously sent him off for 10 miles, gave him umbrellas, and threw fruits to fill the car. Throughout the dynasties, there are not many officials who have achieved this. Such people are the real pillars of daxia. The emperor said with emotion, "Thank you for your hard work in the past few years. You have governed Qingzhou very well and grown such good grain. I thank you on behalf of the people of the world." Jiang Wenyuan was terrified. "I, your humble servant, cannot speak nice words. I only know how to govern my country. I have only done what a county magistrate and a parent official should do. What a good person who governs his country." The emperor said with emotion, "If all the officials of daxia were as innocent as you, the world would be truly peaceful." The emperor talked to him for a while, and then asked Jiang Yuchuan, who was sitting upright next to him, "I remember your name is Jiang Yuchuan."
How old are you?
"Your Majesty, I am 9 years old. Have you studied? I just passed the examination for students of higher learning."
Oh.
The emperor immediately became interested. "Are you planning to take the imperial examination?" Jiang Yuchuan said, "Yes, I want to be the top scorer." "Oh, you want to surpass your father. Good. You have ambition." Jiang Yuchuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Not entirely."
Why?
Jiang Yuchuan said, "Because my sister is very smart. Everyone in the family said that if she was a boy, she might be able to become the top scholar in the future. It's a pity that she is a girl and cannot be the top scholar. Then I will work harder to make her the top scholar's sister in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, even Jing Yan, who was always indifferent, curled his lips. Jiang Yuchuan was still as honest and straightforward as ever. The emperor laughed even more. "Good. This is a good idea. I support you." The previous dynasty did not allow the sons of nobles who inherited the title to take the exam, saying that they were competing with the people for profit. As a result, a group of lazy people who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun were raised. Daxia was more open than the previous dynasty. It allowed the sons of nobles to participate in the imperial examinations and even encouraged them. As long as you have the ability, come on. If you have achieved a certain fame, you will definitely be the envy of other noble families and the banner benchmark for educating the children of your family. The emperor smiled and said, "My dear, I found that you are not only a good official, but also a good child. Every one of them is a good person. Just your precious daughter, Ling Hui. She is so clever and smart, I love her to death. The queen even wants to bring her into the palace to raise her in her lap. This is my daughter's blessing." Jiang Wenyuan was humble on the surface, but he was worried in his heart, thinking that it would be better to let his precious daughter have less contact with the royal family in the future. If she really thinks she is cute and brings her into the palace to raise her, he will have no place to cry. The royal family will not reason with you. Just an imperial edict or an imperial decree will be enough, and you have to send it when the time comes. He is only such a precious daughter, and he wishes he could carry her around in his pocket every day. How can he bear to let her go? Well, this matter is settled here. Because the emperor had to discuss business with Jiang Wenyuan, such an occasion was obviously not suitable for Jiang Yuchuan to listen. let the send Jiang Yuchuan to the queen's pepper room. As for the crown prince Jingyan, as the crown prince, he naturally had to follow the emperor to listen to government affairs. After Jiang Yuchuan left, the emperor said, "My dear, have you ever paid attention to Sujo?" Jiang Wenyuan shook his head and said, "I have never been there, so I only have some one-sided understanding of Sujo. I only know that Sujo is an important place in the northwest of Daxia. The climate is bitter and cold, and the land is vast and sparsely populated." The emperor nodded and asked, "Do you know how much grain production was in Sujo last year?" Jiang Wenyuan said embarrassedly, "I am ashamed. Never paid attention to it." The emperor's face was solemn. Less than 1/3 of Chingo County. Jiang Wenyuan. Sujo's population is almost 4 times that of Chingo County, and its area is more than 20 times that of Chingo County. It is the largest prefecture in Daxia's territory. But the grain output is only this little, which is really small enough. But why did the emperor suddenly mention Sujo? He suddenly shuddered. Would His Majesty want to send him there to starve? He said cautiously, "Your Majesty wants to." Sure enough, the emperor said, "Sujo is bitterly cold, and the Huns and Tartars invade from time to time, burning, killing, and looting. The people there are really suffering. I have always hoped to find a capable officer to go to Sujo. Your ability is obvious to all. Are you willing to go?" Jiang Wenyuan. "I am willing to share your Majesty's worries. You have said so much. As a minister, do I have any other choice? Anyway, this matter is inevitable." The emperor gave him a month to go to the Ministry of Personnel to hand over the matters that should be handed over as soon as possible. A month later, he set off for Sujo to take over the post of Sujo prefect. The monarch and his minister had a very pleasant conversation and chatted for a whole morning. The emperor even invited him to eat the imperial meal and rewarded him with a lot of good things before letting him leave the palace. In the pepper room, the atmosphere was quite harmonious because Jiang Yuqing was making jokes from time to time. Queen Qin liked the women of the Jiang family very much. Maybe it was because she grew up in the countryside. Her temperament was pure and simple, without the twists and turns of the noble ladies in the capital, and she was very comfortable to talk to. Queen Qin also invited them to dinner. Jiang Yuqing was used to strolling in the pepper room, and he was the same when eating with big mouthfuls. After finishing a bowl, he asked for another bowl, and he didn't know what politeness was. Queen Qin also let her do as she pleased, and even personally picked up food for her. Lu finally understood that her precious daughter was no different in this palace than in her own home, and Queen Qin really doted on her. After dinner, they took a short rest. The Jiang family said goodbye and left the palace. Before leaving, the queen gave them a lot of good things. After returning home, Old Hu boasted to Old Man Jiang, "Oh, tell others that I've been to the palace and met the queen, and she even invited me to dinner. Who among the old sisters in the village can have such a blessing as me?" Old Man Jiang curled his lips and said sourly, "Indeed, it's enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life." Old Hu rolled her eyes at him and said to him in a sarcastic tone, "TSK, I think some people just say that grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Among the men in our family, you are the only one who is a commoner, so it's useless for you to be jealous." The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, but he couldn't do anything about his wife. It was really useless. Later in the evening, Jiang Wenyuan came back. He brought back a piece of news that was not sure whether it was good or bad. "What? You said that His Majesty wants to send you to Sujo as the prefect." The family members were very surprised.
Well,
"Time is very tight, you have to leave in a month." He originally thought that with his performance evaluation, he could be promoted 1 or 2 levels, stay in Beijing, or be transferred to a county as a county magistrate. That would be the best. Unexpectedly, the emperor sent him to Sujo as the prefect. The prefect was a 4th rank official. He was originally just a small county magistrate of the 6th rank. He was promoted 5 levels in a row from the 6th rank to the 4th rank, as fast as the homemade rockets that someone in the next village lit up during the New Year. The bad thing is that Sujo is not a good place. It is obviously the largest prefecture in Daxia, but it is the poorest prefecture. The climate is bitterly cold, and the land is barren. I heard that there are even bandits rampant in some places in the territory. It can be said that Sujo has been a hot potato in all dynasties. Anyone who has some connections in the court is unwilling to go there. His Majesty the Emperor probably had no choice but to send him there, hoping that he could transform that place. The old couple immediately expressed that they were unwilling to follow their third son to Sujo and decided to leave Beijing and return to their hometown in Chingo when their son left Beijing. On the one hand, there are still two sons in their hometown, and on the other hand, they are old, and they always feel that it is more comfortable to go back to their hometown to farm. Old man Jiang said bluntly, "I won't go. I'm old. If I die in Sujo, you'll have to send my coffin all the way back to me. It's so far, it'll rot on the road." Old Mrs. Who glanced at him and said, "How about I get you a few barrels of coarse salt to pickle it?" "Bah, you're old, and you can't control your mouth." Old man Jiang shrugged his shoulders and dared not say anything. His elder brother Jiang Yuchuan also followed his grandparents back to Qingzhou. He was already a student and needed to return to his hometown to take the academy exam in August this year. If he passed, he would be a scholar. In the evening, after Dr. Chiu came home from the hospital, Jiang Yuqing told Dr. Chiu about this. She said that she wanted to go to Sujo with her father. Divine Dr. Chiu thought for a moment and said, "Okay, you go first. I will come to you in half a year at most after I sort out the things here. I have really had enough of staying in the capital." Jiang Yuqing smiled and said, "Okay." The next day, Emperor Jing announced the news that Jiang Wenyuan would take over as the governor of Sujo during the court meeting. The ministers were immediately in an uproar. Some were envious, but no one was jealous. Sujo is not a good place.
Jealousy is.
Jiang Wenyuan was not surprised by praise or criticism. He went to the Ministry of Personnel to report his work according to the routine and did what he was supposed to do. In the evening, Qin Ju came to pick him up, and he went to Shengping Tower with Yuan Yun, the son of the Duke of Xinghua, to drink and reminisce about the past. During the meal, Yuan Yun said, "I say Shui, Jiang Wenyuan, courtesy named Shui. You are too honest. Sujo is not a good place. Others can't even hide away. You just find an excuse to refuse. With your achievements, His Majesty will definitely give you this face." Jiang Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Thunder and rain are all grace from the Emperor. If it's not me, it will be someone else. Someone has to go." Yuan Yin shook his head and said, "Well, I've become stupid from farming." Since he decided to follow his parents to Qingzhou, Jiang Yuqing went to the medical school for half a day every day these days, trying to teach students and senior brothers everything he could. In the afternoon, he accompanied his family to stroll around Beijing, buy some delicious and fun things, go to the theater to listen to operas, and go to the tea house to listen to storytelling. He even went to Bao'e Tower to attend an auction. At the auction, the old couple saw many people spending a lot of money for a famous painting or an antique from the previous dynasty, and their hearts were throbbing. They couldn't help but complain. It's just such a broken thing, not worth eating or drinking, and it's really a sin to spend so much money to buy it. Fortunately, the Jiang family sat in the box upstairs, otherwise they would have been sprayed to death by people's spit. Because it was midsummer, the weather was unbearably hot. No one in Beijing held any activities, and the Jiang family was happy to be quiet. Jiang Yuqing cherished the good time with his grandparents every day. Despite this, the day of separation came soon. Although he had given the old couple spiritual milk that could increase their lifespan by 10 years, Jiang Yuqing was still worried that the old couple and his brother would not be able to withstand the deadly weather on the road. So 2 days in advance, after they fell asleep, I used rejuvenation techniques to comb and treat their bodies one by one. Some very minor problems were cured. After that, I gave them each a ray of vitality. With these guarantees, nothing should go wrong. The day before leaving for Sujo, Emperor Jing summoned Jiang Wenyuan into the palace again. Emperor Jing said, "The road to Sujo is not peaceful. I am afraid that there will be bandits blocking the road. I will send a team of Yulin guards to you. In addition, the sword I gave you before is still valid. If you encounter corrupt officials who are extremely evil, you can execute them first and report later. I will also grant you the power to mobilize troops. If you encounter banditry or problems that cannot be solved, you can mobilize soldiers nearby to eliminate them. With such great power, it can be said that the imperial envoy is no more than this. A man will die for his confidant. Jiang Wenyuan was immediately moved to tears and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I will live up to your expectations. Although we were reluctant, the day of separation still came. On July 16th, we heard that Jiang Yuqing was going to follow her parents to the northwest to take up her post, so all the people she was familiar with and who could come came. Master, eldest brother and his son, second brother, many students and doctors from the medical school, Yuan Wuyang from the Duke of Jingguo's mansion, Wei Lingyun from the general of the cavalry's mansion, and even Jing Yan and Li Deshun came. Tuanzi said goodbye to them one by one, and when it was Jing Yan's turn, he gently touched her little head. Take care of yourself, and remember to write to me when you get there. Tuanzi nodded. I will. You should take care of yourself too.
Yeah.
After sending you 1,000 miles, we must finally say goodbye. 1 month after entering Beijing, the low-key Jiang family left Beijing in a high-profile manner under the of a team of Yulin guards. The carriage arrived at Wuling outside the city, which is another 3-way intersection. Here, the Jiang family will be divided into 2 groups. The old couple took their little grandson Jiang Yuchuan south, escorted by the guards of the Marquis Mansion, back to their hometown in Qingzhou. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife took their little daughter to the northwest, escorted by the Yulin guards to Suzhou. Before parting, Jiang Yuqing hugged her grandparents and brother, and tears fell in a string. She was reluctant to leave. Others also wiped their tears. For the first time, the old man felt that it was not good for his children and grandchildren to be too successful. If they are too successful, they will be raised by the court. It is better to be mediocre, like the eldest son and the second son. They are good, with small officials and close to home. They can come back to see him from time to time. As the sun rose, the caravan had to set off again. Seeing the 2 teams going farther and farther away and gradually out of sight, Tuanzi started crying again. Bai Xiaoshu advised her in the spirit world, parting is for the next reunion. What's there to cry about? If you miss them, just go back and see them. It's not like I won't carry you. Jiang Yuqing woke up instantly, yes. She was so sad that she forgot about Bai Xiaoshu. So Tuanzi was happy again. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife were relieved to see their daughter smiling again. Children are children. No matter how smart they are, they forget things quickly, and she forgot the sadness of parting. Because the weather was too hot, Jiang Wenyuan was afraid that the accompanying personnel would get heatstroke, so he stopped at a tea house on the side of the road at noon. He bought all the mung bean soup cooked by the boss and let everyone drink 2 big bowls. It was not until afternoon that he ordered the caravan to continue. At night, the caravan rested in the post house on the side of the official road. Jiang Yuqing took out the specially prepared medicine bag and asked the clerk of the post house to cook it and distribute it to prevent everyone from getting heat stroke. There was no conversation all night. The next day, at dawn, the caravan set off again. Take advantage of the time when the sun does not come out, walk a little more so that you can rest more when it is hot at noon. In this way, they walked on the road for 7 or 8 days in a row, and the group had already reached Jinzhou. That night, after a burst of lightning and thunder, God finally showed favor and sent down a heavy rain. The heavy rain took away the heat of the past few days and really let everyone sleep well. When they woke up the next day, they were full of energy, having swept away the decadence of the past few days. After a simple breakfast, the caravan set off again. Another day passed, and by sunset, they were still more than 30 miles away from a small town ahead. The Yulin guards who were exploring the way came back and said that there was a small village nearby where they might be able to stay overnight. Jiang Wenyuan then ordered them to go to the small village to stay overnight. This small village, with only more than 30 households, has never had so many outsiders come at once. When the village chief heard the news that a strange caravan was entering the village, he hurried to meet them. The village chief was a man in his 40s. The farthest place he had been to was the county town, and it was the first time he had seen such a big scene. He said cautiously, I don't know where you are from, and what's the business of coming to our village? Jiang Wenyuan got off the car, bowed to the village chief, and said politely, My dear brother, we are coming from Lingzhou Prefecture and heading to Sujo. Because we missed our place to stay, we would like to stay in your village for one night. Please give us a favor. When the village chief heard the name Lingzhou, his eyes lit up. You are from Lingzhou. Your Lingzhou is really a good place, specializing in high-yield grains. Jiang Wenyuan smiled slightly. Lingzhou is indeed a good place, and your Jinzhou is not bad either. When I just entered the village, I saw that you also planted a lot of sweet potatoes in your fields. They look very good. I think you should have a good harvest this year. The village chief was relieved when he heard this. Haha. Thank you for your good words. He pointed at the carriage. Who's in this carriage? Their team, dozens of riders, were all well-trained strong men, all equipped with weapons. He was really a little scared. What if they were bad guys? Wouldn't it bring disaster to the whole village? Jiang Wenyuan also noticed the village chief's hesitation and said, My family is in the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, a little head popped out of the second carriage. Daddy, Tuanzi said in a baby voice. Can we stay here? As she spoke, she asked someone to carry her down from the carriage. She ran over and stood by her father's legs. Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's soft head lovingly and replied with a smile, Daddy can't make the decision. You have to ask this uncle. Tuanzi then tilted her head and looked at the village chief with a pair of big grape eyes. Uncle, can we stay here for a night? I promise. We are not bad people, and we won't make any trouble. The village chief was completely relieved to see such a cute and soft little girl. Besides, he had never seen such a polite bad guy. The village chief smiled and said, Okay, you come with me. Jiang Wenyuan bowed to him again. Thank you. This is my little girl. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The village chief said, What a good child. Unlike those naughty kids in my family who often make me so angry that I want to beat them with bamboo sticks. Haha. All children are like this. They will be fine when they grow up. So, Jiang Wenyuan held his daughter and followed the village chief into the small village. There was an empty yard in the village, which was well maintained. At least it looked habitable. It originally belonged to an elderly widower, and after the old man passed away, the yard belonged to the village. The furniture was still there, although it was a bit simple, it was clean. Jiang Wenyuan's family of 3 lived in the East Wing. Nanny Yen and Eriu, as well as Li Chuan, Guyu, Li Xia and Xiaoman, lived in the West Wing. The rest of the people slept on the floor in the main hall and the utility room. When the Yulin guards were on a mission, they slept in all kinds of places. This place was already pretty good for them. Jiang Wenyuan gave the village chief some silver and asked him to find 2 women to cook a meal for everyone. The village chief said, My wife and daughter-in-law are quite good at making tea and meals in the village. If you don't mind, please let them come. Jiang Wenyuan said, Of course. We have rice, flour, and dried meat with us. If you have fresh vegetables, you can sell us some. We will be very grateful. The village chief smiled and said, Yes, please wait a moment. After the village chief went back, he brought his wife and daughter-in-law back soon. When they came, they also brought pots and pans. I think everyone knows that there are enough tables and chairs in this house, but there is no pot. When the women of the village head's family were cooking, a shy boy of about 16 or 17 years old came outside with a few rabbits he had just caught to sell. Seeing that the rabbits were very fresh, Jiang Wenyuan spent money to buy them. There are many people in his family, and everyone can eat them. These rabbits may not be enough, so he asked the boy if he had other prey. The boy said happily, Yes, I also hunted a small musk deer, and it's still alive. I plan to send it to the city to sell tomorrow. Jiang Wenyuan said, Duan, send it to the city. Bring it here together. The boy ran away happily. The village head's wife was a talkative person. She said, This child came here with his mother. I heard that his hometown is Lingzhou. His mother died of illness on the roadside, and he was picked up by an old hunter in the village and raised. Until last year, the old hunter also died, and he was left alone. His family has no land, so he can only go to the mountains to hunt and sell game from time to time. Lingzhou, do you mean he is from Lingzhou? The village head's wife said. It seems so. I can't read a single word, and I don't know where Lingzhou is. I only know that it is far south, where red mullet and high-yield rice are produced. Jiang Wenyuan seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, the young man really came back carrying a not-so-big musk deer. He was afraid that the village head's wife and her husband couldn't handle it, so he helped to kill it. Jiang Wenyuan always felt that the boy looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him, so he asked him, "What's your name?" The boy wiped the deer blood splashed on his face and said, "My name is Hu Yangming." Jiang Wenyuan was even more surprised. "I heard that your hometown is Lingzhou?" The boy nodded. "Yes, Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture." Jiang Wenyuan's heart trembled. "Your biological father is called Hu Baozhuan?" "From Nanfengku, Qingzhou County." The wooden basin in the boy's hand fell to the ground with a, and his eyes widened. "How did you know?" "I also know your grandfather's name, and you have an aunt named Hu Yuzhen who married in Zijindu, Qingzhou County. Am I right?"
Yes.
"All right. So, are you from my hometown?" Jiang Wenyuan took a long breath, his eyes a little hot. "Strictly speaking, you have to call me cousin. Your grandfather is my biological uncle, and my mother is your biological aunt. And your biological father is my cousin." The boy was stunned, and so were the people in the yard. Jiang Wenyuan asked Hu Yangming to go wash up and go into the house to talk. The boy went woodenly, as if he had not yet woken up from the daze of suddenly meeting his relatives. Lu and Jiang Yuqing were very surprised to hear that the boy who sold rabbits just now was actually the nephew of old Hu. Lu came in late. When she came in, Hu Baozhuan had been dead for several years, and her uncle was paralyzed in bed. "I only heard that the second year after my cousin died, my cousin's wife remarried with her children, and there was no news since then. But I never thought that I would meet him here." Hu Yangming entered the house, and Jiang Wenyuan asked him about his experiences over the years in detail, and then he knew that it was not easy for the child. His mother was forced to remarry by his in-laws to marry in a neighboring state. The new husband's family treated him badly because they disliked him as a burden. It was common for him to be beaten and scolded and not have enough food. He finally grew up to be 10 years old with many bumps and bruises. One time, when his mother was not at home, the lame man secretly sold him. When his mother found out, she chased after him and ran behind the horse carriage of the pawnbroker for 3 days. With her desperate ruthlessness, she snatched him from the trafficker. After escaping from danger, his mother thought that she could not stay in her original home anymore, so she planned to take him back to Zijindu, Qingzhou, to live with his aunt. But both mother and son could not read a single word, so they had to ask a passing caravan for the way back to Qingzhou. It was not known whether his mother did not explain clearly, or the person showing the way did not hear clearly, or it was a problem with the dialect. They were obviously going back to Qingzhou. The caravan thought they were going to Jinzhou, and they were very kind to take them all the way. When the mother and son found out something was wrong, they went to ask, only to find out that they had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in Jinzhou. The caravan was heading west, so it was impossible to send the mother and son back. They had no choice but to give the mother and son some money and let them find their way home. Unexpectedly, because of the long journey and the rain, his mother was sick and exhausted and died on the roadside before she left Jinzhou. Just as he was crying his heart out, an old hunter in the village found him after returning from hunting. He helped him bury his mother, and from then on he followed the old hunter to live in this small village, and they stayed there for 7 years. Jiang Wenyuan asked him what his plans were for the future. Hu Yangming shook his head, smiled embarrassedly, and said he wanted to hunt more and save some money. Move the remains of his mother and his master back to his hometown in Qingzhou. His master was not a local either. He had fled from Sujo a few years ago when he was escaping famine. He was also homeless. He wanted to go back to Qingzhou, so he couldn't leave his master's grave unattended. The best way was to move back to Qingzhou together so that there would be someone to worship during festivals. Jiang Wenyuan patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, "You are a filial and responsible man. I am also your elder, So, I will not ignore you now that I have met you. Because I have to go to Sujo on business, it is not easy for me to send you back to Chingo in person. You wait for 2 days, and I will find a reliable team, and then buy 2 fine coffins to rebury the bodies of your mother and your master, and send you back to Chingo. There will be someone to pick you up in Chingo, so don't worry. From now on, you will live with our family, and you will always have a meal. Hu Yongming immediately knelt down and kowtowed, choking with sobs. Thank you, uncle. Yongming will never forget your kindness. Hurry up. Your aunt will be so happy to know the news. She has always regretted that your mother remarried with you. We have also looked for you, but unfortunately there was no news. Now, you are the only relative of her mother's family. The only relative of her mother's family? Do you mean my grandfather is gone too? The young man's eyes were red.
Yes.
He passed away the 2nd year after you and your mother left. Jiang Wenyuan patted his shoulder again to comfort him. When he left, he didn't suffer much. We 3 brothers took turns to wait on him. The young man thanked with tears in his eyes. Thank you, uncle. We are a family. Why should we be polite? The next morning, Jiang Wenyuan sent a letter to Qingzhou, telling him about Hu Yongming. He asked his family to send someone to find a suitable place for Hu Yongming's mother and his master to be buried. His master was an outsider, and his mother had remarried. According to custom, they could not be buried in the Hu family's ancestral tomb. He had to find a place outside. At the same time, he borrowed the almanac from the village chief and looked through it. It happened that tomorrow was an auspicious day, so he immediately sent someone to the city to find a reliable agency and buy 2 high-quality coffins. He also asked the village chief to find a huangguan from a nearby Taoist temple to preside over the ceremony of lifting the coffin and moving the tomb. He couldn't spend too much time on the road, so he had to make a quick decision. The villagers were very surprised to hear that the nobleman who came to the village to stay overnight was the uncle of the wild boy at the foot of the mountain. Seeing his uncle's imposing manner and the large number of followers he brought with him, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. This boy will be blessed in the future. Especially when they heard that his uncle would send people to move the coffins of his mother and master back to Qingzhou for burial. Everyone was happy for him. The ancients believed that fallen leaves return to their roots. Hu Yongming was filial to his mother and master by bringing them back to Qingzhou. The coffin was bought back. It was a good solid wood coffin, painted black and very heavy. Huangguan also came and said that the 1st quarter of tomorrow would be a good time. The next day, Hu Yongming wore a plain dress and tied a white cloth on his head. Under the auspices of Huangguan, 2 tombs were built one after another, and the coffins were replaced. Before the coffin was buried again, it could not be put on the ground, so it was directly parked on 2 carriages, waiting to set off for Qingzhou early tomorrow morning. After the coffin was lifted, Jiang Wenyuan took the initiative to use money to treat the elders who came to help to a sumptuous meal, and thanked them for taking care of the child over the years. In the evening, Hu Yongming returned to the small house at the foot of the mountain and simply packed up his things. He gave the key and a string of coins to the village chief, asking him to help take care of the child. The village chief naturally agreed. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife gave the child a 50 liang silver note and a few silver ingots, asking him to carry them with him in case of emergency. They also gave him detailed instructions on some things that might happen on the road. Lu said gently, "You have 7 cousins in our hometown. When you go back, you will be the eldest brother. They are all easy to get along with, so you don't have to worry about being bullied. In Qingzhou, no one dares to bully our family. While you are young, you have to go to school to learn some words. Our family can't be blind." Hu Yongming took it with tears in his eyes and kept their words in his heart. It was not until he returned to Qingzhou that he truly understood the true meaning of his aunt's words. In Qingzhou, no one dares to bully our family. The next morning, the agency came, took Hu Yongming and 2 coffins, and set off back to Qingzhou. Before leaving, Hu Yongming bowed deeply to the couple, wiped his tears, and turned south. After seeing Hu Yongming off, the Jiang family's convoy set off again. After more than 20 days of bumps, the convoy finally arrived in Sujo. The further you go, the more broken and difficult it is to walk. The houses along the way are getting more and more dilapidated, and the towns you occasionally pass by are not big. It is indeed worthy of being the poorest prefecture in Daxia. A Yulin guard who has been to Sujo said that this is the eastern part of Sujo, which is still good. Going further is really difficult. When you reach the real border, there are not many plants and trees. It is all gobi, and the desolate and blank is endless. When the sandstorm comes, the sky is full of yellow sand, and even the mouth and ears are full of sand. After hearing this, Jiang Wenyuan remained silent, frowning. Jiang Yuqing saw his father's worry and gently pulled his big hand with her small hand, comforting him. "Don't be afraid, Daddy, I'm here." Jiang Wenyuan turned his head to look at his daughter, wrapped her tender little hand with his big hand, and shook it. "Well, don't be afraid." At the same time, in the largest and best restaurant in Sujo City, a guest in a brocade robe who was eating said to his friends at the same table, "Have you heard that our Sujo is going to have a new governor?" His friend in green said, "It doesn't matter who comes, whether they want to come or not. Our Sujo has been poor for many years, and I haven't seen any chief official who has the ability to change it." The brocade robe guest said, "Hey, you are wrong this time. I heard that the new governor sent by the court is not ordinary. He is the famous Chingo Ho." "Who?
Who are you talking about?"
The green-clothed man thought he didn't hear clearly. The man in brocade robe said, "The Marquis of Chingo, the former magistrate of Chingo, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan. He is the one who planted 2 high-yield grains." The man in green said, "Yes, he is a good official.
I have also heard some stories about him.
He managed Qingzhou into the richest county in Lingzhou within only 3 years after taking office. The grain produced by one county is more than that of a prefecture. When he left office, the people of Qingzhou knelt down to ask him to stay. If it is really him, then the people of Sujo are blessed." Another man in gray robe said, "That may not be the case. The yield of these 2 grains is indeed high in other places, but they cannot be planted in Sujo. It's not like no one has planted them before." The man in brocade robe said, "What's the matter? The Marquis of Qingzhou can plant 2 high-yield grains, so he may not be unable to plant high-yield grains suitable for Sujo." That's true. At the same time, the team escorted Hu Yangming and 2 coffins to Qingzhou. Old Mrs. Hu and Old Man Jiang took their whole family to the city gate to pick them up. As soon as they met, Old Mrs. Hu hugged Hu Yangming and burst into tears. "Yangming, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Fortunately, your uncle found you." Hu Yangming also cried, crying for the ups and downs of these years and the peace of mind of finally returning to his hometown. The coffins of Hu Yangming's mother and master were temporarily stored in the charity cemetery outside the city. The cemetery has also been selected, and it is only waiting to choose an auspicious day for burial. It was not until Hu Yangming walked into the gate of the Jiang family that he knew that the 3rd uncle he met in Jinzhou before was actually the famous Chingo Ho. Now, he has been promoted to prefect and went to Sujo to take up his post. It was late August. Sujo is not like other places in Daxia. The temperature difference between morning and evening is large. It is hot at noon and it is a little cool in the morning and evening. The carriage went forward for another 2 days, and a heavy rain fell from the sky, which lasted for 2 days. The scouts came back and said that the heavy rain washed away a section of the official road, and it would take a lot of time to fill it up. There were many travelers on this official road. When they heard that the road was washed away, everyone in the inn was anxious. Jiang Wenyuan asked and learned that this place was under the jurisdiction of Xingping County, so he sent someone to Xingping County to report to the officials and asked the county magistrate to send people to repair it as soon as possible. The county magistrate did send people to repair it, but it was only a small team of conscripted laborers, only about 10 people. It would take a long time to repair such a long road with only a few hoes and a few winnowing baskets. Jiang Wenyuan stepped forward to ask, and one of the ragged old men sneered, "Our county has already conscripted laborers 3 times this year, and all of them were taken to the farm. It is a favor from the master to send these few people." Frowned when he heard this. "What did you say? You have already conscripted 3 times." The court stipulated that according to the actual situation, Each county could conscript a certain number of laborers every year. He had done detailed homework on the situation in Sujo before coming to Sujo. He clearly remembered that the number of laborers reported to be conscripted in Zhengping County this year was 0. But the old man said that in fact they had been conscripted 3 times, and it seemed that the number of people was not small. "What manor?"
Jiang Wenyuan asked.
The old man said, "Oh, what other manor could it be? It's the manor built by the county magistrate in the south of the city. A few days ago, several people were pulled out of it. All of them died of exhaustion. If this continues, we will have no way to survive. We will either starve to death or die of exhaustion." Jiang Wenyuan was shocked and angry. He immediately sent soldiers to investigate in 2 groups, one to the manor mentioned by the old laborer and the other to the county government office. The Yulin guard who was sent to the county government came back angrily and said, "My subordinates went to Zhengping County government to urge them to send more people. The county magistrate did not even show up, and only a legal advisor came to deal with his subordinates. The legal advisor said arrogantly that there were only so many people, and if they could not wait, they would pay for the repairs themselves." Half a day later, another group of people who went to the manor also came back. They said that the county magistrate's son, he was personally supervising the construction on the manor, and that the manor had recruited at least more than 300 laborers. Moreover, it was more like a luxurious manor, casino, and brothel than a manor. It would be fine if a county magistrate abused his power for personal gain and privately recruited civilians to build a luxurious manor for himself, but he even privately set up a casino and brothel. It was simply unforgivable. When Jiang Wenyuan heard this, he was furious. "Let us go and meet this Zhengping County magistrate to see if he is a human or a ghost." Jiang Wenyuan led a team of 30 Yulin guards to Zhengping County government. The county magistrate's son, he was not in the government office, only the legal advisor was there. The lawyer saw so many people rushing into the county government office aggressively, especially the one in the lead, whose aura made him no ordinary person. He couldn't help but feel nervous, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed carefully, saying, "What's the matter with you all?" Jiang Wenyuan said expressionlessly, "Where's son he?" When the lawyer heard that this man actually called the county magistrate by his name, his heart beat even faster. "Our county magistrate has gone to the countryside for inspection and is not in the county government office. I wonder who you are." Jiang Wenyuan, the prefect of Sujo. Upon hearing this, the lawyer knelt down and kowtowed. "I am blind and do not recognize the great man. Please forgive me, sir." Jiang Wenyuan sneered. "Forgive me? Forgive what crime? Do you need me to forgive your crime? Going to the countryside for inspection. You went to his brothel to inspect. Come, take people to surround the manor immediately. No one is allowed to go out before the matter is investigated. Bring son he back to me." The lawyer broke out in a cold sweat and knelt on the ground shaking like a sieve. "It's over." When son he was caught by the Yulin guard, he was flirting with a woman in a cool dress in his arms. When he was caught, he was still showing off his official power, saying that the unruly people from where dared to commit crimes. The little leader of the Yulin guard showed their badges, and Sun He's face turned pale immediately. No matter how shabby he was a Jinsher. He would not fail to recognize the emblem of Yulin guard. When he heard that the new prefect, Chingo Marquis Jiang Wenyuan, had already sat in his hall, Sun He rolled his eyes and almost fainted, but was pinched awake by the people holding him. Things were easier to handle after that. Jiang Wenyuan mobilized people and quickly searched the manor and Sun He's residence in the county government office. More than 70,000 taels of cash were seized, as well as a number of other pearls, jade, calligraphy, and paintings and deeds. In addition to the casino, his manor also kept more than 20 women. What these women were used for was easy to guess. In his backyard county government office, in addition to his wife, he also had 7 concubines and 12 children, all of whom were dressed in gold and silver, so rich. Yulin guard also found a secret room in his bedroom where there were several account books, which recorded in detail the evidence of his crimes of accepting bribes and bullying the people in recent years. After reading it, Jiang Wenyuan was so angry that his hands were shaking. He pointed at Sun He and cursed, even swearing, "You. There are only a few people in Xingping County. You are a jinshi from a poor family, but you have plundered so much wealth in just 5 years, and you have even cut down the land by 3 feet. Go and see the people outside, who are poorly clothed and hungry, but you eat fish and meat every day, bullying your neighbors. Have your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Sujo is bitter and cold, and anyone with a little connection is unwilling to come here to be an official. Sun He was also born in poverty, and his ability was average. After arriving in Sujo, he had no outstanding political achievements and no backing, so he knew that there was no hope of being transferred. He simply colluded with the local rich gentry and gangsters. He embezzled and accepted bribes, seized women and land, and even privately recruited civilians to build luxurious manors and set up casinos and brothels for him, just like a local emperor. There is a popular saying in the local area: the government office is open on both sides. If you have a reason but no money, don't come in. This is a true portrayal of his corruption. It was not until the heavy rain washed away the road surface that Jiang Wenyuan accidentally heard the complaints of the laborers who were repairing the road and felt that something was wrong, and the matter was exposed. After the matter was investigated, Jiang Wenyuan took out the sword given by the emperor and took off Sun He's official hat on the spot. Because of his heinous crimes, he was sentenced to death. All his property was confiscated, and all his family members were exiled to the southwest border. The rest of the people involved in the case were dealt with one by one. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be exiled were exiled. After dealing with these, Jiang Wenyuan wrote a detailed memorial and reported it to the capital overnight. Hearing that Sun He, the dog official, was sentenced to death by the new prefect, the people of Xingping cheered. Many families in the city even lit firecrackers. When Sun He and several other principal criminals were being escorted outside the city for execution, the common people rushed over after hearing the news. They threw dirt, stones, rotten vegetable leaves, and even cow dung at them and cursed them as dog officials go to, and you have come to this day. The Yulin guards who were responsible for escorting the prisoners were also hit several times. He was quite emotional. He was also a county magistrate. When he heard that when Lord Jiang left Qingzhou, the people of Qingzhou saw him off for 10 miles and knelt down to keep him. This Sun He caused the people of Xingping to be boiling with resentment, and they wished he would die quickly. It can be seen that the common people have their own scales in their hearts. You say, why is there such a big difference between officials? If there were more good officials like Lord Jiang in the world, it would be great. In front of the pile of rocks outside the city gate, as the executioner's sharp butcher knife fell, several dog officials headed by Sun He finally ended their sinful lives. No one went to collect their bodies. They only asked the people from the charity cemetery to come and wrap them in a straw mat and throw them into the mass grave outside the city. A county cannot be without a person in charge, and Jiang Wenyuan could not stay in Xingping for a long time. After careful consideration, a man named Wu Zuishan was promoted to be the legal advisor to temporarily handle all matters of the county government. Wu Zuishan was originally the legal advisor of Xingping County government. Because he could not stand the actions of Sun He and others, and was unwilling to go along with them, he was excluded by them everywhere. With nowhere to turn to, he had to leave in anger and made a living by teaching in the past 2 years. After Jiang Wenyuan sent someone to invite him, this upright middle-aged man burst into tears. "Sir, why didn't you come 2 years earlier? Otherwise, the people of Xingping wouldn't have lived such a hard life." Jiang Wenyuan patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Thank you for your hard work. I promise you that as long as I stay in Sujo, this kind of thing will never happen again." After beheading Sun He, Jiang Wenyuan took the roster and paid the laborers who were over-recruited by Sun He at the fastest speed at 50 coins a day. Those who died of exhaustion were also doubled in pension. He was still willing to pay them to repair the road destroyed by the heavy rain. The laborers took the silver, knelt on the ground and shouted, "You are really the great lord." Then they happily ran to repair the official road. At this point, Everyone knew that this noble man, who was very reasonable and easy to talk to, was the new prefect of Sujo, the Chingo Marquis Jiang Wenyuan, who planted high-yield grains and was famous all over the world. The people were immediately excited and told each other. 3 days later, the road was repaired. The caravan was able to continue on the road. At this time, they were still more than 400 miles away from Sujo City. Another 2 days passed, and after 51 days of bumpy ride on the road, they finally arrived at Sujo City on the 5th day of September. After entering the government office, Jiang Yuqing threw herself on the clean and tidy big bed and didn't want to move for a long time. She had never sat in a carriage for so long in her 8 lives, and her heart was too tired. On the 2nd day after arriving in Sujo, Jiang Wenyuan began to get busy. All kinds of things, thousands of threads, must be sorted out one by one. Lu was also busy tidying up the back office, buying missing items, and using servants. Only Jiang Yuqing was the most idle, taking Bai Xiaoshi to wander around the government office every day to explore. As for Bai Xiaojiu, it is not the time to let him out yet. We have to find an opportunity. More than 10 days after Jiang Wenyuan took office, the memorial he sent urgently from Xingping to the capital was also placed on the imperial desk. After reading it, Emperor Xia Jingdi was angry at the actions of Sun He and others at first, and said that it was a good idea to kill them. Seeing the following few sentences, he couldn't help laughing and said, "This Jiang Wenyuan is still as straightforward as usual." It turned out that the end of the memorial said, "Xingping cannot be without a chief officer. I want to recommend someone to your majesty." This person is called Lu Pingzhang, who is the financial advisor of Qingzhou. He has a clean character and good abilities. He may be qualified for the post of Xingping County Magistrate, but he only has the title of Jiren, and the worst thing is that he is my brother-in-law. But I still want to mention it when recommending talents, regardless of relatives. Emperor Xia Jingdi remembered that Qinju had also been a county magistrate in Qingzhou for several years, so he sent someone to find Qinju to ask. Qinju was delighted when he heard Jiang Wenyuan recommend Lu Pingzhang to be the magistrate of Xingping County. He said to Emperor Xia Jing, "Lu Pingzhang is indeed a good person and has the ability." His father opened a school in the local area and taught for more than 20 years. His reputation and family tradition are very good. So Emperor Xia Jingdi knew what he was thinking. The next day, the Ministry of Personnel issued an appointment letter and sent it to Qingzhou at full speed. It is said that more than 10 days later, when Lu Pingzhang received the appointment letter, his head was confused. Before going to Beijing, my brother-in-law had a detailed discussion with him, saying that if the emperor sent him to work in other places, he would ask him if he was willing to follow. Of course he was willing to go. Apart from the fact that Jiang Wenyuan was a family member, he was capable and had a good temper. He was not greedy or corrupt. Working with such a person could not be more pleasant and relaxed, which was the dream of almost all subordinates. Later, when he heard that his brother-in-law was promoted 5 levels and sent to Sujo as the prefect, he was happy. He was also ready to go to Sujo at any time. But I never thought that he was not an aide to the emperor, but the chief official of a county. It was just like a pie falling from the sky. Lu Pingzhang returned home dazed, went to the table to eat dazed, took a big mouthful of porridge on the table, and was suddenly burned and spat out. His soul finally returned to his body. Chen was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with you today? You are so absent-minded that you even burned yourself while eating porridge." Lu Pingzhang said, "Wife, I'm an official now." Chen rolled her eyes at him. "You are a legal advisor. Isn't that an official?" Lu Pingzhang said, "Not a legal advisor. I'm a 7th-rank county magistrate, the magistrate of Xingping County in Sujo. My brother-in-law found this position for me, and I have to leave in 2 days." Chen's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Really? That's great." Lu Pingzhang also laughed. "I only planned to go to Sujo to be an aide to my brother-in-law, but I never thought that he actually found a position of county chief for me. I was so surprised." Chen said happily, "We have to thank him very much." The couple returned to Xiushui Bay that night and told their family the good news. After Mr. Lu was overjoyed, he earnestly warned his son, Your brother-in-law has a conscience, and he always thinks of our family when he has good things to do. When you go there, you must take on the responsibility of a county official. You must take the people's affairs to heart, do what you should do, and don't take what you shouldn't. Dad doesn't ask you to make great achievements, but at least you must live up to the trust of the emperor and don't bring shame to your brother-in-law. Dad, your son will remember this. In October was already very cold. After Jiang Wenyuan sorted out all the affairs of the government office and made arrangements, he left Sujo with only a coachman, a servant aping, 2 followers, and his worried baby daughter. He went out for inspection. Officials cannot always sit in the court. They have to go among the people frequently to see the local customs and see what the people eat and what they lack. Sujo has 17 counties under its jurisdiction, and the city is located in the central region. The southeastern plains are mainly planted with wheat. In the central part, in addition to a small amount of wheat and cotton, there is barley. The north is all grassland, and a small number of herdsmen make a living by grazing. Not to mention the northwest border, which is all large gobi deserts and barren land. Although the entire Sujo is dry and rainless, there is a large river Lianjiang that runs through the entire territory from west to east, so there is no shortage of water. Lianjiang originates from Lianyuan Mountain, which is transformed from snow water in the Lianyuan Mountains and has abundant water. There are countless tributaries, which nourish countless creatures on this land. Jiang Wenyuan decided to go west for protection first. The first stop was Dengyong County. There were large tracts of wasteland along the way, and only the fields near the village were open. Jiang Wenyuan asked the carriage to stop and carefully check the fields. It was indeed very barren. A few miles away, there was a river, which seemed to be a tributary of Lianjiang. But it was far away from the fields, and there was no reliable water diversion and irrigation measures. Relying on manpower to carry water alone, it was enough to see how low the productivity was. The terrain here was too flat and obviously not suitable for damming the river. We had to think of a way to pump up the water from the river continuously. Got it, a water wheel. This thing is a powerful tool for pumping water and irrigating the land. In the small garden of the hospital's inpatient department, there is a garden landscape made of a water wheel. It is also the favorite place for patients, and many even take pictures there. I'll do it when I go back in the evening. At noon, Jiang Wenyuan took her by the hand and knocked on the door of a farmer's house. An old woman opened the door. She spoke in a thick dialect and asked, "Who are you?" She heard that they were just passing by and came in to ask for a bowl of hot water. The old woman warmly invited them in and called her family to bring hot water to the guests. The room was full of women and children, each holding chopsticks, obviously eating lunch. Seeing this group of strangers coming in, they hurriedly stood up and offered their seats. There was a small bowl in the middle of the table, with dark-colored pickles in the bowl. Everyone's bowl had a small steamed bun the size of a child's fist. The old woman saw Jiang Yuqing staring at the dining table and thought she wanted to eat. But each person in their family only had one, and there were no more. The old woman wiped her embarrassed hands on her worn-out clothes, broke off the unbitten half of her own steamed bun, and handed it to Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing paused slightly, then took it with both hands and said thank you sincerely. At this time, Jiang Wenyuan handed over a bundle and said, "Old man, we have some dry food. Can you ask your family to heat it up for us? We will give you money." The mother-in-law said that it was just to heat up dry food, so why would she ask for money? She opened the bundle and saw a bundle full of white flour buns. She was stunned. Her daughter-in-law took the bundle and went into the kitchen. The re-steamed buns were soft and had the unique fragrance of refined grains. The children drooled and stared at them. Jiang Wenyuan took out his own share and gave the rest to the children. The mother-in-law was very embarrassed and said that she had taken advantage of them. She turned around and went to the kitchen to cut a plate of pickles. Jiang Wenyuan ate the buns with pickles while talking to the mother-in-law, asking what the children in the family were doing for a living. What did the family grow, and how the harvest was? The grandmother said, "My 3 sons have gone to Sujo to find odd jobs. The climate here is not good, so we only grow some highland barley and cotton every year. This year, God gave us some face and it rained a few times, so the highland barley harvest is pretty good. But the cotton is not so good. It has insects, and the cotton bolls are few and small, so they can't be sold for much money. The grandmother said again, "Young man, I can hear that your accent doesn't sound like you are from Sujo. Where are you from?" Jiang Wenyuan smiled and said, "I am from Lingzhou, and I came to Sujo to work for others. My family also farms." The grandmother laughed. "Lingzhou is in the south. The south is so good, with a good climate and rice production. Why did you come to our place to work? Sujo is so poor, and the Huns come to rob from time to time. There is no good work. Officials don't even want to come." Jiang Wenyuan said meaningfully, "Sujo is poor now, but it may not be poor in the future. I like Sujo, it's pretty good." Grandma smiled happily. "Young man, you're the first outsider who says that our Sujo is good." Jiang Yuqing also choked and swallowed half of the steamed bread. It was made of soaked dried wild vegetables mixed with a small amount of barley flour, which almost choked her to death. She drank a full bowl of water before swallowing it. With such food, they can only have 2 meals a day. At noon, they eat dry food, that is, this dry wild vegetable barley steamed bread, and at night, they just have half a bowl of wild vegetable barley porridge. Things like white flour steamed buns can only be distributed to everyone during the new year. On weekdays, they dare not even think about it. When other children were holding the steamed buns and gobbling them up, the little girl sitting next to her put the steamed buns away and continued to eat the steamed buns. Jiang Yuqing asked her, "Sister, why don't you eat it?" The girl whispered, "I want to leave it for my father." Jiang Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled, broke off the half of the bun that she hadn't bitten and gave it to her. "Sister, I can't finish it. Please help me eat some." The girl took it shyly and thanked her gratefully. After the meal, Jiang Wenyuan said goodbye and left. The mother-in-law and a few grandchildren sent them to the door. Turning back, she heard her daughter-in-law say, "Mom, the nobleman seemed to have dropped silver just now." The mother-in-law saw the small silver ingot in the palm of her daughter-in-law's hand and asked, "Where did you pick it up?" The daughter-in-law said, "It was on the bench where the distinguished guest sat." The mother-in-law took the silver with tears in her eyes. How could he drop this? It's obvious that he saw that our family was in trouble and left it deliberately. We have met a good person." At night, the group stayed in the only inn in the town. When Jiang Wenyuan went to the backyard to wash up, Jiang Yuqing entered the spiritual realm and carefully measured the dimensions of the various parts of the water wheel. After coming out, she lay on the table to draw. When Jiang Wenyuan came back, she had almost finished drawing. Her father did not disturb her, but just stood behind her and watched her drawing quietly. After finishing the drawing, Tuanzi handed the drawing to his father and found that his father's eyes were bright, so he knew that his father had understood it. "This thing is used for irrigation, right?" Jiang Yuqing nodded vigorously and said mischievously, "The one who knows me best is Daddy. This thing is called a water wheel. If you put it in a suitable place in the river, you can use the impact of the water flow to continuously pump water from the river to a higher place, which can save a lot of manpower. It is suitable for use in the south. But the climate here in Sujo is cold. The river will freeze in winter. During the freezing of the river and the thawing of the next year, the wooden windmill boards are easily damaged. I wonder if we can modify it to make it more suitable for the climate here in Sujo." Jiang Wenyuan said, "Don't worry, after returning, Dad will find professionals in water conservancy and carpentry to work together to find a solution. If all else fails, Dad will use a carrier pigeon to send a letter back to the capital to let the adults in the Ministry of Works consider it. They will definitely be able to do it." Tuanzi touched 2 more things and pointed to the oval fruit and said, "Dad, this is called potato. The yield per mu is 2,000–3,000 jin, which can be used as a staple food or as a dish. For cooking, it is delicious when fried, deep-fried, stewed, or boiled. Moreover, it is easy to plant, easy to survive, easy to manage, and drought-resistant. Fresh potatoes can be stored in a cellar for several months. If they are sliced and dried, they can be stored for longer. It can be planted all year round. However, the climate in Sujo is most suitable for planting from mid-April to early May. However, it also has disadvantages. It is poisonous after germination and cannot be eaten. Tuanzi picked up the corn and said, "This is called corn, also called corn. If it is planted in coastal or inland areas, the yield per mu will be higher. If it is planted in Sujo and managed well, the yield per mu can be about 1,000 Jing. When it is tender, it can be cooked directly and tastes sweet. When it is old, it can be dried, threshed, and ground into powder. It can be used to make porridge or pancakes, which are all delicious. It is also a staple food." After listening to this, Jiang Wenyuan was stunned. After a long time, he hugged his daughter in his arms, rubbed his big head against her small forehead, and said, "My dear, you must be the god sent by God to save all people." Tuanzi then giggled, like a silver bell. Jiang Wenyuan asked her, "Did you take this out from your spiritual realm, too?" Tuanzi shook his head, "No. I discovered these two things by accident when I was in the capital. Not long before you went to the capital, a man's donkey died of poisoning after eating the wrong food, so he dragged the donkey to our Heian hospital for treatment. I asked him what the donkey had eaten, and he told me that he had eaten a strange root tuber in front of a seed shop. He also described what the root tuber looked like. I became suspicious at the time, and I found the few remaining potatoes in the direction he pointed. I also found a bag of corn seeds in the seed shop. The shopkeeper didn't know the goods and gave them to me at a bargain price. After I brought them back, I planted them in the spiritual realm and improved them. Now it has grown into a large area. Next year we will plant them in Sujo, and in the future, the people of Sujo will no longer be afraid of starving. My dear, Daddy thanks you on behalf of all the people in Sujo." Tuanzi said with a smile, "You re-welcome." The father and daughter walked west, looking and taking notes along the way. When encountering injustice, they should take action when it is necessary. If the county officials do not take action or break the law knowingly, Jiang Wenyuan will not give them any face. He will remove them if he says so, and he will take them down if he says so. He is very resolute and swift. For a time, the county chiefs heard the news and tightened their skins. They all checked themselves to see if they had done anything excessive. If so, they quickly found a way to make up for it. Otherwise, it would be a small matter to lose their official hats, but in serious cases, their lives would have to be lost here, and their families would also be implicated. This master is not someone who can be fooled. He holds the emperor's sword and has the right to kill first and report later. Sun He, whose head and body were separated, is a lesson for us. After walking for another 6 or 7 days, the group arrived at Yumen County in the far west. Yumen County is the most remote, poorest, and least populated place in the entire Sujo. Yumen Pass is to the west. In the last years of the previous dynasty, the court was incompetent and lawless. The Xiongnu often invaded the border, burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. They even used the people of the Central Plains as military rations, calling them two-legged sheep. Yumen County was the first to bear the brunt, with 9 out of 10 houses empty and the disaster beyond recognition. It was not until the establishment of Daxia that the court sent heavy troops to garrison here, and the situation improved. Even so, every few years, the Xiongnu would lead troops to invade the border, and occasionally there would be small-scale wars. Therefore, there were not many people in Yumen County. Most of the people living in the county town or the surrounding areas were the families of senior generals in the military camp, and the people were fierce. It was drizzling. The northwest wind blew on the face like a knife. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yuqing could not use the protective shield, so he had to wrap himself tightly with his cloak and secretly use his spiritual power, which made him feel better. Jiang Wenyuan led the group into a mutton restaurant. The mutton in the northwest is cooked in a rough and simple way, with only onions and salt as seasonings. The soup is boiled to a milky white. The sheep here are all raised on the prairie, and the soup is fresh and not smelly. Put a spoonful of red and fragrant chili oil in it, drink a bowl, and your whole body will be warm. When eating meat, pair it with the store's homemade wild leek flour sauce, and then eat 2 bites of steamed bread soaked in the soup. This taste is not changeable. Everyone was sweating on their foreheads while eating. Suddenly, the neighbor was panicked. A man suddenly stuck his throat with one hand, bent over and beat his chest, with a look of pain on his face. His companion stood up, patting his back and chest, but it was useless. The man's face turned purple. This was because a foreign object was stuck in his throat. Jiang Yuqing pulled her father's sleeve. "Dad, Heimlich first aid. Hurry up, I taught you during the Chinese New Year." Jiang Wenyuan said, "Oh," then came to his senses and said loudly, "Let me try." The man's companions didn't have any good ideas, so they could only try their best. Maybe this man really has a way. But Jiang Wenyuan walked behind the man and hugged him, clenched his fist with one hand, placed his thumb on the side of the abdomen of the person who was stuck, below the xiphoid process, a little above the navel, and clenched his fist with the other hand to quickly impact, pressing the abdomen inward and upward. After a few times, the man quickly coughed out a piece of sheep bone, and after a violent cough for a while, he finally breathed smoothly. The stuck man clasped his hands together and bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Wenyuan. "Thank you for saving me. I am Zhu Di, a captain of the Qianfeng camp under the command of General Huiqi. I will never forget your great kindness. Please leave your name, and I will come to thank you in the future." Jiang Wenyuan waved his hands. "I dare not, Captain Zhu. You are too polite.
It was just a small effort for me.
Besides, if it weren't for you carrying the heavy burden and guarding this bitter and cold border for decades, I wouldn't be able to drink mutton soup here so leisurely today." The man in blue clothes next to him laughed and said, "This big brother speaks honestly. I like it. If you don't mind, can you have a drink with us? I am Wei Lingjun, also under the command of General Huiqi." Jiang Wenyuan hesitated and said, "If it were normal times, it would be no problem, but I have my family with me today, so I'm afraid it's inconvenient." Tuanzi was a military doctor in his previous life, and he liked dealing with soldiers the most. They were not cunning, straightforward, and honest, and the ones in front of them were the same. So he said, "Daddy, just drink a few cups with them. I can take care of myself." The man in blue said, "Look, your daughter has agreed." He then said to the little girl, "Little girl, do you want to sit with us?" Tuanzi replied readily, "Okay." He immediately held his big bowl, slipped off the table, ran over, climbed onto the long bench, and sat down obediently, really not at all shy. This action made everyone around laugh. Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's head helplessly and said a little embarrassedly, "My little girl is naughty. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Several men said indifferently, "I think she's very good, not shy at all, like our children in the Northwest." After several people sat down, Jiang Yuqing blinked her big eyes and asked Wei Lingjun, "When I was in Beijing, I met a friend. Her name is Wei Lingyun, the daughter of the General of Cavalry. Your name is very similar to hers?" Wei Lingjun was surprised when he heard it. "She is my sister. You actually recognize her?" Jiang Yuqing nodded. "Yes, she also invited me to your house to play. You have a big martial arts arena at home, and Sister Wei's martial arts are so powerful." Wei Lingjun was even more surprised. Although their family's official position in Beijing is not prominent, not everyone can be invited by his sister to play. The identity of this little girl and her father is probably not simple. Wei Lingjun swallowed his saliva. "Then who are you?" Jiang Wenyuan bowed. "I am Jiang Wenyuan, the governor of Sujo, and this is my daughter Linghui." Wei Lingjun almost dropped his chopsticks. "You are the famous Marquis of Chingo, Lord Jiang. This is the Princess of Linghui?" Jiang Wenyuan waved his hand and said, "It's just a false title, not worth mentioning." Even so, everyone at the table wanted to stand up and salute, but Jiang Wenyuan stopped them. Wei Lingjun said excitedly, "My sister mentioned you in the letter, saying that you are small but very powerful." Jiang Yuqing was a little embarrassed by the praise and waved her little hand. "No, I am not very powerful." The adults ate and drank, and Jiang Yuqing ate and drank soup quietly. When he was full, he sat obediently without making any noise or noise. The soldiers were also very savvy. After drinking a certain amount, they stopped drinking and ate meat and soup instead. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, both sides had a certain understanding of each other, which was a good start. Before parting, Jiang Yuqing asked Wei Lingjun, Brother Wei, I know that the military camp is an important place, and outsiders are generally not allowed to enter. But when I am free, I still want to take a look. I swear I won't make trouble. I heard that there are often casualties in your military camp, especially when the war breaks out. There are often not enough military doctors. I learned some surgical skills and want to help you. Wei Lingjun said in surprise, Really? Are you willing to go?
Huh?
Tuanzi was surprised. This seemed different from what he thought. Don't you think I'm too young? Wei Lingjun said cheerfully. How could that be? You are the disciple of divine Dr. Chiu. We want to invite you, but we can't. My family members said that you and your disciple have brought the dead back to life. Those who want to invite you to treat their illnesses have to wait for several months. When I get back, I will talk to my father and several other generals. If you are free anytime, send us a message and we'll come to pick you up. Jiang Yuqing said with a smile. Okay. It's settled then. After saying goodbye to Wei Lingjun and the others. In the carriage, Jiang Wenyuan asked his daughter, Are you really going to the military camp? Jiang Yuqing nodded, waved her hand to cast a soundproof shield around the two of them, and said firmly to her father, I must go when I have time. My medical skills can play the greatest role there. She rubbed her head against her father. I know you are worried about me, but you have forgotten your daughter's ability. Now, ordinary people can't beat me. If you don't believe it, look. As she said that, she tapped the little Jing on her wrist. The little Jing felt the call of its master and immediately woke up from its deep sleep. It raised a leaf, which grew to a foot high, and tapped the woman's forehead. It waved to Jiang Wenyuan again and greeted him. Jiang Wenyuan was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Tuanzi said, It is my spiritual pet Xiao Jing, and like by Xiaoshi, it was left to me by another master. Although Xiao Jing is only a little big now, it is very powerful in combat. Ordinary Jianghu masters can only serve it. So, Daddy, you don't have to worry about my safety. Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's forehead and sighed. It's good that you know what to do. You have things you want to do, and Daddy will only break your wings if he stops you. However, no matter when and where, Daddy hopes that you will put your own safety first. Daddy has only you as a daughter, and he just wants you to be safe and happy all your life. Tuanzi nodded heavily. I will. After leaving Yumen County, the father and daughter went to the Gobi Desert. In addition to some poplar forests and red willows, there are elms, camel thorns, and his scattered sand dates, which are so desolate that it makes people frightened. Jiang Yuqing secretly casts spiritual power to feed the passing plants with a trace of vitality so that they can better survive this cold winter. Jiang Yuqing said, Dad, we can plant trees here in the future. When they grow into a green Great Wall, they can effectively block the wind and sand. Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's soft hair. That will be a big project. We must be prepared to move the mountains. Turning north, you can see the endless grassland. Unfortunately, it is early winter now, and the grassland is also withered and yellow. There is no magnificent scenery of the sky is blue, the wilderness is vast, and the wind blows the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. Because the herdsmen have driven cattle, sheep and horses to a valley in the east to spend the winter, and they did not see it. After the grassland, it is Shaking County. Jiang Yuqing found a lot of wild black wolf berries here. Because it is rich in anthocyanins, it was sold at a sky-high price in her previous life. It is also a rare good thing in this era. She dug more than 10 plants into the spiritual realm, intending to improve the variety. In the future, she might be able to transform Shaking County into a black wolfberry planting base. Jiang Wenyuan broke off a branch and took it in his hand. He went to the Shaking County government and discussed the matter with the Shaking County magistrate. The Shaking County magistrate was so happy that he burst into tears. If he could really grow valuable black wolfberries, his Shaking County would be very prosperous. Qing County is about to soar to the sky, and the county magistrate will also soar to the sky with it. If it were someone else, he might not believe it, but who is this person in front of him, the Chingo Marquis who can grow high-yield grains? Look, he has found a good opportunity for him as soon as he arrived. He would be a fool if he didn't seize the opportunity. Jiang Wenyuan also reminded him that he had found some new grains suitable for this place, and he would try to plant them in Sujo next year, and asked him to choose a place to make a test field. When Shaking County Magistrate heard this, he was so happy that he almost died, and promised him that he would definitely do it. In the meantime, the father and daughter went to a market. This time, Jiang Yuqing saw the fur merchants in the mainland buying various furs such as wolfskin and foxskin. Only the sheepskin sold by the herdsmen was cheap, but few people wanted it. The fur dealer said that the nobles in the mainland did not like sheepskin because they disliked its strong smell and was not high-grade enough. Jiang Yuqing thought that these sheepskins were good things, so she dragged her father over and bought all the sheepskins. She bought more than a dozen carts of sheepskins and had them delivered to the designated location. Then, they were all stored in the spiritual realm at night. She told the herdsmen that if anyone in her family or neighborhood had sheepskins or other furs to sell, they could all be sent to the government office in the city and left the address. The herdsman smiled and said he would definitely send it. Winter was coming soon, and they were waiting to sell the money to buy things for the winter. Jiang Wenyuan also let his daughter do what she wanted and asked her if the money was enough, and if not, he had more. Jiang Yuqing said it was enough. She had robbed so much gold in the mines in Daizhou, and she was definitely a rich woman. This little money was not even a drop in the bucket. After passing Shaking County, going southeast is Shaping County, and south of Shaping County is Xingping. At this time, it was already November, and Sujo had its first snow of the year. When the father and daughter walked into Xingqing County office in the wind and snow, Lu Pingzhong was overjoyed when he heard the report from his subordinates. He hurriedly greeted them and said, "Your subordinate greets you." Jiang Wenyuan helped his uncle up and said, "Let us talk inside." Okay. When they arrived at the warm inner hall study and sent away outsiders, the conversation immediately became warm. Tuanzi rushed towards Lu Pingzhong with a smile. "Uncle." "Oh, my dear, Uncle missed you so much." Lu Pingzhong bent down and hugged his precious niece in his arms and said happily, "It's so cold, running around with your father all the time. You must be frozen." Tuanzi shook her head. "It's a bit cold, but my body is strong and I won't be frozen." For a cultivator, even if her body becomes steel and iron, at least she is not afraid of common diseases and is as strong as a calf. Jiang Wenyuan took his daughter in, took off her shoes, and put her on the hot kong. He also took off his shoes, sat cross-legged, took a cup of hot tea and drank it, and finally felt comfortable. He took the hot towel handed by the servant and wiped his face and said, "When did my uncle arrive? Have you been to the government office?" Lu Pingzhong said, "It's been half a month since I arrived. I went to the government office to report, but the staff said you were not there. I had to go to the back office to see when Yang had a meal and came back. You are really cruel. It's so cold, and you go to the countryside to inspect, but you also bring your sweet baby with you. Don't let her get frozen. Don't talk about Wan Yang. Her uncle will be anxious with you." Jiang Yuqing's Aunt Chun heard that her brother-in-law had brought her niece, so she ran over from the back office. She was so cute holding Jiang Yuqing. After not seeing her for more than half a year, the little girl has grown taller and stronger. Jiang Yuqing also hugged his aunt and kissed her for a while. Finally, Chen took her to the back office to arrange meals, leaving the men in the study and the front office to talk. "I had planned to be your aide, but you gave me a position as the chief officer. To be honest, I never thought that I could be a county magistrate one day." Jiang Wenyuan said, "The original county magistrate of Xingping was not doing his job. I happened to meet him and killed him. It is said that a new official has 3 fires when he takes office, and my first fire was burned on him. Sujo is bitter and cold, and there are not many people who are really willing to come here to work. They are all those who have no foundation in the court and have to come here to get experience. It happens that these people have no great ability and are arrogant. Instead of finding another ancestor to make trouble for me, it is better to let you, my uncle, come. At least you are someone who can do things in a down-to-earth manner." To be honest, I only mentioned it to His Majesty, but who knew that he really let you come? I am really happy for your brother-in-law. At least in Sujo, I am not fighting alone. When Lu Pingzhong heard Jiang Wenyuan's bizarre reason, He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and half-jokingly said, I thought you were rich now and knew to help your brother-in-law, so you are here to catch me to work as a coolie for you. Hey, brother-in-law, I didn't say that. I dare not, I dare not. Then he talked about the plan for next year, saying that there are 2 new kinds of grain to be planted next year, and canals need to be repaired. The water conservancy facilities are the top priority. Without sufficient water sources, everything is empty talk. He must make sure to sort out all the miscellaneous things at the moment so that he can do a big job next year. When Lu Pingzhong heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He knew that he could eat meat by following his brother-in-law. Sure enough, he had hope as soon as he came. Lu Pingzhong's 2 sons were also in their hometown and did not follow. There were few people and they were all family members, so there was no separate table for men and women. Only 4 people sat at the same table, eating and chatting. After dinner, Jiang Wenyuan continued to discuss business with Lu Pingzhong in the front yamen, while Jiang Yuqing took a comfortable nap in Chen's arms in the back. The father and daughter stayed in the county yamen for one night and set out again the next day in the wind and snow. To the south of Xingping is Lianqi County. Because of the strong wind and heavy snow, the road is particularly difficult to travel. When the group walked to the dark, they still hadn't seen Lianqi County, so they had to stay in a nearby farmyard. During the meal, Jiang Wenyuan, as usual, used steamed buns to get close to the host family and chat about everything. Jiang Yuqing gave her father's behavior a very affectionate name steamed bun diplomacy. In the middle of the night, the father and daughter were awakened by the noise outside. Jiang Wenyuan reached out and patted his daughter's little back and pressed her quilt. You sleep well, I'll go and see. What's wrong? Jiang Wenyuan opened the door and saw a bean lamp lit in the hall. The host family was all in the house, looking anxious. The middle-aged man said, I'm sorry to have woken up our distinguished guest. My little son has a fever and there is nothing we can do at home. The elders are discussing using a traditional method to mix mud to reduce the child's fever. Jiang Wenyuan said, My daughter is a doctor. Although she is young, her medical skills are decent. If you are assured, I will let her come to see the child. The host was overjoyed. At this moment, no one cared about the age as long as she was a doctor. It was better than wrapping the child with and yellow mud. Jiang Wenyuan immediately returned to the room and woke his daughter up. My dear, the child in this family has a fever. Why don't you take a look at him? Jiang Yuqing sat up immediately after hearing this and woke up halfway from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and said, okay. While quickly putting on his clothes, he asked his father to get the medicine box from the carriage. In fact, all the medical equipment and medicines were available in her spiritual realm, and the medicine box was just a decoy. The child with a fever was the youngest grandson of the main family, the youngest son of the middle-aged man. He was only half a year old. Because his mother's milk was not enough, he grew very thin and looked like a child of 3 or 4 months old. After Jiang Yuqing checked, he found that the child just had a fever caused by catching a cold. He took the temperature, and it was 39.3 degrees, which was a bit high. He took a piece of pediatric fever-reducing patch with the outer packaging torn off from the medicine box, actually in the spiritual realm, and put it on the child's forehead. After that, he fed him ibuprofen solution and asked his family to wipe the child's armpits, neck, groin, palms, and soles of the feet with warm water to physically cool him down. With these 3 methods, in less than half an hour, the child broke out in a sweat and his fever was completely gone. The family members who were so happy to have the child kept calling her a little miracle doctor. Jiang Yuqing asked them to quickly change the child into clean clothes and take him to bed. It was cold, so such a young child must be kept warm. She also taught them some emergency treatment methods for children with fever. If the child does not feel too hot, you can use the physical cooling method she taught just now, and wipe the parts with many blood vessels with warm water. If the fever is really severe, you can also wipe the body with strong liquor, and it is best to take the child to see a doctor. The host family naturally responded to her suggestions. The next morning, the host family carefully brought in half a bowl of egg soup. This was the most precious thank you gift they could give Jiang Yuqing for saving their child last night. Jiang Yuqing just scooped a small spoonful symbolically, and the rest was distributed to other children in the host family. Before leaving, she left another ingot on the earthen Kong. I hope this little money can bring a little help to this difficult family. The wind outside stopped blowing, and the snow stopped. The sun shone on the long row of icicles under the eaves, and it seemed no longer so cold. Jiang Yuqing followed his father on the road again, and soon entered Lianqi County. Because it was a snowy day, the county was very deserted, and there were few people on the dilapidated streets. Jiang Wenyuan made a surprise inspection of Lianqi County government as usual. When he arrived, it was already late in the morning. There was only one legal advisor in the government office who was lazily supporting the staff. After Jiang Wenyuan went in, he revealed his identity, and the legal advisor almost peed. He asked, "Where's the chief officer?" The legal advisor trembled. "He hasn't gotten up yet." Jiang Wenyuan said, "Oh," and said with a fake smile, "It seems that your master was very busy last night. He hasn't gotten up yet at this time. Well, I will sit here and wait for him. You don't have to go and call him, just wait here with me." As he said that, he sat down beside him and took out a book to read. It was not until half past the hour of C that the county magistrate Chi Yulai came out from the back hall, yawning and stretching. He was a little confused to see a strange young man sitting steadily in his own court, reading a book. He was about to ask, "Who are you?" And then he saw the pale-faced lawyer winking at him. Chi Yulai suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility, and cold sweat immediately came down on his forehead. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Wenyuan and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, are you Lord Jiang?" After a while, Jiang Wenyuan closed the book and said, "It's rare that you recognize me. It seems that you have trained your subordinates well. At least you are good at observing words and expressions." Lu Yulai was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground. "Your Excellency has arrived. I am sorry for not coming to greet you. Please forgive me." Jiang Wenyuan snorted coldly, "Du ent. I can't bear it. Your Excellency Lu has worked so hard to govern Lianqi that he was so tired that he couldn't get up in the morning. If you go to greet me again, wouldn't it be a crime for me?" Jiang Wenyuan's words were so harsh that Lu Yulai's face turned red. These days, he was prepared for the new prefect to come for a surprise inspection and made preparations early. Who knew that he hadn't seen his figure for many days, and with the continuous snow and wind in the past 2 days, he thought he would not come. So, he made a fool of himself with the third concubine last night and couldn't get out of bed this morning. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the prefect? Who knew that this ancestor would do the opposite and come in such a heavy snow? Isn't he afraid of the cold? This time, it's all over. Jiang Wenyuan suppressed his temper for the time being and carefully checked the accounts and books of the government office, as well as various official documents and orders, and some files he had handled. Although they were not outstanding, there was nothing wrong. The people had a good and bad impression of him. To put it bluntly, he was just a person who was just waiting to die. Jiang Wenyuan gave him a stern lecture, scolding him like a quail, and recorded another serious offense. He said that if he did it again, he would not be an official anymore and should go home to take care of his children. Then he started to talk about business. He told him to make preparations after the new year and try to grow new grains. Lu Yulai nodded. After leaving Lianqi, Jiang Wenyuan went to Chaisha, Dongcheniai, Zikenyi, and finally to Jingma County. Jingma County was originally called Jingma County because there was a Jingma mountain in the county. Later, people thought the name was not nice, so they changed it to Jingma County. When the group entered Jingma County, it was already noon, and as usual, they went to a family to eat and inquire about the situation in Jingma County. Today's host was an old hunter. When he heard that they were going to Jingma County, he immediately suggested that they take a detour and take a boat from Qingyuan Ferry. Jiang Wenyuan was very surprised. Why did they choose to take a detour when there was no official road? So he asked the host why. The old man sighed deeply and said, "In the past, the official road was indeed easy to travel. Since a group of bandits came to Jingma Mountain a few years ago, they dared not rob except the passing army, and no other merchants could escape. If they were sensible and gave up their property in time, they could save their lives. If they were reluctant to give up their money, Women would be taken up the mountain directly, and men would be chopped on the spot. Over time, except for foreign merchants who were unaware of the situation, basically no one dared to go there. They all took a detour to the ferry below and took a boat over. Jiang Wenyuan said, "Does the county magistrate here not care?" The old man said he does. He did come here to suppress the bandits 2 years ago. The few talents he brought were not very talented. As soon as they met, 3 of them were chopped by the bandits. It is said that the county magistrate urinated on the spot. After escaping back, he reported to his superiors, but they ignored it. Since then, no one has cared about it. The old man sighed deeply. Life is difficult. Jiang Wenyuan frowned and said, "Father, do you know who those bandits are?" The old man took a sip of water and said, "The leader is called Dabala. He was a gangster from Xiakenai, a drunkard and gambler. His father-in-law, who had been engaged to him, saw that he was not a decent person and was afraid that his daughter would suffer after marrying him, so he took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Who would have thought that he had angered this guy, and that night he picked up a butcher knife and killed all 13 members of his father-in-law's family, and then set the house on fire. The government was looking for him everywhere, and he had no way to make a living outside, so he gathered a group of desperate people like him and ran to Jingma Mountain to set up a stronghold, becoming a bandit and doing all kinds of evil. I don't know how many innocent lives he has killed over the years. It's really a sin. Father, do you know the situation on Jingma Mountain?" The old man said, "Of course I don't know. I was born and raised in this mountain. Except for the Jingma Valley, which is not accessible, the rest of Jingma Mountain is like my backyard." Jiang Wenyuan had a rough idea in his mind and asked tentatively, "If the higher-ups send troops to suppress the bandits, would you be willing to lead the way, old man?" "Yes, of course I would. I have always dreamed of getting rid of this gang of villains and avenging my poor granddaughter." It turned out that the old man's granddaughter had also suffered from the hands of bandits when she came to see him a few years ago. His granddaughter had a strong temper and did not want to be humiliated, so she hit her head against the wall and died on the spot. She also chatted with the old man about other things. After leaving, they turned from the ferry to the Jinma County government. As soon as Jiang Wenyuan arrived, he asked about the bandits in Jingma Mountain. Jinma County Magistrate Wu Yunshan did not dare to hide anything and told him everything that happened that year. Jiang Wenyuan also asked about the number of bandits at present. Wu Yunshan said, 2 years ago, when I led people to suppress the bandits, there were about 130 people on the mountain. In the past 2 years, I'm afraid that there have been a lot more people, and it is estimated that at least doubled. With so many bandits, the county government's few yamen runners alone are not enough to deliver food." Jiang Wenyuan didn't waste any words. He immediately wrote a letter, took the emperor's sword, and went to the camp more than 100 miles away to mobilize troops. At the same time, he sent people to the small village to invite the old hunter. When the old hunter learned that the young man who had sat cross-legged on his kong and ate pickles and steamed buns with him was actually the famous Chingo Marquis, the new prefect of Sujo, tears came down. It was the first time he knew that there were such approachable and unpretentious good officials in the world. The soldiers came quickly and arrived in the evening of the 3rd day. The leader was Zhu Di, the former captain of the Fengying camp who was saved by Jiang Wenyuan in Yumen County at that time. Zhu Di greeted Jiang Wenyuan and said, "As soon as our general received the letter, he immediately ordered 500 soldiers to come." He presented the emperor's sword and said, "The gift from the emperor is returned in its original form." Jiang Wenyuan said, "Thank you very much. Captain Zhu, please come inside to talk." After entering the house, Jiang Wenyuan explained to Zhu Di in detail what he had learned about Jingma Mountain in the past few days, and Wu Yunshan and the old hunter added to the information. At the end of the meeting, Jiang Wenyuan stood up and bowed deeply to Zhu Di and said, "I know nothing about fighting, so I won't give any more advice. For this time, the matter of the bandits, I will rely entirely on the captain." Zhu Di clasped his fists and said, "I will definitely fulfill my mission and return peace to the people of Jinma." After that, the army set out overnight, and Jiang Wenyuan personally led his men to follow the army to do logistics work. Jiang Yuqing took the lead and followed on by Xiaoshi. War is always inevitable with bloodshed and sacrifice. How can it be possible without doctors? The bandits never dreamed that someone would come to their nest in such a cold day. And, because they have been successful in this area for several years, they have grown up and dared not even put up a sentry. Therefore, under the leadership of the old hunter, 500 soldiers touched the stockade built by the bandits very smoothly. 500 regular soldiers who have experienced countless baptisms of blood and fire facing a group of mobs are simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The battle ended within an hour, and a total of 231 bandits were annihilated, including the bandit leader Dabala. The old hunter hated him so much that he took a hatchet and chopped his body into dozens of pieces. If the court hadn't taken his head back to hang on the city gate, the old hunter would have smashed his head. The post-war finishing work was being carried out in a tight manner. Jiang Yuqing brought 2 civilian doctors and 2 military doctors to treat the injured soldiers with nimble hands and feet. In this battle, among the 500 soldiers, 3 died, 11 were seriously injured, and 35 were slightly injured. Jiang Yuqing had no way to deal with those who had already died. But she didn't want to give up any of the seriously injured. She took out a handful of cloth strips and asked 2 doctors and 2 military doctors to quickly tie them to the wrists of the wounded according to the severity of their injuries. The seriously injured were tied in red, the less seriously injured were tied in orange, and the slightly injured were tied in green. The seriously injured tied in red were rescued first. After stopping their bleeding as quickly as possible, Jiang Yuqing gave them a ray of life one by one to ensure that they could wait for her treatment. After that, she asked the 2 military doctors to help her, and they raced against time to perform surgery on the seriously injured, and injected life into the patients while performing the surgery to ensure that they could live long enough to get off the operating table. The skilled skills made the 2 military doctors' eyes wide open, and they almost forgot their duties. After bandaging one, they were replaced by the next one. After being busy all night, they finally pulled all 11 seriously injured soldiers who they thought would die back from the brink of death. They performed surgeries all night long and kept injecting life force into the wounded. Even Jiang Yuqing couldn't bear it. After the last wounded was bandaged, she sat down against the wall, her face pale, and she didn't even have the strength to move her fingers. Although the doctors were also tired, they felt heartbroken for her. They hurriedly carried her to a warm pit and let her rest. They also found some sugar and made her some hot sugar water. Whether it was the military doctor or the 2 doctors, they all admired this little girl. When they went up the mountain, they were still complaining in their hearts that the prefect did not distinguish between public and private affairs and brought his daughter with him to fight bandits on the mountain. Was this a show or a drag on them? They never thought that this little girl was not afraid of the cold or freezing. She carried a small medicine box on her back and rode a little deer, running faster than these grown men. The little deer was also amazing. In the dark night, it ran on the mountain road as if it were walking on flat ground, which made everyone jealous. Hearing from the military doctor that all the seriously injured soldiers were rescued, Zudi was so happy that he was happier than winning the battle and said, "She is worthy of being the last disciple of Dr. Chiao. She is so amazing." The 2 military doctors were shocked after hearing this. "Captain Zhu, you said this little girl is the last disciple of Dr. Chiao?" Zudi said, "How can it be false?" He looked around and hooked his fingers at the 2 military doctors, motioning them to come closer to talk. He whispered, "I heard that this little county lady is gifted. When she was just over 1 year old, she was accepted as a disciple by divine Dr. Chiao. Although she is young, her medical skills are no worse than those of her master, divine Dr. Chiao. I met her once in Yumen a few days ago. She personally told General Wei that she would go to the military camp to treat the brothers when she was free. If you 2 are smart and clever, you can learn a few tricks from her, and you won't have to worry about the rest of your life." The 2 military doctors looked at each other and bowed to Zudi. "Thank you, Captain Zhu, for your guidance. We will definitely treat you to a drink another day." Okay. Of course, he would never tell them about the embarrassing thing that happened that day when a sheep bone got stuck in his throat. During the war, Zhang Wenyuan could not take care of his daughter, knowing that she could protect her own safety with her skills. After the war, he was even busier. Count the property and people robbed by the bandits on the mountain and register the relevant information. The most difficult ones were the 17 girls. They were all kidnapped by bandits and brought to the mountain. When they heard that the bandits had been killed, they cried and laughed. Jiang Wenyuan originally planned to send them all back home, but none of them wanted to leave. One girl cried and complained, "With our reputation, which family can accommodate us? I'm afraid we will die if we go back. Instead of that, it's better to stay in this mountain and live out the rest of our lives." The other girls agreed. Jiang Wenyuan had no way to deal with this. This world is always harsh on women. Jiang Yuqing woke up from a nap and went to the toilet to recover her spiritual power in the spiritual realm. After coming out, she heard about this and hurried to find her father. "Dad, they are all poor people. Let's take them back to the city. After returning, I plan to open a clinic in the city and train them to be medical staff. They will have a place to go in the future." Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's head and said with relief, "Okay." Jiang Wenyuan took his daughter to find these women again. When they heard that they could learn medicine from the apprentice of the genius doctor, they all cried with joy and expressed their willingness. After finishing the business here, everyone started to go down the mountain. Jiang Yuqing looked at the soldiers, thin shoes that were soaked in snow water and covered with thin ice, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He became more determined in his heart about what he wanted to do. After the business here was over, the soldiers should return to the camp immediately. Jiang Wenyuan took out 150 taels of silver from his own pocket and asked Zudi to give it to the parents and relatives of the fallen soldiers as a token of his gratitude. He took another 100 taels of silver, saying that it would replenish the nutrition of the injured soldiers. Hearing that the bandits in Jinma Mountain had been completely wiped out, the people of Jinma were immediately overjoyed, running around to tell each other, and even set off firecrackers to celebrate. They thanked the prefect from the bottom of their hearts for getting rid of this big worry for them. From then on, they no longer had to worry about the bandits, and they only had to concentrate on defending against the Xiongnu Tartars outside Human Pass. 2 days later, Jiang Wenyuan finally ended this inspection, left Jinma County, and returned to the city. When he got home, it was already late November. As soon as he returned to the mansion, Jiang Wenyuan began to write memorials. From morning to night, it took a whole day to write. The thick letter could be bound into a book. After it was written, someone rushed to the capital. After Jiang Yuqing returned to the mansion, he immediately went out to find a house where he could open a clinic. It was not that he had to open it this year, but at least let the 17 poor women who were brought back have a place to stay. In addition to finding a house, Jiang Yuqing also bought them winter clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. He sent them to the inn where they were staying temporarily. The bandits were all beasts. In order to prevent them from escaping, they didn't even leave them a cotton coat. The women wore single clothes and made their own single cloth shoes. Because of long-term humiliation, many of them had miscarriages and were depressed for a long time. Therefore, they all had gynecological or other diseases, which needed treatment and slow recuperation. After searching for 2 days, he finally found a large courtyard with 4 fronts and 3 entrances and 3 exits on Huaying Street, 2 streets away from the government office. There were animal sheds, martial arts arenas, and wells inside, and the living facilities were very convenient. The asking price was 2,500 taels of silver. A courtyard of this size was not common in a place like Sujo. However, there were not many rich people in Sujo, and it was close to the border, so wars often broke out. Therefore, the owner had put up a sign for the house, but it had not been sold for a long time. In a place like the capital, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, this price could only buy a small courtyard in a remote area, but here he could buy such a large house. For Jiang Yuqing, it was a bargain. He paid the deposit without saying a word. After that, both parties took the house deed to the Sujo Prefecture Supervisory Office, not the prefectural office. The prefectural office is equivalent to the modern municipal government, and the supervisory office is equivalent to the administrative agency of the Sujo Prefecture urban area. The names of the houses were different in each dynasty in China, and March took a similar name. Please don't take it too seriously, dear readers. After the transfer, the balance was paid. After that, Jiang Yuqing took them there, arranged a place for them to live, and asked Nanny Yen and Area to take turns to teach them etiquette and literacy. At the same time, a team of more than 30 herdsmen entered Sujo Prefecture against the wind and snow and found the government office. The sheepskins ordered by Jiang Yuqing were delivered, more than 20 carts. Some were newly peeled this year, and more were simply nitrate and dried in the past year. It seems that they have moved out all the goods that have been stored in the bottom of the box for these years, which is really hard work. Jiang Yuqing asked her father to find a tanner to come over and ask them if these leathers can still be tanned. The craftsman said that it was possible, but the rich would not like this stuff, and the poor could not afford it. Who would you sell so many to? Jiang Yuqing just smiled and did not answer. Jiang Yuqing asked the herdsman to pull the skins to the large yard she bought, unloaded the goods, counted them, and paid them the silver in full. There were more than 31,000 sheepskins in total. Jiang Yuqing bought them at an average price of 1 tael and 7 qian of silver per sheepskin, and spent more than 50,000 taels of silver at once. The herdsmen received the white silver, and their faces soaked with frosty weather were blooming with bright smiles. They were simple and didn't know that they had to pay a deposit. They just heard from the tribesman who went to Shaking County to attend the market that a little girl had bought all his goods and she wanted more sheepskins. Let them gather all the skins and send them to the Sujo government office together. They came here under the leadership of the tribe leader with hope, but they were actually very nervous. If they couldn't find the little girl in the government office, if they couldn't sell the skins, not only would the trip be in vain, but the whole family would have to starve. Fortunately, they really sold the skins and even sold them at a good price. After collecting the skins, Jiang Yuqing took her father together and treated the herdsmen to a hot meal of mutton soup and rice. This group of overly honest people had never even seen the county magistrate before, and they would be looked down upon when they occasionally came out to sell skins. Not only did they sell the skins smoothly today, but the biggest official in Sujo even invited them to dinner. This was something they had never dared to dream of before. At the beginning, they were all so nervous that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Jiang Wenyuan invited them to drink shadaozi, and after a few cups, they started chatting. Jiang Wenyuan told them to raise more sheep, and they could also raise more sheep. Don't kill the sheep after they are well raised. Shave off the wool every summer and send it to the city, and he will collect it. This was his precious daughter's idea. She said that after wool is processed, it can be spun into yarn, which can be knitted into sweaters, gloves, hats, scarves, etc., which are light and warm. Although he had never seen it, he knew that what his precious daughter said must be true. He trusted his daughter so much. The herders were also happy. They didn't have to kill sheep and had another way to make money. This new governor was really a good man. After returning home, Jiang Wenyuan asked his daughter, "My dear, where did you get so much silver?" Jiang Yuqing cast a soundproofing shield around the two of them. "Dad, do you remember the prefect of Daisho who was beheaded and his property was confiscated for illegally mining gold at the beginning of this year?" "I know." Jiang Wenyuan asked suspiciously, "Is there any necessary connection between this matter and your silver?" Jiang Yuqing said proudly, "Of course. Because I was the one who reported that matter to His Majesty." Jiang Wenyuan's eyes widened instantly. "What did you say?" Jiang Yuqing made a long story short and explained how she discovered the mine, and then said, "I moved all the gold in the treasure cave to the spiritual realm. Now I have plenty of money." Jiang Wenyuan was anxious and angry and afraid that people would hear him, so he reached out to cover his daughter's mouth. Jiang Yuqing dodged and said, "Dad, don't worry. I have set up a soundproof cover around here. No one can hear what we are saying." Jiang Wenyuan was relieved and secretly frightened. His daughter's ability was becoming more and more mysterious. Even so, he still carefully warned that the gold must not be used indiscriminately. Jiang Yuqing patted his chest and assured, "No. These golds have no marks. There is a strange fire in my spiritual realm. It is easy to melt them into small yellow croakers or small ingots and gold melon seeds. It will not arouse other people's suspicion at all. In short, you should be careful. It is not good for his daughter to be too smart and capable. He, as a father, has no place to use his skills, which makes him very upset. The next day, Jiang Yuqing asked the girls in the compound to pick out the sheepskin with long hair inside and shave off the long hair. The raw wool shaved off was boiled in hot water to wash away the grease and impurities and dried to become cooked wool. After that, it is combed into strips and then spun into wool yarn using a spinning machine. After being sent to the dyeing workshop for dyeing, it can be used to weave clothes. For the remaining sheepskins, a fur shop with a good reputation was found to discuss the nitration of this batch of sheepskins. The more than 30,000 pieces this time plus the batch bought in Shaking County last time total more than 47,000 sheepskins. Gao Chonglong, the owner of Chonglong Fur Shop, had never received such a large order at one time. He smiled so hard that his mouth could hardly close. He gave Jiang Yuqing a very favorable price. Jiang Yuqing also paid quickly. Her requirement was to ensure the quality while being as fast as possible. She wanted to rush to make as many sheepskin boots as possible and send them to the camp before the new year. It was also a small token of her appreciation. Gao Chonglong readily agreed. At the same time, Jiang Yuqing found the largest garment shop in Sujo City, Din Tai Fung Garment Shop, and told the boss that she wanted to order a batch of waterproof sheepskin boots. The main material, sheepskin, was provided by her, and the rest of the materials were provided by the garment shop. Din Tai Fung boss Xie Yuanjia asked her how many pairs she wanted to order. Jiang Yuqing thought for a moment and said, "I have a total of 47,000 sheepskins. I will make them with this amount." "How many can you make?" Shui Yuanjia thought he had misheard. "How many?" Jiang Yuqing repeated, 47,000 sheepskins. I will make them with this amount. "Is it clear now?" Shui Yuanjia stuttered. "Clear, clear." He paused and asked again, "Little county lady, where are you going to sell all these boots?" Jiang Yuqing said, "No, it's almost the new year. I want to do my best to show my gratitude to the soldiers in human camp." Shui Yuanjia was silent for a while and gave her a thumbs up. "County lady, you are very righteous. I admire you. To be honest with you, this adult sheepskin can make at least 2 pairs of boots. You can make more than 90,000 pairs of more than 47,000 sheepskins." Jiang Yuqing said, "Then I will find a way to buy some more and make up 100,000 pairs." "Okay," Shui Yuanjia said, "but it's already the end of November, and we should be closing on the 27th or 28th of the 12th lunar month. With such a large quantity, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it before the new year." Jiang Yuqing said, "I know, it's okay. Make as much as you can before the new year, and make the remaining ones as soon as possible after the new year. Sujo has a long winter, so they can use them after the new year." "Okay. When will the leather be delivered?" Jiang Yuqing said, "The first batch of leather will be delivered in about 2 days." The two sides negotiated on some details, drafted a contract, and paid a deposit. The matter was settled. Jiang Yu settled the accounts. The materials and labor of a pair of warm sheepskin boots are about 1 or 2 or 3 taels of silver. 100,000 pairs is 130,000 taels of silver. No wonder it is difficult to support an army. The annual consumption of food, weapons, medicine, etc. for the 100,000 troops in the Human Pass camp alone is an astronomical figure. With such a large territory and hundreds of thousands of troops, how much do these consumptions add up to? No wonder the emperor is anxious to get money and food, and no wonder Mr. Zhang from the Ministry of Revenue cries poor every day. It is indeed difficult. Because of Jiang Yuqing's super large order for 100,000 pairs of boots, the originally desolate Sujo City came alive instantly. Both Chimlong and Din Tai Fung posted notices and donated a large amount of money to recruit temporary workers. Hearing the news, people braved the wind and snow to rush to these two places to apply for jobs in order to find a job and earn some money for the new year. The old people said that Sujo City had never been so lively in winter. On November 28th, the first batch of sheepskins that had been nitrate were sent to the garment shop, and the garment shop began to process them intensively. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, the first batch of 3,000 pairs of boots were rushed out, and on the 10th day, 8,000 pairs. It was a sunny day on the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, Jiang Yuqing rode by Xiaoshi with her small medicine box on her back and brought 3 carriages with a total of 10,000 pairs of sheepskin boots of different sizes. She went to the Yumenguan camp alone under her mother's worried eyes. Jiang Wenyuan patted his wife's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. Don't you know what your daughter is capable of now? If ordinary thieves meet her, it's not certain who will rob whom. Besides, this year, the outside of the pass is still peaceful, and the Tartars have not invaded so far, so there shouldn't be too many problems. Lu said worriedly. Even so, I still can't help but worry about you. Jiang Yuqing walked smoothly for 3 or 4 days, and arrived outside the Yumen Pass camp on the morning of the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. Qin Yijian, the commander of the Yumen Pass camp, was discussing things with several deputy generals. He heard from his subordinates that a little girl named Jiang Yuqing came to see him. Qin Yijian felt that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while, so he just said, "Why does this name sound so familiar?" Beside him had his eyes light up and asked hurriedly, "Is that little girl only 4 or 5 years old?" The messenger said, "Yes." Wei Qing smiled and said to Qin Yijian, "I roughly know who she is. She is the daughter of the Marquis of Chingo, Princess Linghui, and the last disciple of the divine Dr. Qiu. I heard that she is an excellent doctor." After hearing what he said, Qin Yijian also remembered. "Yes, your kid came back from suppressing bandits a few days ago and told us about this." In his mouth, the little girl was as powerful as a fairy. But the 11 seriously injured soldiers did survive, so we have to appreciate this favor. Well, since she is here, please invite her in. It's so cold, and the little girl ran all the way here. This thought alone is rare. Let's go and take a look. When he saw the real person and the little girl riding a deer, Qin Yijian's old face couldn't help twitching. It was said to be a little girl, and she was really a little girl. She was too young. When they came closer, Jiang Yuqing dismounted the deer and bowed respectfully to them. All of them except Qin Yijian stepped aside and only received half of her greeting. This little girl was small, but her rank was higher than theirs. Qin Yijian looked at the carriages following behind her and said, "Girl, what are you pulling in your carriage?" Jiang Yuqing said, "Oh," and smiled. "It's 10,000 pairs of sheepskin boots. Time is tight, so we can only make so many for now. The rest will be sent over slowly." All the generals couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they heard this. Qin Yijian said, "From what you said, there are still many?" Jiang Yuqing shook his head and said, "Not many, only 100,000 pairs in total. On average, everyone can only get 1 pair, and there is not even a pair to change. Are all county lords so arrogant now, or is it just the one in front of him, who is a special case?" He opened the carriage and randomly pulled out a pair of boots. They were made of real sheepskin that reached to the calf. The outer layer was waterproof, and the inner layer was thick and white wool. He reached in and touched it. It was soft and comfortable. Such boots were so comfortable to wear on the feet. Of course, the cost would not be cheap. At least 1 or 2 taels of silver would be needed for a pair. 100,000 pairs of boots would be more than 100,000 taels. More than 100,000 taels is not just a dozen taels. It would be an astronomical figure that would break one's bones in any noble mansion. The Chingo Marquis' mansion was born in a humble family. Although they made some money by selling seeds and grains in recent years, they took out more than 100,000 taels at a time just to add a pair of boots for the soldiers. This friendship and courage alone were quite rare. No matter which one, as the commander, Qin Yijian was moved. He leaned over and bowed deeply to Jiang Yuqing. "I, Qin, represent the 100,000 soldiers at Yumen Pass. Thank you, the county lady, for your great kindness." Jiang Yuqing was shocked and quickly moved away. It would be a pity to let such an old general and hero who had fought on the battlefield all his life to salute her. 10,000 pairs of boots were quickly taken away, and as for how to distribute them, it was none of her business. Her main purpose today was to come here for free medical treatment. Several generals had received the news before and were looking forward to her coming. They were very grateful, and sent someone to send her to the medical tent of the wounded camp. Here she saw more than 20 military doctors. The 2 military doctors who went with her that day were also there. They were really surprised and happy to see her suddenly appear in the medical tent. After the 2 military doctors spread the news of that day, the military doctors in the entire camp knew about it. They didn't quite believe that such a young child, no matter how powerful he was, could he be so powerful. But it was also a fact that none of the seriously injured were lost, and they were all alive and well. As the saying goes, laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Some of those who were not convinced took the opportunity to change the dressings for the wounded soldiers and personally saw the stitches. After that, they had to admit that he was really amazing. They were convinced and wished they could meet him in person and become his apprentice. Now that they saw this little medical god appear in the medical tent, they all rushed up to greet him and were extremely enthusiastic. Jiang Yuqing also smiled and returned the greetings one by one. After the greetings, Jiang Yuqing began to get into work mode. Half a month later, those who were injured in the anti-bandit battle and the lightly wounded had recovered and returned to the team, and the rest were the seriously injured that day. The soldiers were overjoyed to see their savior again. They all wanted to stand up and greet Jiang Yuqing, but she stopped them. A young soldier named Zhu Zi said, "If it weren't for the little doctor that day, I would have died there. I am not afraid of death, but dying in the hands of bandits is too aggrieved." This remark caused a good-natured laugh in the tent. Jiang Yuqing examined them one by one and found that they recovered well and there was no inflammation or infection. This was all thanks to the widespread use of penicillin and allicin. Although 2 charcoal fires were lit in the tent, it was still a drop in the bucket for such a large place. It was very cold in the big tent. The gray quilts on the soldiers were cotton, but they were also very hard. I think they had not been changed for many years and they were not warm at all. Many people had severe frostbite on their hands and feet, which were red, swollen, and cracked, revealing bright red flesh. Jiang Yuqing asked them, "Do you feel pain?" They smiled and said that it was okay, and they were used to it. At that moment, Jiang Yuqing's heart was very sore. In the tent, some personal items were randomly placed. And used stretchers were piled up here and there was a lot of garbage on the ground. There were patches of black ice around the tent. I think this was the result of sewage being splashed randomly. It's okay in winter now, but if it's summer, who knows how many mosquitoes will breed. These terrible little creatures are absolutely a disaster for the wounded. Now, in peacetime, the wounded camp is so dirty with only a few people. What if a war breaks out and the wounded camp has a lot of people? Jiang Yuqing's eyebrows were tightly knitted. The accompanying military doctors were worried when they saw her like this. Doctor, who had worked with Jiang Yuqing during the bandit suppression, asked cautiously, "Little doctor, is there any problem?" Jiang Yuqing said, "It's a big problem." She pointed out the problems she had just seen one by one. "Look, the ground is full of garbage, things are piled up randomly, and there is sewage outside the tent. There are many scattered places that I won't mention. These will breed a large number of germs and increase the chance of infection for the wounded and sick." Everyone was confused. A military doctor couldn't help but ask, "What are these germs?" Jiang Yuqing said, "Germs are everywhere, and it is difficult for our eyes to see them. Let me give you a simple analogy. Buddhists say that there are 48,000 insects in a drop of water. You can understand these insects as germs." After she said this, everyone understood. It was very cold outside, so the military doctors invited Jiang Yuqing to the medical tent where they worked. Although it was cold here, it was much better than outside. In view of the fact that everyone was eager to learn, Jiang Yuqing began to explain to them some of the most basic and practical principles of disease, and he couldn't stop. At noon, several generals gathered together for lunch. Qin Yijian suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, where is that little guy?" The personal soldier said the little doctor is giving lectures to the military doctors. The military doctors are listening with fascination and are very serious. Qin Yijian laughed and said, "It seems that he is really capable to be able to subdue those old guys." He said to the personal soldier again, "Tell the kitchen camp to send some delicious food over. They come from far away, bring food, and teach us skills for free." We can't treat them badly. The personal soldier laughed and said, the general doesn't need to give any orders for this. The brothers in the kitchen camp have stewed all the big elbows that have been kept in the bottom of the box. Qin looked down at the mixed grain steamed bread with pickles in his bowl, and the best was a plate of stir-fried pork with dried vegetables. He spread his chopsticks and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Well, it turns out that this general is not worthy of it. There was another burst of laughter in the big tent. At lunch, Jiang Yuqing looked at the white flour buns in front of her and the big elbow as big as her head, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Looking at the other military doctors, who were eating steamed bread and pickles, she immediately understood that this was a special meal for her. She took a steamed bun, put a piece of elbow meat down, and shared it with everyone on the grounds that she couldn't finish it. Seeing that the military doctors even scraped off the last bit of oil in the basin, Jiang Yuqing felt indescribably complicated and sad. The soldiers of this era are really too hard. In the afternoon, Jiang Yuqing led everyone to do a big cleaning in the wounded camp. Clean up what needs to be cleaned, organize what needs to be organized, and disinfect what needs to be disinfected. After one afternoon, the entire wounded camp was brand new, and the air was much fresher. In the evening, Zhu Di and Wei Lingjun came back from their missions. When they heard that she was here, they all ran to see her. They even gave her the private goods that they had hidden and were reluctant to eat. The next day, she went to the main account in person and applied for a battlefield rescue drill. She wanted to see their actual rescue level. Does this rescue need any drill? Just pull them down if they are injured. Although Qin was reluctant and felt that she was a bit too nosy, he generously sent 300 people to her for the sake of the 100,000 pairs of boots, and even took several generals to watch in person. 100 of them played the wounded soldiers, and 200 were responsible for carrying stretchers. After the drill began, the wounded lay on the stretchers and screamed and howled, while the soldiers responsible for carrying stretchers ran very fast. It was precisely because of the high speed that the wounded were thrown to death, and some even fell off the stretchers. The ones behind could not dodge in time and bumped into them, and they were immediately thrown to the ground. The military doctors and medical apprentices were also in chaos, shouting here and there, busy like headless flies. The stretchers and other things that were brought over were placed in a mess, making it difficult to walk. If you are not careful, you will step on someone. The scene was in a mess. The generals and soldiers who came to watch burst into laughter. At this moment, the generals realized what Jiang Yuqing was up to. Although the wounded camp was like this when the war started, they all looked unhappy at the moment. Especially the commander Qin. His face was livid, and he scolded loudly. Do you think this is a joke and funny? Everyone was silent. Qin cursed again. You should laugh, because that's what you did before. Think about your dead brothers, can you still laugh? Qin handed the conversation to Jiang Yuqing. Come on, girl, scold as much as you can, and teach these little a lesson for me. Jiang Yuqing nodded, used his spiritual energy slightly, tried to amplify his voice as much as possible, and shouted, Don't think it's funny. This is a battlefield. You are rescuing your injured comrades, brothers. Those two soldiers, Jiang Yuqing pointed at the two people who ran too fast and knocked the wounded off the stretcher, and asked angrily, Yes, I'm talking about you. The one you are carrying on the stretcher is your seriously injured brother, not a dead pig. He was already seriously injured, and after you did this to him, can he still survive? Tell me? The two men were scolded so hard that they dared not even breathe. I will not go into detail about all these things. I will just say one thing. Battlefield rescue is not just the job of military doctors, but also the job of everyone present. As long as you learn even a little bit of the most basic first aid knowledge, you or your brothers in arms will have a better chance of surviving and defeating your opponent on the battlefield. Next, Jiang Yuqing pointed out everyone's shortcomings one by one and corrected them little by little. From how to carry the wounded, how to stop bleeding urgently, how to grade and tie the wounded, how the military doctors and medical apprentices can cooperate to play the greatest role, and how to manage the wards, etc., they taught hand in hand. This teaching took 3 days. The messy wounded camp was organized in an orderly and well-trained manner. During this period, The generals also arranged for the soldiers to receive some basic battlefield emergency rescue training in batches in addition to normal training. As the young county lady said, the more skills they learn, the greater their chances of surviving on the battlefield in the future. Who wants to die if they can live? Jiang Yuqing achieved initial results in the first training, and she had to leave because there were other things to do. Before leaving, she told the military doctors that she would open a clinic in Sujo Prefecture after the new year. The generals have agreed to let them go to her in batches next year to learn Tainyushu. The military doctors were immediately overjoyed. When Jiang Yuqing left the camp, not only several generals, but also all the soldiers who were free came to the gate to see her off. Jiang Yuqing rode on by Xiaoshi's back with her small medicine box on her back and waved to them vigorously. Everyone, go back quickly. I will come to see you often in the future. Then she turned around and left with the soldiers sent by Qin Yijin to him. If she didn't leave, they would stand at the gate of the camp and not go back. The weather was fine these days, and there was no carriage as a burden. The group returned to the government office in just 2 days. The couple hugged their daughter and kissed her for a while, and checked her from head to toe. Seeing that their daughter was healthy, they were relieved. The soldiers who escorted Jiang Yuqing returned to the camp at dawn the next day. Jiang Yuqing then went to Changlong for shop and Din Tai Fung garment shop to urge them to hurry up. After returning home, she asked her father for a few more people and sent them to the grassland to buy some sheep. The New Year is coming soon, and she wants to add an extra dish to the New Year's Eve dinner in the camp. Jiang Wenyuan only asked, and then gave it to her readily. Not only that, he also paid out of his own pocket and gave her some more silver as a token of his appreciation. Jiang Yuqing accepted it with pleasure. Beijing. The emperor was really surprised when he received the memorial sent by Jiang Wenyuan at full speed. My goodness, is this a memorial? It's too thick to believe that it's a book. He complained in his heart. But the emperor still opened it and read it carefully. The more he read, the more frightened he became, and his face changed from time to time, and finally, he clapped his hands in admiration. After closing the memorial, he let out a long breath and said in a brisk tone, Go, summon Zhang Xiao, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wen Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Works, and Jin Yaolin, the minister of the Ministry of Agriculture, to the palace. The little took the order and left quickly. Not long after, several adults who were entering the palace met halfway. Jin Yaolin bowed to Zhang and Wen and said, My lords, do you know why His Majesty wants us to come to the palace? Zhang Xiao said, I heard that there is another letter from Sujo. Everyone understood immediately. When the incident in Xinping County of Sujo happened last time, the emperor was furious and dragged out the former governor of Sujo again, scolding him, saying that he failed to supervise and didn't know that his subordinates had committed such a big crime, and so on. This man was originally demoted to a Tongji in a similarly remote place because of his performance evaluation of low. Now, he can't even be a Tongji, but was directly demoted to a 7th-rank county magistrate. It is said that he left with tears. It is almost evening now, and His Majesty still invites them to the palace together. I think it is not a trivial matter. Several people entered the imperial study and bowed. The emperor placed the thick memorial in front of them. Take a look and tell us what you think. Several people gathered together and read half of it when the lights in the imperial study were turned on. They finished reading until their feet were almost numb from standing. After that, they looked at each other, and all showed admiration. The memorial described the local climate and people he had seen along the way after he arrived in Sujo. What kind of topography and landforms each county has, what is the soil quality, whether the water source is abundant, what is produced, and what are the deficiencies. He also made a detailed plan for the next 3 years, based on the local climate and soil characteristics of the county, which was called the 3-year plan. It was mentioned that next year, 2 new grain varieties that are drought-resistant and poverty-resistant will be tried in various counties of Sujo, and water conservancy will be built throughout the state. Building water conservancy requires a lot of money, and Jiang Wenyuan has also taken this into consideration. At that time, he will use the new grain varieties and their deep processing technology as collateral to attract investment from all over the country. They vaguely knew about this investment attraction, Just like the Chingo marquis used the deep processing technology of fruits to attract other big merchants to invest and set up food workshops when the fruits in Chingo were unsaleable.
It was almost the same idea.
It must be said that this was indeed a good idea. Finally, the conclusion was the people of Sujo have suffered for a long time. I beg your majesty to send several talents who are proficient in water conservancy and carpentry to Sujo to help the people of Sujo. The whole article was nearly 20,000 words, without a single nonsense. My dear ministers, tell me what you think. Zhang Xiu immediately said, give it to them. We must give it. As long as you don't ask him for money, everything will be fine. Besides, it must be said that this guy's plan has great potential. This guy is really talented. When Wuji seconded the motion. Water conservancy was originally the work of his Ministry of Industry. As for Jin Yaolin, he even agreed with both hands. How can the Sinong Temple be left out for such a matter as new grain varieties? The next day, the emperor announced this matter in the court again, and it was unanimously approved by the civil and military officials in the court. So the emperor ordered the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture to select 20 talents each, and set off to Sujo immediately after the new year to report. Sujo. After the sheep purchase was arranged, Jiang Yuqing immediately got a bunch of medicinal materials from the spiritual realm. Pretending to buy them outside, he pulled them back to the courtyard in a carriage. The soldiers in the camp had severe frostbite on their hands and feet, and frostbite cream must be arranged. In the following days, Jiang Yuqing taught the girls how to slice and crush the medicinal materials and then boil them into jars of frostbite cream. Coincidentally, the people sent to buy sheep also drove back more than 200 sheep. Jiang Yuqing took these frostbite creams and the newly made 20,000 pairs of boots and asked her father to send them to the Yumenguan camp before the new year. When General Qin received a report from his subordinates that Linghui County Lord had sent more than 200 sheep and a batch of medicines and supplies for treating frostbite, his eyes suddenly turned red. I feel that this little girl is really thoughtful. The person in charge of delivering the things was one of Jiang Wenyuan's staff. He said, my county lady said that when she was in the camp, the generals and soldiers took good care of her. She had no way to repay them, so she could only buy a few sheep, hoping to add a dish to the soldiers' New Year's Eve dinner. She also asked me to wish you a Happy New Year in advance, and wish you all a Happy New Year. Qin Yijian said, please also say hello to your county lady and the marquis on my behalf, and thank them. In the future, if I, Qin Yijian, can be of any use to you, I will not hesitate to die. The staff bowed and said, okay, I will definitely take it. It's freezing cold, old general and all the soldiers, please go back. After that, he turned around and rode away. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his tears. In the wind and snow, Sujo ushered in another New Year's Eve. At the beginning of this new year, the shopkeepers of several grain stores and rice shops were surprised to find that the white flour in their stores was actually sold out. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, most of the buyers were ordinary civilians. Although the amount was only 2 or 3 pounds, 3 or 5 pounds, not much, it was enough to make a meal of white flour buns or a meal of vegetarian dumplings. It seems that the year is getting better, and maybe we can import more goods next year. Similarly, other merchants also feel that the business before the new year is much better this year, which is really a good phenomenon. During the new year, Jiang Yuqing only stayed at home for 3 days from New Year's Eve to the 2nd day of the first lunar month. On the 3rd day of the first lunar month, she took Nanny Yen and Ariu to the big yard. Her wool yarns were all dyed, and it was time to make sweaters and the like. Jiang Yuqing's previous generation's needlework skills were very ordinary. Strictly speaking, they only knew the most basic needlework. They had never even knitted a sweater, but only 2 pairs of gloves. Even this was arranged by the welfare home. She took the sweater needles that she had specially asked someone to cut, and began to teach the girls how to start knitting, how to add or subtract needles, and some of the most basic needlework methods, and then let them play freely. In terms of needlework, the talents of ancient women were simply at the ceiling level. However, in just a few days, They not only learned how to knit sweaters, but also invented several needle methods, and the patterns they knitted were particularly beautiful. Then it was out of control. Sweaters, scarves, gloves, socks, hats, and the like all came out. Among them, there was a girl named Luoji, who really lived up to her name. She knitted things quickly, well, and beautifully. She said that she liked these things since she was a child, which was much better than recognizing words and identifying medicinal materials. Jiang Yuqing's heart moved, thinking that she could open a woolen shop in the future and let this girl go there as a master to teach people to knit sweaters. If other people have other talents, it is okay, and they don't necessarily have to be restricted from studying medicine. Originally, her original intention was just to let them all have a place to live. She told Luoji her idea at the time, and Luoji was very happy to say that if she really opened a woolen shop, she would be willing to be a master who teaches knitting clothes. The girls envied Luoji's ability. Jiang Yuqing said, "Do envy her. If you have other interests or specialties in the future, you can also tell me. I will try my best to arrange you all to suitable positions." The girls happily agreed. The wool yarn they got last time was not much, and it would definitely not be enough to open a shop now. But the wool yarn was enough to make clothes for their relatives and friends. So Jiang Yuqing asked the girls to make a set of sweaters and trousers for his parents, his master and senior brothers far away in the capital, the emperor, the crown prince, and his relatives in Chingo, etc., plus a complete set of scarves, gloves, socks, etc. Jiang Wenyuan's knitted first, and after wearing it, he exclaimed that it was light and warm, and it was really a good thing. It was heard that these were all made of sheep wool, and Jiang Wenyuan paid more attention to the matter of raising sheep on the grassland next year. Such novel and useful things were not only liked by Yen Ma and Ari around her, but also by the 4 maids around her mother, including her mother Lu, who were very interested. Jiang Yuqing had no choice but to go find Luo Zhiguo's house and teach them how to knit wool. As time went by, they knitted more and more things. Jiang Yuqing packed the things one by one, labeled them with her name, and sent them to Beijing and her hometown in Qingzhou. She thought that when the things arrived, it would be cold in Beijing and she could wear them for a month, but it would be warm in her hometown, so she was afraid that she could only try them out and put them at the bottom of the box until this winter. Changlong Fur Company and Ding Tai Feng Garment Company started work on the 6th day of the first lunar month. At the same time, 60 top talents in water conservancy, agriculture, and carpentry sent from the capital also came to Sujo quickly under the of a team of people. Jiang Yuqing also took out the corn and potato seeds harvested in the spiritual realm these days. There were not many, 100 kilograms of each grain seed in each county. If there were not many things, he could use the excuse that they were grown with the secret medicine of BNK Valley, but if there were more, he would not be able to explain it. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, the government office opened the seal. Jiang Wenyuan received a pigeon letter from the capital saying that professional talents in water conservancy and carpentry had already set off from the capital, and he was relieved. To be honest, he had drawn too big a pie, and he felt a little guilty. Fortunately, His Majesty gave him full trust, which also made him more confident in his ambition. So, he sent a letter to each county government. There are 2 key points. 1. Count the places where the arable land in the county is inconvenient to water, and let each village do a good job of personnel coordination and be prepared to dig ditches and build canals. 2. First select a trial planting base and prepare to receive new grain varieties. 3. The Water Conservancy agricultural officials and carpenters sent by the court are on their way to Sujo. Please be sure to receive them. The 4th article is to vigorously develop and plant characteristic economic crops in each county according to the situation of each county. For example, cotton can be planted in several counties around Fuzhou, sheep can be raised on the grassland, black wolfberry can be vigorously developed in Shaking, and sistanch can be planted in Yumen where there are gobi and desert. No matter what you plant or raise, the court will sell it. As soon as the news came out, the whole Sujo was in an uproar. The people rushed to tell each other that they would have new grain varieties. Although it was only a small amount of trial planting, the people were still happy, which meant that it was not far from large-scale planting, just like Qingzhou. A big businessman with a sensitive nose immediately found Jiang Wenyuan and wanted to cooperate with him to promote the new grain varieties in other prefectures in the future. What is this called? Someone sent a pillow when you were sleepy. Even so, Jiang Wenyuan still issued a nationwide announcement for investment promotion. This was a big deal, and big merchants from all over the country flocked to the project. Since people came to discuss cooperation with sincerity, Jiang Wenyuan naturally showed his sincerity as well. For this purpose, a special investment promotion group was temporarily established. He took out the relevant plan that his precious daughter had prepared for him, copied many copies, and gave one to each big merchant who came to sign up. In the plan, more than 10 projects or technical cooperation that were about to be invited for investment bid were explained in detail and requirements. For example, the widening and repair project of the official road from Sujo to the capital. This is a bidding project. As the old saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must build roads first. If the road is not easy to travel, no matter how good the output is, it will be useless if it cannot be transported out. The rest are for investment promotion. Corn, potatoes, and wool products are sold nationwide or regionally, and the latter 3 even come with samples. After most of the people arrived, Jiang Wenyuan chose an auspicious day, booked the most luxurious restaurant in Sujo City, and held an investment promotion bid meeting. After a fierce competition, a total of 11 big merchants won. Among them, Shun's business alone won 7 items, including potatoes, corn, and wool yarn. The agency rights of 11 prefectures in the north for the next 3 years. After all, they are the richest man in Daxia. Their strength is there, and they can't keep a low profile. The agency rights of the 17 prefectures in the south were jointly won by the other 4. Some other projects were also won by other merchants. As for the official road from Sujo to the capital, it was won by the Mo family, a native craftsman family in Sujo. In the previous dynasty, the Mahist family was specialized in building mausoleums for the emperor. However, since ancient times, few people who built mausoleums for the royal family usually had a good ending. The Mahist family almost lost their entire family. After learning from their mistakes, after the founding of this dynasty, the Mahist family no longer took on any work of building tombs for the dead and only built houses for the living. Because of their superb skills, they have a very good reputation among the people. In the past, when repairing official roads, all dynasties had to recruit civilians for labor service. The people of Sujo had suffered enough, and Jiang Wenyuan didn't want to make things worse, so he simply released them and let others repair them. He used the money he got from attracting investment. He said bluntly, "We will not owe the construction party a penny of payment. There are only 2 requirements. One is to complete the project on time with guaranteed quality and quantity. Second, when recruiting laborers, we must give priority to the people of Sujo and pay them on a daily basis." The head of the Mo family came with a mentality of giving it a try, but after seeing the description of the tender, he sighed and said to his son, "The sky of our Sujo, which has been gray for many years, is finally bright." Then he quoted his bottom price and decisively won the contract. Even if he couldn't make much money, he was willing to do it. Not for anything else, just to show his gratitude to the elders of Sujo. Jiang Yuqing, on behalf of Bien K Valley, won the agency rights of Sistanch and Black Wolfberry. This bidding cooperation meeting was a complete success. The total amount of cooperation collected was 417,000 taels. Jiang Wenyuan listed the money in a table and posted it in the government office, stating that every penny spent in the future would be publicized on it, and all the people in the city would be asked to supervise it. This operation really shocked everyone. At the end of February, after nearly 2 months of hard journey, the professional and technical personnel sent by the court arrived. Jiang Wenyuan happily arranged food and accommodation for these precious kids who came from afar to have a good rest for 2 days. After they have rested, they will arrange work. At the same time, they also receive the sweaters and trousers that Jiang Yuqing sent to the capital and his hometown in Qingzhou. Capital. After receiving the things, Emperor Jing immediately asked someone to change them for him. I have to say that, except for the fact that it needs to be pulled over the head, which is a little inconvenient, it is really light, soft, warm, and very comfortable to put on. This so-called glove is also very practical. The 5 fingers are separated, which is convenient for work. When you go out, you don't have to keep your hands in your sleeves all the time. You can do whatever you want, especially when riding a horse. Emperor Jing liked it very much. He thought to himself, so this is the wool mentioned by Jiang Iching in Memorial. It really has great potential. Queen Qin also liked this set of sweaters and pants very much. After getting the things, except for the hat, she insisted on buying the whole set and excitedly ran to the imperial garden for a stroll. As for Jing Yan, this person who never liked to waste time, actually went back and forth to his father and mother's palace several times in a panic. Emperor Jing didn't quite understand at first, but later when he saw his son's sweater cuffs that occasionally showed inadvertently and the conspicuous gloves on his hands, he was speechless. Unfilial son, what are you showing off here? He made it look like no one had any. So, he proudly shook his gloves at his son and successfully angered his son away. Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. When Dr. Chiu received the sweaters and trousers sent by his beloved little disciple from thousands of miles away, he was so moved that tears came down. People are useless when they get old, and he misses his little disciple. The old man wiped his tears, put on the clothes sent by his beloved little disciple, put on his gloves and scarf, and decided to solve the things on hand as soon as possible. He wanted to go to the northwest to find his little cotton padded jacket.
Chingo.
The family was very happy to receive the sweaters and trousers sent back by Jiang Yuqing from the northwest. It's a pity that the weather is already very warm now, and the clothes are too warm. After wearing them for a while, sweat came out. I had to put them away and take them out when it's cold in winter. Jiang Yuchuan passed the examination for a scholar in August last year, and he was the first in the case. He is also the youngest scholar in the history of Lingzhou Prefecture. His grandfather told him, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. He suggested that he settle down for a few years before taking the examination for a jurin. Moreover, his father also said so in the letter to him, and even directly asked him to come to Sujo for training for 2 years. Jiang Yuchuan thought it would be good to go to Sujo for training for 2 years. So he went to find his 2 scholar cousins. It happened that the parents of the 3 of them were in Sujo, thinking that they could have a companion. But the eldest cousin Lu Huai said that his grandparents were old, and his father was not around. One of the brothers had to stay with the elderly to fulfill his filial piety, so he wanted his younger brother Lu Jin to go. Lu Jin said he should also have his share of filial piety to the elderly, so if his brother doesn't go, he won't go either. Jiang Yuchuan had no choice but to decide to set off alone. The family hired the team from his aunt's family to send him to Sujo. At this time, Jiang Wenyuan in Sujo didn't know that his son had come to Sujo to find them. At this moment, he was holding the water wheel and water wheel drawings and telling the craftsman about his requirements. It has to be said that those who can get a job in the Ministry of Industry and get a national salary are all top masters in the industry. They simply added a gear slot similar to the windmill for turning grain on the central axis of the water wheel, which perfectly solved the problem that the father and daughter had been struggling with for a long time. In this way, when the river is about to freeze, the slot can be buckled to make the water wheel still and prevent the blades from being damaged. Wait until the river is completely thawed next year before unfreezing it. After that, it is the turn of the bigwigs in Water Conservancy to take the stage. Jiang Wenyuan didn't understand this, so he didn't interfere. As for the agricultural officials, because the agricultural officials have never seen corn and potatoes, in order to give them a more intuitive impression and feeling, Jiang Yuqing found more than a dozen flower pots, planted potatoes and corn respectively, and promoted them to different stages of growth. Let Jiang Wenyuan take them to explain and train them. Fortunately, the agricultural officials also have rich planting experience, and they're almost clear at a glance, so Jiang Wenyuan is relieved. After everyone has determined and clarified their future work direction, Jiang Wenyuan assigned people to various county offices. The time came to March. Even the cold north has melted the ice and snow. Spring Girl dragged her flowery skirt and came late, brushing the branches green and the paths red. In and outside the village, by the river, the whole Sujo was noisy, and there were people carrying various tools. Under the command of Water Conservancy officials, they set up water wheels to build dams, dig ditches, or build bridges and roads, and reclaim land. They may be ragged and skinny, but the smiles on their faces are the brightest in history. The light in their eyes is brighter than the sun, which is the yearning for a better life in the future. Soon, the water wheels were set up, the dams were built, and the ditches were unblocked. The cold snow water from Lianyuan Mountain was continuously lifted from the river, flowing through the ditches and waterways, flowing into the ground, seeping into the soil, and moistening this thirsty land. The joyful cheers of the people were carried far away by the wind. In April, under the guidance of agricultural officials, spring plowing began in full swing in Sujo. People worked hard to plant barley, wheat, cotton, etc. This year there is water, so they are no longer afraid of dry weather and the inability to irrigate the land. The land is also fertilized with farmyard manure, piled up rotten leaves, wood ash, and even fertile river mud dredged from the river. No matter what, all is planted in the land. In mid-April, the corn and potato seeds distributed were planted in the experimental fields amid the great expectations of the people. In order to ensure that these precious treasures would not be in trouble, the chief officials of each county sent special personnel to guard them 12 hours a day from the day the seeds were planted. While Jiang Wenyuan was busy, Jiang Yuqing was also busy with her clinic. After the first month of the year, she found someone to renovate the yard. After more than 2 months of construction, it was basically renovated. After the medicine is laid out and a doctor is hired, the clinic can be officially opened. As for the name of the clinic, it is called Heian Hospital. Just think of it as helping the second brother to expand the territory. After the Sujo incident was reported again, the whole court was in an uproar, and all of them were full of praise. One has to admit that this guy is really a genius in governing the country. Emperor Jing walked with a floating step, secretly thinking that it would be great if all the officials of Daxia were as capable as Jiang Yiqing. At the same time, he felt sorry that this guy didn't come to participate in the imperial examination a few years earlier. In the midst of busyness, Jiang Yiqing celebrated his 5th birthday. The little dumpling has become a big dumpling. The 100,000 pairs of boots from Chonglong leather and Din Tai Fung garments have been completed and sent to the camp. Jiang Yiqing quickly paid them off. The last time she delivered goods to the military camp, she brought back a tiger. People who saw it along the way were all frightened. If the tiger had not had a collar on its head and was ridden by someone, everyone would have run away long ago. In order to prevent everyone from being scared, Jiang Yiqing gave up Bai Xiaoshi and rode Bai Xiaojiu all the way home. Poor Bai Xiaojiu, who's been locked up in the spirit realm for more than a year, has never found a suitable time to release him. Fortunately, he doesn't care. On the contrary, he likes life in the spirit realm. The abundant spiritual energy has improved his IQ a lot. Now, some of his complex emotions can be expressed very intuitively through actions and expressions. For example, he learned to roll his eyes. No need to think, this must be learned from Bai Xiaoshi. This guy's eye-rolling technique is the best in the world. Jiang Wenyuan and Lu were surprised by Bai Xiaojiu's arrival. They rubbed his huge head and said, "I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you have grown so big. It seems that place really feeds people." Bai Xiaojiu also used his big head to push them, expressing his joy with practical actions. To the outside world, the family unanimously declared that it was the tiger raised in Chingo's hometown who came from afar. There are many stories in Sujo about wolves repaying their gratitude and traveling thousands of miles to find their benefactors. It is not strange for a domestic tiger to run thousands of miles to find its owner. Therefore, after the initial fear, people were surprised to find that this big guy was so smart. Not only can it hunt by itself, it can even open and close the door by itself. After closing the door, it will bite the bolt to tie it back. It will even pick up the pens that the staff accidentally dropped on the ground and return them to them. If you praise it for its intelligence and majesty, you will see a very happy expression on its furry tiger face. It is simply a spirit. As time goes by, Everyone knows that the big, white tiger kept in the prefect's home not only does not eat people, but also understands human nature. So Jiang Yuqing untied its collar. When it goes out on the street again, people are not afraid of it, and the brave ones will go up and touch it. It is also very good-tempered to let people touch it, but after touching it, it will pull people's clothes to the meat stall and push it forward. It means that you have seen it and touched it, and you are not ashamed to leave if you don't buy some delicious food. When the news spread, people were not disgusted. Many people with money in their pockets came to meet it, and after touching it, they stood there deliberately, waiting for it to buy meat from the meat stalls. Because of Bai Xiaojiu, the meat stalls on several streets near the government office have been doing much better business. Therefore, the stall owners regarded Bai Xiaojiu as the god of wealth, and wished that it would go to the street every day. Jiang Yuqing had no good way to deal with Bai Xiaojiu's almost shameless behavior of selling his body. After all, he earned it by his own ability, and it would be unreasonable not to give him food. When April was about to end, a calm and handsome young boy stepped into the Sujo government office. The people in the government office didn't know him, so they asked him who he was and what he was doing here. The young man said, "I'm here to look for my parents and sister from Chingo." The people in the yamen were immediately surprised. "Oh, it turns out that the young master is here. Please wait a moment. I will go to inform the adults." Jiang Wenyuan was startled when he heard that his son had come and hurried out to meet him. He came quietly, without sending anyone to deliver a message in advance. Fortunately, the journey was safe. Looking at his son again, he was taller than when he was in the capital, and his face was more resolute. So he nodded with great satisfaction, gently asked his son about his situation along the way, and personally took his son and the team of his eldest sister-in-law's family to the back yamen. Jiang Yuqing went to the clinic and was not at home. Bai Xiaojiu was at home. He had just come back from the street after eating a full meal and was now lazily lying under the eaves to bask in the sun. At this moment, he smelled a familiar smell again, and immediately got up and ran in the direction of the smell. After seeing that the person who came was actually the owner's brother, Bai Xiaojiu immediately became excited and rushed over to rub against him. The big tail like a steel whip swept like a wind and fire wheel, and you can see the afterimage. It seems that this excellent skill learned from the local dogs in the village can never be changed in this life, and there is no hope for the tiger. Jiang Yuquan didn't expect to see Bai Xiaojiu here. Since the Chinese New Year last year, Bai Xiaojiu has disappeared. The family said that it followed his sister to the capital, but he didn't see it when he arrived in the capital. Her sister said that Bai Xiaojiu was impatient with the crowds of people in the capital and ran to the mountains and forests outside the city. Now this guy has also come to Sujo. It is indeed a good tiger. Jiang Yuquan held its huge tiger head and rubbed it for a while, and played with it for a while. On the other side, Lu also received the news of her son's arrival. She is nearly middle-aged and has only one son and one daughter. If she leaves either of them, the mother will feel like a needle. Lu held her son for a while and looked at him. She was relieved to make sure that he was fine and healthy. She was busy arranging rooms for her son and the guests and asked the kitchen to prepare food. At the same time, he sent someone to the clinic to tell his daughter that her brother had come from his hometown in Qingzhou. Before the person sent out, Jiang Yuqing came back riding by Xiaoshi. Hearing that her brother had come, Tuanzi was overjoyed. She jumped off by Xiaoshi's back and ran straight to the inner hall, shouting as she ran, "Brother, brother." Jiang Yuquan heard his sister's shouts coming from far away and hurriedly put down the half-drunk tea and ran out the door, just in time to catch the little cannonball in his arms. The two siblings hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, and they missed each other very much. Because of the arrival of their son, the dinner was particularly rich, and Jiang Yuqing even took out the homemade wine and juice. Lu held the cup, looked at her husband, and then at her children, and tears suddenly fell. Jiang Wenyuan put his arm around his wife's shoulders, patted her back and said, "From now on, our family will never be separated again." Jiang Yuqing also choked up a little. Thinking about her parents, it was really not easy. There were only two children, and either one was not around or the other was not around. Even though they were worried, They still endured the bone-eating longing and let their children go out to fight and make a living. Poor parents in the world. The Lin family team only stayed in Sujo for 2 days before returning. When leaving, Jiang Yuqing asked them to bring back a large box of medicines, such as ginseng nourishing pills, several boxes of various leathers, and some dried animal meat for his family. Sujo is bitterly cold, especially in the season, and there is nothing else except leather and a little dried meat. After resting for a few days, Jiang Yuquan was sent to the Fushue in Sujo by his father. In the Fushue, his status is undoubtedly the most honorable. The son of the Marquis's mansion, the son of the Sujo prefect, no one dares to bully him. Except for a few classmates who are used to flattering and will specially welcome him, most of the others are afraid of his status and dare not make friends with him. It was not until a period of time that everyone slowly discovered that this proud child of heaven is really a very good person. Not only is he well educated, but he also never puts on airs. He would not look down on others because of their status, and would treat even the most ordinary cleaning chores in the academy with sincerity. Only then did everyone feel at ease to make friends with him. Occasionally, during holidays, they would accept his invitation to visit the government office. Every time they went back, as long as they were not particularly busy, the prefect would accompany them for dinner. He encouraged them to study hard, told them the principles and experiences of being a person and doing things, and even gave them guidance on their homework, and lent them his handwritten reading notes. The students were so moved that they secretly encouraged themselves to study hard, strive to pass the imperial examination in the future, and become a good official like Lord Jiang to serve the country. Jiang Yuquan adapted very well in Sujo. Jiang Yuqing's clinic also prepared medicine, recruited 2 doctors, and opened on the auspicious day of May 8th. On the opening day, not only did Jiang Wenyuan come in person, but Qin Yijian also sent General Wei Qing from the Human Pass camp to congratulate him in person. So the people of the whole city knew that this Heian hospital was opened by Linghui County Lady, the daughter of Sujo prefect. And Linghui County Lady was the last disciple of Qiushini, the master of BNK Valley, and the inheritor of BNK's medical skills. For a time, all the patients with difficult diseases in Sujo City ran to Jiang Yuqing's Heian Hospital. Heian Hospital was overcrowded every day, and Jiang Yuqing had to implement the same queuing system as Heian Hospital in Beijing. After 3 months of hands-on devilish training by Jiang Yuqing, the 17 girls have become qualified nurses. They all wore pink nurse uniforms and nurse hats on their heads. They were enthusiastic, patient, and polite. Just standing there made them look very professional. All the patients who came to see the doctor, even the most chauvinistic old scholars, did not dare to look down on them. As for the doctors in the hall, they wore uniform white coats. At first, everyone thought that white was unlucky, but after getting used to it, they thought that white was also good and looked clean. In addition to these 2 doctors in the hall, Jiang Yuqing also brought military doctors from the camp. 5 people in a batch, 1 round a month. These military doctors have seen many bloody and cruel scenes. They were not afraid at all when they followed Jiang Yuqing to the operating table. Instead, they were very excited. Jiang Yuqing was also very open-minded and taught the military doctors everything he knew. The more they could learn, the more secure the lives of the soldiers would be. Just when Jiang Yuqing was busy and confused, Dr. Qiu and his 3rd apprentice Louis came. When Jiang Yuqing saw the master and the 3rd brother who suddenly appeared in Heian Hospital, the whole Tuanzi was stunned. After coming to her senses, Tuanzi was so happy that she rushed into her master's arms like a small cannonball, knocking Dr. Qiu off balance. Tuanzi hugged her master's neck and rubbed it hard. While rubbing it, she expressed her longing. "Master, why did you come to see me now? You said it would be at most half a year. From September last year to now, more than half a year has passed. You don't keep your word." Tuanzi said. Her eyes were misty, and her voice was slightly choked. Divine Dr. Qiu patted his beloved disciple on the back and apologized repeatedly. Okay, it's Master's fault. Okay, dear, don't be angry anymore. From now on, wherever you are, the Master will be there, okay? Tuanzi then burst into laughter and said, Okay, I will take care of the master in his old age. The master and apprentice were so affectionate that Lu Yi couldn't stand it anymore. With a heavy cough, Tuanzi realized that her third senior brother had also come. She quickly gave up Dr. Chiao, hugged her third senior brother's thigh, and called out sweetly, "Third senior brother, I miss you too." Lu Yi was very satisfied with the little thing's understanding. He squatted down and looked her in the eye. After gazing at her for a long time, he said, "Well, not bad. Your hair has grown longer, and you've grown taller." Just as Tuanzi was enjoying his praise, he stretched out his index finger and poked Tuanzi's belly. "It's just that your belly is still a little bulging. You still need to lose some weight." Tuanzi's smile froze on her face. There was no such thing as friendship between senior and junior brothers and sisters. She took back what she said before that she missed him. No, she didn't miss him at all. Tuanzi tried hard to in her still fat belly, lowered her head, and thought sadly, should she really lose weight?